Volume 8. Chapter 701, Book of Revelations, the 8th chapter. Chapter 701, Book of Revelations, the 8th chapter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though Snowbark was already a level 142 high-level player, he would not be fast enough to stop Sukotaro and his party members from getting away through the entrance of the dungeon. For that, they could only sigh heavily, to express how unfortunate it was for them. After all, it was really a rare opportunity for them to gaze their eyes upon a rare specimen of beauty like Chen Shuiyao. However, there was one person who stayed behind instead of running into the dungeon like the other 5 of his party members. Snowbark burst into laughter when he saw that. Since that the pretty lady had escaped, they decided to have some fun with the idiot who stayed. "You swine! You're quite daring yourself, aren't you?" 3 of the myth players blocked off Zhang Yang's escape route so that he could not escape later. The remaining players in front of Zhang Yang were staring at Zhang Yang with their arms folded. They looked like they were waiting for something interesting to happen. "Alright, take off all your equipment and bark like a dog, now." Snowbark laughed continuously. "Take them off now. Take them off." The others were beginning to hustle Zhang Yang up. Zhang Yang pulled out his, sort of purging devourer, and smiled vaguely. Then he said, "I'm not like you. You guys rather act like animals while you can act like human beings. F***CKU. How dare you scold us?" One of them, who was only level 10, pulled out his blade and pointed at Zhang Yang. Well, he tried to act tough because Snowbark was there. PFF. Zhang Yang was not in the mood to play around. He stabbed his sword hard into the chest of that player. His sword went through the chest of the player clean and caused 100,000 damage to the arrogant player. It was just a regular attack which caused an immensely terrifying amount of damage. That attack had completely killed off that player. With a powerful swing of his sword, the dead body of that player spun midair and dropped heavily onto the ground. Most of the players had experienced a PvP match. However, not all of them would have the opportunity to see such a bloody scene. In an instant, other than Snowbark himself, the others were terrified to the point that they froze. They were all just level 10 plus. It was a coincidence that Snowbark brought his little brother along to grind their levels. So, they came here together to farm for experience points and equipment. Well, the player that got slaughtered by Zhang Yang was in fact Snowbark's little brother. He just joined God's Miracle a couple of days ago. Because he had an elder brother who had reached level 142, he thought that he could act like a boss in the game. Even though he saw that the equipment on Zhang Yang and flashy as F***CK, he still taunted Zhang Yang. Judging by the appearance of Zhang Yang's shiny equipment, anyone should know that Zhang Yang was definitely not a low-level player. Of course, Snowbark could not bear to see his little brother killed right in front of him. So he raised his staff and shot out a blast of flame towards Zhang Yang. -8,763. An insignificant amount of damage was dealt on Zhang Yang. That only moved about 1% of his HP bar. After all, Zhang Yang's maximum HP had increased up to 950,000 HP. Including Snowbark himself, everyone dropped their jaws, staring at Zhang Yang. They were all on the same party as Snowbark. So they could clearly see the amount of damage Snowbark caused on Zhang Yang. He had only dealt approximately 9,000 damage to a player they had thought weak. Judging by that, they could deduce that Zhang Yang had over 1 million HP. He must have activated his transformation skill. Snowbark had more experience and knowledge than everyone in his party. He immediately made an assumption based on his own logic. He quickly took a few steps backwards so that he could defend himself against any surprise attack from Zhang Yang. At the same instant, he also activated his own transformation skill class C Infernal Wolf Inheritance. Zhang Yang staggered for one brief moment upon seeing that. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Zhang Yang had not revealed his true identity yet, and this guy was already acting extra cautious. He even activated his final triumph card. However, Zhang Yang would never waste his God of War transformation on a small fry like Snowbark. So he charged towards Snowbark without activating his inheritance transformation. "You prick! How dare you kill my little brother? I shall tear you into pieces." Snowbark became more confident than before after he activated his inheritance transformation. He raised his staff and pointed its tip at Zhang Yang. Then he began to chant a spell. Lore! Zhang Yang waved his hand and activated his skill. Snowbark could feel that he was being pulled by an irresistible force towards Zhang Yang. The force was so strong that Snowbark almost kissed Zhang Yang's face after he was pulled to Zhang Yang's front, and stopped there all of a sudden. Of course, his chanting had been interrupted, completely. -112,349. With a swing across his throat, Snowbark received a tremendous amount of damage. He initially had over 180,000 HP. Upon activating his inheritance transformation, he boosted his maximum HP up to a total of 1,800,000 HP. Of course, he could not afford to receive such a high amount of damage. Furthermore, that was not the only attack Zhang Yang launched. Upon his regular strike, which filled up his rage bar, he activated his God of War battle axe closely with his previous attack and dealt -328,733 to Snowbark. Zhang Yang had begun revealing his wretched claws at his victims. Let's just say if Snowbark takes the first hit without dying, the second hit that yet to land on him would be a fatal blow to his guts. He quickly activated his apparate and got himself out of the danger with the attempt to pull some distance between himself and Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang pursued on with his charge. It was impossible to chant a spell in peace when you're confronting Zhang Yang. God damn it! Snowbark began to panic. He gulped down a bottle of temporary invincibility potion, and a golden light flashed through his entire body. A glittering barrier covered him entirely, keeping him safe from Zhang Yang's attacks. So he no longer feared Zhang Yang anymore. He used the little time he bought for himself to chant his spell. It was really ironic that this guy was using a temporary invincibility potion that Zhang Yang mass-produced in the market. It was like crushing a rock on one's feet. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh at himself. However, the effect of the potion would wear off after 5 seconds. So, Zhang Yang allowed Snowbark to do what he wanted to do. Snowbark threw out 2 spells at Zhang Yang consecutively. Each blow caused about 75,000 damage to Zhang Yang. With his inheritance transformation activated, Snowbark had acquired a boost of additional 200% damage that almost doubled the initial amount of damage he could deal on Zhang Yang. That had made his attack quite effective on Zhang Yang. If another regular player without activating his or her inheritance transformation was standing there, these 2 hits would have taken at least half of his or her HP bar. Zhang Yang lost over 20% of his HP. Because of that, Zhang Yang's remaining HP was almost similar to Snowbark's HP now. After seeing Snowbark performing outstandingly, his underlings were screaming and shouting in excitement. They even tried to butter Snowbark up by saying some nice hearing words. However, good things will never last forever. 5 seconds later, the golden barrier faded. The effect of the temporary invincibility potion was over. 1 second before the effect of temporary invincibility potion was over, Zhang Yang had activated his charge-up strike. The moment Snowbark came out of that protective eggshell, Zhang Yang's 1 second global cooldown for his skills was over as well. He struck his God of War devastation right in the face of Snowbark. -1,010,658. Before Snowbark could even react, his HP bar was struck down to approximately 300,000 HP. Meanwhile, he had not realized that his HP bar had reduced so much. He continued to chant his spell in comfort. On the other hand, his underlings could see everything, crystal clear from the side. They were so shocked that their eyes were wide open, and their jaws were dropped. One single attack that could cause 1 million damage? What sorcery was that? In their puny hearts, 1 million damage was so terrifying that even a celestial tier boss would be instantly killed. Snowbark finally threw another fireball at Zhang Yang and caused about 82,000 damage to him. Just as he was about to taunt Zhang Yang, he finally realized that his HP bar was about to hit the bottom. His face instantly turned pale. Killing cleave. -472,212. Arg. Snowbark did not even get his chance to activate his life-saving skill or any other accessories that could have saved his life, only if he ever had an accessory that could grant him a brief moment of invincibility to begin with, which he did not. Or else, he would not have taken a bottle of temporary invincibility potion. 1 bottle of that thing cost 500 gold pieces. It was extremely expensive. After screaming miserably like a little b*tch, he collapsed onto the ground and dead. However, after one brief moment, he stood back up on his feet and both of his HP bar and MP bar went back up to 10%. He did not even look back at Zhang Yang as he began to race towards the dungeon's entrance. Ha! Zhang Yang was shocked to see that. Could Snowbark be carrying a resurrection monolith with him all the while? That was some great stuff. Zhang Yang was determined to snatch that item from Snowbark. He immediately activated his Spear of Obliteration and threw the energy-surging spear straight towards Snowbark. However, Snowbark was agile. He ran so fast that he was already reaching the dungeon entrance. Well, it remained a big question on whether Zhang Yang's Spear of Obliteration hit Snowbark or not, but on that critical moment, 4 players charged out of the entrance. It was Chen Shuiyao and the other male players, except Sukotaro. Snowbark revealed a relief facial expression when he was just a few steps from entering the dungeon entrance. However, he froze immediately when the four shadows emerged from the entrance. Before he could even react, his body had smacked straight into unkillable cockroach. That stopped him from entering the dungeon in time. Meanwhile, the Spear of Obliteration arrived. Minus 118,893. The inheritance transformation would be considered over once the player died. Snowbark only had 10% of HP and MP on him when he was resurrected. That being said, he only had approximately 18,000 HP left on him. There was no way that he could have survived that attack. He immediately let out a miserable scream once again and stayed dead on the ground this time. Well, he even dropped a blue-covered book on the ground upon his death. Get that book. Quickly. Get it back for me. Snowbark screamed like a little b***tch in his party chat. It sounded like he was terrified. Ha! Zhang widened his eyes as he saw that those underlings of Snowbark's charging towards the book. So he immediately activated his horizontal sweep and wiped them out like he was cleaning dust off the floor. Meanwhile, Unkillable Cockroach and the others were staring at Zhang like they had just met a god. Those players that they thought they could never defeat were all lying dead on the ground before them. They had remembered clearly how regretful those dead players looked like. Could it be really him? After being with him all the while, was he not tricking them from the start? Could he be the real Zhang Yu? Phew. If he really is, then they would have something to show off to their friends. Zhang picked up the book and took a closer look at it. He was surprised to have picked up such a unique piece of item. His face was filled with joy, immediately. Book of Revelation, Chapter 8, Legendary, Unique. Description: all party member within the range of 100 meters from the holder will receive an increment of 5% damage dealt. Similar effects will not stack. If the holder is killed, he or she can resurrect immediately on the spot and have 10% HP and MP. This effect can only be triggered once every 10 hours. Similar effects will not stack. If the holder is killed by other players while the resurrection is under a cooldown period, then this item will surely be dropped from the holder. The item can only be brought along by the player. Cannot be destroyed. Use, combine with the item, Book of Revelation, Chapter 7, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 9, together. However, it was really shocking to see that these goons were actually capable of getting a legendary item, but furthermore, how would such an item be in the hands of Snowbark? Would Lu Wei really be that generous to let his subordinates keep hold of such a rare and valuable item? Snowbark was not a tanker like Zhang. Letting him hold on to such item would be disastrous and risky. It would be much safer if Lu Wei holds on to it himself. Well, he had over 12 tankers on his suicide squad, lining up to use their sacrifice on him. Surely the chances of his survival would be much higher than Snowbark. Then, this item must have been secretly kept by Snowbark himself. Lu Wei must have not known about this at all. So, this explained why he was so afraid to die. He had immediately activated his inheritance transformation was because he was so worried that he might drop the Book of Revelation, Chapter 8, if he ever dies. Unfortunate, he did die in the end. It gave not only pleasure to Zhang but also a great gift. Well, Zhang had really earned something really valuable this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, Identity. Chapter 702, Identity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With Cheng Shuiyao's help, the unkillable cockroach trio was able to waltz out of the dungeon with their chests held out proudly. They had said it then, it would not matter for them to lose their experience points since it was only worth a day's work. In fact, they were only saying that to get to Cheng Shuiyao's good side. On the other hand, Sukatoro was greatly dismayed. He was level 99 and was about to reach level 100. He was that close to entering the Chaos Realm. A further chapter of the game. Hence, he bit down his pride, thought over it thoroughly and realized that he did not have the urge to gamble. If he is able to win the lovely lady's heart with the bet, he would be all in for it. However, at that point, it was already too late for him. Eventually, Sukataro had decided to give all up and used a teleportation scroll to leave the dungeon. With the dead bodies on the floor, the trio walked over to Zhang. With excitement and admiration, they asked, "Are you really Zhang Yu?" "The one and only," said Zhang with a smile. After he claimed the Book of Revelation, he was rather in a good mood. The trio jumped with joy and cheer happily. They opened the in-game screenshot function and played it cool with Zhang, as if he was part of their crew. They were so happy that they could take a picture with the strongest player in China and possibly the whole world. Imagine the glory they could fish out with the picture with the tagline saying, "Looky here. World's strongest is our bro." Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly and turned to Cheng Shuiyao. "The dungeon has been raided, and you've got the good friends here." "I'll be leaving then." "No. You did nothing there. You have been making those potions for more than an hour." Cheng Shuiyu puffed her cheeks out angrily. She knows that leveling was important and levels determined the strength of a character. She had realized that when she saw the level 99 Sukataro slicing the monsters up like tomatoes. If he was that strong, how would Zhang Yang be when he is already level 153? Even though she was indeed a beginner, she was still good at basic mathematics. Zhang Yang laughed at her petty comments and bade her farewell either way. He took out and equipped the lover's charm and teleported to Haning Shui. The four girls were still clearing quests all over the place and were gathered together to fight a bunch of specters. Zhang Yang joined the party and helped clear a few monsters. In the meantime, Zhang Yang nudged Sun Xinu's slender waist and caught her attention. "Here. Have this. It's an extra life." Sun Xinu took the Book of Revelation, Chapter 8, and kept it in her inventory. Zhang Yang had no problem handing over the book to Sun Xinu since she was a thief class that would excel at keeping itself alive. Since Zhang Yang already possessed another book in his possession, the effects would not stack together. Might as well diversify the effect so that Sun Xinu could gain the extra damage buff when he is not around. The only person that Zhang Yang could not trust the book with was Wei Yin Air. The grumpy, reckless little girl was the worst candidate to have the book. When she gets into battle, she only cares about killing and not guarding herself. If she insists on having the book, Zhang Yang would rather have Haning Shui give her the Resurrection Monolith instead, since it possessed the same instant revival effect. The party continued playing until it was nightfall in the real world. Cheng Shuiyao made Zhang Yang come to her for just a simple goodbye greeting before leaving the game. Zhang Yang and Cheng Shuiyao logged out and bade each other goodbye before she left the office. Zhang Yang could not read her like how he would read other females easily. The woman swayed her hips and catwalked out of the office with such a seductive aura around her. Her thin fabrics ironed themselves out on her butt, and Zhang Yang could make out the outline of her *SS perfectly. That shape was just too good to be true. Later that night, Cheng Shuiyao held a cup of red wine and sat down in front of her computer. She had just come out from her bath and was dressed in a loose and comfortable nightgown. Her supple breasts were plastered beneath her thin clothes as her long, dark hair sways in her back. She flung out her hair to scent a few water droplets off her wet hair. Meow, a white Persian cat, come out of a corner and leaped onto its master's lap. The woman gently caressed the feline and continued using her computer. She typed something on the keyboard and the image of Zhang Yang appeared on her screen. She read each article slowly and finally sighed. "I see that you're that famous, huh? But why would you hire private investigators to dig out the past? What does Lu Wei have to do with you? Are you two more than just game rivals?" Meow. The white Persian cat brushed her head on Shuiyao's chin, inviting her to play. The feline creature reached out with its claws and tried to clamber up. However, with little effort, the cat had only managed to pull down her nightgown and her clothes fell down her shoulders, revealing her supple breasts and pink nipples to the poor mammal. Sadly, she was alone in her room, then. Such an erotic scene could only be enjoyed by the cat alone. Her breasts were on par with Haning Shui's herself. Whitey? Where did you learn to undress a woman? Ha ha. Did you learn that from a bastard? Cheng Shuiyao gently caressed the cat's head and placed the feline on the floor. She could not even bother to adjust her gown and let it slide off her silky smooth skin. Naked, she waltzed to the window of her room and stared down at the street beneath her. There was a smile on her face. A genuine smile. "Mr. Zhang, can I really trust you?" In a poorly lit room, somewhere at the corner of the city. A beautiful woman was sitting in front of her computer talking with a rather good-looking man through the computer screen. The woman was tall and had a perfect complexion. Her body figure was good and slender. She even had a tiny mole on the corner of her lips that only enhanced her seductive aura. "Why, how could you fail?" said the young man on the screen. There was an intense dissatisfaction in his voice as he grunted as he kept his composure stoic and cool. His complexion did not give off the kind of impression that an angry person would portray. The woman wiped away her cold sweat. She had been following the man for more than 2 years now. She had seen the man with a face that speaks of peace and harmony, yet she knew that he was capable of making people disappear. Permanently. She quickly explained her situation. During the interview session, there was another woman there. She was chosen instead. Oh. Is that so? The man's stoic expression changed. Although it was extremely subtle, the woman was able to pick up hints of him being intrigued. How could you, a woman like yourself, lose to any other? I'm sorry. The woman apologized while bowing her head in front of the computer screen. In that case, I would really love to have a look at the woman who defeated your beauty, said the young man. Perhaps it was an unconscious move, but the man soon reverted back to his stoic expression after smiling slightly. Find another angle of attack. I have only 6 months left to get what I want. Understood, sir, the woman bowed down. The connection ended. The woman raised her head only to realize that the man had finally hung up. Her breathing was hastened and ragged. She pulled the drawer under the desk and took out a picture of Zhang Yang coming out from a limousine. The woman played with the piece of polyester plastic and grinned. Sigh, you may be good looking, but who asked you to pick a fight with young Master Hua over a woman? Then again, perhaps you're in luck. At the very least, you could have me in your bed. She got off her seat and tossed the picture on the desk. She picked up her phone and fiddled with it for a moment before sighing heavily. Why are the women in this country so oppressed? After this, I should go off to a place where no one knows me. Starting from scratch does not seem that bad. The woman lay on the bed and snuggled with her pillow. Zhang Yang could not help but notice that something was extremely odd. It was a sixth sense of his. Right when he had just received a new bootylicious boom secretary the other day, a few days later, another one comes in. Out of the original 6 secretaries he had, one of them had left the job for marriage, and the other left the country. In just 5 short days, he had lost 2 obedient secretaries. Was it all just coincidence? Zhang Yang praised the organization's efficiency at picking secretaries for him, as the new one was also a beauty to behold. Although she was not on the same level as Zhang Shuiyao, she was at the very least better than the old one. There was something special about her. For others, some might pay attention to a girl's hairstyle, the smile, or other specific feature that made her easy to remember. As for the new secretary, it was her mole on the corner of her lips. There was a certain seductive aura that was only emphasized when she smiled. Zhang Yang could not put down the feeling of uneasiness about the latest girl. He decided to find someone to investigate her origins. It could be something bad. Perhaps Lu Wei, or even the annoying Zhong Xiuhua. Zhang Yang got into the game and was greeted immediately by Chang Shuiyao. In the office, she was well-mannered, and even behaved like a real secretary. However, in the game, she was different. She addressed Zhang Yang rather intimately, as if both of them were close friends, not that it bothered Zhang Yang at all. The woman's leveling speed was rather fast. In just a few days, she had managed to push herself to level 30 and forced Zhang Yang to teach her the ways of a spellcaster. Hence, the two of them developed a rather close friendship. Not as close as his real friends, though. The other secretaries in his office were all using nicknames. Zhang Yang knew that Xiaoyu, Xiaofan, or Xiaomin were pseudonyms. The latest girl was named Lu Xin Min, and she was an exceptional vixen. Whenever she has the chance, she would bring Zhang Yang files, coffee, or anything at all just to lower her chest and let Zhang Yang enjoy the full view of her deep cleavage. It was an act that Zhang Yang did not dislike much. Playing games are the same as drawing, singing, or dancing. It's a matter of inert talent that not all humans have. To play such a high-leveled realism game such as God's Miracle, one would need to have the highest of reaction speeds. It was something that could be trained but required a long time to do so. We are not talking about a year or so. It has to start since birth. Zheng Shuiyao does possess such a talent, and Zhang Yang felt that with a little cultivation, she could become one of the top 10 spellcasters of the world. Hence, at the moment, Zhang Yang placed Shuiyao in the secondary guild with Fatty Han. Although he was greatly intrigued by the sudden recruit, he was unable to resist the lady's charm. With just a simple feminine greeting, Fatty Han had succumbed to anything she asked for. For the next few days, Fatty Han had brought Shuiyao across numerous dungeons. In truth, she needn't even ask, Fatty Han was just a wolf and would wag his tail obediently to do anything that she asks. Zhang Yang had 2 chapters of the Book of Revelation. Naturally, he was fascinated by the entire book. He went asking around for the book, and if he is to find someone with the book, he would have to apologize for it. To complete the legendary tier item, he would willing to go all ends, including killing the player for it. However, he bore little to no expectation of finding the rest of the chapters in time. Zhang Yang and Snowbark both had the chapters in hand, and the system had not indicated any information about it. It was unlike inheritance fragments. Even though someone might have the chapters in their inventory right beside him, he would not know about it. Hence, it would be extremely tough to find the rest of the chapters for the Book of Revelation. Zhang Yang got back home from the office and had dinner with the girls in his mansion. Later that day, he logged back into the game and was immediately recruited by the 4 girls to their party. They had found a good training ground which required him to be the tank. The 5 of them went to town and had their equipment fixed, items resupplied, and set off for Surin's castle to head towards their destination. "Hey, dummy. I heard that you have a new friend," said Han Shui with a smile on her face. Despite that, the tone of her voice carried a sharp intonation, as if her words could turn into blades that would slice off Zhang Yang's neck. "That little brat." Zhang Yang glared at Wei Yan angrily. Yesterday, Fatty Han had to go off to help Xiao Wei buy some grocery. He then begged Zhang Yang to babysit Cheng Shuiyao. Thus, he agreed and brought the girl to Poison Fireland Dungeon. Unfortunately, the little girl found out about it and decided to pay them a visit. She had come all the way from Chaos Realm and found Zhang Yang and Cheng Shuiyao walking into the dungeon. Zhang Yang caught the little brat and persuaded her to keep her mouth shut about it by bribing her with a brand new LV bag. Sadly, even that branded handbag was not enough for the little girl to keep her mouth shut. Wait a minute, Sun Xa and you and Han Shui both knew about it, and there was nothing that he could do about it. However, why was Daffodil Daydream being conscious about it? The little brat. When Zhang Yang glared at her, she turned her head quickly to avert his gaze and whistled nonchalantly as if she had done nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Mythical Dragon Realm. Chapter 703, Mythical Dragon Realm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you talking about? A new friend? Zhang Yang shook his head vigorously. Ah. I know what you mean. It's a new recruit with potential. Fatty Han said that he had something to do. I simply brought the new recruit for a dungeon raid the other day. Is that what you mean by new friend? Noob Tank, I have you know that our policy of truth is as simple as lowering your head humbly. Deny your claim, and we will forcefully dig it out. Wei Yan poked Zhang Yang. Those who lower their heads humbly can even escape the wrath of a god. Those who deny their claims could even go back home safely. So, little brat, what are you planning to claim from me? I have always been a straightforward man. Zhang Yang was nearly cornered by Wei Yan. I heard that new friend of yours is a super beauty. Is that correct? Said Han Shui, again with the smile of hers. Yeah, well, she might be. But compared to you and the Ice Queen, she's miles away. I don't think that anyone could be a match for the both of you. Zhang Yang tried to divert the heat away to cool down the raging beast. Even though they knew that Zhang Yang was just trying to get away by saying sweet things, but words of praise coming from the one they love was still something worth being happy about. Their stoic expression somewhat softened a little. Wei Yan, on the other hand, shrugged and sang a song, Liar Liar Pants on Fire, teabagging in the face of hell. Little brat. Zhang Yang snarled. It's all because of you and your big mouth. Zhang Yang clenched his fist. The little rascal was such a tough nut to crack that they had been receiving calls from the university concerning Wei Yan's notorious activities. She was once caught setting fire in the campus football field, and even punctured a lecturer's car. Where are you taking me to? A gigolo shop, said Zhang Yang as he realized that they had spent some time traveling. With that face of yours? I don't think anyone would want to have that. Ho ho. You might be thinking too little of me. I certainly recall that a certain princess from a certain country has a certain interest to a certain someone here. Please. Don't flatter yourself. Han Shui waved him off and said, We are going to a place called the Mythical Dragon Realm. What is that? Zhang Yang heard of the name before, but could not remember from where. What? Even the official website released the advertisement for some time now. What are you doing on your computer all day? Surfing a certain web page for lonely dudes at night? I see that the foxy vixen has spent some time with you now, hasn't she? Said Han Shui. By vixen, she meant Cheng Shuiyao. Come on. There's only a certain level of jealousy a woman can have. Zhang Yang snarled back. The Mythical Dragon Realm is a map that spawns randomly. It's a little like a dungeon, but there's no fixed spawn point. Furthermore, the monsters inside the Mythical Dragon Realm will not spawn again after being killed. Once all the bosses on the map are killed, the map will despawn. Daffodil Daydream explained it to Zhang Yang, based on the information she obtained. After her explanation, Zhang Yang listened and remembered something similar that he had encountered in his past life. One thing was for sure, that the spawn point was never the same. Back then, the spawn points he encountered were beneath a willow tree. Other times, they were at the bottom of the ocean. Searching for the entrance of the map is like searching hay in a stack of needles. Although difficult to find, the map does provide a lot of benefits. Sadly, even though he found the entrance, he did not have the chance to enter the map himself. We found the entrance to the mythical dragon realm yesterday. It's called something Spectre Kingdom. The monsters inside were so strong that we cannot continue on without a tank, said Han Shui. Foo. Looks like I'm useful, after all, said Zhang Yang nonchalantly as he gave a sweet glare to Sun Xanu and Han Shui. However, the two ladies rolled their eyes at him, leaving Zhang Yang a little let down. The team had spent over 2 hours traveling across Margaya Forest and finally reached the destination. The entrance was a glowing portal that was hidden between two large boulders. Despite its glowing appearance, the entrance was so well hidden that it was hard to see. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. He turned to Han Shui and stared at her suspiciously. This sort of place could not be found that easily. Perhaps Han Shui had gotten lost and stumbled upon the entrance by sheer luck. As expected of the broken compass. Why don't you bring in Fatty Han or Lost Dream, said Zhang Yang. Wei Yenair gesticulated no with her hands and said, there's an entry limit. Only 5 could enter at a time. Ha! No wonder you picked me. The mythical dragon realms had 4 different modes. Small, medium, large, and extra large. 5 players would trigger the small map, 25 players for the medium map, 500 players for the large map, and 10,000 players for the extra large. As the map grows bigger, so does the number of monsters and bosses inside. Naturally, the difficulty would be harder as well. Wei Yenair walked towards the entrance. However, when half of her body entered the portal, she was thrown outward. Could it be? There's someone inside, said Wei Yenair. He. This place is way off the city. How could someone find this place? Looks like B*TCHY Snow is not the only one who's a broken compass. Please. I'm just bad with directions. That's all. Han Shui defended herself. She does not like it when someone points out her one weakness. Which bastards dared to take our map, cried Wei Yenair, on the verge of crying. She tried again and again to enter the portal but was kicked out each time. Grah. We shouldn't have left the map, then this wouldn't happen. It's not like we wanted to. Our equipment were in need of repairing. The 4 ladies sighed. If the map was occupied when they had discovered it, it would not matter. They felt a little disgruntled since they were the first to enter the map, and had even killed a few of the monsters inside. How would they expect someone else to enter the map after just one night? The place was in the middle of nowhere. There is a chance we can enter. I think, if someone is killed inside the map, they would have to leave the map in order to revive. If they have no healers in their party, that is. Well, I'm going to sit down here for a while. If you guys insist on going in, let's wait here then. When one of them gets out, we can go in and kick them out, said Zhang Yang. Open-world events were meant to be fought over 4. You may be the first to discover them, but it does not mean that they would belong to you. How else would guilds wage wars against each other for random bosses or territories? Of course we will wait. The map belongs to us. I will not let anyone else take it away from me, said Wei Yenair proudly. Well then. I shall lie down here and wait. Zhang Yang found himself a nice flat rock and lay down flat. He then gestured to Sun Xinu and Han Shui and said, Come, my fair ladies. Lay with me and talk about us. As Zhang Yang finished his sentence, he spotted a player that was riding on a mount that looked like a giant bug flying towards him. When he was closer, Zhang Yang could see the man's surprised reaction on his face when he spotted the party. Zhang Yang smiled and rose back to his feet. Looks like someone did die inside. That means, one of us may go in and kick 4 players' sorry butts. Who wants to do the honor? Me. Oh. Me. Wei Yenair screamed with joy. She did not wait for Zhang Yang to give her the green light and leaped into the portal. As predicted, the player that had just arrived was a player that had died inside the map and was forced to revive outside the map. The player was called Eastern Li. He was a sacred knight and perhaps was the only player in the party that could revive and heal. That was the reason why he had to get out and return to the map. Move aside. And, call out that girl who just went in. Don't make us kill you, said Eastern Li bravely. Even though he was facing 4 opponents, he stood tall and stoic with no signs of faltering. He then pointed his name tag and said, Look here. I'm a member of the Guild Eternal Flame. I'm not someone you can easily cross with. The only reason that Eastern Li could be so boastful was due to Zhang Yang and the rest of the party had hidden their profile information. Even if Eastern Lee had 100 players behind him, the man's ball will shrink back into his pelvis when he knows that he was threatening the strongest players in the world. Would Yen Er be okay inside? Said Han Shui worriedly. Eastern Lee was level 146 and was supposedly part of the main raiding party of the guild. If that is the case, the other 4 party members inside would be the same level as him. There was a chance that Scholar Muzu and Long Rich, the 2 strongest players of Eternal Flame, would be inside the map. Both of them had a class inheritances and would be on par with Wei Yen Er. It would be a rather dangerous situation for the little girl. Zhang Yang proceeded to speak in the party channel. Little brat. Come out now. I'll go in to wipe them all for you. Whyyyy. Are you looking down at this little lady? Said Wei Yen Er, protesting his command. However, as hot-headed as she was, the little girl was not stupid. She knows that when Zhang Yang says something in this manner, it was for her own good. She then obeyed and came out of the portal, no sooner later. They were having their conversation in the party channel, hence Eastern Lee could not hear their voice. From his perspective, he thought that Zhang Yang was calling out his party member inside out of fear. The man smiled smugly and scoffed. He then moved towards the entrance of the door blatantly inside. He saw Han Shui and Sun Xinu and was captivated by their beauty. If the mythical dragon realm was not at stake there, he could have recruited them into the party and bragged of his position in the guild. Perhaps, with a few mythical tier equipment and some gold, he felt confident that he could entice the 2 ladies over to his side. Excuses me. Since when did we allow you walk inside? Zhang Yang roared and attacked the man. Zhang Yang's sheer force had knocked Eastern Lee back a few steps and took more than 100,000 damage. The attack alone had drained away more than 50% of his HP. Wei Yen Er popped out of the portal and jumped at the player. Humph, prudent. Sun Xinu dashed with lightning speed and stabbed Eastern Lee behind his back. Her 2 swords danced around and dealt 3 instances of damage. Eastern Lee falls immediately to the ground dead. With 3 ultra-strong DPS concentrated their attacks on a single player, no player could survive unless they are in their transformation state. Still, if he at least knew the identity of his killers, he would be less confused and bewildered. As such, Eastern Lee was enraged. He passed the information of what that had just happened outside the portal to the players inside. He had asked them to prepare for an assault. If they cannot deal with the players standing guard outside the portal, there was no way for him to go in the map to support them. Fortunately, the players inside had not ventured deep. With haste, the 4 players inside rushed to the exit. However, at that moment, they did not think of a proper plan. What if it was just a strategy to lure them out? If the 4 of them exits the map, the enemy could go in easily. Since the map only allowed 5 players at a time, they cannot do anything until Zhang Yang clears the map or dies halfway through. It was a gamble that they could not afford to bet. As they were hesitating, Zhang Yang entered the map and found himself surrounded by 4 players. Scholar Muzu, Sniper, level 148. Long Rich, Cryomancer, level 149. Zhang Yang locked his targets on the 2 generals of Eternal Flame. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, The 4-Man Team. Chapter 704, The 4-Man Team. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The enemies were all mounted on their mounts. However, mounts were prohibited from flying in the map, hence, the players were not airborne, but merely riding their mounts like a horse. Besides Scholar Muzu and Long Rich, the other player present was Inkwave, a level 146 Guardian, and Windchime, a level 145 Bandit. Obviously, all of them were of the Guild Eternal Flame. Hey! Don't you know who we are? Said Windchime as he brandished his swords out, grinning with smugness on his face as he threatened Zhang Yang. Before you get your sad face off this map, pay us 100,000 gold coins as a compensation for wasting our time. Mind you, don't even try thinking of running away. Pay up or I will find you and kill you every single day. The only way you'll reach level 150 is in your dreams. Stupid. That's just being too nice to them. Inkwave snorted. Windchime laughed. It's fine. Rather than wasting more time debating here, I'd rather kill him right now. We still have a boss to kill. I've read about it. There will be a strong boss in every mythical dragon realm. He. We might even get ourselves some nice holy tier equipment. Longrich did not participate in the mocking spree. Instead, the man rode his mount closer to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood still motionless. When Longrich got close enough, he widened his eyes and said, "You're Zhan Yu." What? Everyone stopped talking and paid attention to Longrich. Was that really Zhan Yu? The man who's the top in the game. Zhang Yang laughed hysterically and said, "Well, I guess I can't help it when I'm just handsome." Zhang Yang then summoned the Phoenix and Felice out to the open. When the fiery bird emerged out, everyone's doubts were immediately cleared. It was his trademark. As for Fatty Han, no one would even cared. There's no doubt about it then, a man with a shield, a fiery bird, a young female battle companion, the one and only legendary guardian, Zhan Yu. Windchime sucked in a deep breath. It was at that moment when he knew he F***ed up big time. If he knew earlier that the man was Zhan Yu of Lone Desert Smoke, he would rather quit Eternal Flame and not offend the strongest player in the entire world. The traumatizing event that had happened 3 to 4 days ago, the period when Lone Desert Smoke was still hunting every member of Eternal Flame, flashed through his mind. He does not want to be the reason Lone Desert Smoke resumes the hunt. Longrich remained cool as a cucumber and said, "Zhan Yu, you're strong. I have to admit that I can never defeat you in a fair fight. Yet, I'm sure that you cannot defeat the 4 of us at the same time. I'll have you understand that both Lone Desert Smoke and Eternal Flame are guilds that make China stand strong. Our petty quarrel will bring nothing but defamation and discord between each other. Now, let's talk about fair play. We were the ones who found this place before you did. By all means, make yourself presentable and allow us to continue, while Guildmaster Zhan Yu retreats." Zhang Yang was impressed by his logic. However, he could not allow them to proceed, for it will only force him to get out of the realm. Zhang Yang laughed when he noticed Longrich said something about him losing a 4v1 match. He was even impressed that a person of great combat skill could also have great negotiation technique. "Yes. You are correct. However, you have made a mistake there. It's not just me alone here. It's 3 versus 4. Even so, I can easily take care of all of you easily." Longrich knew that. Zhang Yang was right there. Felice and the Phoenix pet both had transformation skills. Their transformation skills was so strong that it made them as strong as AB-class inheritance players after transforming, and with super strong equipment at that. They were the perfect killing machines. Longrich froze in place when Zhang Yang called his bluff. Longrich wanted to talk their way out instead of fighting. The fact that he knew Zhang Yang's pet and battle companion could transform was not that big an issue. The main issue there and then was that the 4 of them might lose to Zhang Yang. Out of the 4 of them, there were 2 A-class inheritances, 1 B-class, and 1 C-class. The most important issue was that they had no healer on the field. If Zhang Yang targets Windchime, the weakest of the 4, the enemy might come in to reinforce Zhang Yang. If it happens to be a healer, Longrich and the rest would be killed without a doubt. That was the reason why Longrich wanted to talk instead of letting his fists do the talking. Scared as if he was being pushed to a corner, Windchime roared. "You think I'm scared? We too have battle companions and battle mounts." Perhaps it was the feeling of helplessness, or the fight-or-flight nature of humans. Windchime presented himself to be intimidating when compared to the rest, who were still hesitating to make the first move. Windchime drew his swords out and got ready to fight. Zhang Yang smirked. He knew that man had no choice but to fight. So what, if they had battle companions and battle mount? Can they transform like Felice and Phoenix could? The enemies began to mutter amongst themselves. It does not seem like they were debating, but were planning on how to tackle Zhang Yang. In the midst of discussing, Scholar Muser chuckled a little and turned to Zhang Yang. "Guildmaster Zhan Yu, are you determined to fight and be our enemy?" "Without a doubt." Zhang Yang puffed and made the first move. Before the enemies could form a formation, Zhang Yang rode in with Phoenix and targeted Longrich first. A player's magic resistant is at its weakest before he could transform. However, since S-class inheritance transformation could provide 40% magic nullification chance, magic attacks would be a lesser threat compared to physical attacks. The reason he had chosen to attack Longrich first was due to the abnormal glare of the man. It felt like a viper hiding somewhere he could no see, waiting to strike at a given time. The Phoenix bird swiftly glided through the ground and arrived beside Longrich in a split second. Without wasting time, Zhang Yang gracefully sliced across Longrich's side and dealt 118,932 damage. Zhang Yang damage had instantly hacked away 1/3 of the enemy's HP. With that single attack, Zhang Yang's rage bar was filled instantly. Zhang Yang locked on and landed a God of War devastation. Apparate. Longrich's reaction was as quick as Zhang Yang himself. Before the attack could land on his character, Longrich blinked away like a flash of lightning, leaving Zhang Yang to cleave nothing but the air where he once stood. Zhang Yang could not help but praise the man for his lightning-fast reflexes. However, Zhang Yang's reaction speed was much faster than he. After all, he was the #1 player in the whole world. He activated various of skills and made himself appear right in front of Long Rich, no matter how hard he tried to escape Zhang Yang's death grasp. Felice and Phoenix moved in to attack. Wham! Bam! 2 tongues of flamethrowers were spat out, landing directly on Longrich's character and engulfing the man in a sea of flames. However, 2 words popped out. Immune. Immune. Longrich had activated Ice Barrier. Both of them might seem to have done a lot so far, but in reality, everything had only happened in less than 2 seconds. Just then, Scholar Muzu and the other 2 side characters arrived within Zhang Yang's area of attack. Zhang Yang smirked, it saved him time anyway. Zhang Yang immediately changed his target to Wind Chime. Both Zhang Yang and Wind Chime were melee classes, hence, for Wind Chime to attack him, he must expose himself to the danger of being attacked himself. The attacks that landed on Zhang Yang first was of Scholar Muzu's arrow. He landed 3 attacks, with each supposed to deal 80,000 basic attack. However, Zhang Yang had only taken less than 40,000 damage. Zhang Yang was not as surprised as Scholar Muzu. He was so shocked at Zhang Yang's strong defeat. Just how tough could the Guardian be? Just then, Wind Chime and Ink Wave arrived and landed their attacks on Zhang Yang. Both Ink Wave and Wind Chime did not use charge nor vanish, since the skill will force the player to dismount. Just the mount alone could provide a huge boost of over 100,000 HP. Neither of them were willing to let that go to waste. Unlike Zhang Yang, who had the skill beast taming, the enemies could not dismount and still have their pets active in the field. Once they dismount, the pet will disappear from the field in 2 seconds. Zhang Yang welcomed the enemies with a quick, horizontal sweep, dealing powerful 200,000 damage. The Phoenix spewed out a long trail of fire that dealt close to 80,000 fire damage to the opponent. The combined attack had nearly killed the 2 of them. Panicked, Longrich quickly roared. Use our inheritance transformation skills now. Don't wait for the boss. If we can't even kill Zhanyu now, we would not even have the chance to see the boss shadow. Longrich disabled his ice barrier and quickly put on a bandage to heal himself. However, he did not activate his transformation skill immediately just yet. Although transforming provided a massive boost to one's HP limit, it will not restore a player's HP. If the player had 50% before transforming, he would have the same 50% HP after transforming. By numbers, it will be a huge waste if they do not restore their HP back to 100% before transforming. Longrich was attacked by Zhang Yang earlier. If he uses his inheritance transformation right now, he would have only have 1,500,000 HP, which was far from his maximum HP of 9 million HP. Right then, if he could only restore 10,000 HP, he could gain over 300,000 HP after transforming. Zhang Yang saw Longrich's reaction and what he was about to do. Without hesitation, he activated the Phoenix transformation skill and turned towards Longrich to attack. He would not allow Longrich to restore any HP. Zhang Yang had only managed to disrupt 1 out of the 4 enemies there. If all 4 of them were to activate their inheritance transformations, he would have to do the same if he wants to stay alive. Zhang Yang shot towards Longrich at intense speed. Pushed to his limits, Longrich did not care about restoring his HP anymore and activated his transformation skill immediately. His inheritance was the Death Swamp inheritance. His transformation had turned his entire character into a humanoid-shaped pile of dark, gooey, viscous liquid. The same liquid flowed from his character to 40 meters around him, creating a swamp-like environment. Since the Phoenix was not flying, its movement speed was affected greatly when it tried to move in the thick liquid. It was Longrich's inheritance special effect, to reduce all targets' movement speed by 50%. A damage-less, Thunder Strike. The thing that made it strong was the slow effect did not have a fixed duration, but was a permanent aura effect. Longrich took aim and shot a frost arrow at Zhang Yang right after he became a swamp man. His inheritance had granted him 400% damage boost. Zhang Yang had taken close to 160,000 damage from the frost arrow. The Phoenix pet had originally 700,000 HP at most. After transforming, its HP would reach as high as 14 million. Combined with Zhang Yang's own close to 1 million HP, both Zhang Yang and the Phoenix's shared HP bar was as high as 15 million. Even though his own HP was not full when he activated the Phoenix's transformation skill, it was still as high as 13 million HP. Wind Chime and Ink Wave had consumed a bottle of potion and activated their transformation skills. One grew twin horns from the forehead and gained a tail and an ox's lower half. Wind Chime had turned into a minotaur. On the other hand, Ink Wave had turned into a human-shaped pile of mud. C-class inheritance, Minotaur inheritance, and the B-class inheritance, the Mud Cloud inheritance. However, even though they may have taken a bottle of healing potion earlier, they had suffered a great deal of damage from earlier attacks and had only managed to recover 50% HP, despite activating their inheritance transformation. Each inheritance transformation will grant the player a healing skill. Right then, it will only a matter of time for them to use it to save themselves. Scholar Muzu was the only player around that has a full health at then. He hesitated a little but activated his own transformation skill, after the others did. His inheritance was the A-class Lord of Flame inheritance, granting him the appearance of a burning stone golem. Zhang consumed a bottle of mobility potion and regained his original movement speed. The effect of the potion was shared with the phoenix, since Zhang was currently mounted on the phoenix. Hence, with his original speed restored, Zhang zoomed in and reached Longrich's face. Shush. He swung his sword, but it dealt no damage to Longrich as the swords cleaved the air beside him. Longrich's face lost all its blood, turning him pale white. He knew the skill. He had seen it once before with his own eyes. It was a skill that would allow Zhang to deal a supercharged up attack after missing a target at the first strike. Panicked, Longrich calmed himself down and activated his accessory's invincibility effect. As the game number 1 player, Zhang entire character was often analyzed from top to bottom. Everyone knew about him and his skills, as if he was a major world-level boss. Hence, almost all professional players knew about Zhang charge up strike and the devastating power that it held. Longrich's reaction to activate his invincibility skill was indeed a wise move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, Dominance. Chapter 705, Dominance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There is a saying in olden China warfare, that one should not use dirty tricks to win a war. But that was in the olden days, and the future is now. Zhang smirked evilly and turned around to attack Windchime. Shush. Another sword miss. Ha! Ike? It was not just Windchime. He was about to lose his mind when Zhang changed his target abruptly. In fact, Inkwave, Longrich, and Scholar Muzu was stunned. What was happening? Could Charge Up Strike be used without a cooldown? Could the effect of Charge Up Strike be stacked? Or was it something else? Longrich widened his eyes as he realized the truth. They had been duped. It was not a skill, but a simple basic attack that was meant to miss. When Longrich realized that, it was too late for him. He had wasted a precious skill. Right then, Zhang was already in Windchime's face. For him, it was an incredibly difficult decision on whether to use his long cooldown skill to protect himself. It would be a trick again. He only had a C-class inheritance then, he would only have 700,000 HP after transforming. If Zhang attack is the real deal, Windchime would be killed if he does not use his protective skill. But what if Zhang was faking it? Safety first. Might as well use it since there were 4 of them there. As long as none of them die in battle, they could slowly grind away Zhang HP. After debating with himself for a second, Windchime activated Blur. Windchime's Blur was at level 10, granting him the ability to dodge an attack at a 95% rate. If he were to still take an attack instance during the skill active duration, it would be black luck for him to step out of the house. Roar! The phoenix closed in and spew a long trail of fire at Windchime's direction. As the flame engulfed the enemy, the word mist popped out. It was as expected. Even though the phoenix was dealing fire damage, its attack was still a physical attack, hence, it would be affected by Blur. However, Felice was still in her Dragonhawk form, her attacks would be of a true spellcaster. With a quick blast of flame, her attacks had landed on Windchime's character and dealt 80,323 fire damage. Sadly, even though the attack had landed, Felice was not in her transformation state, the damage she could deal was only but an ant's bite. Still, Windchime's HP was left with only over 700,000 HP. If Felice attacks continuously, she could kill Windchime in less than 10 hits. Windchime's HP recovery skill would require EP. The more EP he holds, the better he could heal when he activates the skill. At that moment, due to the skill, Blur's activation, Windchime had gained a momentary short duration where he could put the matter of life and death aside whilst he attacks Zhang. Inkwave and Windchime had moved in at the same time. To make sure that they would not take the attack from the Phoenix together, Inkwave had moved towards Zhang left side and was slower than Windchime, and arrived by half a second later. He was a guardian, hence, his attack was naturally low. By activating his transformation skill, he had gained a massive 300% boost in attack power. His DPS was still as weak as a C-class inheritance player. However, as a tank, his duty lay at protecting instead of attacking. He was supposed to be taking hits instead of his party members. When both Inkwave and Windchime were attacked earlier, he was a little unnerved and was unable to perform as well. Right then, he could and was ready to unleash an array of protective skills. Since Zhang Yang was able to move freely due to the mobility potion, Inkwave did not waste any of his EP to restrain him. Instead, he chased after him and attacked with him normal attacks to build up more AP and rage. Zhang Yang had forced his opponents to waste one accessory skill and one thief powerful skill in exchange for a bluff. Even so, he was unable to attack anyone at the moment. Right then, Inkwave was still attacking Zhang Yang, hence, instead of chasing anyone else, he turned around to attack Inkwave instead. Shush! Bang! Zhang Yang's sword was parried away by Inkwave's shield, even though Zhang Yang's movement was fast. Still, Zhang Yang's strength attribute point was so much higher than his simple sword attack had sent him staggering back. As a result, Inkwave was unable to use Shield Bash, for he had been pushed out of its range. Zhang Yang smirked. Unlike the typical Japanese anime, attacking does not require one to shout out their own skill names. Even though Zhang Yang had only used a normal attack, the opponent does not know that. He had made the opponent waste a block. However, it would be a waste if Zhang Yang remains passive, since block had only over 6 seconds of cooldown. Phoenix had only 2 seconds of attack interval rate. It then flapped its massive fiery wings and spewed out a long trail of fire and dealt 168,933 damage to Inkwave. Compared to Inkwave's long 8 million maximum HP, the Phoenix's attack was not at all strong. Even though he was left with only 5 million HP, it was a tall mountain to bring down. There were 4 of them, excluding their battle companions and battle mounts, for they were too weak to even consider to be an adversary. Their attacks were too weak and their grades were too low. Dealing damage to Zhang Yang was a problem. It all came down to the players themselves. Both Scholar Muzu and Longrich were A-class inheritance players with basic attacks reaching as high as 200,000 damage. Inkwave and Windchime were weaker by a certain degree, but their basic attacks could still deal more than 120,000 damage. One wave of attack could deal roughly 500,000 damage to Zhang Yang, which was extremely problematic for him. After calculating all the possibilities, Zhang Yang had determined his next target. He had decided to first terminate Inkwave before anyone else. Inkwave may be a tank-class player with superior defensive and weak offense, and he would be extremely hard to kill. However, it was a necessary effort that he must put out. A guardian is meant to protect the teammates and could dish out a large number of skills to control the opponent. Zhang Yang would know that best, because he was a guardian. For 2 lifetimes. Charge up strike. Zhang Yang's attack hit the air and Inkwave knows that Zhang Yang was aiming him. He felt confident of his HP and could take the hit. Who knows, Zhang Yang might even fake it again. God of War Heavy Axe. Minus 877,173, Inkwave was obviously wrong about Zhang Yang's massive power output. However, he was lucky that he had over 5 million HP to begin with. He would still have 4 million HP left if Zhang Yang were to attack with the Phoenix earlier. He was not going down just yet. Inkwave could not be more than happy when Zhang Yang had chosen him to be a target instead of the others. Zhang Yang might have a better set of equipment, an array of skills, yet he had chosen to fight the tank. Could he be as dumb as a boss? What a hoot! An undeserved reputation. Inkwave activated, Shield Wall, and kite Zhang Yang, Felice, and the Phoenix away from his teammates. By the time Shield Wall ends, he would have already accumulated enough EP to use his HP recovery skill. He could activate Last Vigor to increase 30% HP and restore almost close to 3 million HP. As time passed on, Inkwave was brought to believe that Zhang Yang could be defeated by the 4 of them. However, Glare of the Death God. Zhang Yang had finally unleashed his ultimate skill and cast a cloud of shadowy cloud over Inkwave's character. Zhang Yang rarely uses this skill in public. He had never used it once in the individual ranking competition either. Hence, even when the shadowy cloud formed a grinning skull, Inkwave had not taken it seriously then, for he had thought that Shield Wall was strong enough to hold the attack at bay. Kill! Zhang Yang roared. With Zhang Yang taking the lead, the Phoenix and Felice zoomed in to attack as fast and as frequently as they could. Glare of the Death God works differently when used on bosses, compared to players and monsters. Unlike boss fights, the trigger rate will only deal 1% of the total HP of the boss. While used on players, the skill will directly drain away 99.99% of the HP, leaving the player with only 1 HP left. As such, the poor guardian was so unlucky that after just 4 attack counts, the skull grinned and bit down on his character, leaving him with only 1 HP. Felice's fiery attacks landed and could only deal over 4,000 damage to Inkwave, for the Shield Wall was still active. Still, even though her attack was reduced from 80,000 to 4,000, it was more than enough to end Inkwave's life. Inkwave died without using his HP recovery skill. All three remaining players were baffled. What just happened? Inkwave still had over 4 million HP and he had shield wall protecting him. How could he be instantly killed with just a fire attack? Then, Zhang Yang's mobility potion ended and the glowing effect beneath his feet faded. In just 10 seconds, Zhang Yang had already killed a player, and a tank at that too. How would normal people react to that? Zhang Yang turned to the rest of the Eternal Flame member and smiled innocently. It's 3v3 now, . Scholar Muzu and the rest were left bewildered. What a powerful and bold statement. They had 4 of them in the beginning, and was reduced to 3 in just 10 seconds. It's fine. 3 of us will be enough. They could lose the fight, but not lose any more members. 3 of them roared and charged all together at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang dismounted and activated his Shadow Clone skill. Instantly, the field had 7 Zhang Yangs laughing maniacally. Which one was the real Zhang Yang? The opponent was left dumbfounded again. It would be impossible to find out the real one with just AoE skills. Zhang Yang had over 950,000 HP and would have only around 800,000 HP at that moment. It was not a number that could be killed with a few hits. If they were to fight one by one, all of them would total up their HP to a staggering 5 million HP. Furthermore, even if he is left with 1 HP, he could easily mount on the Phoenix again and gain a huge HP boost. The main problem was Zhang Yang's impregnable defense. To actually deal 1 million damage on him would mean dealing 2 million damage to other normal players. How do they solve the problem with the clones? After a split second, Scholar Muzu roared. Retreat! He knew that the clones had a time limit. In the most recent territorial war for Surin's castle, he saw the recordings of Zhang Yang's fight. Professional analysis had deconstructed Zhang Yang's technique and skills in order to search his strengths and weaknesses, providing vital information for others to use against him. The one method they had found to be useful to counter the shadow clone was to create enough distance amongst themselves. Drag the time long enough and the clones will disappear after 2 minutes. It was a good call. Out of the 2-hour inheritance transformation duration, 2 minutes of running around was nothing but a walk in the park. All 3 of them started to split up and run in different directions. Both Scholar Muzu and Longrich had flight capabilities. Since they were not allowed to fly in the map, gliding in the air for a few seconds was still allowed. After running for a bit, they had realized that Zhang Yang had not even activated his transformation skill. What a disgrace! 2 A-class inheritance players and a C-class inheritance player have been sent off running by a normal player. It was dominance. The level of power where one could inflict fear in another's soul. Zhang Yang kept his cool and proceeded to chase after the 3 of them. However, instead of overextending himself, he glided towards the closest one, which was Wind Chime. The player had used Blur not too long ago, and if he is allowed to run away, he could easily regain Blur after 5 minutes. It would be a waste to let that happen, since it would be harder to trick him into using the skill again. Crap! Wind Chime cried, and quickly jumped off his mount and used Vanish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Victory. Chapter 706, Victory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang turned his head immediately to an empty patch of land and commanded the Phoenix to attack that area. As the trail of fire blasted the area, Wind Chime was forced out of the shadows. That was an intense, shocking revelation for Wind Chime. How could you detect me? Said Wind Chime as he panicked. I was using Sprint. Ha ha. I knew that you were going to use Sprint, and that's exactly why I could predict your location. If you hadn't, I would probably have lost you. All 7 Zhang Yangs laughed and used Charge at Wind Chime, stunning him all at the same time. Aggravated. Wind Chime could do nothing but to accept the fact that Zhang Yang was strong. He had already activated Sprint at the instant he entered stealth. It was a complex command that only a proficient thief player could execute. Little did he know that Zhang Yang had anticipated his move and predicted where he would be. Putting aside that he was caught red-handed, Wind Chime had other serious problems to worry about. Zhang Yang's attacks were like the claws of a bear. His sword sliced and diced, hacking away Wind Chime's HP bar to the bottom. Scholar Muzu bit his lips and turned to Longrich. Should we go back? Go back? Which out of the 7 Zhangyes would you want to take? Longrich almost laughed cynically. D*MN. Scholar Muzu fell silent. After transforming, each of them had strong AoE skills. However, the cost of activating the skill will usually be 3 EP. The entire battle had only taken less than 20 seconds. In just that short amount of time, they had only gained 1 EP each. What could they do with it? What a confounding situation. If they had 100 EP, they could at least do some serious damage to all Zhang Yang, including the original one. One of them could deal close to 80,000 damage. If all three of them ganged up together, they could easily destroy all Zhang Yangs and even force the original Zhang Yang to get back on his phoenix. As they spoke, everyone in the party could see the chat. Windchime had concluded that the other two had no intention to come back for him anymore. Hence, with all that was left with him, he had steeled himself to gain at least 3 EP to activate his recovery skill and deal a little more damage to Zhang Yang before he is killed. He had no clue as to which one was the real Zhang Yang, hence, he shifted his target to the Phoenix, since he knew that Zhang Yang will eventually get on it. Might as well reduce the Phoenix's HP to reduce Zhang Yang's odds. It was actually an obvious and straightforward strategy. Out of the hundreds of millions of players worldwide, perhaps, Zhang Yang was the only weird mutant that was a warrior and could have a pet, like a hunter. Furthermore, the pet he owned was a phoenix. A legendary beast that had the ability to transform like an inheritance player. Hence, in normal circumstances, no one in their right mind would target an adversary's battle mount. It was a common mistake, since normally, battle mount would disappear after a normal warrior dismounts. In fact, a hunter's pet would be too weak to deal any threatening damage, hence, under normal circumstances, no one would kill the pet. Both Scholar Muzu and Longrich saw what Windchime was doing and had an epiphany. Both were a little mad and ashamed of themselves. It was inevitable. Again, Zhang Yang was the only oddball that they had seen so far in the game that could own a pet like Hunter. In fact, at that point in time, it was known that there was a total of 3 players who owned a legendary beast as their pet or battle mount. Then again, perhaps the number could increase someday. Now that they had a plan, the 2 players turned back to the battle and began to attack the Phoenix at their longest, 30 meters range. If you can't defeat an adversary's sword's play, it would be better to aim at their fingers. Zhang Yang did not react to their sudden change of plans and only aimed at Windchime. As long as he kills Windchime in 30 seconds, he would die before he has the chance to use his recovery skill. It was a certainty that every inheritance transformation player would have a recovery skill. Unlike the S-class inheritance, other classes would require 3 EP to be used. For example, Wei Yan'er's Ripple of the Shadow would require 3 EP to activate to restore 50% HP. With every additional 1 EP, the skill will restore 10% HP in the next second. B-class inheritance skills were weaker. For example, Fatty Han's Bat Form will require the same 3 EP, and every additional 1 EP will only extend the skill's duration by 1 second. Technically, Fatty Han would require 10 EP to restore full health. An A-class inheritance player would need to spend an extra 2 EP. C-class inheritance recovery skills are basically 3 EP for 30% HP restoration. Every 2 additional EP will restore 10% HP in the next second. Windchime had over 3 million HP then, and he would restore at least 900,000 HP with a single trigger of his recovery skill. It's not that Zhang Yang was afraid of him, he just wanted to save more time and squeeze out less effort while doing so. Zhang Yang, Shadow Clone, skill had only 10% attack power of the original caster. However, 6 clones would grant Zhang Yang an additional 60% attack power. Paired with the Phoenix and Felice's attack, Windchime was just a strawman waiting to be hacked away by a sickle. Why didn't he use any accessory to grant him invincibility? That was due to the fact that accessories itself were rare. Players who are able to fill in the empty accessory slots are lucky. To have an accessory that also possesses an additional active effect would be extremely rare. Perhaps, in the entirety of the Eternal Flame Guild, only Scholar Muzu, Longrich, and Inkwave possessed such luxurious items. As Zhang Yang was beating down Windchime, Scholar Muzu and Longrich were attacking the Phoenix. The problem was, Phoenix was in its transformed state. With more than 30,000 defense value and 20% magic attack nullification rate, the both of them were using forks to scrape the steel plates off the Empire State Building, but the best thing was that Longrich's attacks were not ice-based. They were fire-based magic attacks. All attacks that lands on the bird will only heal it. By the time he realizes it, it would be so late. Windchime was still attacking without stopping. The worst part for him was the fact that he did not know which one was the real Zhang Yang. He wanted to throw a few skills to debuff him, but it was only a one-time thing. If he misses the skill, it would be extremely wasteful. In the end, right at his last drop of HP, Windchime cast Blind on a random Zhang Yang. Sadly, the skill landed on the wrong person. Arg! With a swift stroke, Zhang Yang ended the player's life. He then brandished his sword and flicked the blood off the blade. He turned to Longrich and Scholar Muzu and grinned, "It's 3 versus 2 now, but..." With an intense malicious aura, Zhang Yang had successfully inflicted fear into the hearts of the enemy. However, despite the danger, the two survivors were professional players. They kept calm and cast aside all negative thoughts, solely focused only on attacking the phoenix. Then again, it was bad for Zhang Yang to kill these two at this point of the melee. They had a class inheritances with 30% magic nullification rates. With their flight capability, they could dodge Zhang Yang's attacks easily. Their only threats were Felice and Phoenix's attacks. However, Zhang Yang could fly as well. Zhang Yang jumped back onto the bird. Since attacking the phoenix was the same as attacking Zhang Yang, he felt no need to hide his true identity any longer. Zhan Yu. Prepare to die. Scholar Muzu roared at an intense volume and clapped his hands. A magic circle appeared around him as his eyes glowed with an intense, fiery trail. A ball of flame came shooting down from the sky and slammed down on Zhang Yang brutally. The ball of flame bounced off Zhang Yang and landed on the ground, creating a massive crater. In an instant, the flames died down a little, and concentrated itself around a stone golem which emerged out of the crater. Fire Demon Lord, Elite, summoned. Level, 148. HP, 1,480,000. Defense, 5,920. Magic Attack, 21,002 to 29,002. Skills. Growth, gains 1% HP, defense and magic attack for every kill. Flame Rock, curls a burning rock towards a target and deals 200% magic fire attack. Instant. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 2 seconds. The summoned unit was the ultimate skill of the Lord of Flame Inheritance. It requires 10 EP to activate and summons out a Fire Demon Lord. The summoned unit will last for 10 minutes. For every EP used during the cast, it will extend the active duration of the summoned unit for 10 seconds. The summoned unit was strong. If protected, it could grow with the skill and become extremely strong after every successful kill. As expected of the A-class Inheritance's ultimate skill. At the same time, Longrich activated his own ultimate skill and created a black whirlpool in the swamp environment. As long as any target steps into this range, they will take 100,000 of shadow damage. Similarly, it has a short active duration and required EP to last longer. Although they were only A-class ultimate skills, they were still strong enough to deal large damage, pushing Zhang Yang to the verge of death. His HP had dropped below 20%. The two surviving players then activated their skills similar to that of Killing Cleave, skills that can only be activated when a target's HP is less than 20%. In an instance, the overall damage done to Zhang Yang was increased dramatically. Zhang Yang kept his cool. He still had the God of War Radiance, to instantly restore 100% HP. There was no reason to be afraid. Charge up strike. Zhang Yang swung his sword and dealt 0 damage. Right then, Longrich's face was drained of color. His skill, Apparate, and Ice Barrier, was still in cooldown. He had no choice but to take the incoming devastating hit. God of War Devastation. Minus 992,832. Longrich has taken some damage from the battle earlier. Even though Zhang Yang may have been damaged, Longrich suffered a great deal of damage from the combined attack of Zhang Yang, Felice, and the Phoenix. Before he knew it, he too had entered the danger zone. He knew of the power of a warrior's combined, indiscriminate, and killing cleave. If he takes the attack, his head would roll. Hence, in a state of panic, Longrich decided to heal himself. Sadly, with Destructive Smash, effect still on him, he had only managed to heal at a 25% efficiency, boosting his 5% HP to 30% HP. After Longrich healed himself, Zhang Yang followed and healed himself back to 100% HP. That's a whopping 14,793,620 HP in total. It was the main reason why Zhang Yang wanted to kill Inkwave first in the first place. Without his Destructive Smash, Zhang Yang would not have to fear the reduced healing effect. If the tank is left alive till the end, Zhang Yang might have only healed 50% of the intended amount. F***CK. Both Longrich and Scholar Muzu yelled with agony. Just when they had tried their best to kill Zhang Yang, he had simply turned the tables around by healing himself back to full HP. Zhang Yang continued his barrage of attacks on Longrich unrelentingly. He had forced the opponent to use their ultimate skills and also their healing skill. Right then, they had no cards left on the table. Muzu. "We're leaving," said Longrich halfway through as he jumped to safety and rushed over the exit. If Zhang Yang has only 4 or 5 million HP, they could still put up a fight. However, 14 million was a ridiculous amount of HP. The main issue there was that the Phoenix was too strong. It was merely comparable to a B-class inheritance player, yet it possessed HP much higher than an A-class inheritance. Such a legendary beast. Zhang patted the phoenix, feeling grateful for Fatty Han's efforts in making this possible. Since the beginning of the battle, Zhang had never attacked Scholar Muzu. Somewhat, he felt like he was being ignored. It was the sort of feeling that he was not worthy to be even seen as an opponent. The two of them left the map safely. As expected, players with flying capabilities were hard to stop. By the time Zhang left the portal to chase them, the two players were already 50 to 60 meters away. Whoa there! Did you seriously just win a match against 4 players? Wei Yan'er gasped. Yeah. Zhang stood by the party, instead of chasing after the players. Although the Phoenix movement speed was fast, it was roughly the same speed or slower than an A-class inheritance transformation flying speed. He could give chase if he uses his own S-class transformation. Then again, it would be a waste. After all, the main objective was to take over the mythical dragon realm in a hostile fashion. Now that they had forcefully made them leave the map, and even had the opponents wasting their inheritance transformation skills, they would be able to proceed uninterrupted for some time, unless the enemy would actually swallow their pride and form their guild of this most embarrassing series of events and rope them in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Bloodthirsty Skeletal Soldier. Chapter 707, Bloodthirsty Skeletal Soldier. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha ha. You should have seen their faces when they jumped out of the portal. Ha ha ha. They looked like clowns. Little Wei Yan'er laughed. Zhang scoffed and replied. You're right. They are nothing but clowns. The fight was rather enjoyable, though. If Long Rich and Scholar Muzu could hear their conversation, they would perhaps turn around and fight Zhang to the death. They were, at the very least, players who had entered the top 15th individual rankings. Anyone within the top 100, while possessing A-class inheritances, were strong. If Zhang were to call them clowns, where else could he find a true rival? Even if someone were to complain about Zhang bad gaming etiquette, he had the right to say such things. Technically, he had faced 4 players alone, excluding the fact that Felice and the Phoenix were not players themselves. Out of the 3 transformation skills, he had merely used the Phoenix's skill to defeat all 4 of them. The party spoke about Zhang feat, especially the little girl who was clearly out of her mind when she said that she too could do the same if she had been allowed to enter the map instead of letting Zhang. The party entered the portal and ventured deeper into the map. Unlike the outside world, the place differed greatly. Like the Sahara Desert, the Spectre Kingdom was devoid of life. There was nothing but dirt and sand all over the bare valley. The sky and earth was dyed in an eerie reddish hue that extended to the horizon. As far as they walked, there were no signs of any monsters. Perhaps, they had been cleared earlier by the Eternal Flame members. As they walked, only the sound of the phoenix wings could be heard. After transforming, the bird had gained a massive constitution and was flapping its wings like a whale. Luckily, it had the skill to freely change its body size. Zhang then controlled the bird and shrunk it down to the size of a horse. The party of 5 continued on and came to an entrance of a huge valley. After crossing the threshold of the converging hills, the scenery changed immediately. The red hue was still there, but the field was suddenly teeming with countless skeletal soldiers. Bloodthirsty Skeletal Soldier, Spectre, Normal. Level, 160. HP, 104,448. Defense, 4,360. Melee attack, 21,992 to 29,992. Skills. Force Strike, deals 100% physical melee attacks. 10% chance to inflict 1 additional attack. Leap, leaps across obstacles towards the target. Note, only the strongest warriors may leave the valley to face the trial to become one of the close guards of the Necromancer Lodak. The soldiers in the field were attacking each other. Swords clashed on as bone fragments were sent flying everywhere. Even though there was no blood to be shed, the battlefield was still vicious and filled with intense malice. Whoa! Don't go about fighting like that. If you want to fight, fight us. Don't waste the hard-earned experience points, cried Wei Yan'er as she saw countless of monsters being cleaved down by their own. Calm yourself. Look at the spawning rate, said Zhang as he pointed at the spot where the monsters were killed. The moment a skeletal soldier falls, a new one would rise up from the earth to replace it. The number of monsters in the field was constantly being replenished. Wow! Look at that speed. If we could just camp here for good, we could gain a level a day, cried Wei Yan'er joyfully. By then, with their attack power and their monster killing rate, they could easily match with the monster's spawning rate. In a normal scenario, a player's killing rate would be much faster than the monster's respawn rate. Hence, much of the time spent on grinding was running around to search for more monsters in a new map. Training here would cut down their traveling time down to 0. They could practically spend just one day to gain a level. Zhang Yang laughed and shook his head. It does not work that way, I'm afraid. These monsters were fighting each other for a reason. Perhaps, when we enter the field and start killing, they would not be spawning so rapidly. What? It doesn't make sense. Wei Yan'er pouted disgruntledly. Nothing has to. Even if they do not respawn after we kill them, the number of monsters available right now would be plenty enough. Don't be too greedy, little brat, said Zhang Yang as he maneuvered the phoenix to kite all the monsters there. The legendary beast's defense was so strong that normal monsters could not deal any damage to it. Yeah. You mustn't be greedy like a certain someone. He likes to take more than he can hold. Han Yngshui muttered angrily. Zhang Yang sighed and frowned. The woman was such a jealous sour patch. So what, if Cheng Shuiyao was beautiful? Zhang Yang only had one overworked cock that had to satisfy 2 pussies at home. Every single time they jumped on him, they would demand for every single drop of his precious semen. Zhang Yang could swear that one day his balls will shrink back into his pelvis. Even Yuli, his first love, had to wait for more than 10 days to a month to get a chance to be with Zhang Yang. If someone wants to complain, Yuli should be the first. To kite all the monsters in the valley in one go, the phoenix had taken close to 6 minutes to travel back and forth. Any longer than that, and the monster's aggro will drop back to 0. Keep in mind that the monsters in the valley were all normal tiered. Thousands of them coming in a large swarm would still be lethal. A sea of white skeletal with their eyes glowing bright emerald green flames was not a normal thing to deal with. Get behind me! Zhang Yang cried. Even though there were thousands of enemies, they were all weak. Their attacks were so low that they could not deal any damage to Zhang Yang. For him to tank all the monsters would be fine, but the 4 other ladies behind him did not have equally high defense. They would die easily if Zhang Yang could not hold the defense line. It was most certainly dangerous, since the sacred knight of the eternal flame had died in battle. It was close to impossible to control the aggro of more than thousands of monsters at that moment, without the aid of the inheritance transformation. At most, he could control a few nearby monsters around him and let them form a natural barricade to block the monsters behind. However, he would need to look out for monsters that could leap from the back. When the phoenix returned, it brought back a party of skeletal soldiers along with him. Zhang Yang consumed a bottle of power potion and braced for the moment of impact. When the phoenix returned to his side, Zhang Yang swung the sword horizontally and casted horizontal sweep. At then, Zhang Yang's normal attack could instantly kill a normal tier monster with ease. What more of a 200% AoE skill? In an instance, Zhang Yang had instantly crushed more than 10 monsters around him. The skeletal soldiers fell to the ground and were turned into bone powder by the stampede of monsters that moved to the front. Sadly, even though horizontal sweep was strong, it was not a penetrative attack type. It had a rather limited strike zone and would not hit an enemy behind it, unlike Blast Wave, which had a fixed AoE, which was 3 meters in front of Zhang Yang, shaped like a cone. Blast Wave's attack was penetrative. That means that all monsters standing in the 3-meter cone-shaped AoE will receive damage. Unfortunately, neither did the horizontal sweep, nor did the blast wave, triggered the sword's echo effect. Sigh, noob tank. Looks like your sword is living up to your name. A noob sword indeed. Wei Yan'er teased Zhang Yang and threw a small handmade bomb that was created by 100 shots. The bomb exploded from within the crowd of monsters and dealt 2,000 fire damage in a 3x3 meters AoE. The bomb was a product of the engineer profession. It cost a rather high amount of money, yet it did come in handy when blasting monsters. Wei Yan'er was a natural-born bombardier, hence, her inventory was stuffed full with explosives. Even though the damage caused by the bomb was low, it did have high attack interval of only 1 second. Basically, a player can keep on bombing the monsters endlessly and cause high cumulative damage. It was especially useful for melee players who could not attack monsters that were out of their range. Might as well use the bomb to attack, since there was nothing that Wei Yan'er could do then. Everyone was standing with their backs leaning against a side of the mountain. Technically, they were all safe and had only needed to worry about the monsters 180 degrees of their frontal direction. Zhang Yang blasted the monsters with Blast Wave and dealt 40,000 over damage, stunning them for 4 seconds. After being stunned, the monsters behind the stunned monsters leap across them and landed close to Zhang Yang. The phoenix opened its fiery beak and blasted a long trail of flame that reached out as far as 30 meters. As the flames surged on, the monsters were burned with 200,000 fire damage and were instantly killed. The moving skeletal soldiers were immediately turned into a pile of scorched bones and gave the party valuable experience points. Wah! Money! Wei Yan'er cried with pain when she saw the pile of coins kicked around everywhere by the incoming skeletal soldiers. She was infuriated and drew out her axe. She leaped out behind Zhang Yang and kept on throwing bombs as she picked up the coins. Zhang Yang laughed hysterically and said, "Little brat. Perhaps you could try and join the ISIS for proper bombing lessons." He. "After that, I will bomb your doghouse," said Wei Yan'er. "Now that you mention it, how long has it been since you last took care of the dog?" Zhang Yang sternly scolded. "Ah, humph. Stupid monsters. Kick my coins. I'll bomb your bones." Wei Yan'er quickly changed the topic elsewhere and ran away from Zhang Yang. The dog was finally bought by Zhang Yang after being pestered by Wei Yan'er. However, after only 3 days of playing, the little girls had thrown the dog aside and had refused to take care of the poor canine. If Sun Xianyu had not been a dear and took good care of the pup, the dog would have long left the house to search for a better owner. The phoenix was performing rather strongly at then. Since the phoenix had activated its transformation skill, its normal attack had received an extended range boost that increased its attack range to 30 meters. All it took was 2 seconds, and the entire wave of monsters would be killed instantly. Within a few minutes, all of the monsters that were kite back to Zhang Yang were killed, leaving a pile of shiny equipment and glittering coins. Normally, the normal tier monster would not drop much equipment, to begin with. Perhaps, out of 100 units, only one of them would drop one piece of equipment. However, the number of monsters right then exceeded the thousands. Sadly, the equipment was left there to collect dust. None of them could spare any time to pick them up. Especially Wei Yan'er and Han Shui, they kept on urging Zhang Yang to quickly kill the monsters to allow them to pick the equipment. If they take too long to kill the monsters, the equipment will eventually disappear. Hence, after a quick discussion between the two sisters, Han Shui took a large bundle of bombs from Wei Yan'er and participated in the bombing. Sigh. 100 shots could not be that weak. The bombs he created can only deal 2,000 damage. If only they could deal 20,000 damage, that could be swell, said Wei Yan'er while sighing. Think carefully of what you just said. Making a 2,000 damage bomb would have already burned a hole in his pocket. If he makes a bomb that deals 20,000 damage, that would have cost 100 shots entire fortune. Zhang Yang laughed. The bombs can be used to damage targets and had its own independent cooldown system. While using it against multiple targets, it could provide a significant damage. It may be only 2,000 damage, and it was an extremely small number compared to Zhang Yang normal attacks, but for normal players, it was still a number that would make a difference, Hence, the bomb's cost and materials were extremely high, preventing large-scale production. Wei Yan'er stuck out her tongue at Zhang Yang and said, "Humph. Uncle 100 shots is not like you. A stingy old man." Old man. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Although the number of monsters was high, their HP were too low, to begin with. Hence, the party split up a little to attack from multiple angles to increase the AoE. By the time the monsters could reach them, they would already be half dead. After 10 minutes or so, all thousands of monsters in the field were killed, providing a massive boost of experience points to the party. Daffodil Daydream was close to leveling before she had entered the map, and after defeating the sea of skeletal soldiers, she had reached level 150. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Violet Scale Spiked Back Creeper. Chapter 708, Violet Scale Spiked Back Creeper. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After reaching level 150, the best thing that they could do then was to equip their level 170 holy tier weapons. Daffodil Daydream was the first to equip hers. She swapped out her old staff for the new Shadow Lord's staff, and gained a massive boost to her attack stats. For any class, or any player at all, the best way to gain higher damage was to equip a stronger weapon. Han Shui and Wei Yan'er continued to clear the loots on the ground. However, there were drops of more than thousands of monsters. How long would they take to pick them all? In the end, Zhang Yang had only permitted them to loot all the equipment and item. As for the coins, it would be a waste of time, since the total coins they could loot would only sum up to several thousand gold coins. It was a number which was valuable to noob players, but worthless to Zhang Yang and his party. Although they were greatly disgruntled, it was something that they would have to give up on. The team moved on and left the valley, and proceeded to a lake that was filled with dark water. The lake was surrounded by high cliffs on both sides. There was no clear land route that circled around it. Furthermore, the map had restricted flight. Flying mounts could only soar to a certain height and glide for a short distance. The only way to cross the lake then was to swim across. Zhang Yang summoned the mythical turtle. Han Shui had her crimson gold crab, while the others had to rely on underwater breathing potions and hitch a ride on both Zhang Yang's and Han Shui's mounts. After the pets moved into the water, they shot across the water like torpedoes, towards the other end. The problem was that, on land, the lake was so huge that they could not see the other end. Underwater, the vision was shrouded in such darkness that they could not even determine the right direction without resurfacing every once in a while. Out of the sudden, a shady entity appeared in their line of sight. A long trail of bubbles followed the entity as it broke the water in half, as it traveled like a speeding missile. As it approached the party, the surface of the water burst open like an explosion. A huge four-legged creature revealed itself to stop the party. The creature has a violet scale body and had spiky bones protruding out of its back. The head of the creature was shaped like a duck, and had a flat beak like a platypus. Its long neck was as long as its entire body. Violet scale spiked back creeper, elite, spectre. Level, 165. HP, 4,950,000. Defense, 6,640. Melee attack, 43,947 to 52,947. Skills. Water impact, strikes the water around it and knocks every target within 30 meters of its character for 20 meters back. Deals 40,000 melee attack. Spike pierce, fires of the spikes on its back. Randomly targets a single target to deal 150% melee physical attack. Note, the creeper was once the lord of the lake. However, after the essence of the specters corrupted the lake, the beings that live in the lake have turned into fellow specters. Losing all sense of pain, the lord of the lake only became even stronger and vicious. When the monster appeared, the first target it attacked was Wei Yin Air. Its massive beak was spread wide open, revealing 6 eerie rows of sharp teeth, as it sank them into Wei Yin Air's petite body. Ayayaya. Stupid monster. Why are you attacking me first? Cried Wei Yin Air. She unlatched her axe from behind her back and gave the monster a good swing. As expected of a berserker. The little girl's strength was a complete mismatch to her timid body. With a powerful swing, she managed to strike the monster back. Han Shui laughed hysterically and said, Yin Air, did you know, the only way to get bigger is to have more fat in your body? How are you going to grow cup sizes when you are burning all your fats away? Han Shui. Enough with my flat chest. I will break up with you. The little girl shouted at the top of her lungs. Perhaps it was not just Han Shui, teasing the little girl about her flat, small, undeveloped chest was also other players' hobby. When the little girl was raging on like a mad King Kong, the creeper grew angrier as well. It was the lord of the lake. Its strength and superiority were unmatched to any being that lingered in the lake. To think that it could be slammed back by a timid creature, its anger grew exponentially, as it shrieked in a high-pitched cry that was so deafening, even underwater. The creeper zoomed forward and attacked Wei Yin Air again. This time, Zhang Yang reacted quickly. With a quick push, the mythical turtle shot in front of Wei Yin Air and charged at the monster, stunning him. Zhang Yang hurled his sword downward and cleaved the monster's back. The creeper recovered quickly from the stun and charged towards Zhang Yang. Out of the blue, the creeper rose vertically and slammed downward with such force that Zhang Yang and everyone else was pushed away. They had also taken 40,000 damage. Even though the battle log had indicated that Zhang Yang had received 40,000 damage, the amount of HP that he lost was only 7,255, due to his overwhelming defense and damage absorption. Swiftly, Zhang Yang used Charge Up Strike and landed a God of War Heavy Axe. Minus 1,133,883. An impressive damage text floated upwards the monster, which was equivalent to almost 20% of its HP. Even though the monster's description had mentioned that the monster would not feel pain, the essence of life that was hacked away from it was enough to cause it to rage on furiously. Woohoo! Dummy is getting stronger. Wow. If Guildmaster could equip the Ascended Tier weapon, would the damage go up as high as 2 million, with Charge Up Strike? Back then, during the war in Emerald Kingdom, Zhang Yang had taken the chance to land the killing blow towards the king and managed to collect an Ascended Tier two-handed axe. Sadly, the axe would have to wait until Zhang Yang reaches level 180 before he can equip it. Oh yeah. Newbie tank is hiding that Ascended axe. Come on. Give it up. Wei Yin Air eyes glinted with joy and greed. The little troublemaker was almost craving for a stronger weapon in order to have a stronger attack power than Zhang Yang. Don't even think about it, said Zhang Yang almost immediately before Wei Yin Air could reach out. It was one of his goals to equip a level 180 ascended tier weapon in order to surpass his former self when he was only level 179 before he died. To pass the threshold was to enter a new realm, a checkpoint of strength. Humph. Stingy. Wei Yan muttered. However, when she turned back her head to Zhang Yang, the next utterance was simply too shocking to believe. How about a kiss to change your mind? Wei Yan even attempted a seductive wink. There was some kind of expression on her that was rather enticing. Zhang Yang nearly choked on his own breath. He quickly turned around and saw that Sun Xinu, Haning Shui, and Daffodil Daydream had the same darkened expression. All of them had assumed that he was some kind of lolicon pervert, tricking Wei Yan. As quickly as his reaction speed could be, Zhang Yang quickly turned to the little girl and said, "Little brat. I'm warning you. Watch what you're saying there. I'm the one that will be in trouble." Haning Shui ignored Zhang Yang and grabbed Wei Yan. "Yan, did that dummy did anything to you?" "Anything at all." A little surprised, Wei Yan shook her head and explained, "No. But he has always been bullying me. Calling me names like brat and little girl. He even said that I was a naughty girl. He cursed me, saying that I will never be able to grow my chest. What a bastard. Punish him." Zhang Yang nearly cracked out a laugh, but resisted it, as the tension of the atmosphere was truly a bad timing to do so. "Well then, where did you learn how to kiss?" "Huh? Kiss? I've never kissed before. At most, I'll kiss you on the cheek. That's all. It was just a method I learned from the girls back in the university dorm. They said it was a good way to make guys bow down to their wishes. Sigh, looks like Newbie Tank was too good, that or Newbie Tank is a girl." Zhang Yang frowned furiously and ignored the monster for a moment to give the little girl a good rap on her head. "Wei Yan, you're coming back to the house. You are not allowed to stay in the university dormitory. Bloody hell. What on earth are you learning there?" "Everyone agrees," said Zhang Yang. "Yes." Haning Shui, Sun Xinu, and even Daffodil Daydream nodded their head in unison. The battle did not take too long, and before they knew it, Zhang Yang had landed the killing blow. The creeper turned belly up, floating to the surface for a while before sinking back deep into the lake. Wei Yan rubbed her head in pain as she quickly swam to the dead body to loot all the items before they sunk in along with the body. Not too far from the first fight with the creeper, another similar creeper emerged out of the depths and attacked the party. The battle continued on but had only dragged the time Zhang Yang and the party to move forward. The map was too large, to begin with. Half a day later, they could not even see the end of the lake, for the hue of the water was too dark. Zhang Yang grunted with annoyance and checked the world map. Lo and behold, they were only a little more than a quarter of the distance from the end. Since it will be a while before they could finish the map, they logged off together and Zhang Yang went for a quick exercise. Sun Xinu and Haning Shui both were awake at the moment and followed him to the gym to work out. The difference between them, however, was, one was training to maintain an optimal fighting condition, while the other two were just stretching out to maintain a slim waist and ample breast-to-butt ratio. After the workout session, Zhang Yang left to the office to sign a bunch of papers. After a quick swish and flick of his magnificent ball pen, Zhang Yang logged into the game. The four ladies had already started off without him. When Zhang Yang logged in, Haning Shui had quickly cried out for him to hurry over. Since Zhang Yang was not present then, Haning Shui had used Messick as a replacement for the tank. The pervert scoundrel had been going on with his foul mouth, which was surprisingly effective at making the monsters attacking him alone. Too bad, even the ladies that he was supposed to protect were disgusted at his foul mouth. When Zhang Yang arrived, Haning Shui immediately unsummoned Messick. Only then, the ladies in the party could calm down. The party continued on forward and only managed to clear half of the massive lake by noon. They had to log out to continue later after lunch. Naturally, Zhang Yang had to have his lunch in the company's cafeteria with the 6 super beautiful secretaries. One would feed him while the other would ask to be fed. It was like a plaything for a king. Sadly, Zhang Yang was not enjoying the blissful moment that 99% of the men in the world would enjoy. Zhang Yang could not help but suspect that every rich man in the world would face similar treatment. Who on earth would want that? After lunch, Zhang Yang returned to his office for some real work. As usual, he was handed over a bunch of papers to sign. Zhang Yang had ordered important documents to be handed to him as a priority to allow him to finish his work as soon as possible, to not interrupt his gaming time. Just the Blackwater Lake alone had taken the party close to 1 whole day and 1 whole night in real time. Only 24 hours later, the party had managed to cross the lake and walked on the land at the other side. Thankfully, the abundance of monsters and their incredible amount of experience had allowed Haning Shui and Wei Yan to gain a level. Zhang Yang and Sun Xanu were still at the same level, but gained so much experience points that they could gain a level in just a half a day's time. At the other end of the lake, there was a triangular, steep cliff. In its side was the entrance of a cave. The party did not hesitate to move on. With Zhang Yang taking the lead, the party entered the cave, one after another. Since the cave was considered an indoor environment, everyone's pet, except for Zhang Yang's phoenix, was automatically unsummoned. At that moment, Zhang Yang's skill, beast taming, was greatly admired by everyone. As he recalled, there were only 20 or more indistinct skill books in his previous life. Moreover, the skill, beast taming, had appeared more often than the rest. However, the chance of getting the skill book was almost the same as striking a $5 million lottery ticket. The cave led them downward. As they ventured deeper, the walls of the cave started to turn to dirt to hot molten lava. The entire cavern system was brightly lit up by the intense, red-hot glow of the molten rocks. As the temperature grew higher, everyone started to sweat like pigs, their faces glistering with sweat. If only Sister Daffy is a cryomancer. She could conjure some ice to reduce the heat around here, said Wei Yen. It's better to just get on with the place. Everyone sped up and heard a bird's cawing sound. 7 oddly large crimson birds emerged from the flowing lava and charged towards the party. Adult Crimson Fire Crow, Elite, Beast. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Magic attack, 25,048 to 35,048. Skills. Fire Breath, spews a trail of fire, dealing 200% magic fire attack to a target. If the target carries the effect of flare, damage is increased by 50%. Flare blasts a wave of flame 30 meters around the caster. Stuns all target for 3 seconds and deals additional 50,000 fire damage within 15 seconds. Note, born of hot molten lava, the Crimson Fire Crows are vicious and wild beasts. They attack in groups and could even defeat large monsters, such as the violet scale spiked back creeper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Crimson Fire Crow. Chapter 709, Crimson Fire Crow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's a Crimson Fire Crow, cried Zhang Yang happily. What about it? That monster will drop something called the Crimson Fire Essence. It's one of the materials for crafting the amateur power potion, said Zhang Yang as he rushed over to the monster in delight. Amateur power potion? Everyone was shocked. How much does it boost? 30% attack power, said Zhang Yang. Advanced tier will give 40% boost. If it's the same as the beginner power potion, a transmuted grade 10 could increase the effect by 100%. That amateur power potion could provide a massive boost of 60% damage for a short amount of time. 60% attack boost was not a small number. Naturally, the attack boost would not stack with the bonus effect of strong equipment. Players with strong equipment effects would not gain much benefits from power potion. It was estimated that the true bonus attack they gain from a 60% attack boss power potion would only grant them a 20% increase in overall DPS. It would not be much, since you don't have the recipe to craft amateur power potions. Zhang Yang smiled and continued his attacks. These Crimson Fire Crow will drop the recipe. Though the chance is extremely low, it will be worth it. It's luck now. Well then. It's time to wipe the floor clean of the monsters, then, said Daffodil Daydream, with an innocent smile. I smell money, cried the little girl with joy. ARKK ARKK. The crow cawed loudly and blasted out a wave of fire that stunned everyone and inflicted the debuff, flare, on them. Wave after wave was unleashed by the rest of the 6 Crimson Fire Crows, inflicting a total of 7 stacks of flare on the party. Zhang Yang immediately purged the debuff with Warrior's Will, and struck one of the crows with a sure critical strike, Destructive Smash, dealing 480,000 damage. Haning Shui and the rest had purged their own debuffs with skills or accessory effects. 1 stack of dot effect would not harm them much, since it's just 10,000 damage every 3 seconds. 7 stacks, however, could deal 70,000 damage, and that would hurt. Even if just a bit. The Phoenix excelled best. Not only did it have immunity to fire damage, it could also absorb all incoming fire-based attacks and restore its HP with it. It's the best anti-fire, anti-burn monster. The true Lord of Flames. As the flames kept on pouring down on the party, the Phoenix single-handedly took care of all the fire crows and turned them into fried meat, extra crispy. Even though they were elite tier and had higher HP than normal, one wave of monster would only have 7 counts of monsters. Zhang Yang and the party had no problems at all in dealing with such measly numbers. Ignoring the speed of killing, the phoenix alone could take care of all the monsters with no healers. Humph. As expected of the best phoenix. Sometime later, all 7 fire crows dropped down from the sky and vomited out a pile of loot, including 2 thumb-sized, fiery red crystals. It was as red as a ruby that glimmered with an intense vermilion hue. Only 2? We killed 7 of them and only 2, crimson fire essence? What a stingy monster. There's no recipe around, either. Put. Wei Yan air grunted. Sai, do you know not patience in your book of virtue? If we can farm 1 crimson fire essence from 10 crows, you can kneel down to your ancestors' altar and burn joss sticks to thank them. Don't mind the recipe. You can start complaining when we don't gain a single one of it after wiping out all the monsters here, said Zhang Yang as he taps Wei Yan Air's head. The party continued on further and met more waves of crimson fire crows. They were all in groups, with numbers ranging from 3 to 9. Technically, the crimson fire crows were strong, due to the skill, flare. However, it was useless in the face of the legendary beast phoenix. The best way to fight was to allow the phoenix to fly into the fight, generating that little aggro, so that the party could wipe them all clean without sustaining any damage. As the party ventured further and deeper, Zhang Yang's inventory slots had started to gather more crimson fire essence, yet there were still no signs of any recipes. Initially, Zhang Yang was assured that it would be found eventually, however, as they killed more and more crows, he started losing hope. The best way to describe their situation was that they had a lot of meat to be grilled, but no griller nor coal around to start the fire pit. Thankfully, the lava cave had a rather huge system of caverns inside. On one hand, there was still hope of finding more crows, on the other hand, it was getting hotter and hotter. Even though the cavern was splitting up here and there, it was fairly easy to explore. Zhang Yang and Sun Xian both gained a level by noon. However, by then, they had only managed to explore roughly 15% of the entire place. Zhang Yang predicted that they may need to spend close to 2 to 3 days worth of time to completely explore the cave. On one hand, they had the time of the world to spare. Might as well spend some time grinding their levels there, for the killing rate and experience points was more than the outside world. With a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and everyone had filled up more than 50% of their experience bars. If they could spend another 2 more days, they could gain a level that easily. Normally, the same level would have consumed, in-game time, a whole month. The reason they could do it was, 1, they had no need to run around the map to hunt hotspots for monsters. Secondly, the monster count inside the map was too abundant. Those 2 reasons alone had increased the grinding rate by a notch, allowing Zhang Yang and the party to gain a level in just 12 to 13 days of in-game time. The party walked to the end of the cave and entered a new brightly illuminated cave. The cave was at least 3 times bigger than the space they were in before, as large as a football stadium. The cave was made out of hot, molten lava. Sitting in the middle of the cave was a huge crimson fire crow that was clearly different compared to the ones that they had defeated a while back. This crimson fire crow was bigger, and had feathers that glowed with molten lava. Compared to the rest of the crows, the big one was far vicious. Its face and body was scarred, yet the feathers that grew on top of its head were magnificent, like a crown. Crimson Fire Crow King, Rare Mythical, Beast. Level, 170. HP, 8,500,000. Defense, 7,000. Magic attack, 25,150 to 35,150. Skills. Fire Breath, spews a trail of fire, dealing 200% magic fire attack to a target. If the target carries the effect of flare, damage is increased by 50%. Flare, blasts a wave of flame 30 meters around the caster. Stuns all target for 3 seconds and deals additional 50,000 fire damage within 15 seconds. The big crow was obviously the boss of the Crimson Fire Crows. However, its stats were not too strong, compared to the other crows. The only thing it had was more HP and slightly more attack. However, the one thing that had Zhang Yang intrigued was the word rare. Somehow, he knew that the recipe for the amateur power potion will be on it. Oh ho, a rare boss, cried Wei Yan Air. Hey 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 hey. Look. Look. At the boss feet there. There's a tiny bird. Playing around the boss feet was a palm-sized tiny crimson fire crow. Its body was like a regular crow. Somehow, it looked like a bootleg version of the phoenix. Perhaps, it would be several times weaker than the real phoenix. Juvenile Crimson Fire Crow, Mythical Tier Flying Mount. Level, 0. Note, can be tamed. A mythical tier mount. Everyone had their hair standing on edge. Taking aside the fact that Zhang Yang's mount was an ethereal tier, which was able to gain tiers automatically. The other party members' mounts were merely Violet Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier. Wei Yenair had the Violet Platinum Wing Tiger mount, while Daffodil Daydream's flying mount was only a Yellow Gold tier, which was only used for travel. Her battle mount, however, was the mount she had obtained from the 12 Horoscope Mountain. At least, it was a Violet Platinum tier. Even the stone-cold Sun Xianyu was surprised to see such a rare mount. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Kill the boss first and roll for your luck. Newbie tank. You're so cruel. How could you kill a chick's mother right in front of it?" "Oh. Is that so? Well then, let's skip this boss then." "No. In that case, shut your whining. I'll deduct your pocket money the next time you try to act smart." Even though the Crimson Fire Crow King might have the title of a boss, it was no different from a higher-leveled elite-tier monster. Zhang Yang took the liberty to handle it alone and killed it soon after. The four ladies then rolled for the mount as Zhang Yang went for the loot. Happy and satisfied, Zhang Yang found an alchemy recipe which was none other than the one that he had been looking for, while hunting in the cave for 2 days. Zhang Yang learned the recipe and found out that besides the Crimson Fire Essence, the other material he required to craft the Amateur Power Potion was an herb called Blazing Mushroom. Zhang Yang had an abundance of high-leveled herbs collecting dust in his own personal warehouse. After he returns to town, Zhang Yang could start mass-producing the potions. Sadly, the herb foraging familiar could never collect the Crimson Fire Essence. This little crystal can only be farmed from monsters or bought from players. Since most players were oblivious to its use, and the essence crystal can only be used to craft the power potion, so might as well sell them to Zhang Yang since he would be buying them for 50% extra coins than selling them to NPC. NPC are none other than the system, the company itself. The NPC would only offer the players 2 silver coins at most for the essence. The completed Amateur Power Potion could fetch up to 5 gold coins each. When a guild wants to be the first to explore a dungeon, they would have to mass purchase the potions. Zhang Yang could sell them for a higher price of 20 to 30 gold coins each. They would still buy them. The selling price for each potion would be roughly 5 gold coins in long term. Now that Zhang Yang was going to buy the ingredients for only 5 silver coins each, the profit he would be earning or 10,000% investor would die to invest in a venture for his low of 100% or 200% profit comeback. What would anyone be silly enough to stop earning for the 10,000% profit margin? A long time ago, Zhang Yang had Julie to learn alchemy profession to have her produce potion in his stead. However, when Zhang Yang acquired the skill, Alchemist's Intuition, he learned the recipes of all the rare potions himself and concocted them himself. Sadly, he would have to set aside some time to grind and concoct potions as well. It would be a rather hectic time for him. Other than the recipe, the boss had also dropped a level 170 mythical tier leather armor boots. Zhang Yang kept the boots. Perhaps, he could sell it for only 10 to 20 gold coins. On the other hand, Haning Shui and the rest of the girls had rolled for the mount. Sun Xianyu was the first to roll but failed at only 28%. The little brat and next, followed by Haning Shui and Daffodil Daydream was the last. However, after one round, all of them had failed to seal the mount and would need to start again. In the second round, the little girl was lucky. She sealed the crow and obtained the mythical tier flying mount. Contrary to popular belief, a flying mount was mainly for traveling. However, the most important factor of all mounts was their tier and strength. The higher the tier, the more it could improve their owner's survivability in battle. Wei Yenair summoned the little red crow out and prepared to train it. She then turned to the magnificent phoenix and said, "Look at the little cutie pie, oh it's so cute I'm gonna die. Ha ha ha. Newbie tank. Don't think that I'll trade it with you. This is mine." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Derek. Chapter 710, Derek. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the party was finished with the Crimson Fire Crow King, there was nothing left but to go out of the steamy hot cave. The party circled around the walls of the cave and managed to find a small opening that led to the outside of the cave. After squeezing through the pathway, they were led to another large cave, with a gigantic palace situated in it. The structure of the castle was built in accordance to the shape of the cave itself. There was no other way but to go into the castle. The castle itself was extremely old. Cracks were here and there, showing signs of severe deterioration. The first chamber of the castle was open wide, since there were no doors to enclose it. From outside, the party could see countless of specter-infested monsters that were patrolling around aimlessly. The sounds of their eerie cries, coupled with their extreme numbers, was only an early indication that their journey forward will be tough. Zhang Yang opened the map and examined the size of the palace. It was expectedly huge. Zhang Yang tried to scroll to the far end but was blocked from doing so. Looks like that was the end of the mythical dragon realm. The last boss should be inside. Let's go. We're about to clear the map. The five-man party went into the castle with Zhang Yang taking the lead. According to the official guideline, every mythical dragon realm will have one final boss. Since the realm had spawned in a level 150-180 map, the final boss should be a holy tier boss. Right then, all holy tier equipment, weak or not, were extremely rare and precious. Even Zhang Yang himself had 2 holy tier equipment, hence, most of his equipment were ethereal tier. As they approached the swarm of monsters, the little girl cried with excitement. Oh! I can't wait to get my hands on a holy tier 2-handed axe. If there is one, it will be yours, then. I'll be nice enough to lend it to you, said Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had no need for a holy tier equipment since he had an ascended tier 2-handed axe waiting in his personal warehouse. All he had to do now was to grind his level up to level 180 to equip it. Naturally, he did not need to fight over the axe. The party entered the first hall and encountered their first wave of monsters. Shrieking Witch, Elite, Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 5,250,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,833 to 60,822, physical shadow attack. Skills. Terror Shriek, let out a terrifying shriek, inflicting fear on a target for 5 seconds. Possession, possesses a target and controls it. The effect lasts indefinitely until the target's HP drops below 10%. Note, the Shrieking Witch is one of the many loyal servants of Derek. She has the ability to inflict fear into the hearts of the enemy. Using that fear, she could use them as their plaything. Many of adventures that had tried to subdue Derek has fallen into the hands of the witches. Crap! What a troublesome skill! Daffodil Daydream grunted. The shrieking skill is inevitable, but the controlling skill will be a pain in the butt. It would be best to dispel the skill the moment the monster controls you. That, or we might have to fight amongst ourselves. Sigh, if only I have the chance to whack the newbie tank. What? However they may complain, they had already reached the bridge and had to cross over it. Zhang Yang took the initiative and started first with a Spear of Obliteration. Naturally, since the number of monsters was overwhelming, he had to be careful not to lure too many of them at a time. He tried to clear the monsters one at a time, due to the mind-controlling skill. If he had drawn in 3 monsters, he might cause the entire team to be killed. All that lives shall be ours, cried the witch as she turned to Zhang Yang. The witch was considered a higher-leveled specter since she was able to maintain her original human appearance without any signs of decay. Her entire body was cloaked in a thin white fabric that was plastered against her skin. Unlike the other women and female bosses that Zhang Yang have met, the witches were plain normal girls. Average Janes, at that. The witch attacked Zhang Yang by clawing him with her hands. That was nothing to be afraid of, since her attacks were like using a pair of wooden chopstick to whack a titanium steel wall. However, that was not the main attack pattern. In just a few normal hits, the witch will shriek, causing Zhang Yang to run amok for 5 seconds. Even though he had Warrior's Will ready to be used, Zhang Yang had chosen to reserve the skill for Possession instead. Although he had not the faintest idea of whether the skill could be dispelled, it was still worth a try. Sun Xinu and the rest of the team started their attack on the witch once Zhang Yang gave them the green light. Although the other members of the party might occasionally OT Zhang Yang, it was not a problem since the witch's attack was too low to be threatening, even without Han Yingshui healing them. When the fear on Zhang Yang wore off, the witch then proceeded to cast the most troublesome skill, that was, Possession. A large white cross made of skeletal formed behind Daffodil Daydream. Her eyes were shrouded in a thick white layer of cloud and her hands were stretched to be crucified. After 1 second, her expression turned blank and emotionless while she pointed her staff at Han Yingshui and blasted off a fire missile towards her, dealing over 60,000 damage. I cannot dispel the skill. I cannot even use any items or accessories. I'm completely locked out, said Daffodil Daydream in the party channel. Time to kill Sister Daffy. Wei Yenair was the first to jump in action and hurled her gigantic axe at Daffodil Daydream. Sun Xinu blinked step behind Daffodil Daydream and started her attack combo. Careful. Be careful. Look at the HP bar. Stop at 10%, said Zhang Yang. Although Sun Xinu had higher attack damage than Wei Yenair, Zhang Yang was extremely worried for Wei Yenair instead, since the girl was a maniac with the axe. She might accidentally slip up and kill Daffodil Daydream. That was the main reason why the skill, Possession, was the most troublesome skill ever. It required one to attack one's own teammate in order to save them. Within a few seconds, Daffodil Daydream was freed of the curse at 8% HP. Sun Xianu had sharp eyes. Her final attack had dealt enough damage to knock down 11% HP to 8% at the right amount. Right then, her blade stopped and she withdrew from her. On the other hand, Wei Yan Air was a ruffian. Before she could see Daffodil Daydream was already freed of the skill, she was already too late. Apparate. Daffodil Daydream had anticipated Wei Yan Air's carelessness and teleported her way out of danger the moment she regained control. Stupid. Are you really trying to kill Daffy? Zhang Yang scolded. Sorry. My bad. My hand slipped. Nishi Shishi. Hanning Shui had immediately healed Daffodil Daydream the instant she was within range. Thankfully, the skill, Possession, had an extremely long cooldown time. Before the witch could use the skill again, the party had already ended her 5 million HP. After the first battle, even Wei Yan Air had insisted that Zhang Yang be careful with kiting the monsters. One was enough to send them into a huge disarray. If Zhang Yang accidentally lures in a huge swarm, they might be seriously looking at death's door. Fortunately, the monsters present in the first hall was mostly skeletal soldiers. The ratio of the witch and the skeletal soldiers were almost 1 to 9. Even though it was extremely dangerous, where Wei Yan Air had even nearly killed Hanning Shui at one time, the team was able to thread through the needle hole. 3 hours of fighting later, they had cleared the entire palace of monsters and confronted the final boss. The final boss was a specter wizard with a typical black magician robe and a long crimson-violet staff. Molded on top of the staff was a white human skull that was glowing in an emerald-green hue. Although the robes covered his entire body, the hands that held the staff were visible. It was dried up, shriveled, like a corpse. Shrouded in darkness, only the glow of the specter's green fire was visible underneath the robes. Spectre Evil Wizard, Doric, Holy, Spectre. Level, 180. HP, 1,800,000,000. Defense, 18,470. Magic attack, 85,228 to 125,228. Skills. Possession, possesses a target and controls it. Effect lasts indefinitely until the target's HP drops below 10%. Shadow Arrow, deals 200% magic shadow attack on a target. Channeling, 2 seconds. Shadow Trap, randomly casts 40 shadow traps around the field. Triggers when players step into the trap, dealing 400,000 shadow damage. Ring of Shadow, summons 9 gigantic rings of shadow. The rings will roll around the battlefield and deals 300,000 shadow damage on impact. Note, the king, the rule, the lord of the Spectre Kingdom. Doric was born with an innate talent for the dark side. His ambition was to rule over the powers of shadow, and he had completely abandoned his human self and became a spectre wizard. Now, his mastery of the powers over shadow had even received recognition from the Witch King of the Undead, Mardovich. Hey, dummy! Look, there's no constitution skill. The boss does not have any recovery skills. That's good then. Since the entry limit was only 5 men. The system has designed this boss fight to be that of a dungeon. Do not underestimate the boss, for each of its move is designed to fight 5 players. He would never be as stupid as the other bosses we fought before. Look at the boss skills. All of them requires us to be on our toes at all times. But, don't we have inheritance transformations? Since the boss does not have a recovery skill, this should be a cakewalk. Please. It's not like the developers had anticipated that players would be as strong as us. Do you think the developers would have the time to design the map solely for our level? Enough of your explanation. I'm sick of it, noob tank. Let's get this over with and get my axe. Zhang Yang pinched his brow and shook his head. It's not like you could equip it as soon as it drops. The boss is level 180. This means that the equipment he drops would be level 180 as well. The only thing you could do if you pick up a two-handed axe is to place it in your inventory to gather dust. Humph. Level. Wei Yan Air mumbled. Everything is about levels, isn't it? Fine. I'll work hard. It's not like level 180 is going to run away or anything. Equipment is more important. Wei Yan Air snorted. Zhang Yang laughed at her and rapped the top of her head hard. All right. If everyone's ready to fight, follow me and attack after I have pricked the boss. Use your transformations, now. Together. The faster we fight, the quicker we can leave this godforsaken place. I'm starting to get bored of this wretched place, anyway. Daffodil Daydream raised her timid little hand, asking for permission to say something. Wouldn't it be extremely dangerous if one of us is controlled while transformed? 10% would be a tough target to reach. Han Shui butted in. If I may, our HP would be greatly increased after transformation. Who on earth has the time to fight you if you are controlled? Zhang thought about it for a while and said, I think it would be fine. Since we would be attacking at our strongest during our transformation states. Zhang explained it carefully. He wanted Han Shui to maintain everyone's HP at around 10% and above. It would be easier to counter the mind-controlling skill. It may seem dangerous, however, even the weakest one, Daffodil Daydream, would have 12 million HP, with Zhang Yang's Vitality Aura, but 10% of that would be 1,200,000. It had exceeded her own basic HP of only 320,000 HP. Even if they were to accidentally take a hit from the boss, their HP would not be in real danger. True. But we still have to be careful. Everyone nodded and Zhang gave the signal. Everyone activated their transformation skill, including Felice and the Phoenix as well. A total of 7 transformed characters the battle. At that moment, their party consisted of 3 S-Class Inheritance and 2 A-Class Inheritance players. With the transformed Battle Mount and Battle Companion, the entire server could not possibly replicate such a party. Zhang soared to the sky and shot down at the boss. With the standard Spear of Obliteration hitting the boss, the battle was started. Ho ho, it's been a while since living beings have walked into this realm. Dorak took the attack and floated towards Zhang slowly. Perhaps I should welcome you with open arms, especially when you are here to be my slaves. Zhang chained his attack with several skills, followed by the attacks of the entire team behind him. Since Zhang had already decreed that everyone only retain 10% of their HP, Han Shui did not heal, but switched to offensive spells. Having more HP would only be troublesome for the party when the boss uses possession. Without recovery skills, the party did not face any trouble. Hence, even if they had extremely low DPS, the main issue in defeating the boss would be time. At that moment, Zhang party cumulative DPS was around 1,450,000. Technically, if everything goes smoothly as planned, they would only need 20 minutes to kill the boss. That is, if they are able to successfully endure the shadow traps and the Ring of Shadow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, The Way to Fight is to Lose? Chapter 711, The Way to Fight is to Lose? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I applaud your efforts of entering my realm with only the 5 of you. Dorak laughed with a deep, husky voice that was both eerie and bold. He then lifted his staff and fired shadow arrows, again and again, dealing 200,000 damage to Zhang. However, despite being powerful, the attack was like a mosquito bite when Zhang is in his transformation state. He had 40% magic nullification chance. Hence, technically, he would only take on average of 50,000 to 60,000 shadow damage and lose around 30,000 HP per second. It was too low. Come on. Pump it up. Give me more pain. Zhang provoked him. If he is possessed, then it would be extremely difficult to push Zhang HP down to 10%. Perhaps he would even kill everyone before then. Then again, it was supposed to be a good thing, yet the boss low damage hitting was proving to be a little troublesome. At the rate of 30,000 damage per second, the boss would need to take 19 minutes to damage Zhang down to 10%. By then, he would have been controlled countless of times. Pest should do nothing but be squashed. Save your tongue. After I kill you, I shall turn you into a headless knight. Perhaps you can find solace in knowing that you will never speak again. Aggravated, the boss fired all his shadow arrows at Zhang. After several blasts, he grabbed his staff with both of his wrinkled hands and stabbed into the ground. Ring of Shadows. Fatten these intruders. Gulong. Gulong. 9 rings of shadow appeared, lining up in a straight line on both left and right of Derek. Like a Ferris wheel that had gone out of control, the rings started rolling towards the party. Since the place was designed like a dungeon fight, all skills were evadable. At every gap between each ring, there will be a meter-wide gap that player could stand in to evade the attack. While that was supposed to be the case, Zhang and the party was not moving away from the rings. Instead, they took the hit deliberately. Each of them took a hit and suffered 300,000 shadow damage. While Zhang and his party were eating the attack, Felice and the other Battle Mount and Battle Companion were dodging the rings to avoid the damage. Since they were not considered as player characters, they could not be controlled. Dodging the attacks would be the natural thing to do. 300,000 damage was more than enough to kill them in one attack. The rings rolled from the boss, towards the back of the palace, and back again towards him, hitting everyone once more. Ha ha! Is that chaotic enough for you? Let's make it better, the boss laughed hysterically and stabbed the ground with his staff again. Surrounding him, shadow pits were forming. The size of the traps were roughly 2 meters wide and was forming, only 50 meters around the boss. The traps' placements were extremely random and the traps were overlapping each other. Oh! Nice, cried Wei Yan'er happily as she charged towards the traps to spring it. Again, normally, players would dodge the traps, and for good reason as well. Each of the traps could deal as much as 400,000 shadow damage and could kill non-transformed, non-tank players. However, even though the traps were overlapping over each other, there will always be a way to dodge all skills of the boss. The gap between each trap was wide enough to allow players to dodge them and evade the rolling rings of shadows. After being sprung, the traps will automatically be removed from the battlefield. Zhang Yan and everyone deliberately moved around the field, stepping on each trap to take the damage. Amongst them, Wei Yan'er was fastest and sprung the most traps. It was deliberate, since the little girl had the darkness inheritance with a natural high tolerance to shadow attack. Even though she had stepped on 14 shadow traps, the damage she had taken was only around 1,680,000. The little girl went on complaining that the boss was just too weak. What mad fools! Even the boss was astonished at the party's extremely unorthodox method of fighting. However, as the system dictates, after all the traps are sprung, the boss will automatically replenish them again. Sigh, we should have taken some damage before transforming earlier. It's so hard to lose HP now. In the most common situation, players would want to have the highest HP possible during a boss fight. There are even times when the healer had to burn all their MP just to keep the players alive. However, right then, who would have thought that a party would want to have their HP lowered as fast as possible? Who in the right mind would do that? After a few more rounds of shadow traps, the boss grinned eerily and turned towards Wei Yan'er. With a quick blink, his entire character had turned into a puff of smoke that zoomed through the battlefield to seep into her body. A familiar skeletal cross appeared behind Wei Yan'er and her hands were swung open as if she was being crucified. Her eyes turned white and she had lost control of her body. Ha ha! It has always been my favorite form of entertainment to see friends killing each other. The boss had controlled Wei Yan'er character and spoke through her mouth. The little girl then turned towards Sun Xinu and charged towards Sun Xinu. At the very moment when the boss had turned into a puff of smoke, Zhang Yang trailed it immediately and waited beside Wei Yan'er ready to react. With a quick smash, Zhang Yang stunned Wei Yan'er with Blast Wave. Everyone, including the battle mounts and battle companions, had attacked the little girl. Fortunately for the party, when Wei Yan'er betrayed them, she had lost the right to gain the benefit from Zhang Yang's vitality aura. Similarly, the party had lost the right to gain the benefit from Wei Yan'er's strength aura, causing the team to lose a little of their damaging power. However, the little girl's attack power was extremely high. Since she had already transformed, she could kill 2 to 3 players in their team. However, her current opponent was primarily Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu. In less than half a minute, both of them managed to dispel the control of the boss by hitting the little girl down to her last 9% HP. Puff! Wei Yan'er arched her head back and screamed at the top of her lungs, and the same dark smoke burst out of her mouth as she expelled the boss from inside her body. Wah! That was scary. I almost died, cried Wei Yan'er. The battle resumed back to the normal pace when the boss reformed back at his original spawn point. Although Wei Yan'er had managed to get herself to 10%, before she was freed from the control of the boss, she had managed to deal enough damage to the party. Zhang Yang was still left with 59% HP, Sun Xinu had 48%, Haning Shui had 45% HP, and Daffodil Daydream had over 43% HP. The boss continued his pace and set up more traps and casted Shadow Arrow on Zhang Yang. Now that Wei Yan'er had left with 10%, she had stopped taking more hits and switched to the normal evasive style. Perhaps she was getting better after playing the game after so long. Occasionally, she could stand at a spot and take no damage at all. At times, she soared around the field, dodging all the traps and the ring of shadow, laughing hysterically while she was at it. Without the healer doing her job, the HP of the entire party dropped faster than usual. By the time the boss used the second possession, everyone but Zhang Yang was left with 10%. Only Zhang Yang had trouble getting his HP down to 10% in time. He still had over 19% HP left. It was inevitable, since his damage reduction and absorption were too high and efficient. At one point, he had even removed his shield to reduce the absorption level. Only then, he was able to reduce his HP down to 19%. That or it may have ended up even higher. Since Zhang Yang was the only person in the party who had over 10% HP, the second possession struck him. "Everyone, be careful when you're attacking Zhang Yang. His attacks are too strong," said Han Shui. She cast Regeneration on everyone and prepared Holy Shield. It was extremely dangerous indeed to fight Zhang Yang. Note that when the boss controls a player, the controlled player will use all its active skills. Zhang Yang's skill, Destructive Smash, was so powerful that it could reduce Han Shui's healing rate by 75%. It was extremely dangerous, since she could not heal the others in time. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had only over 19% HP left. It was easy to free him from the boss control. Ha ha ha. You don't know how long have I waited for this moment, noob tank. Wei Yan'er glided across the floor and stunned Zhang Yang. She then brought down her axe and cleaved Zhang Yang with high damage. Since Zhang Yang had already removed his shield, everyone had a better time attacking Zhang Yang. "What have I done to wrong you?" said Zhang Yang through the party channel. Even though he was not able to control his own character, he could still send messages through the party channel. "Evil henchman. I shall punish you in the name of the moon," said Wei Yan'er while she posed like the character in Sailor Moon. Sun Xianu used Shadow Step to disappear from the battle for a brief second before entering stealth with Vanish. She then moved behind Zhang Yang and stunned him before attacking. All of the party members, besides Zhang Yang, had less than 10% HP. Hence, they could not afford to trade blows with Zhang Yang. In the worst-case scenario, they might actually be overwhelmed by Zhang Yang. Fortunately, even though the players could still use their skill, the boss would not use them too often. On the other hand, since he knew that he would be the one that would be controlled, Zhang Yang had preemptively used all his status-removing skills beforehand, rendering him being stunned by Sun Xianu without resistance. After ambush, Sun Xianu extended the stun with Kidney Shot, extending the stun time by 10 seconds to allow the party to deal enough damage. Right at the last moment of the stun, Zhang Yang's HP dropped below 10% and he was freed from the boss control. As the boss laughed at the wounded players, he laughed maniacally and attacked Zhang Yang, while scorning them. "Your doom is close." Zhang Yang took a hit from the Shadow Arrow and awoke from the stun. He then immediately re-equipped the shield and continued his attack on the boss. From the party's perspective, the real battle had just begun then. Since they would no need to heal, and could not lose any more HP than they had then, everyone was extremely careful while moving around the battlefield. They had to avoid all the traps and the rings of shadows. In such a scenario, when a party is forced to survive with less than 10% HP while attacking the boss, it would be a difficulty that even Zhang Yang's party would find hard to continue. Those with lower control skill would surely be dead then, as they were too busy avoiding the traps and rings, forgetting to prioritize their matters. Perhaps it was one of the main factors when designing the boss. To allow players a chance to survive in the battle, the designer of the boss had not bestowed any recovery skills to the boss. It would be a hopeless battle if the boss could regenerate HP while the entire party is too busy avoiding the skills. Han Shui was at her best. She would not dare lower her guard, even for a second, since they were all at the 10% HP threshold. Despite the fact that all their HP bars were at the very least, at 1,200,000 HP since all their transformation skill were active. At most, they could take one trap and one attack from the Ring of Shadow. Zhang Yang was on a whole other level. At 10%, his HP was at 4 million HP. It was almost the same as AB class inheritance transformed players. Since none of the party members then had over 10% HP, the skill, Possession, was completely taken off the floor. The only things that the boss was firing constantly were the Shadow Traps and Ring of Shadows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Savage Bone-Crushing Hammer. Chapter 712, Savage Bone-Crushing Hammer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The most dangerous part of Possess was its ability to control players. Players who are controlled by the boss would be more dangerous than the boss. Therefore, Zhang Yang and his gang rather kept their HP down to danger level of 10% remaining rather than become possessed by the boss. For normal players, even if the boss did not have Possess, the Shadow Trap, and Shadow Roller were already extremely difficult to deal with. While they are dodging either one of those attacks, they might get hit by the other. Each attack could deal up to 300,000 damage to 400,000 damage. So, how many players in the game could afford to sustain so much damage over time, then? However, for high-tier players, the boss would be easy to slay if the boss did not have the skill, Possess. All they needed to do would be dodge, hit, and dodge and hit again. Upon getting used to the pace of the battle, the boss would no longer be a threat to them. Without the interruption of Possess, the party began to unleash their full potential, dealing damage to the boss as aggressively as they could. It did not take long before they crushed the boss's HP bar from 70% to 40%, then from 40% to 20%. No. You imbeciles. You pests. How is it possible that you bunch of useless beings could deal so much damage to me? Derek had received quite a number of blows to his face. He was heavily wounded as he appeared pathetic now. However, that was just the visual effect in the game. The boss's strength was not affected at all. He became even more hysterical and violent than before after his HP bar dropped below 20%. Right after the HP bar had dropped below 20%, the shadow roller that the boss activated became much faster. Zhang and his gang had even lesser time to adjust their positions on the battlefield now. Stinky boss. Don't you know you're not the only one who can go crazy? Wei Yan'er gulped down a bottle of beginner's power potion to boost her attack power. Then she activated her indiscriminate, closely followed by her killing cleave to greet the boss. -1,604,698. An immense damage value popped out right on top of the boss. Wei Yan'er was very satisfied with the amount of damage she dealt with that strike of hers. It was impossible to see a 7-digit damage value in the early stage of the game after all. Derek was infuriated. He let out a raging roar and waved his staff around. However, he could only shoot his shadow arrow at Zhang, all thanks to the aggro system of the game. So the boss could only throw his skills on the player who had the most aggro value. I'll punish you on behalf of the moon. I'm Sailor Moon. Wei Yan'er laughed out loud as she swung her battle axe around like a mad lady. Zhang could not help but laugh. Then he said, Sailor Moon? You're still not there yet. But you're most suited to be called Psycho Loon. That name should live up to your reputation. Wah! You stinky noob tank. How dare you underestimate me? Humph. I should have sliced you into pieces when you were possessed just now. Wei Yan'er unleashed all her super powerful skills onto the boss while her indiscriminate was still in effect. Well, part of her was venting out her anger, because Zhang did really provoke her. 17%, 14%, 11%. Without a skill that could recover his HP, the boss was like being made of water. His HP bar was dropping so steeply that it went down to 10% in just a brief moment. Glare of the Death God. Shove. A dark skull began to form right on top of the boss. Very good. It was like putting icing on a cake that looked pretty in the first place. Zhang immediately activated his shadow clone right after throwing his glare of the Death God, but at the same instant, 7 Zhang appeared and all of them began to slaughter the boss aggressively. That really boosted the efficiency of their assaults on the boss. Although these shadow clones could not really deal high damage, their attack rates was similar to Zhang. In other words, if Zhang could hit 3 times in a second, every single one of the shadow clones would be able to do that as well. The only difference was the amount of damage that they could deal was much lesser than Zhang. Other than that, there was also the gang, battle companions, and the Phoenix pets. Their attacks were insanely packed up together. If there was anyone witnessing this battle, all they could see were the afterimages of blades and skills raining down upon the boss. What is this? Derek let out a terrified scream. Looks like he saw his own death coming. We're killing you! Zhang replied as he was laughing out loud. Meanwhile, everyone did not stop. Instead, they were getting pumped to finish the battle once and for all. So their attacks were getting even more aggressive than ever. -18 million. -18 million. The boss received a damage of approximately 20 million damage consecutively. His HP bar continued to drop like hell. In under 6 seconds, the effect of Glare of the Death God had been triggered 10 times over. After the bombardment of attacks from Zhang and his gang, Derek had only less than 1% HP remaining. That was only 5,890,000 HP left now. Goddamn pests. Derek began with his final struggle. However, an amount of HP that was lower than 6 million HP was not enough to hold up against the insane party. Instantly, the boss was slain with little effort. Derek collapsed onto the ground heavily and died. 5 streams of white lights merged into their bodies. Each of them received a total of 36 billion experience points. They could see that their experience bars jumping up with their own eyes. The moment after the boss was slain, the shadow traps and the shadow rollers that were planted all across the ground vanished without a trace. The entire palace had returned to its original state. Peaceful and quiet. Wah-aha! The boss dropped a 2-handed weapon. Wei Yan'er was agile as F***ck when it was time to pick up the loots. She already picked up a hammer, twice the size of a regular human. She was rubbing her face against the hammer as we speak. Unfortunately, this is a hammer. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. You're the hammer. Wei Yan'er understood what Zhang Yang was trying to imply. She shot back. The boss dropped a total of 2 pieces of holy tier equipment. One of them was the 2-handed hammer that Wei Yan'er was hugging. The other one was a pair of pale gray gloves. There was also a vague crimson radiance radiating across the surface of the gloves. Because of that, the gloves looked mysteriously fascinating. Other than that, the boss had also dropped 2 books, 1 skill point crystal, and last but not least, a dark-colored order pendant that was the size of a palm. Zhang Yang immediately picked up the order and took a closer look. Holy God! That was actually a level 5 guild upgrade order. The Lone Desert Smoke had remained a level 4 guild for quite a long time. Their experience value had been full for quite a while now. They had been waiting to get a level 5 guild upgrade order to finally level up their guild. TSK. If we sell this to Snowseeker, I wonder how much would she be willing to pay us, then? Wei Yan'er's eyes were beginning to glitter once again. The little brat told Zhang Yang that her classmates were organizing a summer camp soon. Meanwhile, she had already spent all of her salary, up to next year's. So, she was super poor right now. Of course, it would be natural that she would try anything possible to get some money now. The first piece of level 5 guild upgrade order that had ever appeared in the entire game was not to be given to anyone else, of course. No matter how much money others were willing to pay, there was no way Zhang Yang would be stupid enough to sell it. So, he immediately used the level 5 guild upgrade order, without even look at that little brat's F** king face. Instantly, the server began to announce and congratulate Lone Desert Smoke on being the first to ever become a level 5 guild. As usual, the entire guild received an additional reward. Each member of Lone Desert Smoke could enjoy earning an additional of 100% experience points for the next 3 days. Zhang Yang was clever this time around. He quickly switched off his private message channel so that other guildmasters like Snowseeker, Greensleeves Prince, and the others could not interrogate him about the guild upgrade order. Well, he was genuinely terrified of them now, especially Snowseeker. She was born to be smart and cunning in the art of entrepreneurship and business. She could wrap you around her finger and confuse you just by spinning some words. You would not even know if you've stepped into her trap or not. Well, by the time you realize it, everything would have been too late. Of course, it was very easy for Zhang Yang to handle Snowseeker. All he needed to do was to act all hoodlum on her. This pretty woman would definitely blush and retreat after that. Alright, enough with the fuzz. Just place the equipment down, will you? Upon seeing the little brat hugging tightly onto the hammer, Zhang Yang hustled her to hand out the equipment so that everyone could see. He smacked the little brat's forehead with his finger. You hoodlum! I'll sue you for harassment. Wei Yan'er tightened her teeth and waved her fists around at Zhang Yang, growling. Zhang Yang laughed even harder and said, "Come on, who would want to believe that I would harass a boy with tits?" Wait. A boy without tits? Wait, that's just a boy. Whatever. Ha ha ha. Humph. I hate you. Wei Yan'er rolled her eyeballs back intensely. However, after she looked at the attributes of the hammer, she immediately smiled again. She then posted the attributes of the hammer, even though she was already treating it as her own. Well, she had always been the little brat that loved to show off. Savage bone-crushing hammer, holy, 2-handed hammer. Attack, 23,810 to 33,810. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 7,582. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage by 40%. Equip, increases critical rate by 10%. Equip, when hitting a target, there is a chance that you might crush the skull of your target, causing the target to not be able to move at all for 3 seconds. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. The attack power of this weapon was almost twice the attack power of Zhang Yang's, sort of purging devourer. However, it made perfect sense, because this weapon was a level 180 holy tier weapon. It would be a disgrace to be a holy tier weapon if its attributes were not so powerful. You jealous? Wei Yan'er kept the hammer in her inventory while bragging how lucky she was, like a little b** tch. Well, she had only reached level 150 not long ago. She would still need to grind another 10 levels before she could equip that weapon. Zhang Yang did not intend to indulge her at all. He just pointed his finger at the other holy tier equipment, those pair of gloves. Crimson Goblin Gauntlets, holy, heavy armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 8,402. Strength, plus 2,060. Agility, plus 875. Level 6 socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 16,800 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 1,778 damage when being hit. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Hey, who told me to choose the hammer first? Wei Yenair shrugged a little and said, Noob Tank, it's all yours. Be grateful. Zhang Yang laughed and kept the gloves in his inventory. He was currently equipped with level 130 mythical tier gloves called Silent Destroyer Glove. It had been obsolete for quite some time now. However, other than his accessories, every equipment on Zhang Yang would be at least ethereal tier. As for his accessories, well, accessories were just hideous these days. Most of the players were still clinging on to their level 60 accessories until today. This is weird, this boss is a spell-type boss, right? Why is it dropping physical-type equipment then? Haning Shui was annoyed, this is not fair to some people. Stop complaining already, let's have a look at the two books first, shall we? In the end, the first book they looked upon was actually a blueprint for leatherwork profession players. So, Sun Xin, you took it. The blueprint allowed the player to craft or make ethereal equipment. However, even though ethereal equipment could be sold at high prices, Sun Xin you would most probably not get into making them. Meanwhile, the second book was a skill book for spellcasters. So they threw it over to Daffodil Daydream without any hesitation. Blizzard causes 300% magic attack of frost attack to the target. If the target is in a frozen state, then the attack will surely be a critical hit. Cast time, 2 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 1 minute. Even without the critical hit effect, causing 300% spell damage in every 2 seconds was good enough for Daffodil Daydream. She could now use a skill with higher damage now. However, it was unfortunate that she was not a cryomancer. Without the skill, Ice Ring, to freeze her target, she could not fully utilize this skill. However, if this skill could be used together with the Hunter's Frost Trap, then Daffodil Daydream should be able to use the skill at its fullest potential. Other than that, Zhang Yang's Frost Strike might also trigger a freeze effect on his targets. So Daffodil Daydream should have quite a lot of chances of using this skill at its fullest. The last piece of skill point Crucible was taken by Zhang Yang. Upon swallowing it, he acquired another additional skill point. His first choice was to upgrade his Shadow Clone to its highest grade. When his Shadow Clone is upgraded up to grade 7, he could summon 7 Shadow Clones at the same time to aid him in battle. Putting aside the fact that he could gain an additional 70% of his output, having 8 Zhang Yangs on the battlefield would be terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Probing into the Truth. Chapter 713, Probing into the Truth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After distributing everything, everyone took out their scrolls and left the mythical dragon realm. Well, this realm was going to collapse automatically, soon. It remained unknown how long would it take for this realm to spawn again. Also, there was no telling where the realm would spawn either. Players would have to look it up from scratch. After arriving at the main city, Zhang Yang quickly inserted a level 6 strength gemstone into the socket of his Crimson Goblin Gauntlets. Until he reaches level 160, he would not be able to equip it. Zhang Yang was currently at level 154. He only needed 50% more to reach level 155. From that perspective, it would not take long before he reaches level 160. Also, another happy thought crossed his mind. When he reaches level 160, he also gets to borrow the little brat's hammer for a spin. Among the ingredients required to make Amateur's Power Potion, Zhang Yang had kept a substantial amount of blazing mushrooms in the warehouse. Furthermore, he could also command his herb foraging familiar to gather them for him. On the other hand, the Crimson Blazing Essence could only be used to make Amateur's Power Potion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was the only one who had the recipe to make that. There was no way that players could get it from the auction house or other shops. Some players even sold them to NPCs for some money after they inadvertently coming across them. Zhang Yang made a deal that he would pay anyone 8 gold pieces for every piece of Crimson Blazing Essence that they could bring him. That amount of reward was slightly better than the 4 gold pieces that the NPCs would offer. Zhang Yang believed that the players would not mind walking a few steps further just to earn some extra gold pieces. Well, he did not dare to mark the price up anymore to prevent any crooked businessman from taking advantage of the situation. They might even try to snatch Zhang Yang's business by offering higher rewards to get them. From that point of view, we know that the little merchandise had grown famous. Every small detail that was happening in the shop was being monitored by everyone in the game. Some businessmen knew that Zhang Yang was purchasing Crimson Blazing Essence from the players with higher prices. So they also purchased quite a number of the item and kept it to themselves. They did not purchase too much because they were concerned that it might be a tactic Zhang Yang used to trick them into wasting their money. After all, there was no true or false when it comes to business. Some people would make or buy a certain number of items that are less valuable first. Then they would purposely blow up the value of those items so that their values might increase. When the price of those items rocket up, they would sell those items that they kept secretly, long before the prices had gone up to earn a fortune. With that sort of tactic, they could easily cripple their competitors in the same field. Zhang Yang withdrew a large number of blazing mushrooms from his bank. Then he put them according to the ratio of 3-to-1 with the crimson flame essences into his inventory. Afterwards, he put the remaining of the blazing mushrooms back to the bank. He would only take them out again after he manages to purchase more crimson flame essences. Zhang Yang arrived at the alchemist shop and bought some empty bottles. Just when he was ready to make some potions, he received a sudden message from Chen Shuiyao. She requested for help in clearing her next dungeon. Since he could still sit back and make his potion, Zhang Yang did not reject her request. So he hopped onto his phoenix pet and flew over to where Chen Shuiyao was. The two of them entered the dungeon. Zhang Yang was making his potions at the rear while his phoenix pet and Felice took care of the monsters. The two of them were attempting to clear the level 70 vestibule of stones. Therefore, the phoenix pet and Felice were more than enough to wipe out the monsters and bosses in the dungeon oppressively. Zhang Yang did not feel any stress at all while he was making his potions at the rear of the battlefield. He did not waste any second of his time. "You're so famous now, so you must have a lot of enemies, right?" Chen Shuiyao asked Zhang Yang out of her curiosity. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "That's right. Anyone would suddenly appear on my back trying to stab me. I can't even rest without the need to worry about people trying to kill me. Some people are really born to be bad. To me, games are just games. Why would they bring the grudge into real life?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Are you talking about that Heaven's Pride?" Then he shook his head and said, "That prick is just the type of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He's very used to be arrogant. So don't mind him." "So, how did he make enemies with you?" Chen Shuiyao asked. "Well, during the soaring sword competition in Shanghai, he used some dirty tricks trying to frame me." Zhang Yang told Chen Shuiyao about the prostitution incident that happened long ago in Shanghai. Of course, every time he mentioned Lu Wei's name, he was practically spitting it out. "Oh, so that's how it happened." Chen Shuiyao nodded. "You must hate him very much now." Zhang Yang smiled. Well, the grudge that he held against Lu Wei would never be understood by any other person in the entire world other than him. Even if he was willing to honestly tell others about how Lu Wei forced him to perish together, others would only think that he might have hit his head a little too hard. Chen Shuiyao stayed quiet while she was picking up the loot that had been dropped by the boss upon its death. She seemed to be troubled by something. This man is not simple at all. He must have something more than just grudges against Lu Wei. Damn it! How can he be so stubborn? Can't he just tell me something I want to know? Must I use my final triumph card as well to get him talking? Or should I just come clean and tell him everything from scratch? If only I can get him to help me, it might be much easier to cripple the Lu family. No. Mom and Dad were killed because they were too trusting. If I accidentally pass the information to Lu Wei's lackeys without knowing it, I will be the next to go. I must not repeat their mistakes. Or else Mom and Dad would have died for nothing. Their sacrifices would have been for nothing. So, he hired private investigators to find me. What is his true agenda then? Is he working for Lu Wei too, or is he really trying to get rid of him? Although they are enemies on the outside, sometimes, that might not be true. Business partners are always enemies on the outside, but secretly, they are close friends. Only God knows if he would betray me for money. Come on, Chen Shuiyao. Just sacrifice your body, and you can get to know about the true relationship between him and Lu Wei. Zhang Yang had no idea at all what was going through that little head of his pretty secretary. When he turned all the ingredients he took along into a bunch of amateur power potions, they had already cleared the entire dungeon once the vestibule of stones was only a 5-player scale dungeon. It was a rather simple dungeon. Furthermore, Phoenix Pet and Felice were extraordinarily powerful. They were basically clearing the dungeon, like cutting through butter with a hot knife. After clearing up the dungeons a couple of times, Zhang Yang teleported himself back to Surin's castle. One of the reasons why he was willing to help Chen Shuiyao was because low-level players would definitely not be capable of clearing a dungeon all on her own. Furthermore, now that the central point of the game was more focused in the Chaos Realm, it was extremely hard for her to form a descent party as well. Most of the low-level players would have their friends who were higher-leveled guiding them through a dungeon. Furthermore, only those who did not belong to any guild would be forced to clear out a dungeon all by themselves. That was one of the main reasons why they could not gather too many powerful equipment. Other than that, they also lacked cooperation skills. So, they could only clear out dungeons in normal mode. Well, a party usually would be disbanded after they were wiped out several times in hard mode of the dungeon. Not to mention, Chen Shuiyao was gifted in the art of gaming. That was also one of the most important reasons Zhang Yang was willing to help her. Of course, there was also that reason where she looked gorgeous. After all, Zhang Yang could have some eye candy for his eyes just by staring at her. If she was an ugly horse, Zhang Yang would not have agreed to meet her at all. Those amateur power potions that underwent transmutation could increase an additional 60% damage to players at the most. It was a great effect that would really make a difference in a battle. The effect of the potions could last for 10 seconds, after all. Plus they only needed 60 seconds to cool down before players could use again. The average of the additional DPS increment could reach up to 10%. For Zhang Yang, who had not activated his inheritance transformation, that additional 10% damage could increase approximately 3.75% of his DPS performance. It was just astonishing. However, when Zhang Yang activates his inheritance transformation, the additional increase in his attack power would drop from 3.75% to only 1.3%. By then, the change would not be as significant. Of course, Zhang Yang would keep the transmutated, amateur power potions, only for his own people. He put the others for sale at his little merchandise shop. However, players would need to reach level 150 before they could consume those amateur power potions. Therefore, the number of players who could take an amateur power potion was so low that even a person could finish counting the number in 2 hands. Potions such as mobility potions and invincibility potions would find more usage in PvP matches. Meanwhile, power potions were more sought after when players are up against monsters or bosses. It would not matter if the bosses were from open-world maps or dungeons. Sometimes, players would get so close to killing the boss before they fail. With the power-up of power potions, they could get the job done easier. These amateur power potions would become popular when players are beginning to reach level 150. Right before they left, Zhang Yang added Chen Shuiyao to the main guild of Lone Desert Smoke. He had clearly seen how capable she was in the game. He could also see her potential of becoming one of the best players in the world, as well. Other guilds would be looking for talented players like Chen Shuiyao. Other than that, since the guild had just been upgraded to a level 5 guild, Zhang Yang would need to recruit another 10,000 members into his guild. Of course, he must recruit those who are really going to contribute to Lone Desert Smoke to fill in the slots. Silly you! Come and accompany me. I'm going to gather some cooking ingredients. Without giving Zhang Yang a chance to reject, Han Ningxue pulled Zhang Yang deep into the forest. Han Ningxue had already upgraded her cooking to the highest level. However, to make sure that she can handle everyone's HP bars, which were getting longer and longer when their levels were getting higher, she would need to cook up some snacks that could increase her healing efficiency. The best snacks that could be found in the bakery shop was the level 120 XXL jumbo cheese. When Zhang Yang and his party equipped their level 150 holy tier equipment, each of them would have to take at least 2 snacks before their HP bars are fully filled. That would be wasting some of their precious time. Han Ningxue bought a cooking recipe. The recipe was called diced chicken burger. However, the ingredients needed to make a diced chicken burger were extremely rare. They could only be gathered from level 150 maps. Furthermore, the auction house at the current stage of the game did not sell this item yet. So, Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue had to go out hunting for the ingredients all by themselves. Diced chicken burger, consumable. Use, recovers 500,000 HP and 200,000 MP over 15 seconds. Can only be used when player is not in combat mode. If you eat the entire snack, you'll also acquire an additional 200 strength attribute, 200 agility attribute, 200 intelligence attribute or 200 spirit attribute. The attribute that you will acquire depends on your highest attribute. Effects will last for 15 minutes. Required level, 150. The main ingredient for making a diced chicken burger was chicken meat that could be acquired by slaying arrowtail chicken. Of course, the other ingredients were chili and flour. Flour could be purchased from shops in the main cities. However, players had to hunt down the arrow-tailed chickens to get their meat. Chili could be gathered from low-level maps and areas. Therefore, the only problem the players had was collecting the chicken meat. Hanging Shui hopped onto Zhang Yang's phoenix pet. The two of them flew straight into a forest and walked around in the forest. They were trying to find some arrow-tailed chickens to kill. Although these chicken monsters were rather common in this forest, they were scattered. Zhang Yang and Han Shui had to search around in order to find one. Therefore, the two of them did not get many of them, even after wandering around, killing arrow-tailed chickens for about 2 to 3 hours. However, Zhang Yang was not bored at all, because he had the lady that he loved at his side, keeping him accompanied. After walking for a while, the two of them heard the clashing sound of metallic weapons. They looked at each other for a brief moment. Then, they slowed down their flying mounts down and sneaked up towards the direction where the sounds came from. All they saw were two different groups of players battling against each other. Zhang Yang was bored with what he saw. Such clashes were far too common in game. So, he had no reason at all to waste his attention on other people's affairs. He may try to get himself involved if he ever sees people battling against a boss. But PvP matches? Well, he is not that free to do something so pointless. However, Zhang Yang tilted his mouth a little after observing for a little while. There was a group of 13 players, trying to kill another group of only 2 players. What caught his attention was that the 2 players were not faltering or losing the battle. Instead, they were holding up pretty good. One of them was a guardian while the other was a holy knight. Both of them were holding shields. These 2 players were both thick armored type players. While the holy knight could heal better and protect their allies better than a normal healer could, the guardian also had an abundance of methods to defend himself. The two of them seemed to be working together like they had been doing this for a long time. It would take a lot more than just 13 players to kill them. This is what people would call a dual shield team. Of course, having very powerful defense would mean that the player had to forego on increasing their attack power. That is the cost that one must pay to obtain a turtle shell level kind of defense power. It was just how things work in an online game. Therefore, the advantage of these two classes working together would be acquiring super high defense, while their disadvantage was that they would not have the firepower to finish their opponents off fast. 10 Dusk, Guardian, level 144. Female Raid Covenant, Holy Knight, level 143. These two tankers did not belong to any guild currently. It was actually quite impressive that they could manage so well, and they could still get equipment that were above average. Of course, their equipment seemed to have been obtained from dungeons. Therefore, they were just level 140 mythical tier equipment. It was not considered as top tier equipment yet. However, these equipment were already considered as some of the top mainstream equipment. Most importantly, there were no high tier player in the group of 13. Their equipment seemed to be much lower in tier than the equipment of 10 Dusk and Female Raid Covenant. Therefore, they still could not kill 10 Dusk and Female Raid Covenant even though there were just 2 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, Information for Sale. Chapter 714, Information for Sale. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 13 players were all from a guild called Contra. It should be a small guild. Zhang Yang had never heard of it in both of his lives. He had practically committed every noteworthy guild to memory. If this guild was not in his memory banks, it had to be rather insignificant. Although it would be best to come to this map after players have attained level 150, the other level 120, 150 maps were crowded with players from all around the world. It would be almost impossible to find a peaceful spot to farm. Therefore, many players have begun running over to this map the moment they hit level 140. As long as they do not encounter any level 170 monsters, none of them would have to suffer at the hands of the level gap suppression function of the game. However, players must be of certain standard before they can survive in the new map. Monsters in the level 150, 180 maps were basically one tier higher than the monsters in lower level maps such as Candia Grasslands and Aomori Moss Land. A level 150, 180 map was not the place for all level 140 players to come and crash. Let's leave. The two of them lost interest after they observed the battle for a short while. Zhang Yang waved a little and the two of them turned around and was ready to leave. However, 10 Dusk and Female Raid Covenant suddenly raced towards Zhang Yang and Han Shui, without any warning. Meanwhile, the 13 players from Contra had arrived at their spot and rounded them up. That included Zhang Yang and Han Shui, of course. Female Raid Covenant reacted extremely quickly and said, haha. Now that my brother and sister are here, let's see, who's going to take care of who now? There's just the 4 of you. We're still going to beat you up like pigs, one of them who seemed to be the leader of the party said, you bastards. How dare you humiliate my girl? There's no way that you're getting out of here alive. Pooey. Your wife's the one who grew an ugly face. Look at her. Her face looks just like the face of a monkey's butts. And look lower a bit. There's no chest. Look even lower now. She doesn't even have curvy butts. She looks like a prepubescent. You're telling me that you're still going to treasure her? You pet a bear. With his foul mouth, female Raid Coven had really made them angry enough to shoot themselves in the heads. Boss. Boss. Don't do anything rash just yet. He's Zhang Yu. Well, the Phoenix pet had given it away. One of them could recognize Zhang Yang by looking at his appearance as well. He could not even finish his words properly. Zhang Yu. The leader's name was Boasting Swordsman. After looking at Zhang Yang atop his Phoenix pet, he took in a deep cold breath and fell silent. Ha ha. Be afraid. This is our boss. Female Raid Coven did not seem to know when to stop talking. Just listen to me. Your girl over there loves to wink her sexy eyes at anyone she sees. Just look at her again. I can tell that she's not the type who would settle down quietly. You better find a new one. Darling. I'm not that type of girl. He's humiliating me. You must get him to apologize to me. Or else you're never going to with me. Among the 13 players from Contra, there was one female elf that looked like a spellcaster. She was acting all spoiled up on Boasting Swordsman. You shut up. Boasting Swordsman immediately shouted angrily at the girl and said, it's all because of you acting lewd all the time. Look at the mess you got us into. They were just passing by peacefully at first. Then you insisted on wanting them party up with them. Did you just have an eye for the both of them? You planned to have a 3-piece session behind my back, didn't you? What are you talking about? I'm very loyal to you, okay? At first, Zhang Yang did not intend to be a human shield for Ten Dusk and his friend. However, after hearing what Boasting Swordsman had to say, he was infuriated. His face turned dark and he said, just leave, before I change my mind. Boasting Swordsman felt awkward after that. Even if he had over 100 guts in his stomach, he would never dare provoke Zhang Yang. However, he did not feel so good after being chased away by the other people like a pest. So he forced a smile and led his party to retreat at once. Ha ha. Thank you so much, my brother. Female Raid Coven was acting as if he had been friends with Zhang Yang for many years, though the fact was that he just met Zhang Yang a few minutes ago. Then, he scanned his eyes across the body of Han Shui and said, yo, brother. Your girl is too damn fine. The front and the back are all there. The only imperfection is her face. But no one can see when the lights are out. The sensation of the touching and grabbing are the things that matter the most. Cover the face, bang the base. What the F***CK? What kind of thick-faced prick is this? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, did anyone ever tell you that your mouth stinks? A lot of them. But sometimes I just don't care. He. Female Raid Coven spoke like a man of marked individuality. Then he rested his arm over Zhang Yang's shoulders as if nothing had happened back there. His wretchedness was even higher than Fatty Han's. Zhang Yu? On the other hand, Ten Dusk was acting much more matured and poised. His face seemed serious all the time. It was truly a wonder that he would end up with a wretched friend like female Raid Coven. Since his Phoenix pet had given his identity up to the others, Zhang Yang nodded and said, yes. This is weird. You're not as handsome as I am. How are you so famous then? Female Raid Coven fixed his eyes on Zhang Yang's face. Then his eyes scanned Zhang Yang from head to toe. Then he continued to say, but never mind, I'm going to surpass you and become number 1 in the entire game. What a thick-faced son of the B***TCH. Zhang Yang did not even have the intention to ask what happened between these two with those players from Contra. Well, he was 90% sure that it must have been because of that loud mouth of female Raid Coven. He did provide them a great sample right here, right now. So Zhang Yang smiled and said, so let's part ways now, Iodio, don't be so hasty. Female Raid Coven quickly stopped Zhang Yang and said, we're here because of fate. Can't you feel my passion? I want to know more about you. No. Come on. Don't be so cold to me. Female Raid Coven was acting like a piece of chewing gum and glued himself on Zhang Yang. It was really hard to get rid of him now. You even brought a girl with you to grind. You have my style. Unfortunately, that boring man over there is not interested in ladies. He even chased away all of my girl fans. Or else with my charm leaking about, girls would scream and shout in excitement while following me around. Zhang Yang frowned intensely at what female raid coven had to say. This fellow was really too good at acting friendly with strangers. He looked at Ten Dusk, realized that he was frowning too. It seemed that this female raid coven was really a wretched package of trouble to begin with. Oh, right. Are you interested in taking on a boss with us? Female raid coven suddenly changed a new topic. It's a holy tier super boss. So, what do you say we try it out together? We'll split the loots 50-50. This man did not sound trustworthy, though. Zhang Yang looked over towards Ten Dusk. Ten Dusk looked back at Zhang Yang and he said, it's a level 175 holy tier boss. He's called Ghostface Monkey King. Unfortunately, we can't beat that boss. It made perfect sense. A super boss on an open world map would have a HP recovery skill. Furthermore, these two only had powerful defenses. They did not have much of an offense to begin with. Even if Zhang Yang goes up against the boss with his God of War transformation activated, he might not even be able to beat the boss. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. However, we only have 2 healers and 2 tankers. How much DPS do you expect us to muster? We won't even get past his HP regeneration, but... Well, you can call your other friends along. But we're still splitting the loots 50-50. Female raid coven spoke like he was fooling around, only we know where the boss is. So, what do you say about this? If you go, at least you're going to get something. But if you don't, you'll get nothing at all. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and said, a level 175 boss would drop level 170 equipment. Even if those equipment have the special attribute that reduces required level by 20 levels, you still need to be level 150 to equip them. Let's make another deal. After we split the loot 50-50, I will use 2 of my level 140 ethereal tier equipment to exchange 1 of your level 150 holy tier equipment. Think about it. You get 2 in return while I only got 1. It's a fair trade. Female raid coven and Ten Dusk looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Deal. Yes, holy tier equipment are extremely valuable and rare at the current stage of the game. However, players could only wear them when they reached the required level to be eligible to wear them. It was not like everyone need to show themselves off in a fashion exhibition or what. Currently, Ten Dusk was level 144. It would still take about 2.5 months for him to get up to level 150. Meanwhile, exchanging 1 holy tier with 2 ethereal tier equipment sounds much better than holding onto the equipment that they could not wear yet for so long. Other than that, having 2 ethereal tier equipment on them would definitely not be weaker than having 1 holy tier equipment on them. More importantly, they could equip the ethereal tier the moment they get it. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to take the deal. After they had struck the deal, female raid coven and Ten Dusk began to lead Zhang Yang and Han Shui to the location of the boss. So I see that you guys have not joined any guild yet. I'm just wondering, how did you guys manage to get good equipment like these mythical tier equipment? Han Shui was asking out of her curiosity. Of course, she was asking Ten Dusk. Well, mythical tier equipment can only be found in the hardcore mode of a dungeon. Meanwhile, the game developer decided to spice up the game for players to be more active in clearing dungeons. They made every equipment that players find in the Death Swamp to be bound upon pickup. Players would not be able to sell the equipment they farmed from that dungeon anymore. If players would like to get their hands on mythical tier equipment, which was deemed to be the most popular and powerful equipment in the current stage of the game, they would have to work their asterisk C's off to get them on their own. Well, there are many gold parties out there. As long as they're willing to pay up, we will join in and help them clear dungeons like Death Swamp. Well, sometimes they even pay hundreds of thousands to us by the end of it. So after earning a few rounds, we have enough money to keep ourselves up to date. Female raid coven cut in before Ten Dusk could say anything. Well, a gold party is a party where some players with good equipment bring some players with weak equipment into clearing some dungeons. The price of having these powerful players running errands for the weaker players would be based on the number of equipment they could get. This is one of the tactics that the players came up with to defy the bound upon pickup feature for the new dungeon Death Swamp. However, the equipment of players who hired others would not have equipment that were up to the standard. Well, in a 5-player scale dungeon, lacking 1 powerful DPS could make the whole situation very difficult to deal with. Therefore, there were only a few powerful guilds that were capable of forming gold parties. Lone Desert Smoke also had gold parties. However, Zhang Yang and his gang would never waste their time on running errands like that. Well, they could handle everything by themselves anyway. So, Han Shui had no knowledge at all about what a gold party is. The four of them went through a series of twists and turns across the mountains. After traveling for over 3 to 4 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of a small valley. Flowers and other green plants were flourishing across the entire valley. The place seemed magically peaceful and green. By the west side of the valley, there was a lake of the size of almost one-third the entire valley. The entrance of the valley was very hard to spot. Well, it was hidden in plain sight. Of course, players would miss it if they were just flying by the place. Therefore, the most difficult part about such bosses would be finding them in the first place. Otherwise, there was no boss in the game that players could not take down, not yet. As they proceeded forward, they went along the side of the lake. After a moment of walking, the four of them arrived at a sandy white beach. There was a large ape, covered in coal-black fur, sleeping by the beach. It was spouting out flames from its nose. The blazing air current was so strong that the sands were swept up from the sandy ground as if there was a fan blowing the sand away, one wave after another. This ape was at least 10 meters high. If it stands up straight, this ape should be as tall as a 3-story house. Its eyes were sunken deep into its face. Its fangs protruded from its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. Well, that was most probably why it was called a Ghostface Monkey King, then. Ghostface Ape King. Level, 175. HP, 17 billion. Defense, 17,660. Melee attack, 140,154 to 200,154. Skills. Ground hammer, shakes the ground with pure power and causes the ground within the area of 50 meters to crack and break. All targets within the effective range will receive 200,000 physical damage. All targets will be stunned for 3 seconds. Slam, slam onto a target causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. The healing efficiency of the target will be reduced by 50%. Beast Constitution, recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovered will not be affected by any other effects. Summon, summons the same number of elite tier Ghostface monkeys, based on the number of players on the boss's aggro list. Note, Ghostface monkeys were born to be ferocious, and they love to kill. They can get even more ferocious than you can possibly imagine to those who trespass their territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, The Ghostface Monkey King. Chapter 715, The Ghostface Monkey King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. See? Isn't the boss looks powerful? Me and my depressed man here could not even defeat it even activating our transformation skills. Female Raid Coven noticed that Zhang Yang and Han Shui was frowning intensely upon seeing the boss. So he spoke proudly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He was showing off about how he and his friend got defeated by the boss. Zhang Yang equipped his party summon order first. Then he informed Sun Xinu, 100 shots, and the others about the situation. After using his party summon order, everyone was teleported to Zhang Yang's location. After seeing two strangers standing right beside him, everyone was curious. However, Female Raid Coven widened his eyes at Wei Yen Air. Then he said, "What a cute loli. Come, I will bring you to see some goldfish." Wei Yen Air felt a cold shiver up her spine after realizing how Female Raid Coven was staring at her. She quickly hid herself behind Zhang Yang and said, "Hamsap one uncle. My brother-in-law is here with me. You better don't try anything funny." Hamsap uncle? This little brat has been corrupted for real. She even knew the correct term to use, now. Zhang Yang shook his head and pointed his finger at the boss. "Starlight, you'll be the tanking the boss when the battle begins. Is your transformation skill still available now?" Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, Han Shui, Wei Yin Air and Daffodil Daydream had activated their transformation skills when they were clearing the mythical dragon realm. They had not expected to encounter another holy tier boss so soon after their previous encounter. Truth be told, Zhang Yang could still handle the boss's attacks. Each of the normal attacks from the boss would only cause approximately 200,000 damage. However, it would be much easier to let Endless Starlight take the lead with his inheritance transformation activated. Roger, boss. And yes, mine is still available. Endless Starlight quickly nodded. How about you guys? Zhang Yang looked at 100 Shots, Lost Dream, Fatty Han and Fantasy Sweetheart. Still here. Still available. They nodded as well. Very good. Then our DPS should probably reach up to 1 million. The boss has a total of 17 billion HP and it's capable of recovering 1% of its total HP once in every 30 seconds. That would mean the boss can recover 570,000 HP per second. Our effective DPS would be about 430,000 damage. Theoretically speaking, we should be able to take out the boss in about 70 minutes, give or take. Zhang Yang said. Oi! Brother-in-law! Aren't you forgetting about us too? Female Raid Coven suddenly protested. You hamsap uncle! How dare you take advantage of me? Wei Yen was not stupid. She immediately laid her protest on Female Raid Coven as well. Zhang Yang laughed it off and said, so, how much damage output can you provide, then? Basically none. Female Raid Coven instantly squatted down and started to draw circles with his finger. However, he jumped back up and said, but, my walking killjoy over there packs quite a punch. He ran over and locked his arm with Ten Dusk's arm. That intimate gesture could really give others a great chill up their spines. Zhang Yang ignored that hamsap uncle and continued to speak. There are two things that we need to be aware of, here. 1. His ground hammer is an AoE attack. The impact will spread and stun anyone who can't get away in time. If the rate of the boss activating this skill is frequent, it could become a threat that we cannot ignore. Furthermore, it will also decrease our efficiency of dealing damage to the boss. So no doubt that the boss battle will be prolonged a little. Other than that, we must be careful about the elite monsters that the boss can summon. There are 12 of us here. The boss will summon 12 elite Ghostface monkeys. I will, me and Ten Dusk will lure the monsters when they appear. Everyone will have to focus on clearing out the monsters first before we focus back on the boss. If there were only 12 elite monsters in the entire boss battle, Zhang Yang could slowly kite the monsters around until they're dead. However, the boss would not just activate his summon once throughout the entire boss battle. Each summon would bring out 12 elite tier monsters. If the number of the monsters adds on by 12 every time the boss activates its summon, the situation could get out of hand, and the entire party would get wiped out. Hamsap uncle. You can actually contribute by killing yourself now. Then, we will only have to battle against 11 monsters. Wei Yen shrugged and said, for the sake of our party, you should sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Before Female Raid Coven could even stand back on his feet, he squatted back down and continued to draw circles with his finger. Then he said, how can you underestimate me? I'm also a powerful healer, you know. I can even heal your breasts so that they would become F-cup. F-cup. Wei Yen raised her eyebrows a little. Currently, her boobs were borderline A-cup. After hearing what that hamsap uncle had to say, she was infuriated. She was on the verge of smashing that hamsap uncle with her battle axe. All right. Starlight, be ready to move. Zhang Yang quickly said. He wanted to prevent the little brat from killing Female Raid Coven before the boss battle even starts. Endless Starlight just nodded. Then, he immediately activated his King Long transformation. Instantly, he transformed into a gigantic King Kong. After thumping his chest, he rode his poor little wild boar and charged towards the boss. Ha ha ha. Female Raid Coven instantly burst into laughter after seeing that scenario. A King Kong of that size riding a wild boar. You're too much, man. Are you some sort of comedian in real life? Endless Starlight was also dissatisfied with his own appearance. Also, there was barely any hair on his entire body. Some strands were just long enough to protect some parts of his body. As he charged forward, those strands would float in the air along the wind. After hearing what Female Raid Coven had to say, he felt depressed. Ooh. 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 Speaking of which, the boss was also an ape. After noticing that a King Kong was charging towards it, the boss did not falter. Instead, it stood up on its hind legs. Its eyes glowed as it thumped its own chest. Then, the boss charged towards Endless Starlight. A loud bang was heard when Endless Starlight and the boss clashed into each other. The boss was extremely strong. It managed to ram Endless Starlight so hard that he was pushed a few steps back. However, the boss played a dirty trick on Endless Starlight. He took hold of Starlight's hairy crotch, grabbed, and twisted it. Ha ha. Starlight. Aren't you supposed to tank with the boss, not make out? The two of you are made by the gods to be a perfect match. Just get together already. It's a wonderful year for gay couples, didn't you know? Fatty Han and Lost Dream were laughing out loud at him. Furthermore, Female Raid Coven was also making fun of him. Endless Starlight was filled with grievance and anger at the same time because of that. Why must this F***King boss be so F***King wretched? This Ghostface Monkey King must be horny now. Every single hit from the boss was aiming straight for the crotch of Endless Starlight. The worst part about it was that the boss seemed particularly excited while drooling. Its eyes were glowing intensely, as it was making the woo sound repeatedly. Starlight, why don't you just satisfy the boss then? Fatty Han was about to crack his own pot. Maybe you'll have a bunch of ghost-faced little monkeys by the end of next year. You can go out bringing them with you by then. You can defeat anyone or any god you like. No one will stand in your way. However, Fatty Han and Lost Dream were the only ones who were making fun of Starlight. The others were standing by at the side. The moment Endless Starlight had the boss locked on him, they charged out and launched their assaults on the boss. They went and surrounded the boss in their tactical formation. Those who could still activate their transformation skills began to activate theirs without hesitation. The moment the Red Dragon Pet and Phoenix Pets activated their transformation skills, the scene became glorious. To reduce the healer's pressure, 100 Shots and Fatty Han rode their own pet mounts. They did not summon out their other pets as well. Meanwhile, the others also did not summon their battle companions that would only become a hindrance. Meanwhile, Female Raid Coven and 10 Dusk were clever enough to understand the situation. They did not summon their battle companions as well. One of them was riding on a black leopard, charging towards the boss, while the other one was riding on a large scorpion, joining up with the healers in the rear. Glare of the Death God. Because the party would take more than just an hour to defeat the boss, theoretically speaking, Zhang Yang did not hesitate at all in throwing out his strongest ultimate skill. However, it was an unfortunate attempt. Before the dark mist could form into a dark skull on top of the boss, the skill was resisted. Everyone sighed heavily. However, none of them took it to heart. After all, everyone knew how low the success rate of this skill was. Ooh. Upon being surrounded by Zhang Yang and the party, the boss was receiving high values of damage. It instantly roared out in anger and tapped its chest for a few rounds. Then, the boss slammed its hands onto the ground and created a very powerful impact of shockwave. It was like smashing a gigantic sledgehammer onto the ground. Instantly, the shockwave swept the dust and sand on the ground along with it, as it spread out into the surroundings. The ground was cracked and countless of spiky rocks emerged from beneath the surface of the ground, causing a basic damage of 200,000 damage to everyone. Although top-tier equipment had the ability to absorb a certain amount of damage, the holy tier equipment that Zhang Yang had on him could only absorb as much as 10,000 to 20,000 damage. Meanwhile, the others only managed to absorb about 8,000 damage, at most. Such a small amount of damage absorption attribute could do next to nothing for Zhang Yang's gang. Other than the tankers who had damage immunity attributes, the others were basically sustaining a full 200,000 damage from the impact of the boss's ground hammer. Those who had activated their transformation skills could still afford a damage of 200,000. Fatty Han and 100 Shots had boosted their total HP up to at least 20 million HP. They would not feel much pain from that attack. Meanwhile, although Sun Xinu and the ladies could not activate their transformation skills, they still had over a total HP of 300,000. As long as they did not die from that wave of attack, the healers would be able to fill their HP bars back. After the 3-second stun effect, Han Yingxue quickly waved her staff around and made it her priority to throw her healing skills on the players who had not activated their transformation skills. By doing so, she managed to prevent the boss from killing those players instantly with another wave of ground hammer. After activating her inheritance transformation, Fantasy Sweetheart's healing capability had increased tremendously. She was almost as powerful as Han Yingxue in such regard now. The two of them combined their strength to heal the rest of the party. Although Female Raid Coven did not seem to be reliable at the start, his awareness on which player to heal first was quite astonishing, actually. He was trying to heal up those whose HP bars were still very low. Streams of holy lights were flashing across the wounded, raising their HP bars back to their full states. Even though Holy Knights did not have the ability to heal many players at the same time like priests do, but they excelled in single-target healing. Each of them had their own share of advantages and flaws. The priests would heal the entire party, while the Holy Knights would heal those who were in a more critical state. After tens of seconds of healing, everyone's HP bar was back to their full health states, except for Endless Starlight. It seemed that the tens of seconds of healing was the best that the healers could do. In other words, the party would only be able to sustain the impact of the boss's ground hammer once every 10 seconds. That was the rate of ground hammer that they could take on without being taken down. If the boss were to activate its ground hammer a little more frequently, then the entire party might get wiped out. Fortunately, the boss only activated its ground hammer after every 10 seconds. The second wave of impact caused a heavy damage to everyone just like the first time. After some mental calculations, everyone knew that the ground hammer had 30 seconds of cooldown period. However, when the boss only had 20% HP left, the rate of the boss activating its ground hammer would be shortened down to 20 seconds, or 15 seconds short, or it may even be 10 seconds. They could only focus their firepower for now. Even though the boss had a skill that could recover its HP, but having the boss lose a total of 430,000 HP per second was a good progress, so to speak. Everyone could witness that the boss's HP bar was visibly dropping. Ooh. Ooh. The Ghostface Monkey King was beginning to roar in rage. It smacked its own chest raw and screamed to the sky. Instantly, 12 mini-sized Ghostface monkeys appeared from all directions of the battleground. They were charging towards Zhang Yang and the party while making the sound of ooh. They were extremely agile. They would have no problem keeping up with mounts. Ghostface Monkey, Elite, Summon. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,774 to 60,774. Skills. Trample of War, stomps the ground and causes 50,000 physical damage to all targets within the range of 3 meters from the monster. All targets will be afflicted with stun effects for 1 second. Zhang Yang immediately commanded his phoenix pet and charged towards the Ghostface Monkey. At the same time, he also said, 10 Dusk. Get those monsters away from our ranged combatants. Zhang Yang was not very confident with 10 Dusk because he was an outsider after all. So he also commanded, 100 Shots. Support 10 Dusk and lure the monsters away. TL note. 1. Hamsap, literally means salty wet, means horny or perverted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Empowered Damage Output. Chapter 716, Empowered Damage Output. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After activating their transformation skills, the Red Dragon Pet and the Phoenix Pet had a 30-meter-long flaming tongue. Although the amount of damage from their attacks were based on their melee attack power, their melee attacks were basically far enough to be considered range attacks. Therefore, 100 Shots was standing together with the ranged combatants as he was launching his attacks at the boss. After hearing Zhang Yang's command, he immediately nodded and turned his red dragon around. Then he commanded his red dragon to spit out a blast of dragon breath at the monsters. With the advantage of having a 30-meter attack range, 100 Shots was able to lure the monsters over to him. Meanwhile, he had over 20 million HP upon riding on his red dragon. So he had no reason to fear, even if he is surrounded by a bunch of elite-tier monkeys. 10 Dusk had revealed his true power in being an outstanding tanker. With a blast of his blast wave, he stunned all 12 monsters at the same time and began the process to get the aggro values from the monsters. For seconds after the monsters were stunned, the Ghostface monkeys began to recover. Before the monsters could even do anything, 10 Dusk struck out a blast of Thunderstrike, reducing the movement speed of 6 Ghostface monkeys. Because he had not yet created enough aggro values to surpass the aggro values that 100 Shots had on him, the 6 monsters charged at 100 Shots without even looking at 10 Dusk. However, that was good enough for them. The monsters could not deal any damage to them, yet. Naturally, Zhang Yang had lured the other 6 Ghostface monkeys on his side. He immediately kicked the monsters towards the other 6 monsters on the other side. Well, he wanted to gather all 12 monsters in one spot first before he could begin to slaughter them up. The movement speed of the Phoenix Pet was extremely agile. It did not take long before Zhang Yang managed to gather all 12 monsters in one spot. Right after the monsters were lured into place, Zhang Yang hopped down from the Phoenix Pet and activated his Thunderstrike upon them. Well, his Thunderstrike is already enhanced. Not only could it slow the monsters down over a longer period of time, its effects were also much stronger. However, even Zhang Yang was not capable of getting enough aggro values over a short period of time to pull the other 6 monsters that were pursuing 100 Shots over to him. Fortunately for him, players and monsters were completely different in terms of improvising according to the situation. Even though the 6 monsters were currently fixed on pursuing 100 Shots, Zhang Yang could kite the monsters towards 100 Shots and gather all 12 monsters in the same spot. As long as the monsters are all gathered in the same spot, then Zhang Yang and the others would be able to unleash hell upon them. Since both Zhang Yang and 10 Dusk had Thunderstrike to slow the movement speed of the monsters, there was no need for anyone to worry about going OT. There's no need for everyone to focus on the elite monsters. Fatty Han alone is more than enough. Zhang Yang said. 2 Phoenix Pets and 1 Red Dragon Pet were the most powerful AoE attackers in the area currently. No one in the party could match their AoE attacks. Well, if that is the case, the others would be better off focusing their attacks on the boss. They should just let the professionals handle the AoE attacks on the 12 elite tier monsters. Legendary grade pets like the Phoenixes and Red Dragon had very strong AoE attack capabilities. After activating their transformation skills, they could become even more powerful than before. Each Dragon Breath could cause up to 200,000 damage to all targets within range. Not to mention, Dragon Breath could be used once every 2 seconds. Theoretically speaking, 25 shots of Dragon Breath would be able to empty out a total of 5 million HP. With 2 of these pets coming together, 25 seconds was the time needed for them to wipe out every Ghostface monkey within range. As for 10 Dusk, he basically did not have to do anything. That's awesome. Female Raid Covenant Immediate gave 2 thumbs up at the Phoenixes and the Red Dragon. Well, he had never seen anything like this before. After wiping out the monsters, Zhang and the others switched their priority back onto the boss and continued to launch their attacks. Ooh! The Ghostface Monkey King roared out loud furiously. Those Ghostface monkeys were probably its sons and daughters. Seeing them being wiped out right in front of its eyes, the boss was so infuriated that it activated Ground Hammer straight away. The impact of the skill did quite a number on everyone. For most of the parties in the current stage of the game, Ground Hammer was definitely a fatal threat to them. A normal player with a full set of level 140 mythical tier equipment would only have a maximum HP of 180,000, give or take. Even on a mount, they would only have 250,000 HP at the most. Meanwhile, normal healers would not have the capability to heal as much as 300,000 HP over 30 seconds. The normal players would have died upon receiving the third Ground Hammer. However, Zhang had 2 top-tier healers, Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart. Furthermore, Female Raid Covenant was deadly serious in combat, even though he was a little bad-mannered. His performance in battle had revealed his literacy and awareness towards his surroundings. If he does not speak without his brain, Zhang might have considered recruiting him into Lone Desert Smoke. Summon Ground Hammer. Holding on against waves of attacks from the boss, the party began to get comfortable and familiar with the attack pattern of the boss. The situation was no longer intense as before. When players were battling against a boss in a dungeon, they had to make sure that they were always on point. They must know when to hit, when to retreat, and where to retreat to. Their movements in the battle would be strictly limited as well because of all that. Even if they managed to reduce 90% HP of the boss, they would get wiped out instantly if any one of them get careless or act recklessly. However, a battle against an open-world boss would be very different from battling against a dungeon boss. There were not many tactics involved in a battle like that. In other words, numbers. Therefore, judging by the complexity of a boss's skills, an open-world boss is not as powerful as a dungeon boss. Even if someone on the party screws up, it would only cost the individual player's life. That player's mistake would not drag the entire party down with him or her. Players who die in such a large-scale battle could be replaced by other players, against an open-world boss. If one player's death could cause the entire party to be wiped out, then it would become impossible for players to take down an open-world boss. That is just how the game developers have designed the game to be. You two seem to get the hang of it. You're both skilled and powerful. Why don't you guys join a guild? Fatty Han asked out of his own curiosity. 10 Dusk did not say a word as usual while Female Raid Coven answered straight away, both of us have work in real life. We only have a little time to jump in the game. Well, in a few more months, we're getting sent out. So, you get the idea. That means we will only be able to play this game while we're sleeping. Sent out? That should be a term used by officials of the government department. Sent out could mean they are going to be sent over to certain states across the country to be local officials. Usually, people who get sent out would mean that they have quit their jobs. If they quit their jobs, they would have more time to play. Now that they were saying that they would become even busier, could they be working for the government as government servants then? Looking at that goofy face of Female Raid Covenant, everyone sighed. If this fellow was really going to become a local official of a state, there would be no telling what kind of trouble he would get himself into. Oi! What kind of faces are you showing me now? Female Raid Coven shouted in a strange voice as he was preparing to launch his holy light. The sacred scene did not suit his personality at all. Oh, right. My man, have you gotten the tickets I told you to get? He suddenly tapped his forehead and asked 10 Dusk. Got them already. No worries. 10 Dusk answered coldly. Ha ha. This time, I'm going to confess to my goddess Luo Xinran. With my handsome look and my elegant way of speaking, she will definitely fall for me the moment she lays her eyes on me. Female Raid Coven laughed like a pervert. Elegant way of speaking? That's more like an elegant way of spitting. Pooey. Endless Starlight was basically the same as female Raid Coven was. His mouth was foul as F***ck as well. He immediately cracked a joke at female Raid Coven. Luo Xin Ran? That superstar celebrity Luo Xin Ran? Fantasy Sweetheart stared at him with her eyes wide. She spoke softly, female something something, don't you think you're setting your standards a little too high? She was being courteous by not telling him in the face that he was being a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Who's Luo Xin Ran? Wei Yan'er rubbed her nose a bit and asked. She seemed puzzled. Arg. Yan'er, have you not heard or seen Luo Xin Ran before? Fantasy Sweetheart had been following the celeb gossip. So she revealed a face that suggested, how could you not know about my idol? Wei Yan'er was being honest. She just shook her head. Luo Xin Ran is a singer who got famous about 4 or 5 years ago. When I was still studying in my university, my roommate was very obsessed with her. He even had posters of her stuck on his bed and his side of the walls. Zhang Yang said. Now, the entertainment industry is moving towards the direction of gaming. So, be it filming a movie, a series or making a music album, the entertainment industry tend to select the environment in a game as their background sceneries more often now. Luo Xiran is currently doing her final tour for her concert. She will be hitting the game market soon after that. Female Raid Coven continued to explain like a professional. Since the first movie, The Heart of the Night, that used the background sceneries in God's Miracle had been a success about a year ago, more and more movie companies were trying to get their shots in the game as well. The main reason was due to the fact that they could save a lot of energy and minimize environmental risks if they just take the background and sceneries from the game. Furthermore, the visual effects and special effects were much better than what they could do in real life. They could also perform a series of life-threatening stunts without having to worry at all. Everything in the game was virtual, after all. Other than that, celebrities no longer needed high-cost cosmetics to make them look good. They could just use the interface of the game to design whatever outlook they wanted. Therefore, the traditional film industry took a fatal blow to their gut. If they do not wish to move their *C's towards God's Miracle, the super high cost of making a film would be the very reason their companies would go bankrupt. Those traditional celebrities were also starting to join the fame. However, the appearance of a person could be adjusted according to one's free will. As long as you can design it, you can appear with that appearance in the game. Therefore, basically, everyone in the game looked handsome and pretty. Therefore, being a traditional celebrity was not an easy path. Time no longer favored them. Only the celebrities with true talent in acting and singing could continue to make a profit like kings and queens. After all, this is a new era where anyone can potentially become a celebrity. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered. His company happened to have signed a contract with Luo Xin Ran. One of her concert tours would be staged in Zhoushu. However, Zhang Yang, Sun Xian Yue Yan'er and the rest of the ladies that he lived with were not into celebrities. So they did not remember much about it. Now that someone had mentioned it, they remembered. The battle went on for an hour without everyone noticing. Because the boss only uses its ground hammer and summon repeatedly, the party could not deal the amount of damage that they theoretically spoke about earlier before the battle. However, they still managed to reduce the boss's HP bar down to 20% entering the stage of Killing Cleave. In an instant, everyone took out their amateur power potion and gulp it down. Then, it was time to unleash their madness upon the boss. Everyone was slicing and dicing like there was no tomorrow. The Ghostface Monkey King was beaten up so badly that it was screaming in its own ape language. The boss also increased the rate of activating its ground hammer to once in every 20 seconds. Because of that, the healers were forced to carry a massive burden. However, that was not the limit of the boss yet. When the boss's HP bar drops down to 10%, the rate of the boss activating its ground hammer would become even faster than before. When that happens, the 3 healers would have to puke their guts out if they want to keep up with the boss. The glare of the death god had finally cooled down. However, Zhang Yang did not use it immediately. He wanted to wait until the boss's HP bar reaches 10%. The reason was simple. If the skill could work, they would be able to kill the boss faster in its most dangerous state. 15%, 12%, 10%. Throwing out, glare of the death god. Phew! A dark skull appeared right on top of the boss. The skill was not resisted. Wicked sick. Because they had the advantage in numbers, Zhang Yang did not have to activate his shadow clone. With their current rate of attacks landing on the boss, it would be enough for them to fully trigger the special effect of the glare of the death god over 10 times. What the F***? What kind of skill is this? Female Raid Coven screamed like a little girl after he saw the series of damage values popping up on top of the boss. He was so shocked that he could not even close his jaws. Each damage value was not merely tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. They were tens of millions instead. Under that kind of bombardment, it did not take long at all before the boss let out a miserable roar and died. Its gigantic body collapsed down onto the body of Endless Starlight, pressing him down, as if the boss was forcing itself onto him. The gayness of that scene was imprinted into the back of everyone's skulls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717, High-Tier Territory. Chapter 717, High-Tier Territory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The loot that the boss dropped were quite satisfying. There were 2 Holy Tier equipment and 4 Ethereal Tier equipment. All of them were level 170 equipment. Meanwhile, there was also 1 skill book and 1 skill point crystal. Because they had 2 outsiders this time round, Zhang could not give the skill point crystal to his party members based on their turns anymore. At first, Zhang tried to get the skill point crystal by offering equipment, gold pieces, or some high-tier potions to the 2 of them. However, they seemed to know how valuable that skill point crystal was. They did not intend to give it to Zhang at all. Hence, Zhang let them have it, and he picked the skill book instead. For Zhang's party, they could still get plenty of skill point crystals by challenging new bosses in the future. However, if the skill book contains some powerful skill, then it could become far more valuable than just 1 skill point crystal. So, Zhang decided to take his chance on that. The skill book was named Superior Force Strike. The skill could only be obtained by warrior class players. Because Wei Yan'er had never liked this skill in the first place, she directly passed the skill book to Zhang without showing any interest in it. However, when Zhang posted the description for the skill, the little brat began to cry like a little bitch. She even cried and choked Zhang, asking him to spit the skill book out and return it back to her. See? That's what we literally call a little b****. Superior Force Strike improves the rate of triggering the next additional attack after you have used your Force Strike 2 times every time you upgrade your Force Strike by 1 level. Furthermore, the additional attack will be a critical hit. Initially, this Force Strike was a rather lackluster skill. At its level 1, this skill could perform a powerful strike on the target immediately, dealing 100% of melee damage with a 5% chance to trigger an additional attack. With each level upgrade, the rate of triggering the additional attack would increase by additional 5%. Upon adding that up, even if the skill reaches level 10, there would only be a total 50% chance to trigger the additional attack. In other words, the skill could only deal 150% additional attack to the target. Compared to the other skills that could deal an additional 200%, 250%, or even 300% melee attack, this Force Strike did not seem to be powerful at all. Furthermore, no warrior would add their precious skill points on Force Strike. It would be like having a donkey kicking your brain. However, the outcome becomes different if a player gets this Superior Force Strike. Upon getting the skill up to level 10, the player would have over 100% chance of triggering an additional attack. More importantly, the additional attack was guaranteed to be a critical hit. Based on that alone, the player could achieve additional and 300% attack of the skill's initial attack. The damage dealt would be instantly amplified. Of course, the player would have to make sure that the skill is fully upgraded. In other words, 9 skill points would be spent in order to do so. Or else, having only a 10% rate to trigger the additional attack would be pathetic. Getting so many skill points would be a difficult thing for other players to do. However, Zhang did not find it hard at all. All he needs to do is to kill a few more bosses and get a few more first clear of dungeons. By then, he should be able to collect enough skill points for that purpose. Woo woo woo. Stinky noob tank. Give me back my skill book. Wei Yan'er filled her cheeks with tears as she clung onto Zhang's back. Meanwhile, she was also weighing her battle axe in her hands, as if she was considering whether to use it or to use another powerful weapon to attack Zhang. Female Raid Coven felt an itch in his heart. He immediately spoke, "Little lowly. Let go of that animal and come cling on me. Little brat, time to look at the equipment. I can give you the equipment if they are heavy armor type." Zhang patted the little brat's head. Finally, the little brat stopped mourning. She lifted her butt and went over to the loots. Because Zhang had made a promise to 10 Dusk and Female Raid Coven earlier on, he had 100 shots bring 2 level 140 ethereal tier equipment from the warehouse alone. Then, he traded 2 ethereal tier equipment for 1 holy tier equipment agreed on. By the end of it, Zhang Yang had succeeded in getting the 2 holy tier equipment into his possession. Meanwhile, 10 Dusk and female Raid Coven were content with the deal as well. After all, having 2 ethereal tier equipment currently could give them more benefits than having only 1 holy tier equipment. It was a win-win situation for both sides. As for the remaining level 170 ethereal tier equipment, Zhang Yang did not care too much about them. He took 2 of them and left the other 2 to 10 Dusk and female Raid Coven. Upon settling the deal, 10 Dusk and female Raid Coven did not leave immediately. They stayed to look the attributes of the 2 holy tier equipment that they had given to Zhang Yang. Well, they did work their *C's off, taking down the boss. They wanted to see what kind of equipment the boss had dropped upon its death. Wei Yan'er picked up a small and thin necklace made out of small white bones with her left hand while picking up another leather jacket with spots and stripes all around it in her right. Then she asked, "So which one do we look at first?" "Necklace." "Clothes." "I want to see little Yan'er's pretty face." Female Raid Coven was instantly beaten up by everyone around him. After that, he went aside, squatted down, and began to draw circles with his finger again, squinting through his banged-up face. Wei Yan'er smiled and used the identifying scrolls that Zhang Yang had given her to identify the 2 equipment. Then she posted the attribute of the necklace first. Holy Bone Necklace, Holy Necklace. Vitality, plus 3,967. Strength, plus 979. Agility, plus 919. Equip, increases maximum HP by 7,930 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 848 damage when being hit. Equip, when being hit, there is a certain chance that the Holy Bone defense will be triggered. Reflects 20% damage received back at the attacker. Required level, 170. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. This equipment was suitable to all classes. Everyone was cracking their knuckles. They were eager to snatch the piece for themselves. Without wasting any more precious time, they rolled to see who could claim it. By the end of it, Wei Yan'er rolled out with a 94 points and claimed the prize. My power to curse has improved a lot. The little brat nodded and she quickly put the necklace on. Although the appearance of a necklace that is made of bones was a little disturbing to look at, this little brat had a totally different taste. She found it nice to look at. The powerful attributes of the necklace had left 10 Dusk and female Raid Coven speechless. They had not even tasted the sensation of having an ethereal tier equipment yet. It was natural for them to be astounded by the attributes of a holy tier equipment. Wei Yan'er then posted the attributes of that leather jacket as well. Shadow Killer Rodine's jacket, holy, leather armor. Defense, plus 384. Vitality, plus 15,870. Strength, plus 1,652. Agility, plus 3,915. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 31,740 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 1,697 damage when being hit. Equip, shortens the cooldown for your Vanish down by 30 seconds. Required level, 170. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Leather armor are best suited for thieves and hunters. However, because this equipment had the special attribute that could improve the efficiency of Vanish, it became obvious that this equipment would best suit thieves. After Sun Xinu and Lost Dream rolled, the leather jacket was claimed by Sun Xinu. That leather jacket had really boosted her attributes a lot. Especially her HP amount, it was basically double the HP amount she had when she was wearing an ethereal tier equipment, which only provided her about 7,000 additional HP. After they were done with the loots, everyone went back to what they were doing. Female Raid Coven was still trying to follow Wei Yan'er around. However, he was dragged away by 10 Dusk and the 2 of them left. Zhang Yang and Haning Shura continued on to search for cooking ingredients. A few hours later, Haning Shui had finally gathered enough chicken meat. However, she continued to bug Zhang Yang in order to accompany her while she cooks. After that, she had made quite a number of tasty spicy, diced chicken burgers. The good thing about player-made snacks is that they provide an additional boost. For instance, Zhang Yang could acquire a 400 strength attribute by ingesting a snack made by a player. Well, having an increase of 200 damage in his DPS would be very useful for him. Zhang Yang went back to his little merchandise shop. Currently, he managed to gather a large number of Crimson Blazing Essence. However, it was still far away from being enough. Unfortunately, most of the players would just throw them away even after they get it from slaying monsters and bosses. They were just a burden for them because they had absolutely no use for them. After all, a player's inventory slots were limited. Unless Zhang Yang largely increased the price of each Crimson Blazing Essence that he was willing to pay, or else the situation would stay the same. 200 Crimson Blazing Essences for 8 gold pieces? Most of the players would not want to go through so much trouble just to earn such a small amount of gold. The time that they could use to collect 200 Crimson Blazing Essences would allow them to collect more herbs and mines. They could have collected double, or even triple the amount of herbs and mines in the same amount of time. Furthermore, they could earn an amount of gold that would be 10 times higher the amount of gold they could get with 200 Crimson Blazing Essences. However, the question was still the same. Once Zhang Yang increases the price that he is willing to pay for the Crimson Blazing Essences, many crooked sellers would sense it. They would be able to realize the true value of these Crimson Blazing Essences. Then, they would take advantage of the situation and start buying them as well. It would be pretty annoying to compete with these crooked F***ers. Well, looking from a long-term perspective, when the second and the third recipe for making amateurs power potions appear, the value of these Crimson Blazing Essences would increase tremendously. So, let the price be raised, then. Since the cost of buying these Crimson Blazing Essences would not be higher than the amount of profit he makes from selling the amateurs power potions, he could afford to raise it. Zhang Yang increased the price he was willing to pay for every 200 Crimson Blazing Essences to 10 gold pieces. Many players were motivated to gather the Crimson Blazing Essences now. However, other crooked sellers had sensed it as well. Some of them even tried to compete with Zhang Yang by saying that they would buy 200 Crimson Blazing Essences with 11 gold pieces. They were trying to mark the value of these Crimson Blazing Essences higher because it seemed to be a perfect time to do so. However, Zhang Yang was not moved by their actions at all. Even if they were shouting out to the market saying they would pay 11 gold pieces or even 20 gold pieces for 200 Crimson Blazing Essences, the price that Zhang Yang was willing to pay was still fixed at 10 gold pieces per set. Zhang Yang knew better than anyone, he was the only one who could make amateurs power potions in the current stage of the game. Those crooked sellers would be just wasting their efforts, trying to spend more of their fortune over something that they could not use. Of course, if they are patient enough to wait until the second and the third recipes for amateurs power potion appear, then the value of Crimson Blazing Essences would increase even further. By then, they might get richer by selling them out. 2 days later, Zhang Yang had bought a substantial amount of Crimson Blazing Essences. However, a large number of Crimson Blazing Essences were sold to the other crooked sellers. Well, Zhang Yang was the only one who could process these things. Those crooked sellers were just trying to buy as much Crimson Blazing Essences in hopes that they would earn something out of it in the future. However, when they were beginning to run out of capital and all that, they would be forced to sell those Crimson Blazing Essences to the little merchandise shop. Only a few of them could really hang on until the very end. After all, profit that can be touched and used is the thing that mattered the most for most of the crooked sellers. Only a few of them fools would actually want to try out some long-term investment. Zhang Yang took out every single Crimson Blazing Essence that he got from his little merchandise shop and began his mission to make them all into amateurs power potions. However, when he was almost halfway making all of the ingredients he had into the amateurs power potions, he received a public notice announced by the system. Server announcement: a new territory has been spawned in the Plagued Land. The territory conquest will start officially at 7 p.m. tomorrow. The location of the territory will be announced 30 minutes before the territory conquest takes place. The second high-tier territory had revealed itself. The only thing that remained a question was, which region would be the one who claimed this territory to themselves then? Little Yang, are we going to join in? Fatty Han immediately contacted Zhang Yang through their own chat. Of course we are. We're going to kill some players. Wei Yan Air was excited about it. Zhang Yang was a little conflicted. From the perspective of business, having one or two of these high-tier territories would only give a player the same benefit. The player would not be getting more profit for getting 2 high-tier territories. Zhang Yang was the only one who had claimed a high-tier territory in the entire China region. So everyone from China region would have to use the teleportation circle in his new high-tier territory. Therefore, if he takes another territory now, not only would he not be increasing the number of his customers, he would also need to pay a substantial amount of money to maintain the second high-tier territory he gets. That would include the teleportation circle of the new territory. That would be a disastrous loss of money for him to bear. Of course, if the second high-tier territory is claimed by another guild from China region, then they would be affecting Zhang Yang's current business. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Forrest Gump's Fortress. Chapter 718, Forrest Gump's Fortress. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were only a total of 4 high-tier territories in the entire server. If Zhang Yang decides to take another one for himself, then the other regions would definitely get offended. They would start stirring up trouble and messing things up for him. Zhang Yang would not be worried if only one region does that. However, getting challenged by 2 or 3 regions and having them work together? That would be a disastrous situation for even him, wouldn't it? From that point of perspective, Zhang Yang had no reason to join the territory conquest. Furthermore, if he ever gets himself killed in the territory conquest, he would lose a large amount of experience points. Well, what's even worse was that if either of him or Sun Xinu dies, they would even drop the pieces of Book of Revelation that they were currently carrying. After giving it some thought, Zhang Yang made his decision and said, yes. Of course we're joining. However, we're not there to claim the territory. We're joining with 2 main purposes. Number 1, we'll stop those Japan-Korea region from taking over the territory. Number 2, we'll look for the other chapters for the Book of Revelation. Those who have acquired a broken chapter of Book of Revelation would definitely want to collect the remaining broken chapters of it. So, how would they be able to do so then? The best way for them to get it was to join some public war event, such as a territory conquest. All they needed to do was to look out for any players who resurrect immediately after they die. Those players would either be holding a piece of Resurrection Monolith or holding a broken chapter of the Book of Revelation. It could be risky, but it could be the greatest opportunity as well. So, why not take a bet and try their luck out there, then? Fortunately for all of them, it would only take another 10 to 12 hours before all of their inheritance transformation skills are ready again. After all, they did activate their inheritance transformation skills about 2 days ago. When the clock strikes 7 p.m. tomorrow, they would be ready to join the territory conquest at their full strength. Because joining the Battle of Territory Conquest would not bring them any direct benefit, Zhang Yang and his party were taking things super easy. They also did not send any of their guild members over to join the territory conquest. If they do, the lone desert smoke would be suffering an unimaginable number of casualties. There was no reason to sacrifice their own guild members, because their main aim was not to claim the territory. On the next day, everyone had rested well enough. They gathered at a spot in the plagued land. Meanwhile, it had been quite a while since the last territory conquest happened at Surin's castle. There were many more level 130 players currently. Although the plagued land was designed to be inhibited by the undead inspectors, there were more living beings moving around on that map now. Many players could roughly guess the location of the territory. Most players were gathering at the center point of the map. They were just waiting for the clock to strike 6:30 p.m. so that the system announcement would announce the exact location where the territory conquest would take place. Zhang Yang and his gang were still taking things casually around. At 6:30 p.m., the system announcement informed everyone about the name and position of the location. Forrest Gump's Fortress. Compared to the territory gateways, a high-tier territory was much larger. Looking from afar, the fortress was full of steel barricades that made the castle walls look thick and impenetrable. The castle walls were at least 50 or 60 meters tall. The black and dark appearance of the fortress looked like a foul beast that could crawl out of the walls and roar ragingly into the sky at any time. Zhang Yang and his party did not go in at all. When the territory conquest begins, everyone that is still standing within the area of the territory conquest would be teleported out of the vicinity. It was 7 p.m. now. The server once again put another announcement to mark the beginning of the territory conquest. Server announcement: currently, the territory order is being held by the player, Savage Lord. There will be a special marking on the player who is holding the territory order. The player will not be allowed to leave the area of the territory conquest. Server announcement: the territory conquest has begun. Commencing the countdown. Savage Lord? Was this territory unlocked by the India region, then? So, how did the territory order end up on the hands of that single-minded man instead of the hands of Hourglass figure? The reason was simple. She was a hunter after all. Even though she was holding a Class S inheritance, she would not be half as tough as Savage Lord, who was a guardian. In an instant, the players were gushing into the Forrest Gump's fortress like a tidal wave. Judging by how packed they were squeezing together, there were at least 1 million of them. That's right. Less than 30,000 players took part in the territory conquest over the Surin's castle. Well, most of the mainstream players had reached up to level 130 within just a month. It would not be a surprise at all to see more than 1 million players battling over a territory. Well, it was still early, though. If the players were given another half a month or 1 month, there would be more than tens of millions taking part in this battle, but after all, there were over 20 billion players from all around the world playing God's Miracle as of today. Meanwhile, level 130 was not that high of a level cap for the players to achieve. Look at Zhang. He was about to break through the level cap of level 160. Han Shui could not help but reveal a pale face. Then she said, if there were so many of them when we were trying to claim Surin's castle, we would not have made it, right? That's why having the territory order is not a good thing. Well, there is a saying, Yeah, right. When the eel and the clam grapples, it is the fisherman who profits. It's hard to snatch the territory order in the crowd and stay safe, as well. Zhang looked at the arrow indicator that beamed down, deep in the middle of the fortress. That arrow indicator was the indicator that clearly showed the location of the player who was holding the territory order. There was nowhere for the person to hide at all, but Zhang and his gang did not set foot into the territory at all. Judging from the crowd that was gushing into the fortress, even if a player holding a broken chapter of Book of Revelation is killed and the broken chapter of the book was dropped, there would be no way that Zhang and his gang could sneak in and get the item without dying. Meanwhile, the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation was bound upon pickup. Whoever holding it would definitely drop it when the player is killed. As long as those players do not go back to their main cities, they would definitely drop the item at some point. However, that savage lord must have come up with some sort of plan before he is so bold to trigger a territory conquest. At least the players from India region must have been persuaded to help him. Lost Dream laughed and said. Little lowly, a passionate and yet irritating voice was heard across everyone's ear. Female Raid Covenant and 10 Dusk appeared in front of everyone all of a sudden. You two again. Fantasy Sweetheart did not say it out loud. 10 Dusk was cool. However, everyone could not stand Female Raid Covenant because of his mouth. Instead, Endless Starlight and Fatty Han were welcoming Female Raid Covenant with open arms. They even wrapped their arms around like brothers. Well, feathers of the same bird flocked together after all. So, are you guys here to snatch the territory order? Zhang laughed. Hee, my luck has been great throughout my entire life. Maybe, by the end of all this, I'll be the only one standing. When that happens, all I need to do is to bend down and pick up the territory order. Then the territory will be mine. Female Raid Coven spoke without any sense of shame. Everyone laughed it off. Well, they were currently free. So they did have spare time to chat a while. However, just when everyone was laughing, the sky suddenly darkened and the dark clouds were beginning to move irregularly fast. There were also flashing of flames and rumbling of thunders in the sky. Instantly, the entire place looked like a doomsday scenario. Oh no! This must be the effect of a forbidden scroll. Zhang cried. Then he calmly said, 100 shots, Fatty Han, Fantasy, you three activate your inheritance transformation skills right now and start healing. The rest of us, other than Witchy Snow, we take off our equipment. Zhang immediately summoned his Phoenix Pet as well and commanded the Phoenix Pet to activate its transformation skill. Instantly, Zhang boosted his maximum HP up to a total of 20 million HP. That buffed him up good enough to survive a direct hit of 3 million damage from the Forbidden Scroll. He asked 100 Shots and Fatty Han to activate their inheritance transformation skills because both of them still had their Phoenix Pet and Red Dragon. 100 Shots and Fatty Han could still command their pets to activate their transformation skills after that. They would have transformation skill level power for over 3 hours. Meanwhile, Fantasy Sweetheart and Han Shui must not activate their inheritance transformation skills at the same time. In other words, Han Shui should only activate hers after Fantasy Sweetheart's inheritance transformation is over. They had to keep a healing inheritance transformation skill activated throughout the entire battle. Therefore, Zhang made a crucial decision. Why did he ask everyone else to take off their equipment? That was because the Forbidden Scroll deals damage by percentages. Although the effect of the scroll had a limit of dealing a maximum of 100,000 damage, it did not set a minimum damage to the targets. Even if a player only has 10 HP left, the Forbidden Scroll could only deal 1 damage per second to that player. Meanwhile, if a player's HP is low, it would be easier for that player to be healed. Of course, healers could never take off their equipment. Without a high amount of MP in hand, they would not be able to heal up their party members even if their party members have a low HP amount. Everyone had been through a lot together. So they were working together in perfect sync. They did what Zhang asked them to without any hesitation. Now, Zhang, 100 Shots, Fatty Han and Fantasy Sweetheart would be able to survive a solid hit from the Forbidden Scroll. They would only have to make sure the other 6 members of the party are healed properly, so that they could survive as well. As for 10 Duskin female raid covenant, they were totally ignored by Zhang Yang and his party members. Now that they barely made it out alive themselves, how would they have time to save others? Boom! The entire sky was scorched in a sea of flames. Countless meteors rained down from the sky. The entire scenario looked like a high-budget doomsday movie. It was definitely a spectacular scene to behold. Whether or not if the players are struck by the meteors, everyone was losing 10% HP in each passing second. Meanwhile, those who had more than 1 million HP were losing 10,000 HP in each second. The damage dealt on them was not being reduced or weakened by any skills or effects. Fantasy Sweetheart and Han Shui were busting their asterisk Cs trying to heal. Meanwhile, the others had taken off their equipment and were on standby mode to gulp down their potions. However, the moment when the Forbidden Scroll was triggered, everyone entered combat mode. When everyone is in combat mode, it became much more complicated for them to take off their equipment. It would take about 10 seconds to take off each piece of their equipment. However, it could make a huge difference if they could just take one of their equipment off before the Forbidden Scroll begins to rain hell upon them. One equipment would really make a large difference, especially when their equipment are very high-tiered. Taking one equipment off could reduce tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands HP off their total maximum HP. In other words, it could literally mean that they could reduce the DPS that the Forbidden Scroll could deal on them by thousands or even tens of thousands of damage points. The bombardment of meteors continued on for over 30 seconds. After the meteors were done showering, the entire fortress was left devastated. The initially fortified walls were broken down into pieces of rubbles. The entire place no longer looked grand and magnificent. Meanwhile, the players from all regions were suffering heavy casualties. At least 90% of them were killed by that wave of attack from the Forbidden Scroll. Most importantly, among the 10% of the survivors, 90% of them had activated their inheritance transformation skills. Truth be told, the territory conquest would last for 3 hours long. Those who already activated their inheritance transformation skills would not last until the end of the battle. Unless, they take out all of their competitors while their inheritance transformations are still in effect. Without the support of their inheritance transformations, they would most likely lose. After all, not everyone could perform as outstandingly as Zhang Yang, who could take out a player who has activated a Class C inheritance transformation without activating his own inheritance transformation. Well, that was only limited to the circumstance where the player only activates a Class C inheritance transformation. Even Zhang Yang would be forced to kneel if he had to battle a player who activates a Class B inheritance transformation without his inheritance transformation. I wonder who is the bastard who activated the Forbidden Scroll. Daffodil Daydream said out of her curiosity. Well, Zhang Yang made the right decisions and gave the right command to his party members. Furthermore, there were 2 very powerful healers supporting everyone in their full strength. So, no one on the party was killed. Outstanding. Cunning but admirable. Zhang Yang nodded and praised. The player who used the Forbidden Scroll knew. If he or she ever used the Forbidden Scroll at such an early stage of the battle, that player could force most of the players here to activate their inheritance transformation. Meanwhile, using the Forbidden Scroll could filter and eliminate most of the lower-level players to reduce the burden everyone has to bear on the battlefield when there are too many players. Meanwhile, 2 hours later, the inheritance transformations would all be over by then. From there, many more players will be eliminated because they no longer are powerful enough to hold on until the end. By then, if Savage Lord or any of his party members activates another Forbidden Scroll, it would be perfect for them. They would definitely be able to secure their victory over this territory conquest. Why can't we get more of those Forbidden Scrolls already? Endless Starlight ranted. Well, there are already 2 Forbidden Scrolls under our possession for now. That's already a good achievement, you know? Zhang Yang shook his head. Then he said, well, looks like this is a good time for us to head down there to check on the battlefield. So many have died. We might be able to get something real nice among their dead bodies. When players are killed in action in the game, they would drop 20% of their items. Well, look at the number of players who got killed during the meteor rain. When Zhang Yang and his gang looked upon the battlefield, all they saw were countless glowing things glittering all over the place. What's more were all sorts of potions lying quietly on the ground waiting for someone to pick them up. There were also quite a number of survivors picking things up from the ground. They did not even bother to attack the others around them at all. However, players who got wiped out by the wave attacks from the Forbidden Scroll were not that strong themselves. The items and equipment they dropped were not as good as everyone expected them to be. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, A Second Forbidden Magic. Chapter 719, A Second Forbidden Magic. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. More surprisingly, Ten Dusk and female Raid Coven were both still alive. Ten Dusk survived, because he had followed Zhang Yang's instructions and took off a few pieces of his best equipment. That included his shield, which added the most vitality attribute onto him. Meanwhile, female Raid Coven put up an outstanding performance on utilizing his healing capability. Even though he could be annoying at times, well, most of the times, but he managed to heal up himself and his best pal Ten Dusk as they were showered by the meteors. Zhang Yang was very curious about it. Ten Dusk had removed a few pieces of his best equipment on him to reduce his own maximum HP so that he could reduce the pressure on his healer partner. However, he seemed to still have over 200,000 HP on him after that. He would require a healing amount of 20,000 HP in each passing second in order to stay alive. As Holy Knights could focus on healing one target better than a priest could, a priest with the same tier equipment as female Raid Coven might not be capable of healing 20,000 HP per second. On the other hand, a Holy Knight with the same tier equipment as female Raid Coven could definitely heal that much per second. However, not only did female Raid Coven need to heal himself, he also needed to make sure that he could heal his best pal Ten Dusk. How did he manage it, then? Did he have a Holy Knight's capability to focus heal one target at a time, while also healing multiple targets like a priest? This is quite a broken character. Zhang Yang continued to ask more questions. After a series of questioning, female Raid Coven finally gave up on hiding his secrets. He posted a link to one of his skills. Holy Blessing, blesses a target with Holy Blessing. When you are healing any other target in your party, the Holy Blessing will also heal the target you marked earlier with the same amount of HP that you can heal on your other target. The effect will last for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. So that was it. So, all female Raid Coven needed to do was to cast a Holy Blessing on Ten Dusk before he focuses on healing himself up. One healing skill healing 2 targets at the same time? That was just awesome. This skill was a perfect addition to a Holy Knight's skill list. It could really make up for the disadvantage of a Holy Knight of not being able to heal many targets efficiently at the same time. However, the 30-minute cooldown was a real bummer. It defined the skill as a life-saving skill. Well, if this skill is learned by a priest, there would not be much of an improvement for the priest in any way. Well, priests were designed to be very powerful at healing multiple targets in the first place. Furthermore, their healing capability on a single target was not that bad as well. Zhang Yang extended his sights further out on the battlefield. All he saw was that the battle was beginning to reach its climax. Many players began to hop onto their flying mounts and charge towards the fortress. They were headed towards the direction of that gigantic virtual arrow indicator. In a territory conquest, nothing mattered at all. The only thing that mattered was to snatch the territory order. That would be the only thing that kept the players from leaving the battlefield there and then. Darling, a cheerful voice rang out at them. It was Dusk Phoenix. She was riding on a snow-white eagle, flying towards Zhang Yang from afar. After landing on the ground, she hopped down and tried to throw herself into Zhang Yang's arms. Female Raid Coven widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What a pretty little lady." Humph. Sun Xianyu and Han Shui shoved themselves between Zhang Yang and Dusk Phoenix. Both of them glared at her, expressing their seniority. Dusk Phoenix quickly pulled over and stopped right in front of the two angry ladies. Then, she began to speak with them in a low voice. Only God would know what they were talking about. At the same time, the Hell family were arriving one after another. After seeing Dusk Phoenix getting so close with Zhang Yang and his two ladies, they could not help but to feel depressed and angry at the same instant. Every one of them were glancing at Zhang Yang with murderous intent. If a stare could kill, Zhang Yang would have died over 1,000 times or maybe 1,000,000 times. His little brother was in most danger. That part of him would have definitely been sliced into too many pieces to count. However, who wouldn't know how to glance? Zhang Yang patted the little brat's shoulder. The little brat was playing nice with Zhang Yang this time. She shoved her hands on both sides of her waist and stared right back at the players of Hell family like she was going to swallow them up whole. Well, that was her favorite game anyway. Sun Xianyu, Han Shui and Dusk Phoenix were talking among themselves. Zhang Yang had no idea what they were talking about at all. After talking on for quite some time, Dusk Phoenix turned towards Zhang Yang and said, "Darling, you have to help me. Help me get that territory order. I'm not free." Zhang Yang rejected her offer outrightly. His main purpose was to try out his luck at the opening stages of the battle to see if he could pick up the other broken chapters of the Book of Revelation. Previously, the lone desert smoke had the advantage over the entire territory conquest. However, the guild still suffered some heavy casualties. There were only a few of them left by the end of the previous territory conquest. Zhang Yang would not want any of his guild members to die for no reason. It was getting harder and harder to earn experience points, nowadays. Darling Dusk Phoenix began to sidle up to his body. Her actions sent everyone from Hell family bursting in tears. The only thing they had not done were to bang their heads against a wall. Silly you, since we're going to kill some players, let's help her. Han Yingshui pulled Zhang Yang's arm a little. Sun Xin, you did not say anything. She just nodded. Fine. These two had become the Samaritans of the day now. Now he was the bad-mannered one. What bad luck! Zhang Yang sighed and nodded as well. However, he decided to kill every single one of the Hell family players other than Dusk Phoenix. Well, his main purpose is to check to see if any of them could be carrying one of the broken chapters of Book of Revelation. Even if they did not carry one with them, they should die as well. Who told them to stare at him like that? Furthermore, killing them would be a contribution to the China region. It could also weaken one of the other region's strength. It could be deemed as a noble gesture to China region. The battle was getting intense. Players were battling against each other at every corner of the battlefield. However, those battles were completely unnecessary. Well, Zhang Yang saw a player from North America region battling against a player from Africa region. They had started battling each other simply because the player from North America region was acting racist. He had actually called the guy from Africa region Captain Blackie. Zhang Yang and his gang were waiting out for the perfect moment. They were waiting patiently like fishermen. They took their sweet time, because there was no need for them to rush. The battle would go on for quite a while before things would start to settle down a little bit. Meanwhile, Dusk Phoenix was doing the same thing as well. She knew that there would not be a difference between obtaining the territory order 1 minute before the territory conquest ends, or getting the territory order right now. As long as she holds the territory order by the end of the territory conquest, she would claim the territory as her own. Furthermore, she would become the primary target of everyone the moment she gets her hands on the territory order. So, why put herself in so much danger when she could just sit back and let the others kill themselves first? The intense battle went on. Countless players were killed, and they were sent back to their main cities. The pace of the battle began to slow down as time went on. 10 minutes into the battle, 40 minutes into the battle, 60 minutes into the battle. Players would just activate their inheritance transformation 60 minutes into the battle. If they do so, their inheritance transformations would definitely last long enough until the territory conquest ends. Furthermore, the players could accumulate EP, even if they activate their inheritance transformation skills a little earlier. After all, EP is the essential energy that players needed to activate their inheritance skills. Without enough EP, it would be pointless even if they had their ultimate skills ready. Therefore, after battling for over 60 minutes, most of the players in the battlefield activated their inheritance transformation skills. At first, Zhang Yang and his gang were just sitting at one's corner, watching the battle quietly. However, they could no longer do that anymore as the heat of the battle had spread too far out. So they began to make their move. Noob Tank, we should get into the battle now. Cousin Sis, let's go now. Kill them all. Sister Sun, let's go out and play. Wei Yenair could no longer sit quietly. She began to move and spin around, making noises like a little bee asterisk tch. Female Raid Coven quickly came up trying to play along. Cute little loli, come. I'll take you over to the battle now. Wei Yenair quickly shook her head like there was no tomorrow. Then she said, Cousin Sis taught me before. You're the type of hamsap uncle that loves to trick little girls. You must be thinking of tricking me so that you can sell me away into the mountains. I'm so clever. How would I ever fall for that? It's brother. Not uncle. Female Raid Coven immediately tried to correct the little brat. He tried to tell her that he was still young. However, Wei Yenair backed off and hid behind Zhang Yang once again. Then she pointed her finger at that hamsap uncle and said, brother-in-law. Beat him up. Everyone could not help but to hold their laughs. With this little brat around, no one would get bored at all. 90 minutes into the battle. 120 minutes into the battle. About 130 minutes into the battle, the sky started to get blotted out by storm clouds, and the entire area became dark all of a sudden. Wind began to whistle and the ground was instantly covered in frost and snow, but... What the F***CK? It's another, forbidden scroll. Lost Dream screamed like a little bee *tch. Countless frost spikes emerged from beneath the surface of the ground and caused immense damage to everyone in the surroundings. Under the catastrophic rumbling, the entire fortress started crumbling apart. It was already a fortress with broken walls. With this wave of snow and frost attacks, the fortress had totally lost its form. It no longer looked anything like a fortress. This should be all the money spent by Hourglass Figure, I assume. Zhang Yang praised. The first, forbidden scroll, was to force most of the players to activate their inheritance transformation skills. The second one was to ask everyone who had activated their inheritance transformation skills earlier on to leave the battlefield immediately. Good thinking. Really? Unfortunately, they'll need more scrolls to do that. Everyone rolled their eyes at Zhang Yang. Was he trying to talk nonsense or was he trying to be sarcastic? If they really had 10 forbidden scrolls in their possession, would there still be a point of them trying their luck here? They could just spam their forbidden scrolls without any hesitation. Other than Zhang Yang, who could boost his maximum HP up to 40 million HP by activating his inheritance transformation skill, no one could have survived. Meanwhile, if Hourglass Figure finds out about that, she would definitely be popping her veins so badly that she might just die of heart attack. Well, in her previous attempt, she had spent a fortune and a lot more effort just to get one forbidden scroll. This time, she actually managed to get 2 of them. So Zhang Yang was wondering, how much effort and money did she spend to get so many guilds in her region to bring her these 2 forbidden scroll, but after the second wave of forbidden magic attack, players who survived the first wave of the attack by activating their inheritance transformation skills were killed. The number of players on the battlefield had been largely reduced once again. There were not more than 3,000 players left. Meanwhile, those who survived were basically the best among best, the elites among the elites. Zhang Yang and his gang did not make their moves just yet. Meanwhile, Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart were healing everyone back up. Currently, everyone had activated their inheritance transformation skills. That included Zhang Yang, of course. Now that each of them had lost at least 3 million HP, even Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart had to take quite some time to heal back so much amount of HP. Furthermore, Fantasy Sweetheart's inheritance transformation had already expired. Female Raid Covenant and 10 Dusk had also activated their inheritance transformation skills. One of them transformed into a void demon, while the other transformed into a creature full of spikes all over his body. He looked just like a hedgehog. Void Walker transformation. Steely Spike transformation. Unfortunately, those 2 were just Class B inheritances. However, it must have been quite difficult for these 2 guildless players to get a Class B inheritance for themselves. Well, a player with an inheritance transformation skill would always be welcomed by any guild in the entire server. Not to mention, these 2 had Class B inheritances which were extremely powerful as they were. Well, Class S inheritances and Class A inheritances were extremely rare after all. Zhang Yang sent a private message to Fatty Han and said, "Fatty, try to get these 2 into our subguild." Although there were still available slots in the main guild, Female Raid Coven was really unreliable at this point, even though his skills in battle were pretty dope. If they straight away put him into the main guild, he might scare many girls and ladies in the main guild away. He might even do something horrible to them, so to speak. Meanwhile, most of the players on the subguild were elder players. They should be able to tolerate his perverted attitude, just a little. Fatty Han and Female Raid Coven were both flocking under the same roof. The 2 of them should share the same interest after all. These 2 might have become best buddies in the subguild, one day in the future. By then, there should be 2 powerful players with Class B inheritances in the subguild. Alright, it's about time we show the crowd some nightmares. Zhang Yang and his gang were almost done with their healing. Their HP bars were back to their full states once again. Zhang Yang pulled out his sword of Purging Devourer and raised it straight up into the sky. Oh yeah! Finally we're going to kill someone! Wei Yenair cried out loud like a crazy bee *TCH. She was the first one to charge into the battle. She was holding a Class A inheritance. Upon activating her inheritance transformation, she could fly in the sky. Rolling across the sky like a shroud of dark black smoke, the little brat had flown straight into the fortress. Her huge battle axe was floating along with the dark black smoke. It looked oddly spooky in a sense. Unfortunately, the little brat could only equip her powerful hammer when she is level 160. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, A Chaotic Battle. Chapter 720, A Chaotic Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang and his gang were putting up an excellent performance on the battlefield. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter. No one on the battlefield was able to stop them. They were basically being rolled over by a gigantic tank. They were screaming in misery, begging for mercy while turning into white light and streaming back to their graveyards. Because Fantasy Sweetheart's inheritance transformation had expired a little while ago, Zhang Yang had asked her to teleport back to the main city. If she ever gets killed in the battle, she would lose a lot of experience points. Most importantly, they were just there to kill players. They would not be surrounded by too many enemies at the same time. Han Ning-shui alone was more than enough to support the rest of the party. Dusk Phoenix and her guards had also followed Zhang Yang and his gang from behind. They took advantage of the situation and charged towards the direction of the territory order with ease. It did not take long before they arrived at a tall building. This tall building looked very sturdy and strong. Although it had sustained over 2 waves of forbidden magic attack, the building was only half destroyed. It seemed that Savage Lord was using this towering building as his safe house to fend off attacks from his enemies. However, those were just weak attempts from the other players. The parties that represented the top of the top had just entered the battlefield: Lone Desert Smoke, Hell Family, Justice League, Crimson Rage, and many more. Well, those who survived this long had their inheritance transformation skills activated. Furthermore, their inheritance must be at least B Class B inheritances. Those who held Class C inheritances should have fallen by now. Zhan Yu. You've got your own territory now. Why are you here trying to snatch it from us? Hourglass Figure knew very well that she could not afford to battle against all these powerful parties. She had to see if there were other alternatives to resolve the situation. Well, one of the main reasons was because Zhang Yang and his party was the strongest party in the entire China region. Other than that, Zhang Yang and his party should be the easiest party that can be convinced to leave. The reason was simple. Zhang Yang already has Suren's castle. It would make no sense at all if he tries to take another territory for himself. Furthermore, it would be better that the second high-tier territory does not fall into the hands of any other party from China region. That way, only would Zhang Yang enjoy the profit all to himself. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely and said, "We're here just to join in the fun. Don't mind us, my pretty Hourglass Figure." Hourglass Figure almost popped her veins after hearing what Zhang Yang had to say. Well, who would not mind about the existence of a super strong party standing in the middle of the battlefield? Joining in for fun? Was that an understatement or a joke? Although she already spent a large sum of money to use 2 forbidden scrolls, those scrolls could really bring some catastrophic damage to the normal players, alright. However, it would take more than just a few forbidden scrolls activated together at the same time to kill players who have already activated their inheritance transformation skills. Even if she activates many forbidden scrolls at the same instant, those players might still survive. For instance, Zhang Yang had boosted his maximum HP up to over 20 million HP. Well, if Zhang Yang even activates his Radiance of the God of War, anyone would have to throw 26 forbidden scrolls at the same time to kill him. Or else, he could still survive like a cockroach. How insane was that? Hourglass Figure gave some thoughts about the situation and commanded Savage Lord, "Give me the territory order, now." Savage Lord did not dare to defy her, of course. He passed the territory order to Hourglass Figure and the large arrow indicator immediately switched onto her. At the same time, everyone received a system notification about it. Hourglass Figure was now the holder of the territory order. Hourglass Figure smiled vaguely and took a closer look at the territory order. Then, she suddenly threw the order out into the opening. The territory order landed on open ground. Miss Savage Lord and the others were beginning to panic. Did she just throw away the territory order that they worked so hard to obtain in the first place? Not only had they busted their asterisk Cs to clear and unlock the territory, the 2 forbidden scrolls that they used earlier on would have been for nothing now. They had almost spent every single dime in their guild account, after all. However, Zhang Yang could not help but to praise her quietly. This B*TCH was one cunning creature. To hold the territory order now would be like holding a piece of gold while standing in the middle of a bunch of bandits and thieves. She would definitely be the primary target of everyone else. However, if she gives out the territory order now, she would lead the bandits and thieves into killing each other. When everyone is bleeding and wounded, she could just lead her party out and snatch the territory order back at the last possible minute of the territory conquest. During the territory conquest on Suren's castle, if the 3 forbidden scrolls had not made the situation much better for the China region, Zhang Yang could have done the same thing as Hourglass Figure just did. He would have made the same decision as well. The black territory order was just lying on the ground quietly, there. The furthest player away from the territory order was just 40 meters away from it. Anyone who was on a mount or in their Class A or Class S inheritance transformation forms could have snatched the territory order from the ground within seconds. However, no one dared to move a step now. Everyone knew, the first to move would be the first to go. Everyone would be aiming their guns at that idiot. Who would survive the bombardment from so many players? Well, maybe Zhang Yang or God's left hand could after all. Both of them were holding Class S inheritances, and the both of them were able to hold a shield in their hands. Therefore, their defenses should be incredibly tough. Upon activating their inheritance transformation, the two of them would acquire a 40-time increment to their maximum HPs. However, Zhang Yang was well equipped with both offense and defense. Meanwhile, God's left Han was well equipped with defense and healing type attributes. Therefore, he was a little tougher than Zhang Yang. However, his attack power was a little underwhelming when compared to Zhang Yang's attack power. Well, at least his attack power was a little stronger than endless starlights. Whoever who goes forward would die a horrific death. From that moment on, the surroundings became dead silent. No one dared to take the first step to move towards the territory. Everyone was staring their eyes out. They were hoping that some idiot would charge in and break the silence of the battlefield. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely. Suddenly, he made a move. However, he did not move towards the territory order. Instead, he charged straight at a party of 7 called the Undying Souls. It was a party from the Japan-Korea region. Anyone would know they were Japanese by looking at the names on top of their heads. Instantly, they became Zhang Yang's primary targets. The 7 of them were terrified the moment they saw the monster charging right at them. They could not even lift a finger. What the F***ck is wrong with him? We did not even move for the territory order. Why are you charging at us? Did your brain just get flooded? Other than them, the other parties were shocked as well. They had no clue at all as to why Zhang Yang would do that. However, it did not matter them at all. Just kill them. The more he kills, the better it would be for the other parties. As long as Zhang Yang does not attack them, nothing would matter at all. The moment Zhang Yang acted, Han Yingshui and the others followed without hesitation. Every one of them began to launch their attacks at the 7 players from the Japan-Korea region, like throwing a wave of tsunami at them. Judging from the looks of it, the 7 players had quite unique and powerful equipment on them. They were either holding Class B inheritances or Class A inheritances. Or else, they would have been long dead by now. However, now that they had encountered a super powerful party containing 3 players with Class S inheritances leading the front, they were forced to accept the fate that they were all going to be tortured badly to their deaths. 6, 4, 2, 0. About 3 to 4 minutes later, the 7 Japanese players were killed. However, only 2 of them dropped their equipment. Wei Yenair picked them up immediately right after that. There were no signs of any broken chapters of the Book of Revelation, or Resurrection Monolith. Zhang Yang waved his sword of purging devourer, that was dripping blood around as he gazed at the other parties around him. Every single one of them felt a chill up their spines when their eyes met Zhang Yang's. They could not help but lower their heads. They were comforting themselves, saying that they were not scared of him. They just did not want to battle that insane maniac, because others would take advantage of them if both sides are heavily wounded. However, it was really a sight to behold. Zhang Yang could spread fear into the hearts of everyone just by looking at them. My next target should be you. Zhang Yang raised up his sword and pointed it at Long Rich, Scholar Muzu, and their gang. Why us? Inkwave screamed like a little bee *tch. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, I just can't stand the sight of you. He fluttered his radiating wings and flew straight towards Eternal Flame's party of 6. Swinging his blade straight at them, Zhang Yang looked like a dragon flying in the sky. Long Rich and the others quickly struck back at them. They felt so insulted in front of everyone. What the F***ck? They did not even get their hands on the territory order yet. Why would he target them at all? This Zhang Yang came all the way to a territory conquest to kill people just because he could not stand the sight of seeing them? He did not even intend to get the territory order in the middle of a territory conquest. That was just unacceptably outrageous. Even the Long Rich and his gang were quite skillful. They were completely worthless before Zhang Yang and his powerful party. It did not take long before they were all killed and sent back to their main city. Right after that, finally, a party could no longer resist the temptation of the territory order lying there waiting for them to grab. They charged in and snatched the territory order from the ground. There it went, the triggering of a chaotic battle. Kill them. Wei Yenair lost herself to her own excitement now. After killing Scholar Muzu and the others, she had not have enough yet. So, she charged towards Captain America and the other members of the Justice League and launched her attacks at them. Captain America and his gang had really came across an unexpected calamity now. As they battled against the Africa region party, they had not expected this little brat to charge in and interrupt them like a hurricane. They could still survive if Wei Yan was the only one cutting in. Unfortunately, she was leading Zhang Yang and his entirely insanely powerful party members towards them as well. Well, there was no way that Zhang Yang and the gang would let the little brat charge into battle without any backup. So, every single one of them followed her closely and charged at Captain America and the Justice League. Heart of Destruction will help you get the territory order. First, help us take out Zhan Yu and his gang. Captain America made a crucial decision. If they have to battle against the strongest party from Lone Desert Smoke, they would definitely go down in no time. Furthermore, they were currently battling against the other party from Africa region at the same time. They would never survive that. Ha ha. I'll hold your words to it. Instantly, a blond man wearing a purplish robe began to wave the staff in his hand. A frost dragon appeared and charged at Zhang Yang and his gang. Heart of Destruction, level 152, Cryomancer, male human, Dark Palace. So he is the one spellcaster with the spellcaster's class S inheritance. Let me handle him. Sun Xin Yu cut in and said. She slid herself over to Heart of Destruction's rear in one split second. The two players with Class S inheritance clashed head-on. One of them must fall, that is the only way the battle could end. Zhang Yang wrenched his focus back on Captain America. Although he was eager to try out his skills with Heart of Destruction, Sun Xin Yu had demanded that she would be the one who takes the enemy down. Well, she was Zhang Yang's wife after all. Zhang Yang had no choice but to let her have at it. Zhang Yang diverted his attention over to Captain America. Zhan Yu. You're a lunatic. Captain America was also feeling humiliated like how the players from Eternal Flame and Undying Souls felt. What the hell? He did not even have the territory order on him. Why is Zhang Yang aiming at him? Ha ha. Unfortunately for you. You're destined to die by the hands of this lunatic. Zhang Yang laughed like a madman and swung his sword of purging devourer straight at Captain America. You bastard. Just wait till the end of this territory conquest. I'm going to command everyone from North America region to launch a full-scale war against China region. Captain America was screaming in rage. To prevent being wiped out by Lone Desert Smoke, he was forced to work together with Heart of Destruction and withdraw himself from the competition of getting the territory order. Not only was it humiliating for him, it was also so infuriating that his rage was enough to burn the entire heaven to kingdom come. I'm just worried that you guys might not come by the end of it. Zhang Yang activated his God of War Devastation and caused approximately 1 million damage on Captain America, and if you're daring enough to come, I will make sure you and your people get no opportunity to retreat. Even though Captain America had over 10 million HP, but he was unable to withstand such a powerful damage from a single hit for too many times. However, he immediately returned Zhang Yang his medicine. He raised his right arm up and threw a spear straight at Zhang Yang. -702,783. That was not a spear of obliteration. That was an inheritance skill of the Titan inheritance called Titan's Grip. Titan's Grip causes 250% melee attack of chaos damage to the target. If this skill is activated when you're in your Titan transformation, your attack will increase by 10% for every 2 Titan EP you have on your EP bar. Can stack up to a total of 50%. Cooldown, 1 minute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, Book of Revelation, Chapter 4. Chapter 721, Book of Revelation, Chapter 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Titan's Grip was indeed powerful, but Zhang Yang's defense was insanely powerful. Even though chaos damage could ignore defense, the attributes of damage immunity and damage absorption could still reduce the damage dealt on Zhang Yang. The amount of damage that Zhang Yang received from Captain America had been reduced down to only approximately 700,000 damage. Yes, the amount of damage dealt on Zhang Yang was not weak at all. However, if both of their amount of maximum HP bars were compared side by side, Captain America would be the one losing out by a gap. Furthermore, that amount of damage was not the highest damage that Zhang Yang could deal. Brutal Smash. Zhang Yang stunned Captain America and activated his Charge Up strike straight away. With a swing that missed, he swung another stronger strike right into the face of Captain America. Although Captain America already knew that Zhang Yang had such a skill, he had already activated his skills and accessories a while back then to break himself free from Zhang Yang's Blast Wave and Heroic Leap. So he had to endure the 4-second stun effect and Zhang Yang's merciless strike right in his face. -2,942,073. Zhang Yang continued on with his God of War Heavy Axe and caused an immense damage on Captain America. It was an explosive damage that could be fatal to anyone during a PvP match. Bastard! Captain America let out a long, raging roar. Then he began to whirl his heavy axe around and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang. Both of them had support from their own healers. However, Destructive Smash could cause a reduction of 75% on both of their healing efficiencies. Because of that, the healers no longer be able to catch up with the pace of the battle. Captain America was holding a Titan's Ripple in his hand. As long as he accumulates ADP, he could fully recover his HP bar. Therefore, he was not too worried about the situation he was currently in. Although Destructive Smash had reduced 75% of his healing efficiency, his Warrior's Will was about to be done with its cooldown. As long as he can use his Warrior's Will to remove all the negative effects on him, Captain America could immediately recover his HP back to its full state. However, Zhang was not the only one that Captain America had to face. Felice had also activated her transformation skill. Felice was ferocious and deadly enough when she was in her Dragonhawk form. Endless waves of fire missiles rained upon Captain America as the battle went on. Although there was a 30% chance of the attacks being resisted, her attacks when she goes berserk were astounding. Fierce battles were happening at every corner of the battlefield. That Black Territory order was either kicked or smacked about by a swinging weapon. It was flying around across the battlefield without anyone being able to get a grip on it. Captain America was on the brink of collapse. His HP bar had dropped below 20% after Zhang and Felice had bombarded him like hell with their attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous for him. If Zhang could just activate his indiscriminate and goes on with another powerful attack, he might be instantly killed with one single hit from Zhang. Among warriors, especially berserkers, when their HP bars are below 20%, 99% of them would be as good as dead. He quickly activated his Warrior's Will and cleared out every single negative effect on him. At the same time, he activated the special effect of his Titan's Ripple. A golden circle appeared and flashed across from his head to his toe. His HP bar was fully recovered all in an instant. He cried in rage and said, "Zhang, do not be mistaken and think that you can do whatever you like. Even if you can kill me, I'll still make you pay. You're overestimating yourself a little too much. Don't you think?" Zhang let out a battle cry. Then he steadily raised up his left hand and activated his Glare of the Death God. Well, during a boss battle, this skill had extremely high rate of being resisted by bosses. However, it was a different story in PvP. Every single activation of the skill would become effective. A dark skull immediately formed right on top of Captain America's head. Oh shit! Captain America quickly flapped his wings, trying to escape after he read the description of the Glare of the Death God. He struggled like that was no tomorrow, attempting to survive for the next 5 seconds. However, Zhang swatted at the retreating butt cheeks of the flying American. Well, Captain America was not really lucky at all. Zhang triggered the special effect of Glare of the Death God with his third hit on Captain America. That wretched dark skull right on top of him immediately, opening up its jaws and swallowing him whole. After that, he was left with only 1 HP. The Phoenix Pet quickly spat out its flaming tongue, giving the final blow to Captain America and ending his life. Captain America's body began to collapse right after he died. However, right before he touched the ground, he suddenly got back on his feet with 10% HP left. He ran like hell, trying to escape. Oh! There must be something on him. Zhang fluttered his radiating wings again and flew towards Captain America. Well, since Captain America's inheritance transformation was now inactive, there was no way for him to escape from Zhang. Within 1 split second, Zhang arrived at the rear of Captain America and he gave Captain America a good slice on his back. Arg! Captain America let out a miserable scream and collapsed straight onto the ground. However, Zhang was really surprised to see that this fellow actually came back to life for a second time. He came back with 10% HP left, just like he did when he came back during the first time. However, he dropped a piece of small monolith upon his second death. That was a resurrection monolith. However, this fellow could still stand up after he died. This must be because he was currently holding one of the broken chapters of the Book of Revelation. Zhang picked up the resurrection monolith and threw out his Spear of Obliteration at Captain America. The poor Captain America once again let out a miserable scream and smacked the ground with his corpse. This time, he no longer got back on his feet again. Instead, he turned into a stream of white light and got teleported back to his main city. Zhang. I'll never let his raging scream was cut off one moment right before he died. A book was dropped from his dead body. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to pick it up immediately, the moment he saw it. Book of Revelation, Chapter 4, Legendary, Unique. Description, Use, combine this chapter with Book of Revelation, Chapter 3, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 5. Such a pleasant gift. He dropped one resurrection monolith and a broken page of the Book of Revelation. Well, he was too generous. Zhang Yang was filled with joy. He was currently holding Book of Revelation, Chapter 3. He could now combine it with the Book of Revelation, Chapter 4, that he just acquired. He immediately put the two Book of Revelation chapters together. He saw a 10-second progress bar appearing right on top of the two chapters. A stream of holy light flashed across them and the two chapters were perfectly combined together into one. Book of Revelation, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Legendary, Unique. Description: everyone on the same party of the holder that stands 100 meters from the holder will acquire an additional 10% increase to their damage dealt. Same effects will not stack. If the holder is killed, the holder can choose to resurrect on the spot where he or she dies with 20% HP and 20% MP. This effect can only be triggered once in every 9 hours. Same effect cannot stack. If the holder is killed by other players during the resurrection cooldown period, the holder will definitely drop this item. This item can only be brought along by players, and cannot be destroyed. Use, combine this chapter with Book of Revelation, Chapter 2, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 5. The effects had been enhanced. The amount of damage increased had raised from 5% to 10%. Meanwhile, the amount of HP and MP upon resurrection had been increased from 10% to 20%. Meanwhile, the cooldown period for the effect of this item had been reduced from 10 hours down to 9 hours. Sun Xinu was currently holding the Book of Revelation, Chapter 8. That being said, there should be a total of 8 chapters of Book of Revelation. Judging from the enhancement from combining 2 chapters, Zhang Yang could deduce that when they managed to collect all 8 chapters of the Book of Revelation and combine them all together, the final item should be able to give them an 80% damage bonus, and 80% HP and MP upon resurrection in 3 hours of cooldown period. Zhang Yang had also deduced that the complete Book of Revelation should provide one extra special effect for whoever who is holding it. It should not just provide additional attributes. Things would never be so simple when it comes to items with the label Legendary. Killing players in order to search for treasures. Zhang Yang and the gang had acquired a broken chapter of the Book of Revelation with ease. It was much easier than killing a boss. Zhang Yang was determined that when he ever see Captain America again, he should thank him and kill him a couple more times just to be sure that he no longer had any gifts hidden from them. Well, there was no telling what Captain America would have in mind if he ever knew that Zhang Yang and his gang were treating him like a lucky charm that would drop items for them. However, he did lose both the Resurrection Monolith and Book of Revelation, Chapter 4. He must be squatting at a corner, drawing circles in the ground with his finger. So how had things gone between Sun Xinu and Heart of Destruction then? Zhang Yang turned his head around and take a peek at the battle. What he saw was that Sun Xinu and Heart of Destruction were engaged in a very fierce battle. The two of them were exhibiting the skills and agility of top-tier players. They were moving around, adjusting their positions while throwing blows of attacks at each other. Both of them managed to maintain the rate of HP reduction at minimum. Currently, both of them had approximately 60% HP left on each of them. There was no telling if any of them had activated their HP recovery skills or not. Zhang Yang was stunned by what he saw. Within his sight, there was a milky white orb of light shining on Sun Xinu, right above her head. It was shiny and highly noticeable. Zhang Yang could still see it even if he is hundreds of kilometers away from her. Did she activate some sort of new skill? He looked around and saw that there was also another source of milky white light shining down upon another player. That player was actually a member of Paragon from Europe region. His name was God's Left Hand and he was the one who obtained the Class S Apocalyptic Knight inheritance. Could Zhang Yang now detect a holder of a broken chapter of the Book of Revelation, now that he had combined 2 chapters of it into one? If that's the case, all he needed to do is to defeat God's Left Hand, before he could get another one broken chapter of the Book of Revelation, then? After he made up his mind, Zhang Yang flapped his wings and flew straight at God's Left Hand. God's Left Hand was a strong and masculine man in his 30s. He had blue eyes and blonde hair. Every equipment on him shone in the light. It was obvious that he was not wearing anything normal at all. He had a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. Unfortunately, the hammer was not a two-handed weapon. That had caused his attack power to be much weaker. Of course, it was only much weaker when he was compared to Zhang Yang. However, the attributes of God's Left Hand were more biased towards tanking and healing. Theoretically speaking, this player could have the most powerful defense and sustainability. As long as a boss does not have a HP recovery skill, God's left hand could have soloed the boss without a problem. From this point of view, he could be much more awesome than Zhang Yang. Now, this is what a real cockroach looked like. From another perspective, if 10 Duskin female raid coven were to merge into one player, that would be the God's left hand. Well, of course, God's left hand would have much higher HP and defense. Also, he would have a much more powerful healing ability. It would be extremely difficult to find anyone on the entire server who could defeat God's left hand, especially when he has already activated his inheritance transformation skill. However, Zhang Yang did not falter. He had his most trusted, destructive smash, to weaken the healing ability of the God's left hand. Furthermore, he possessed an attack power that was far beyond the attack power of God's left hand. Even if God's left hand goes all out on him, he would still be able to deal more damage to God's left hand. Zhan Yu. God's left hand rose up in the sky and left his opponent on the ground. He went up to face Zhang Yang head-on. He said, "I don't even have the territory order now, so what can you gain by battling me?" I have no interest in the territory order at all. However, that broken chapter of the Book of Revelation that you brought with you is something that I'm really interested in. I'll claim it for sure. God's left arm was shocked. His face darkened a little and he admitted, "How did you know I have a piece of the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation?" Zhang Yang was not so sure at first. He had just wanted to trick him for a bit. However, God's left hand had unintentionally admitted that he had one on him. That confirmed Zhang Yang's suspicion. Chapters that are combined into one provided the ability for the player to locate the other missing chapters of the Book of Revelation. He laughed out loud and said, "I just guessed." God's left hand was infuriated after knowing that he had been fooled. However, he did not charge at Zhang Yang like an idiot. Instead, he calmed himself and took a deep breath. Then he did not say a word. Well, starting a battle with Zhang Yang would only do more harm instead of any good to him. He was here to obtain the territory order, not to kill anyone. Meanwhile, he also knew well about the reputation of Zhang Yang. If he really tries to kill Zhang Yang with his current attack power, well, the territory conquest could have ended by then. Initially, God's left hand wanted to wait for the number of players in the battlefield to be reduced by a certain number before he could reach out to snatch the territory order. With his defense and healing ability, he could definitely hold his ground until the territory conquest ends. Well, if Zhang Yang has come up to interrupt him, he would have no chance at all to snatch the territory order for himself. So how should he proceed then? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, A Fierce Battle with God's Left Hand. Chapter 722, A Fierce Battle with God's Left Hand. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. God's left hand was conflicted with the choices that lay in front of him. However, Zhang Yang had come up to him with a clear aim. He just wanted the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation that God's left hand had on him. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang flew up to God's left hand and swung his sort of purging devourer straight at God's left hand with full force. Clang! The swing was greeted by God's left hand with his shield. He blocked Zhang Yang's powerful strike down and roared in rage, "Zhan Yu! Do not think that I'm afraid of you. Chi-cha-cha, you really are a man of many words." Zhang Yang was calm. He told his party members not to dwell on random players anymore, through the party channel. Instead, he told them to focus on finishing off the other 7 members of Paragon. Well, Zhang Yang had absolute confidence that he could defeat God's left hand. However, God's left hand was not stupid. His main objective was to secure the territory order. He would break off and escape the moment he sees his opportunity. No one would want to die for nothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was determined to snatch the broken chapter of Book of Revelation that God's left hand was holding. Therefore, the best way to do it would be to cut off any possible routes that his target could use to escape. He asked his party members to defeat the other 7 members of Paragon to ensure that they would not be able to help God's left hand escape when the time comes. Unfortunately, Sun Xinu was still engaged in a battle that she could not walk away from, with Heart of Destruction. Otherwise, Zhang Yang and his gang could have taken out their enemies in a much easier and faster manner. After all, God's left hand was not made of paper. He was definitely not a normal character. Zhan Yu. You'll definitely regret this. Having known that he and his entire party had been targeted by the Lone Desert Smoke, God's left hand decided not to dwell on his conflicts to get what he wanted. He decided to go all out on Zhang Yang and his gang. Ha ha. Then let's battle. You should stop talking. Zhang Yang began to whirl his sword around, causing damage to God's left hand. His attacks were aggressive and precise. On the other hand, God's left hand had activated some sort of skills that was similar to Zhang Yang's God of War shield. His damage immunity had greatly increased. Initially, Zhang Yang's God of War battle axe and God of War devastation could deal a basic damage of approximately 1 million damage. However, when his skills landed on the heavily armored body of God's left hand, each of those skills were only managed to deal approximately 600,000 damage. The damage dealt by Zhang Yang had been greatly reduced. However, the attacks of God's left hand were even more pathetic. Even though he was also equipped with a skill that increased 300% of his attack, he was only holding a one-handed weapon after all. So he could only deal as much basic damage as 600,000 damage to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang did not have to activate his God of War shield, and he could already reduce the damage received from God's left hand down to about 480,000 damage just by relying on his 20% damage immunity attribute. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's defense and damage absorption could further reduce that itch. So, each of the attacks from God's left hand that landed on Zhang Yang could only deal as much as 400,000 damage, tops. With all that, Zhang Yang only had to sustain one-third of the God's left hand's total damage he could deal on Zhang Yang. However, that did not mean that he would lose for sure. He still had a legendary tier skill up his sleeves that he had yet revealed, Holy Knight's Tolerance, passive, every time struck, there is a rate that your Grace of Divinity can become an instantly activated skill. This effect will not be triggered within the next 10 seconds. Grace of Divinity heals a target. The amount of HP healed will be 300% of your magic attack. Casting time, 2 seconds. In a PvP match, having a skill that would take a progress bar to chant and having a skill that could be instantly casted could make a huge difference in battle. The chanting of a skill could be interrupted as long as the enemies are given even 0.1 second to act on it. Therefore, a skill or a spell that could be chanted instantly would be the best and the safest of all. As long as the players are not impeded by any status restriction skills, they would be able to use their instant skills without a problem. Although both of them were affected by the effect of the Destructive Smash, the basic amount of HP that Grace of Divinity could recover was 210,000 HP. Even though God's left hand only had 25% healing efficiency for the moment, he could still recover approximately 50,000 HP every time he activates his Grace of Divinity. Things were still looking good for him. Of course, he would not able to turn the tide of the battle for himself and his party members just by relying on that. Knight still had a skill that could bestow upon them a short moment of invincibility. When his HP bar is reduced to a certain level, he could just activate that skill to clear out any negative effects on him. Then, all he needed to do was to heal himself as much as he could. Even though his healing efficiency had been steeply reduced during that 8 seconds of invincibility, he would not be using his Grace of Divinity now, wouldn't he? Instead, he would be using a more powerful healing skill called the Divine Prayers. He could heal up to 400% of his magic attack value with that. With half of the effect, he could heal up to 140,000 HP every time he uses it. So, God's left hand could basically heal at over 560,000 HP over the 8-second timeframe of invincibility. Not to mention that he was also equipped with other accessories that could grant him more invincibility timeframes. Upon stunning his opponents, he could take his sweet time chanting his spells. God's left hand was obviously plotting something wretched behind Zhang Yang. He planned to torture Zhang Yang to his demise by relying on his super powerful recovery ability. Even Sun Xin Yu might be slowly tortured to her death eventually if she comes across such enemies. However, Zhang Yang's HP bar was way too long. So there was no telling that who would be the one who dies by the end of this battle. Zhang Yu. I've warned you. You're going to regret this. God's left hand laughed out loud as if he already won the battle. Unfortunately, Glare of the Death God had been used on Captain America earlier on. If it wasn't for that, Zhang Yang could have used that skill to cripple this super tough turtle shell defense. However, Zhang Yang did not regret using that skill on Captain America at all. If he did not kill Captain America, he would not have gotten Book of Revelation, Chapter 4, and a Resurrection Monolith in the first place. Zhang Yang had no interest to waste his breath on his opponent. So he charged out together with Felice and Phoenix Pet. The three of them maximized their damage output and brought hell upon God's left hand. Although Phoenix Pet was no longer in its transformed form, Felice's berserk form was still in effect. The damage output of the three of them combined had exceeded that HP recovery rate of God's left hand. F***CK. God's left hand's arrogance was wiped away coldly in an instant. Even though his attacks had managed to reduce Zhang Yang's HP bar at quite a remarkable rate, but the two of them were losing HP at a very different rate. If the situation goes on like this, he would be the first to go. Meanwhile, the number of his party members was slowly decreasing. They were being slaughtered up by Wei Yan'er and the rest of Zhang Yang's gang, like animals. So it was not possible at all for him to get support from his own party members. Zhan Yu. There is no beef between us. Why are we slaughtering each other? You'll need to use your ultimate skills to kill me or the other players. We'll be giving exactly what Hourglass Figure wants. God's left hand attempted to beg again. So how about I owe you one right now if you're willing to stop this battle at once? Zhang Yang smiled vaguely and said, alright, just hand me the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation on you. Then we can shake our hands and make peace. Zhan Yu. You're taking it too far. You're from Europe region, and I'm from China region. Isn't it the natural order of this game for players from different regions to kill each other, then? So just shut up and fight. Zhang Yang began hitting in an even more aggressive manner. Upon activating his Charge Up Strike, he immediately unleashed his God of War Devastation, causing a total of 2 million damage on God's left hand. Even with all his super tough defense, God's left hand was not able to hold up against such a hit for too many times. After all, the equipment on him was not as good as the equipment on Zhang Yang. His initial HP was only approximately 500,000 HP. After boosting it up by 40 times, he would only have over 20 million HP. In that sense, he was not on the same par as Zhang Yang. After a fierce struggle, God's left hand suddenly made up his mind about something. He struck Zhang Yang with his sanction and stunned him for good. After that, he did not escape. Instead, he flew towards the fortress as quickly as he could right after that, Zhang Yang was not equipped with many status removal skills. He would have to wait for 4 seconds before he could recover from the stun effect. Well, he would never let his target get away. So with a light roar, he fluttered his wings and pursued God's left hand. Of course, he also brought along Felice and his phoenix pet. However, the movement speed of a Class S inheritance upon activating the inheritance transformation was too fast for Felice and phoenix pet to follow. So, Zhang Yang kept Felice back into the battle companion slot. However, he did not have time to unsummon Phoenix Pet. Well, pets would be kept back to the inventory once they get too far from their owners. The pursuit went on intensely. God's left hand was filled with humiliation. With his class in inheritance, he was supposed to be powerful enough to stand up against Zhang Yang. However, his equipment was not as good as Zhang Yang's. He only had one piece of holy tier equipment on him right now. Furthermore, his holy tier equipment was just a cape which did not provide him much of a boost on his attributes. So now, he only had one option left, to run as fast as he could. It was a fatal blow to both his pride and his confidence. It was really unfortunate for him, because he could not afford to die. He was holding a broken chapter of the Book of Revelation, after all. Now his plan was to gain a certain distance between himself and Zhang Yang. Then he would use his teleportation scroll to flee to his main city. The progress bar of the teleportation scroll would need 10 seconds to fill up. One hit between that 10-second time frame would interrupt the progress of activating the teleportation scroll. 10 seconds. That was the time frame that he strived to acquire. However, Zhang Yang was only 4 seconds behind of him, even though he started pursuing God's left hand a little later. He would never give up on God's left hand, now. God's left hand was filled with rage because he had to run. Ever since he acquired his Apocalyptic Knight inheritance, he had been acting as if he was invincible. How would he be able to stomach this? Getting his *SS hoop to the point that he has to run from his enemy. If this ever gets out to public, he would lose his dignity. He kept looking back to check on Zhang Yang. Well, of course, Zhang Yang would be there tailing him. Both of them were holding Class S inheritance, so their movement speeds were basically the same. The distance between them was maintained at a distance of 200 meters. Because the person behind could adjust himself towards the target to go for the shortest route, God's left hand did not dare to even take a turn while he was flying full speed ahead. He just continued flying forward in a straight line. As expected, the situation went on for quite a while. It would continue on until one of their inheritance transformation fades. Therefore, the only problem was, whose inheritance transformation was going to end first. Well, if any of them fell from the sky, they would not be able to summon their pet mounts at all. God's left hand flew higher and higher and shouted, Zhan Yu, how long more can your inheritance transformation last? Be careful that you do not fall to your own death. Ha ha. Mine will surely last longer than yours. Zhang Yang did not falter. Instead, he challenged God's left hand with his words. They two of them began playing a psychological game on each other. Well, whoever's inheritance transformation ends later, that would be the winner of this battle. Flying higher and higher into the sky, they did not intend to stop at all. The two of them had left the vicinity of the fortress. Looking from afar, both of them looked like two human figures flying higher and higher into the sky. Even if there were players down on the ground, they would not be able to see what was flying up there. The two of them were just moving too fast for any human eye to catch them. Server announcement: the territory conquest has ended. The final holder of the territory order is player Dusk Phoenix. Forest Gump's fortress is now officially a private territory. All players within the vicinity will be teleported back to their main cities immediately. The pursuit went on until the territory conquest was over. Although Zhang had left the fortress, 100 Shots and his other gang would constantly update him with the outcome on the battlefield. Sun Xinu and Han Shui must have made a sweet deal with Dusk Phoenix. They actually agreed to help that Phoenix achieve what she wanted. By the end of it, she got the territory order and kicked Hourglass Figure right in between her crotch. Everything she had done up to this point had been for nothing. Well, at least she indirectly aided Dusk Phoenix in cleaning up the mess for a bit in the early stage of the territory conquest, but as long as India region does not claim a high-tier territory, Hourglass Figure would never suffer any loss in her income from the territory gateway that she was holding. Therefore, even though she was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that she had lost the high-tier territory, she was not overly disappointed with the outcome. The only thing that she really lost miserably were the 2 forbidden scrolls that she used during the territory conquest. After all, she had spent a fortune just to get them. Zhang Yang's inheritance transformation could last for another 5 minutes. He must be ready to descend onto the ground 30 seconds before his inheritance transformation would come to an end. Or else, he would become a meat pie on the ground upon falling. He believed that God's left hand would also attempt to descend to the ground about 30 seconds before his inheritance transformation ends. No one would be stupid enough to let themselves fall to their own deaths and lose a substantial amount of experience points. However, if God's left hand's inheritance transformation would really end a minute after Zhang Yang's, that would give him enough time to leave Zhang Yang behind. Furthermore, if God's left hand is daring enough, he could even turn around and try to kill Zhang Yang. The outcome of the battle would be decided in one split moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, Book of Revelation, Chapter 10. Chapter 723, Book of Revelation, Chapter 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. God's left hand was getting anxious. His inheritance transformation could only last for another 3 minutes. If he does not land in time, he would be falling to his own demise. Of course, it had been a while since he had not engaged in battle with Zhang Yang. So he was no longer in his battle mode. Even if he really falls to his own death, he would be deemed as dying of natural cause. It would not affect him at all. He would not lose any experience point or drop any equipment after he dies. However, he would be resurrected on the spot where he dies, all thanks to the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation that he was holding. Furthermore, the situation would be far more dangerous than he could ever imagine when he would only be resurrected with only 10% HP on him. A single hit from Zhang Yang might kill him again on the spot. When that happens, he would not only lose experience points, he would also be losing the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation that he was holding. Damn it! Sometimes the items were little too good to be true. Well, if the broken chapter does not resurrect him on the spot, he could have released his soul to the graveyard and choose to get resurrected there. 10 minutes would be required for a player to be resurrected at a graveyard. He could go to the action house to deplete that amount of time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. God's left hand could no longer risk it anymore. He had to descend to the ground now. He could only hope that he could use the trees of the forest to cover his tracks. His best bet was to attempt to vanish from Zhang Yang's sight. After flying low in the forest for a few seconds, his inheritance transformation had finally ended. He instantly transformed from being a god back to a human. God's left hand quickly took out his teleportation scroll and hid himself in the surroundings. A small teleportation circle was formed right underneath his feet. He could get himself out of the godforsaken place after 10 seconds of activation. Meanwhile, he sworn that he would gather the best men in his organization and hunt every single member of the Lone Desert Smoke whenever they are alone. He wanted Zhang Yang to pay for what he did to him. 9, 8, 7, 3. Were you waiting for me? Just when God's left hand was beginning to feel relieved, he heard the annoying and familiar voice across his ears. At the same time, a blade came down on his neck. God damn it! God's left hand could only activate his sacred block to block Zhang Yang's attack. He had to interrupt the teleportation circle that was almost formed. Or else, with Zhang Yang's current attack power, especially when he is still in his transformed form, he could have instantly taken God's left hand out with one single swing of his sword. Furthermore, once a player is attacked while the teleportation circle was forming, the process would be interrupted. However, this sacred block was a little different than expected. Block allowed players to have 100% of blocking physical damage from the enemies. Meanwhile, sacred block only provide players 50% chance to block both physical damage and magic damage from enemies. It all depended one's luck of activating this skill successfully. Obviously, he might have done something bad in his life to deserve such an unlucky fate. 249,830. As the blade slit through his body armor, God's left hand was heavily wounded again and his HP bar had dropped down to 20% left, putting him into his killing cleave stage. Zhan Yu. I swear I will come back and kill you. Just wait and see. God's left hand knew that he had no chance at all to run away now. So he sulked and let out a raging roar. I'll be waiting for you, Zhang Yang said. Meanwhile, his rage bar had hit its maximum cap and Zhang Yang activated his killing cleave without any hesitation at all. -1,161,022. God's life hand instantly received a total of damage that exceeded 1,000,000. He let out an arg and collapsed onto the ground. However, he came back to life with 10% HP bar immediately right after that. Zhang Yang was well prepared for that. Upon the 1-second global cooldown of all his skills, he struck out with his God of War Devastation to end the battle at that instant. Well, the impact of his God of War Devastation was so oppressive that he left a large hole right in the middle of God's left hand's chest. Blood was oozing out madly right from his chest wound. Once again, God's left hand collapsed on the ground and stayed dead. After dropping the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation, he no longer came back to life. Book of Revelation, Chapter 10, Legendary, Unique. Description, Use, combine this item with the Book of Revelation, Chapter 9. Chapter 10? Furthermore, it did not mention anything about a Chapter 11. That being said, it was now confirmed that there would only be 10 chapters of Book of Revelation. Very well. With Sun Xianu holding one broken chapter of the book, Zhang Yang now had over 4 chapters of the Book of Revelation in his possession. More importantly, he had acquired 2 consecutive chapters that he could combine them into one. He had obtained the ability to locate the other missing chapters of the Book of Revelation. That has made it much easier for him to collect the remaining ones. God's left hand, Captain America. Both of them had been really good people today. Zhang Yang would never forget about their goodwill. That gratitude echoed through deeply into Zhang Yang's heart. If God's left hand and Captain America could only knew what he was thinking now, they could have gone mad to point that their noses would become crooked. They would and hunt Zhang Yang down and eat his heart out. Now that the territory conquest was over, Zhang Yang used his teleportation scroll to get back to Surin's castle. While Han Shui and the others were chatting casually, they saw Zhang Yang returning. So, they began to ask Zhang Yang if he came back with any prizes worth checking out. Zhang Yang revealed the description for the Book of Revelation, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, so that everyone on his party could see and admire them. So when you get all 10 chapters of it, you can resurrect yourself with full HP bar once every hour, I assume? Little Yang, did you just believe in Brother Chun 1 again? Well, if boss really believes in Brother Chun again, he should be able to resurrect himself with full HP whenever he wants. Since boss needs to wait for a cooldown period before he can resurrect himself again, I'm going to say that boss is only believing in Brother Tsing too. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight partnered up to tease Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang only smiled at them. However, he also saw that female Raid Coven and 10 Dusk were also there, trying to blend in with them. He turned to stare at them. He. Female Raid Coven came up to Zhang Yang and started acting like his best pal again. Then he said, I've decided to get myself to know more about the little loli and be friends with her. So, I joined your guild. So are you touched to hear my decision? Did you feel so excited that you're about to cry? With me joining your guild, the entire world will tremble in fear. Yes. It's the fear of disgust. Wei Yenair was spitting and sticking out her tongue at female Raid Coven. Then she said, I'm never going to befriend you, Hamsap uncle. My brother-in-law. Beat him up. Everyone was laughing, the two of them. With this weird and Hamsap uncle in their club, their party became merrier than before now. Captain America and God's left hand had also began launching their attacks on the lone desert smoke. However, they were only capable of attacking the guild's members. Zhang Yang was undaunted by their pathetic attempts. If they would like a fight, he would always be ready for them. So, who should be the one scared now? For the next few days, the two sides had suffered heavy casualties. It affected them all so badly that they could not progress with their level grinding at all. It did not take long before they came to an agreement to cease fire on each other. As more players were reaching level 150, more players became capable of venturing into the level 150, 180 maps. In just a short period of time, another 2 high-tier territories were unlocked. Therefore, another 2 territory conquests happened right after that. Zhang Yang and his gang went to join in the fun as usual. However, Zhang Yang did not notice any milky light shining upon anyone across the battlefield. Zhang Yang and his party members simply left then, since there was no reason for them to stay. Well, they had no desire to snatch the territory order after all. So when they knew that there were no broken chapters of the Book of Revelation found in the vicinity, they had no reason to stay at all. If they ever get themselves killed, they would only lose a substantial amount of experience points. Furthermore, using the 3 hours to kill some monsters would earn themselves quite a tremendous amount of experience points. So, why should they waste their time in a territory conquest that does nothing beneficial for them, then? By the end of it, the 2 high-tier territories had been claimed. Each of them was claimed by Savage Lord from the India region and Dark Palace from the America region. That hourglass figure was really a rich B*TCH. While they were claiming Cynthia's town, she actually used another 2 forbidden scrolls. Well, one of the main reasons was because the Lone Desert Smoke and the Hell family did not join any of the 2 territory conquests. In the most crucial moment of that territory conquest, Hourglass figure did not hold back at all. She even threw out the 2 forbidden scrolls, without any hesitation, even though she failed previously. By doing so, they managed to secure the territory order and claim victory over the territory conquest in Cynthia's town. Meanwhile, Dark Palace had also used the same tactic. He also used forbidden scrolls and secured the territory order in the other territory conquest. After that, all 4 high-tier territories had been revealed to the public. They were known as Surin's Castle, Forest Gum's Fortress, Cynthia's Town, and White Horse Bay. So, the next big event that was going to happen in the game would be marching into the Anthalor, the Holy City. Well, no one would be able to conquer that place. Meanwhile, players would be able to bind themselves to the teleportation circle on that site. Therefore, even though there were 4 regions who did not get to conquer any high-tier territory, they need not have to worry at all. They could still bind themselves to the teleportation circle in the Holy City when they managed to reach level 180. Zhang Yang and his gang were busting their asterisk Cs, trying to get their levels up as quickly as they could. Zhang Yang and Wei Yan Air were trying extra hard. The 2 of them could only equip the equipment that they obtained earlier on when they reached level 160. Therefore, they were very motivated to grind their levels. However, it was really difficult to find a good spot to farm. Well, not all monsters would give players a substantial amount of experience points after they are slain. After more than a month of hardship on grinding their levels, Zhang Yang finally became the first to reach level 160 in the entire server. After switching to his Crimson Goblin Gauntlets, Zhang Yang's HP had finally exceeded 1 million, under the boost of his Vitality Aura. Now, he had over 1,050,000 HP. It was a terrifying amount of HP for a player to have. If he changes his name, other players might mistake him as a boss in the open-world map. Other than that, his attack had reached up to the range of 115,409 to 137,489 damage. With each attack reaching over 100,000 damage, Zhang Yang would be capable of killing a full HP player of the same level as him who was wearing a set of Violet Platinum tier equipment, with a single swing of his sword. Upon reaching level 160, Zhang Yang had also acquired an additional skill point. So, he added the skill point to his Shadow Clone. After adding the skill up to level 10, he would focus on adding his skill points to his Force Strike. Well, that skill had become worthy of his investment after it was enhanced into Superior Force Strike. Zhang Yang went to see Ares the God of War to learn another new skill. Well, he could not escape being lectured on why he had been improving his strength so slowly. After that, he had finally acquired a new God of War inheritance skill for reaching level 160. Tribulation, when struck, reflects the same amount of damage you receive back to the attacker. Last for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Required, 10 God of War energy points. Although the cooldown period of the skill was stated as 2 hours, the inheritance transformation skill could only last for 2 hours as well. In other words, he could only use the skill once, after activating his inheritance transformation. However, this skill could make his immensely powerful, even though it could only last for 10 minutes. Just imagine this. When he is surrounded by his enemies, the amount of damage he receives from his enemies would be reflected back right at his enemies. Furthermore, he could also strike his enemies with God of War's Crushing Strike. His Phoenix Pet and Felice would be there to spam their AoE attacks on his enemies as well. By the end of it, it would be difficult to say who would be the one cornered. Meanwhile, on the second day after Zhang Yang reached level 160, the officials made an announcement that the Spectre Invasion arc had been activated. A whole new historic chapter was waiting for the players to explore. The background theme of God's Miracle had always been about Spectre and demons invading the world. All races must rise together to go up against the invasion. At the current stage of the game, the Spectre had created a new secret weapon and they were just one step closer to launching the most violent attacks on the alliances that were formed to protect the world. After the Spectre Invasion patch was released, there were countless signs of Spectre activities all around the main cities, and also the villages, small towns, and fortresses. However, those were just signs that came before a large-scale Spectre invasion. They were designed and placed across the entire server just to set up the mood for the players. TL note. 1. Brother Chun, a term derived to refer to some figure that you could trust to ensure that your dream will come true. 2. Bothered Sang, a term used to make fun of other people on the internet after the term Brother Chun was created. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, The Spectres Invade. Chapter 724, The Spectres Invade. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As for what had happened in his past life, Zhang Yang recalled that when the Spectre invasion started, he was only level 50 or so. He could only be a side character, killing random small minions at the side of the map, while the other heroes charged into the real fight with Angus, Lord of the Seven Spectre King. While others had faced trouble fighting him when they were already higher levels than he was, Zhang Yang could not even set foot in the fight. It might be a surreal fantasy, but the truth was factual. A celestial tier boss, Angus, had descended down to the human realm and brought the doomsday with him. Even though each major city should have their own celestial tier boss, due to several story plot devices, they were untouchable. Even the bosses in neutral grounds could not be touched as they were all friendlies. Players would not even give it a try since firstly, it would be extremely difficult, and secondly, there was no reason to. As for the 10 evil demon lords, and the 7 Spectre Kings, they were all considered to be open-world bosses. Under normal conditions, they were considered to be undefeatable targets. Their powers were so strong that they could snuff out all players with just a simple blow of their noses. Hence, theoretically, even if all players from all corners of the world were to join forces, they would be completely wiped out as well. 100% clean. To defeat a celestial tier boss, one must have a celestial tier equipment set. However, celestial tier equipment would only drop from a celestial tier boss. It's a complete loop. Hence, without special conditions, a celestial tier boss could never be killed. At that moment, the game version was still held during their Spectre Invasion patch. It was made to be a small introduction to the real threat that will come eventually. As such, if players can find, trigger, and complete a few crucial quests, they can fulfill a certain condition where players could bring in the king or the baron of the kingdom to participate in the war against the celestial tier boss. However, mind that the NPCs were only mostly ascended tiers. Unless they have an army of ascended tier bosses lining up, tanking the celestial tier boss with only a few ascended tier NPC would go poorly. Technically, the odds were still in favor of the celestial tier boss, however, with help from players, they might still have a chance of defeating him. At that point, the celestial tier boss will drop the celestial tier equipment. Zhang Yang may have more than several tens of millions of HP, but in the face of a celestial tier boss, it would simply take a normal attack to kill him. Even if he uses his inheritance transformation, the boss would still be several levels ahead of him. With the level suppression system still in effect, no one, including Zhang Yang, could deal more than one pitiful damage. All who were in the face of the overwhelming celestial boss were nothing but tiny ants. Zhang Yang could recall the memories of his past life when the Spectre Invasion event was still ongoing. It was the first time in history that all players in the battlefield were wiped clean, and all major cities were overrun by Spectre except one that stood strong, because all of the lower-level players were hiding behind the walls. That was how powerful Angus was. Naturally, the system had not made it impossible for players. After every short period of time, the Spectre army will withdraw on their own and the NPC army will form a counterattack force to try and defeat Angus. Every time the raid fails, the NPC army's strength will be slowly increased until Angus is defeated. However, there will be a drawback. Every time the NPC army and players are defeated by Angus, the number of drops from Angus will be reduced. According to the data released by the officials, if Angus is killed in only the first try, he will drop one of the 6 major classes' 13 pieces set equipment. All the celestial tier equipment were unique. Even if any one person is able to get their hands on one of the 13 set equipment, they would be greeted with immeasurable fame and glory. If the first attempt fails, the second attempt will drop only 10 set equipment. The third will only drop 7, and 4 for the fourth time. After the fifth time, the boss will only drop one of the set equipment. If players are still unable to defeat the boss, there will be no more set equipment, only regular equipment without set effects. After more failures, the number of possible celestial tier equipment drop will be reduced even further. Eventually, if players are still unable to defeat Angus, the NPCs will be stronger than Angus, and the boss will only drop one regular celestial tier equipment. Although it may sound weak, it was still a celestial tier. Naturally, having a full set of regular celestial tier equipment will be far weaker than having a full set of celestial tier set equipment. In his previous life, Angus was defeated only after the 7th trial, and all set equipment was removed from the drop list. The boss was killed and only dropped 4 regular celestial tier equipment. Even so, due to the extremely limited drops, a massive war had erupted among all players. However, even if they won the war and claimed the celestial equipment, they would have to train for more than a year in order to reach the level requirement, which was level 230, level 200 if they had a special level reduction effect. The main point was not the celestial equipment, but the celestial boss. That was how strong it was. Zhang clearly recalled that all 4 equipment were claimed by 4 different individuals, which was one sword stroke, hourglass figure, Captain America, and God's left hand. That time, Captain America had, of course, possessed the God of War inheritance. Zhang felt a shiver down his spine thinking about. Who knows how many times would they need to try this time? It was a celestial tier set equipment hanging right there just for him. Even Zhang could not resist the temptation, and started to fantasize. As long as a town is occupied by humans, orcs, elves, and dwarves, they will be attacked by specters. As such, they were named as the attacked villages. Different level of maps will be invaded with the appropriate level of monsters. Even the beginner's village will be swarmed with level 10 monsters. The specters will attack the cities every 1 hour, and will have one boss leading the charge. The boss level will be adjusted according to the map's level as well. If the specter were to attack Surin's castle, the boss level will be level 170, similar to the monsters of which the boss was leading. However, since the boss was not the final boss of the corresponding map, the equipment dropped from it would not have the special level reduction effect. Hence, it was not as valuable to others. However, it was still in demand, since mythical tier equipment that are farmed from dungeons were bound on loot. It cannot be traded nor sold. Hence, there was still a certain value to the equipment obtained from open-world bosses. Especially, when the most wanted equipment were level 140. Better than nothing, right? The only new dungeons available then were the level 170 dungeons. Right then, there was a level 160 dungeon that could be raided. However, Zhang did not want to raid, rather, he did not know how to do it. Going in alone would be suicidal and stupid. Also, if he does manage to obtain the first clear reward, it would be a waste, since the other members would not be able to obtain the perks. It was still better to set his priorities somewhere else. Zhang went to White Jade Castle and headed to the Explorers Guild, an establishment that would post the main quests for the Spectre Invasion event. The NPC that gives out the quest was a greenish little gnome. No one knows, but the little NPC had randomly just appeared out of nowhere and stood there as if he had been waiting for Zhang for a long time. Zhang came to him and the little gnome gestured Zhang to bend over lower. Humph. Rude. Bend over a little, my neck is hurting, just looking at your stupid face. Zhang popped a vein in his forehead and he did just that. Zhang found himself a chair and sat down. I've come to accept a request, Durage, not to listen to your complaints. Gnomes are the kind of species that are afraid of fights. Hence, the system had implemented a kind of system where if the player offends the NPC, the quest that the player receives will be of no use to them. Zhang had learned that the hard way in his previous life. Fina said the gnome as Zhang would not allow the gnome to leave his sight. What kind of quest would you like to accept here? I have a few lying around, errands of running here and there. I also have some that require stealth and strength to infiltrate the enemy's base to retrieve top-secret military intelligence. Fortunately for Zhang, he was not too rude with the gnome. The quests he offered to Zhang were plenty in variety. In his previous life, Zhang was only offered random running errands. Give me the hardest you've got. Ho ho ho, if you think that you're that invincible, I have one that might snap you back to reality. Head over to Spectre Outpost located in the Forest of Clouds. Find out the reason behind the rising activity of the specters, said Gulage. Ding! Gulage has a quest for you, the Spectre's Secret. Will you accept it? Spectre's Secret, difficulty level, B. Description: Coolidge wants you to head over to the Spectre outpost located in the Forest of Clouds. Find out the reason why the Spectre have begun to move about. After your investigation, report back to Coolidge. Progress: understand the Spectre's secret 0 to 1. Quest reward: experience points, plus 5 million military points, plus 100 military points. Zhang Yang smiled with such satisfaction. The reason why he was happy to able to retrieve better quests was because of the military points. Military points are useful only during the Spectre invasion event. The more you have, the more soldiers you could hire. Correspondingly, the larger your army, the higher the chance of you defeating Argus. 100 military points might be an insignificant amount, but it was far better than the 1 or 2 military points reward for completing random errands. Zhang Yang had not shared the news about the quest with anyone else, since Han Shui and the rest of the gang were lower than level 160. Most of the quests that were related to the Spectre invasion event were level 160 and above. Plus, Han Shui and the rest of the gang were extremely busy leveling in order to reach level 160 as soon as possible to join Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang teleported to Surin's castle and rode the phoenix towards the Forest of Clouds. After 3 to 4 hours of bored flying, he came to a place that looked like a mass grave, situated nearby a number of towers. Countless of towers were built there with numerous Spectre monsters going in and out of it. Just the numbers alone would be like fighting the entire of China. Zhang Yang flew downward and landed. Since there were no clues as to where he should start searching for clues, Zhang Yang decided to check out the towers one by one in order to fulfill the quest requirement. Zhang Yang scouted the area and soared to the skies soon after. He made his way swiftly and made the phoenix a smaller size before summoning Felice out and wreaked havoc to the entire place. Zhang Yang made his way into the tower entrance and killed his way through. The interior of the tower was like the famous catacombs underneath Paris. There were bones embedded in the walls of the tower. The worst part of it all was that, it seemed like the tower was only built in a few days' time, for there was still fresh blood oozing out of some of the bones. Maggots coupled with rotten flesh kept falling down from above, as Zhang Yang made his way upwards the tower. There was a group small skeletal soldiers, grouped in 12, that were patrolling around. They were only normal tiers, and as they spotted Zhang Yang, their first instinct was to charge in blindly. However, no matter how many monsters there were then, they were nothing but normal tiers. With several quick swings, Zhang Yang killed them all. As a reward, the skeletal soldiers dropped many frosty inscribed cloth. Those frosty inscribed cloth could be used to craft level 7 frosty inscribed bandages, which could heal over 100,000 HP in 10 seconds. Since Zhang Yang had the title to increase the bandage effect, he could heal over 200,000 HP. However, his HP limit was so high that 200,000 HP was just about 20% of his entire HP bar. It was neither too little nor too much. Yet, it was somewhat still insignificant. After collecting all the loot, Zhang Yang followed the flight of stairs upwards. Occasionally, Zhang Yang's heavy character made stepping on the bony staircase a difficult process, since he appeared to be cracking them. Though it was just a sound effect and not a real physical event, it was made purely as a scary ambience. Zhang Yang moved up to the second floor and found a change in the monster type. On the ground floor, the monsters were nothing but normal tier skeletal soldiers that posed no threat to him. On the second floor, however, there were many scrawny, meatless, muscles-less elite tier Spectre wizards. Warfront Spectre Wizard, Elite, Spectre. Level, 165. HP, 4,950,000. Defense, 6,640. Magic attack, 24,446 to 32,446. Skills. Shadow Arrow, deals 200% magic shadow attack to a target. Range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Death Waves, blasts a deadly wave that is meant to corrupt the living and mend the dead. Deals 40,000 shadow damage to all non-Spectre based target and heals all Spectres type targets by 20,000 HP. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, Tower Clearing. Chapter 725, Tower Clearing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the skill, Death Wave, would not heal the caster himself, it could be used to heal others. Hence, if two Spectre Wizard were to stand side by side, they could technically heal each other endlessly, making the battle much harder. If he kites too many of them at the same time, it would be really difficult. Stack them up to a certain amount, all the monsters could basically heal themselves back to full health if Zhang Yang is unable to kill them all in a blast. What a sad case indeed. Zhang Yang had initially thought that he could at least perform a fast mass kill since the tower floor was crowded and small. Sadly, due to the AoE healing, Death Wave, Zhang Yang had to change his killing style to one at a time. The slowest, boringest, lamest style ever. If Destructive Smash was an AoE attack, he could have just kited the monsters in together and wiped them all without having to worry about their healings. At most, if he is unable to handle the damage, he could just rely on Shadow of the Void to escape. Zhang Yang carefully aimed Spear of Obliteration at the monsters at the edge of the crowd and kited him towards himself. The monster was drawn away from the bunch of monsters, allowing Zhang Yang to fight the monster alone. After a certain distance, Zhang Yang moved towards it and attacked. After a normal attack, Zhang Yang's rage gauge was filled. He used Charge Up Strike and landed one God of War Devastation, dealing more than 1,000,000 damage to the monster. Minus 29,373. A powerful attack landed on Zhang Yang which made Zhang Yang winched a little. 30,000 damage was not a small amount. As such, facing a magic-type monster, a guardian loses his tankiness. All his thick armor is ineffective. With his HP, he could at least take 35 hits of the Shadow Arrow. Technically, if the monster wants to kill Zhang Yang, he would need to last for 70 seconds. Sure. The wizard laughed in a weird manner and blasted out a dark wave. The wave dealt close to 18,000 damage to Zhang Yang. That was the skill, Death Wave. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had only drawn in one monster, hence, the skill was only an AoE attack instead of a healing skill. Laughing? Really? Zhang Yang sliced the monster on and on before striking the monster with a God of War heavy axe, dealing more than 300,000 damage with a single blow. Another, Shadow Arrow, was being casted by the Spectre Wizard. However, before the spell could finish, Zhang Yang landed a Crash Magic on the monster and disrupted the spellcast. For the next 3 seconds, the monster was silent and could only deal physical attacks on Zhang Yang by knocking on him with his wooden staff. Since magic-type monsters would have low physical attack, the attack was not only unable to deal any single damage to him, but also triggered Zhang Yang's block. As such, Zhang Yang was able to use Shield Bash to forcefully bash the wizard's bony face in. Org! The wizard cried with rage. Elite or not, Zhang Yang was unrivaled in strength. In just half a minute, Zhang Yang with the combined attack of the Phoenix and Felice, was able to defeat it. The monster had rewarded Zhang Yang with a large sum of 5 million experience points. Still, it was not a surprise. An elite was an elite monster, even though the monster had only attacked Zhang Yang roughly around 10 times, with both Shadow Arrow and Death Wave, the monster was able to deal a total of 400,000 HP, which was 40% of Zhang Yang's HP. To be safe, Zhang Yang did not proceed to kite the second monster. Instead, he sat down and bit down a chicken burger to restore his HP back to 100% before engaging again. One by one, Zhang Yang killed all of the monsters on the second floor. Sadly, he had taken more than half an hour to do so. After finishing up the boring floor, Zhang Yang made his way up the staircase. Before he could reach the third floor, he came across a large monster that was standing guard at the entrance. Warfront Spectre Wizard Captain, Mythical, Spectre. Level, 170. HP, 8,500,000. Defense, 10,490. Magic attack, 43,569 to 63,569. Skills. Shadow Arrow, deals 200% magic shadow damage to a target. Range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Death Wave, blasts a deadly wave that is meant to corrupt the living and mend the dead. Deals 80,000 shadow damage to all non-Spectre-based target and heals all Spectres type targets for 40,000 HP. Spectre Constitution, restores 1% HP every 30 seconds. Recovery rate would not be affected by skills. A mini-boss? Even though it was merely a mythical tier boss, it would be a worthwhile fight. Why reject something when it's given to you for free? After restoring all his HP, Zhang Yang took charge, followed by the Phoenix and Felice behind. Even though the boss may have the annoying HP recovery skill, it was still limited by the maximum HP. So, the boss might have a maximum HP of 8,500,000 HP, which means that every 30 seconds, it could heal 85,000 HP. That's only 3,000 HP per second. Zhang Yang's DPS was far stronger than that puny number. Humph, humans. Your days on this land are numbered, said the boss as Zhang Yang approached him. With a bold expression, he lifted his staff and blasted Zhang Yang with Shadow Arrow. Charge! Zhang Yang glided through the floor and attacked the boss. Once Zhang Yang had landed his attack, both the Phoenix and Felice started their attack. Both of the Battle Companion and the Battle Mount had reached level 160. Their combined DPS had reached as high as 50,000, which was almost as high as Zhang Yang's DPS. The Phoenix will continue to upgrade its tier, turning into a holy tier battle mount after level 170. Sadly, if Felice's seal is not broken by then, perhaps both her level and tier would not increase any further. Technically, Zhang would only need 40 seconds to kill the boss. On the other hand, the boss would only need half of that time to kill Zhang. With brute force alone, Zhang will die. Hence, Zhang had to use a variety of skills to survive the battle and kill the boss. With Shield Wall lasting for 10 seconds, and the use of Shadow of the Void to allow Felice to take charge of the aggro control, he could easily outplay the boss DPS. It was easy enough for Felice to tank the boss in her spectral tiger form, since she would have 610,000 HP. The boss recovery skill was nothing much to be concerned about, for it only heals 85,000 HP once. At most, each healing instance could blot out one instance of attack. Hence, in just 40 seconds, the boss died and rewarded Zhang with a pile of random items. Zhang picked up all the items and found some rather valuable loot. There was 1 mythical tier equipment, 3 violet platinum tier equipment, and the rest was considered to be junk. Blouse of the Shadow Death, mythical, cloth armor. Defense, plus 32. Vitality, plus 2,371. Intelligence, plus 1,096. Spirit, plus 484. Equip, increases maximum MP by 2,190. Equip, increases your damage and healing rate by 3.5%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 160. Shadow Death set equipment, 1/5, Hat of the Shadow Death, Blouse of the Shadow Death, Glove of the Shadow Death, Boots of the Shadow Death, Tights of the Shadow Death. 3 equipment set effect, increases magic damage and healing rate by 20%. 5 equipment set effect, upon receiving an attack, there will be a 1% chance to send yourself into the Nether Realm for 3 seconds. You cannot be targeted by both enemies and allies alike. Set equipment. Not bad. What a rare encounter, considering that fact that it had been a while since Zhang last saw a set equipment. Though the 3 equipment set effect could add 20% damage, it was not enough to compensate for the difference of tiers between higher tiers. Still, it was valuable to other players who could never get their hands on ethereal tier. Perhaps, there was a chance that each of the towers in the vicinity would have a mini-boss inside. If Zhang is to clear all the towers, he could farm all the required set equipment and sell them as a complete set in town for several hundreds of thousands gold coins. Zhang took out 2 chicken burger. As his HP was too long, eating just 1 chicken burger could only heal him by 500,000 HP. It was not enough. As mentioned before, battle companions were like players. They could use bandages and consume items to restore their HP. For Felice, 1 chicken burger was more than enough to restore all her HP. As for battle mounts, their HP would automatically regenerate once they leave the combat mode. Their HP regeneration rate was so strong that they could completely heal themselves back to full health in only 30 seconds. Zhang proceeded on to the 3rd floor and the monsters had changed again. From skeletal soldiers to specter wizards, the 3rd floor monsters were all rotten, zombie-like monkeys. A single jump of them could send them coming from as far as several meters away. It was completely unlike those specter monsters. Warfront Death Leaper, Elite, Spectre. Level, 165. Defense, 6,640. Melee attack, 37,947 to 57,947. Skills. Leap, leaps towards the target. Can leap over obstacles. Deathblade, deals 150% melee physical attack. Cannot be evaded. Cannot be blocked. Reduces the target's healing rate by 50%. Last for 10 seconds. Compared to the magic-type monster's back, Zhang was completely unfazed by the strength of the monkeys. With his superpowered defense, he would normally take only 13,000 damage from a monster with 50,000 attack power. However, the skill, Leap, might prove to be a little troublesome. Hence, Zhang played it safe and only drew in 2 at a time. Luckily, he had a lot of chicken burger, courtesy of Han Shui, allowing him to survive many battles. A typical level 120 recovery snacks cost 2 gold coins each, whereas the level 150 chicken burger were even more expensive. On the other hand, the chicken burgers can never be found elsewhere. It can only be crafted. The only method of obtaining it is to buy it from players or make it themselves by hunting chickens, pluck peppers, and buy flour from shops. It will be expensive. Suffice to say, 5 gold coins each was a good deal. At most, it could cost the exact same price as a real-life chicken burger. However, in reality, how many burgers could you eat? Only Zhang could spend a fortune and eat all those burgers in the game. Typical players would rather pair up with a priest or a sacred knight to save up unnecessary spending. That was one of the main reasons why healers were weak in attack, yet were extremely welcome in an outdoor party. There was a total of 30 leapers on the 3rd floor. As Zhang Yang kills 2 monsters at a time, he took close to 39 minutes to clear the entire floor. Similarly, there was a mini-boss standing guard at the entrance of the 4th floor. Warfront Death Leaper Captain, Mythical, Spectre. Level, 170. HP, 8,500,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,774 to 60,774. Skills. Leap, leaps towards the target. Can leap over obstacles and stuns the target on impact for 2 seconds. Deathblade, deals 200% melee physical attack. Cannot be evaded. Cannot be blocked. Reduces the target's healing rate by 50%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Despite having the same skills as the elite version of the Leapers, the boss skill had an extra stunning effect and an extra 50% added damage. The difficulty had only been increased by a tiny notch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, More Set Equipment. Chapter 726, More Set Equipment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After restoring his HP, Zhang Yang brought Felice and Phoenix up front to attack. He still insisted on attacking alone instead of calling his friends. Fresh meat, cried the Leaper Captain as he leaped towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had earlier sent away Felice and Phoenix, hence, he was the only one who suffered from the stunning effect. While the stun effect was still ongoing, Felice and the Phoenix attacked the boss without waiting. Felice's DPS was perhaps 1 tier higher than the Phoenix, hence, the aggro value generated on her was double that of the Phoenix. Hence, the boss had chosen Felice as his attack target. Sharp claws flung around, slicing and dicing Felice. Although she was wearing metal armor, it did not stop the claws from cutting through. Blood was spilt everywhere. Zhang Yang recovered immediately and used charge to instant close the gap between him and the boss. Zhang Yang's DPS was twice as much as Felice's. With Shield Oath, in effect, he could generate more aggro. After only 3 seconds of attacking, Zhang Yang had taken control over the boss and managed to save Felice. With the godly skill, Block, all physical attack type targets were in a shorter hand of the battle. Coupled with Zhang Yang's steroid pump defense, the boss' normal attacks could only deal as much damage as 4,500 DPS. On the other hand, while the skill, Deathblade, could only be activated once every 10 seconds, dealing as high as 100,000 per strike on average. The damage dealt on Zhang Yang was only as much as 53,000 damage, which was around 5,300 DPS. Hence, his skill damage was higher than his normal attack. Combined, the boss' true DPS was at least 10,000. He would take at least 100 seconds to kill Zhang Yang. Compared to the previous wizard boss, this Leaper boss was much weaker. Zhang Yang did not need to even use Shadow of the Void to escape the battlefield, for he could tank safely until the boss was killed. Similar to the previous boss, this Leaper boss had dropped 1 mythical and 3 violet platinum tier equipment. The mythical tier item was a set equipment at that. Soul Reaper Armguard, mythical, leather armor. Defense, plus 96. Vitality, plus 1,259. Strength, plus 247. Dexterity, plus 580. Equip, increases maximum HP by 2,510. Equip, increases damage and healing rate by 3.5%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 170. Soul Reaper set equipment, Soul Reaper mask, Soul Reaper chestplate, Soul Reaper armguard, Soul Reaper pants, Soul Reaper boots. 3 set effect, increases damage and healing rate by 20%. 5 set effect, on every successful attack, grants a chance to increase dexterity by 10% for 10 seconds. Effect cannot stack. What a loot! The previous set equipment was a cloth armor, and the next was a leather armor. Perhaps, the last floor, Zhang Yang could find a heavy armor equipment. There were a total of 15 towers in the vicinity, and if he is lucky, he could farm 2 pieces of all the class's equipment sets. Zhang Yang slobbered a little as he thought of the money that he could earn from gathering all the equipment. Zhang Yang proceeded into the 4th floor and reached the end of the tower. On the 4th floor, the monsters were different. That time, they were all knights riding on hell horses, clad in heavy armor. Their swords were slung behind their back and were scrapping the floor as they were as long as 3 meters. Warfront Death Knight, Elite, Spectre. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,774 to 60,774. Skills, Death Strike, deals a powerful strike on a target. Deals 100% melee physical attack. Has a 50% chance to deal 200% damage. War Stomp, leads the horse and charge towards a target. Closes the gap between the target instantly and stuns the target for 1 second. Range, 3 to 10 meters. Zhang Yang sighed with relief. Finally, the monster was not the kind that could cast any major debuffs on him. Sadly, as a compensation, the Death Knight were the kind that deals more damage than the rest of the monsters. Double damage was not something to be underestimated. If Zhang Yang is stupid enough to engage 10 Death Knights at once, he could be in deep trouble. If 10 of them activate their skills, 5 of them would have the chance to deal double damage. Even with Zhang Yang's steroid-pumped defense, he would take 250,000 damage all at once. That's 25% of his total HP. It's too powerful to even be normal. Alone, it would be impossible. Perhaps, if someone like God's left hand came up, paired with a healer behind, he would have the potential to survive. Sadly, even if he survives, he might not be able to defeat the monsters. Surviving and defeating were two whole different things. To put it bluntly, God's left hand could not possibly produce damage that is as high as Zhang Yang. Even at his best, he would be much weaker than Zhang Yang. With Felice and Phoenix supporting him, it looks like it would be a while before someone else could even match with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang started the battle with Spear of Obliteration and fought one monster to gauge its strength. The Death Knight took the hit and charged towards Zhang Yang, stunning him for 1 second. Shring. With lightning speed, the long blade behind his back was swung downward, cleaving Zhang Yang's neck, dealing 53,000 damage. That was the Death Strike, and it had managed to land a double damage. Put. What luck! Zhang Yang sighed heavily. After recovering from the stun, Zhang Yang laid down a barrage of attacks and took down the Death Knight in only half a minute. Similar to the previous monsters downstairs, the Death Knight had a handful of frost-inscribed cloths. Zhang Yang took a break to restore his HP after fighting 3 Death Knights. Zhang Yang was dissatisfied with the killing speed. If only Felice could obtain a healer form after the next seal is broken, Zhang Yang was not greedy. He would not ask something like Han Yingshue's healing capability. In fact, if Felice could heal like any other common healers, Zhang Yang could then be a perpetual killing machine that does not need to reload nor refuel. But, right now, Zhang Yang would have to play nice with the elite tiers. While Zhang Yang was complaining he was too slow, the rest of the player could never reach his level of efficiency. In fact, the level of difficulty was so high that normal players would have to assemble a full team of DPS, tanks, and healers to engage the monster. Zhang Yang alone could kill 3 Death Knights before having to rest. Fortunately, the number of Death Knights on the floor was not too much. In fact, Zhang Yang had taken close to 30 minutes to clear the entire floor. At the end of the floor, there was a mini-boss as well. Like the others, the floor boss was a captain of the monster. However, unlike the other floors, the boss was not guarding any entrances. He was sitting down behind a desk, writing on some sort of parchment. If the annoying Wei Yan was there, she could have asked why and how could a Death Knight ride a horse inside a tower, and why would there be a captain writing something down? Zhang Yang could have answered with a simple reply. Shut your mouth and kill the boss. That's all there is to it. Warfront Death Knight Captain, Mythical, Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 8,750,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,822 to 60,822. Skills. Death Strike, deals a powerful strike on a target. Deals 100% melee physical attack. Has a 40% chance to deal 200% damage, and a 10% chance to deal 300% damage. War Stomp, leads the horse and charges towards a target. Closes the gap between the target instantly and stuns the target for 1 second. Range, 3 to 10 meters. Although the boss's Death Strike was slightly upgraded, its normal attack was all too similar to that of the elite monsters. Even though the skill had a 10% chance to deal triple damage, it was only 10%. Perhaps the boss was fated to be a mediocre character in this map. At least, he had close to 9 million HP, which suits a boss well. Naturally, faced with a physical attack target, Zhang Yang had not need to hesitate to attack. Even though the boss had dealt triple damage attack several times, 100,000 damage was easily dodgeable with Shield Wall. With a quick Shadow of the Void, Zhang Yang had Felice replace him as the tank and killed the boss easily. As expected, the boss dropped a set equipment that was of the heavy armor type. Death Conqueror chest plate, mythical, heavy armor. Defense, plus 170. Vitality, plus 2519. Intelligence, plus 1160. Spirit, plus 514. Equip, increases maximum MP by 2320. Equip, increases damage and healing rate by 3.5%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 170. Death Conqueror set equipment, Death Conqueror helmet, Death Conqueror chestplate, Death Conqueror armlet, Death Conqueror greaves. 3 set effect, increases damage and healing rate by 20%. 5 set effect, after every successful casting, restore 10% MP of the spell's MP cost. The chestplate was meant for a sacred knight. Perhaps, there should be one for a physical attack type like Zhang. However, since the boss had only dropped 1 mythical tier equipment, there were no more left to be found in the tower. However, there was still hope, perhaps he could find one that is suitable for him in the other tower. Once the boss was killed, the parchment that he was writing on glowed. It was the system notifying the player that the item is interactable. Ding! You have acquired a command order. Sadly, due to your rusty Spectre language mastery, you cannot decipher any of the words written on the parchment. You should collect more command orders and report back to Gulage. The gnome has been in contact with the Spectre since he had been doing business with them. Zhang received the system notification when he picked up the parchment. As such, to finish the quest, Zhang would have to go through all 15 towers and 15 final floor bosses in order to collect all command order. It might be bothersome, but it was something Zhang did not mind doing, since he could obtain a massive amount of experience points and equipment. On the other hand, it was not bothersome at all. Zhang went down to the ground floor and exited the first tower. He then headed to the second tower closest to him and killed his way in. The tower was compromised of basically the same kind of monster. The ground floor would have normal tiers, the second floor would be magic types, and the third floor would be the leapers, and the fourth floor had the death knights. In summary, Zhang would take close to 2 hours or more to clear one tower. 15 towers would take him 30 hours in total. Convert that to real time, and it would be a span of 8 hours. Zhang killed his way through all the tower, and by the time he was done with the 11th tower, he stopped for a while and logged out to go back home. In his inventory, there was a cloth armor set equipment, leather armor set equipment, heavy armor set equipment, which was divided into 3 more types. Overall, the separated equipment was too cluttered in his inventory. It was messy. Zhang had 4 defensive equipment and had 2 healing types and 2 DPS types. There were even some that were the same kind, making it extremely difficult to farm a complete set by the time he was done with all the towers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, The Proof is Here. Chapter 727, The Proof is Here. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Xin Mei was flustered. Her eyes were glued to the computer screen, yet her attention was elsewhere. She had been Zhang secretary for more than a month now, yet she failed to seduce the man himself. She failed to capture the moment when Zhang tried to take advantage of her. After so long of letting herself go, Zhang had never once even tried to make a move on her. As such, she was beginning to think that the man might be a eunuch. How else could she explain it when Zhang was not even remotely interested in touching 6 super hot, super sexy, supermodel secretaries? Could there be such a modest man in this century? It would not be true. Perhaps, was he trying to overcompensate himself for not being able to pitch a tent by hiring 6 hot bootylicious babes to follow him? What was going on? Lu Xin Mei sighed. She was not concerned about Zhang well-being but rather her own mission. She could not get what she wanted. Young Master Hua had already given her a deadline, which was half a month. However, Lu Xin Mei had been working for Zhang for more than a month. She had been in contact with Zhongxiu Hua a few days back, and the man had already expressed his displeasure with her work. If she stalls her mission any longer, she might be replaced by someone else who could get a man to work up a sweat. Lu Xin Mei finally averted her gaze from the computer screen. Frustrated at her own failure. It was rather dull, Zhongxiu Hua's plan, that is. However, blackmailing was supposed to be direct and simple. Convoluted plans will only be messy and might not be as effective. The oldest method of blackmailing was always the best at doing their job. It's because it was the best at it, hence, that was why many had ended up using them. It does not matter what Zhongxiu Hua wants with it, as long as she gets her hands on it. It was a recording, a piece of evidence that Lu Xin Mei could use against Zhang. A scene where Zhang Yang is trying to or is actually doing a girl other than his girl. Zhong Xiuhua would then release the recording the day Eternal Flame finally defeats Lone Desert Smoke. One was to obtain all the fortunes of Lone Desert Smoke, and the second was to obtain Sun Xinu's heart. He would be the one that wins it all. Lu Xian pushed her chair back and scooted over to peek at Zhang Yang's office. She grinned. She had found a way around the mission. It would be to record Zhang Yang cheating on someone. It does not need to be specifically her. Hence, she had no need to sacrifice her own chastity in order to do so. Over the past month, she had made full use of her own overtime duration. When Zhang Yang leaves the office, she would stay back with the excuse of work and planted hidden cameras all around Zhang Yang's office. The cameras were in place so well that she could capture every angle from above. She had even invested in the best miniature cameras. The camera can capture video in UMHDR mode. The recordings would be so clear that you could practically zoom in to check the person's nostrils' hair. Yesterday, she had even placed a bottle of red wine in his office wine cabinet that was laced with drugs. Not typical drugs, but a high-concentration aphrodisiac. The concoction she had picked was better than the rest. It does not induce a sudden unexplainable rush of horniness. Instead, it builds up over time and will push the individual into a beast with a raging sex drive. The dosage she had laced the wine with was enough to make an impotent man poke his pole to the heavens. Lu Xian was sure that Zhang Yang would not be able to sit still after drinking a single cup. Especially, when 6 bootylicious babes were always trying their best to have Zhang Yang take a peek at their overly exposed meat. Lu Xian had even prayed that the role would not be her, since the dosage she had mixed into the wine was so strong that Zhang Yang would be able to ram a sow till it's pregnant. If she is the one getting humped, she might not be able to walk for several days. Heck, she might even take up the bed for the entire week. That sort of treatment should only befall to those sly minxes. Lu Xian grinned. They say that a woman's jealousy could start a world war. Especially if the reason was another woman being better than her. She was, naturally, referring to Chang Shuiyao. Chang Shuiyao had indirectly become the office's goddess. Her presence alone was enough to make all men's eyes glued to her. She would receive a crap ton of love letters to make a book. The flowers she received on her desk every morning was enough for her to open a flower shop. Hence, the sense of jealousy that had built up over the month had Lu Xian wishing that Chang Shuiyao would be the one getting F***ked silly. Beep. The fax machine came alive and started to print out several documents. Zhang Yang was still in his office, packing his stuff and was ready to leave when he noticed the documents. He picked them up and glanced at them. Immediately, he smiled. The documents were from Zhang Yang's private investigator. The reports were all about the backgrounds of Chang Shuiyao and Lu Xian. After a thorough investigation, Lu Xian's background was extremely plain. She had been through junior school, all the way to university and graduated with flying colors. All work posts she had been in was too plain to even notice. In short, all she had was her looks and her brains. On the other hand, Chang Shuiyao's background was extremely interesting. Her father was Jing State's police officer while her mother was working in Lu Industries as an accountant. It was the same company that bastard Lu Wei owned. 4 years ago, Lu Wei was charged with rape. However, the victim was unable to hire a private lawyer, hence, she had resorted to the public prosecutor instead. The case was handled by Chang Shuiyao's father personally. Mr. Chang was a man of justice. Even though Mr. Chang was known to the Lu family and many other higher officers, he had placed impartial judgment on Lu Wei and investigated the case thoroughly. Eventually, he had succeeded in uncovering many of Lu Wei's hidden crimes and managed to collect a whole load of evidence to use against him. At the same time, Mrs. Chang Shuiyao mothers had audited the accounts Lu Wei's company and found many mistakes in the accounting. She too had collected evidence that could be used to charge Lu Wei. However, the Lu industry was Jing State's powerhouse. They were not someone like the Changs who would topple over easily. Facing with such a disadvantage, Mr. Chang had resorted to contacting his superior officer. During then, the deputy major of Jing State was Luo Shiyuan. Sadly, unknown to Mr. Chang, Luo Shiyuan was already in Lu Wei's payroll. He was already convoluting with the Lu family since the beginning. On the surface, he had convinced Mr. Chang that they will bring down the Lu family with the hammer of justice. However, under the table, he had already contacted the Lu family about the evidence. Eventually, when both Mr. and Mrs. Chang had submitted all the evidence to Luo Shiyuan, they were both involved in a fatal accident on their way back home. When the incident occurred, Chang Shuiyao was still studying overseas. When she returned to the mainland, she disappeared without a trace. The private investigator that Zhang Yang hired had deduced that Mr. and Mrs. Chang had contingency plans. They wanted their daughter to be kept out of reach from the poisonous fangs of the Lu family. He also guessed that they had kept the original evidence somewhere safe. Hence, he had tried to search for Cheng Shuiyao himself, but failed to do so. He added that Cheng Shuiyao and he had made contact before Zhang Yang had requested the investigation. He was genuinely surprised when Zhang Yang sent her photo. Zhang Yang read the report thoroughly and made his own conclusion. Perhaps Cheng Shuiyao had managed to trace the investigate backward and found Zhang Yang himself. As a result, she had thought to investigate the person holding Zhang Yang's lease and have herself to infiltrate behind the enemy's line. That was probably the reason why she had turned up to become Zhang Yang's secretary. They say that the best hiding spot was where your enemy would never expect it. Who would have thought the person they seek was merely disguised in plain sight? Ho ho. Now I understand. It looks like she has a grudge against the Lu family. No wonder she is always trying to get on my nerves and ask me about Lu Wei. She might reveal her true self to me if I could prove that my vengeance with Lu Wei runs deep as well. Maybe she could join forces with me to fight Lu Wei. Could it be that she has the evidence to all of Lu family's crime? Zhang Yang widened his eyes with delight. The Lu family had barricaded themselves well by being the powerhouse of Jing state. To dig out the past without consequences would be hard without Lu Wei finding out. As such, although both of Cheng Shuiyao's parents had succeeded, it had been at the cost of their own lives. It's time for you to die. Zhang Yang grinned. Coke, coke, coke. Someone was knocking on the door and after 2 seconds, the door was opened gently. Cheng Shuiyao walked in slowly with elegance and the utmost lustful stature. She smiled and addressed Zhang Yang. Mr. Zhang Yang. I'm moving to a new place today. I would like to invite you to my housewarming party. Zhang Yang clenched his fist tightly to resist her charm. That woman was so elusive yet alluring. No wonder she could become someone of importance. If Lu Wei finds her, she might only end up being his plaything. If Zhang Yang had not received the investigation report, he might have even considered planning his life with her in the equation. This precious creature's magnetism was just too strong. Even Zhang Yang himself could not be certain that he would not do something to her. However, now that he had the newfound knowledge about Cheng Shuiyao, he felt some sort of connection with her. A different kind. He could even have her working side by side together to topple the Lu family. However, in order to do so, he must get his hands on the evidence that she had, hence, he must play well with her. Zhang Yang smiled back. Sure thing. I must say, this is a little too last minute. I have no time to even get you a present. I have no need of such things. It would be the best present if Mr. Zhang could be there, said Cheng Shuiyao happily. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers and recalled something. He walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of wine. I cannot have you leave empty-handed. Perhaps this bottle of wine should suffice. 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. I cannot possibly accept that. It costs more than my yearly salary. Please. It's pocket change to me. Take it and let's go. The two left the office. Lu Xian may have left the office earlier than them. If she had not, she would be terribly upset seeing that Zhang Yang had taken away the bottle that she had implanted in his office with every tool and gadget in his office. Even if Zhang Yang and Cheng Shuiyao banged each other brains out to the roof, there will be no proof. Cheng Shuiyao had her own car, so did Zhang Yang. With her taking the lead, she drove forward with Zhang Yang following closely behind. She drove around Jiusu City and reached to her own place within a few minutes. Her place was not of the ordinary. It was a hotel-styled apartment. She lived on the 24th floor. Both of them took the lift quietly and arrived at her doorsteps. Her apartment was not too big, yet it was furnished grandly. The best thing about her apartment which Zhang Yang liked and hated the most was the scenery of the entire Jiusu City. Zhang Yang had not invited anyone else, hence, when Zhang Yang had asked, she merely gave vague answers. Cheng Shuiyao excused herself to the kitchen to pour the wine into proper cups. From the corner of the kitchen, Cheng Shuiyao peeked into the living room, watching on Zhang Yang as he watched the scenery with a complicated expression on his face. At that moment, without Zhang Yang noticing, Cheng Shuiyao took out a pack of white powder and poured it into one of the wine cups. You may be secretive, Mr. Zhang, but this truth serum will have you reveal everything you have. Humph. You cannot hide everything there, Mr. Zhang. HM. Cheng Shuiyao poured the wine and mixed it thoroughly. Drinking this would not cause any harm, but you will feel intense headache for a few days. That's for being so secretive with me. Poor Zhang Yang had no idea what was coming at him. The same cup of wine was laced with extreme aphrodisiac and now Cheng Shuiyao had even added in the truth serum. It was unclear whether the two chemicals would react with each other to produce something that could make Zhang Yang a complete idiot or the embodiment of lust itself. Cheng Shuiyao herself was oblivious to the fact that Lu Xian Mei had purposely added a concentrated dosage to make Zhang Yang as powerful as a bull, since she suspected that Zhang Yang had a problem with his junior. With the 2 glasses of wine in her hand, she waltzed gracefully to the window and offered Zhang Yang the one that was laced with the truth serum. She then cheered and said, "To your health, Mr. Zhang. To your happiness, Miss Chang." Surely enough, something big was going to happen that night. Real big. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Everything Out. Chapter 728, Everything Out. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cheng Shuiyao took the chance to toast Zhang Yang and both of them gulped down the entire content of the cup in a single gulp. If any bartender sees the two gulp down the exquisite wine like cheap booze, he would have flipped out and taken the bottle of wine for himself. "Mr. Zhang, can I ask you a question?" asked Cheng Shuiyao with a grin. The alcohol had started to work up all the way to her cheeks. In fact, both Zhang Yang and Cheng Shuiyao were dyed in red. "Ask away," said Zhang Yang. He was beginning to feel the effect of the wine in him and felt wavy and tipsy. It got so hard to concentrate on anything at all, that any word that came out of his own mouth was forgotten immediately. "What is your name?" ***, my name? He. Zhang, wait for it, Yang. Zhang Yang, dot. Who are your parents? My parents? Let's see, they are nobody. Their names are Zhang Xianyu and Fang Li. Who do you love most? Ho, I would have to say, the witchy snow, and the ice cube. 2 of them? What a pervert. Cheng Shuiyao clicked her tongue with disgust. Still, she was happy enough to know that the drug was working. Zhang Yang will then reveal any secret that he had inside and will not even remember what happened in between it. She had used it once when she had met with the private investigator Zhang Yang had hired. The poor man had drunk a cup of coffee laced with the truth serum and told everything about his client. What grudge do you have with Lu Wei? Are you playing? Are you just putting an act of hostility but are merely following his orders? Lu Wei. The son of AB*TCH? I want to collect any kind of evidence that can be used against that F***cur. And I could do it by having Cheng Shuiyao handing me the evidence. After that, I will send him and his entire nest of vipers down the drains. Cheng Shuiyao was stunned. How did you know that Cheng Shuiyao had any evidence? He. It's just a guess. I'm not sure either. Cheng Shuiyao frowned. She knew that Zhang Yang was not telling a lie, but the answer he gave had only made her suspicions of Zhang Yang being not sure himself. She continued to ask more questions until she had finally dug out the truth. Zhang Yang was not a puppet of Lu Wei. He in fact, bore a deep grudge with the man and wished nothing but destruction upon him. She asked more specific questions about the names of Lu Wei's associate but gained no sort of information about them. She had even asked more and more questions until she was sure that Zhang Yang and Lu Wei was like water and oil. However, there was a part which she could never understood properly. She asked about details of Lu Wei and how he had wronged Zhang Yang. She understood the part where a certain name named Lin Yu was forcefully taken away from her and had his guild disbanded. However, the odd question was about the time and place. He said he had once played God's miracle in his past life. He had even said something about Lu Wei and him dying together by jumping off a building. That fact was rather intriguing but not of importance. Cheng Shuiyao only wanted to know that Lu Wei was his enemy and not an ally. She continued to pour more of the expensive liquid into their cups and made Zhang Yang drink the entire bottle to reduce the suspicious. She sat down by his side and tried to sober up herself. Although she had only drunk 1 cup of wine, the alcohol in it was strong enough to intoxicate her to a certain degree. The effect of the truth serum will fade quickly. In fact, it would only last for roughly an hour after consumption. The headache and dizziness will soon come after. She sat down, staring at the scenery of Jiusu City, when she felt a heat wave rising from beneath her womb. It was unexplainable. Something was happening in her, which felt all too familiar. Her lady part was drenched. Both man and woman were the same. Don't let any member of the opposite gender tell you otherwise. When they have the sudden urge to do it, they will solve it with each other or alone nonetheless. She had only lived to bring down the Lu family and had even needed to keep herself off the grid. She had no time to spare for a love life. Hence, when the urge comes to her, she will either use a flexible cucumber, or solve it herself with her own fingers. At that moment, she felt the same urge, but it was several times more intense. It was so strong that she would not mind having any man scratch the itch. When the indecent thought popped out in her mind, she felt an intense embarrassment. However, that it only enhanced the need in her. She had to do something to get rid of it. What is going on? Cheng Shuiyao had merely touched her expanding clit and felt a surge of pleasure that sent her back arching up. At then, Zhang Yang woke up. It felt like a truck had rammed his head. The intense pain and the sensation of memory loss was not a pleasant wake-up call. However, there was a consolation prize for him. Lying down beside him was the girl who had invited him over to his house. She was moaning intensely with both her hands sneakily caressing her chest and ha-ha-ha. Her lips and cheek were moist, covered with both drooling saliva and blistering sweat that seemed to drench her clothes. He was not in control of his actions. It felt like his body was being steered by pure instinct alone and his consciousness was being pushed to the backseat of a car. However, after much effort, he managed to take control of his own actions. His thoughts came back and managed to talk some sense into him. The aphrodisiac is not a drug that will affect a person's psyche. It will only amplify a person's want for sex by 10 to 100-fold, depending on the person's will. Even if it was just a glass of wine, Cheng Shuiyao had taken enough dosage herself to make her incredibly horny. In fact, both of them were. Zhang Yang steeled his mind and reasoned with himself to not just tackle the woman and devour her like how he devoured Julie. However, just because he was able to control himself now, does not mean that he could keep the angelic side of him victorious. The effect of the drug had only just kicked in. After 30 minutes or 1 hour, the effect will reach its peak performance, turning any man into a crazy bull on steroids. Like a certain advertisement, the bulls with wings. The two of them realized what they were careening into just then, and tried their best to be in control. As such, Zhang Yang started to engage in boring conversation to break the mood. However their eyes were constantly glued to the other's sensitive parts. As much they could deny it, they were so enthralled. "Arg, is it just me? Or is it getting kinda hot in here?" said Cheng Shuiyao as she wiped away her sweat and fanned herself with her hands. However, only one would know what was going on with oneself. She tried to leave, wanting to get away from her potential victim. She stood up but her legs failed her completely. With a gentle thud, she fell down on the carpet floor. Zhang Yang instantly moved towards her and tried to lift her up. However, the moment when the two of them touched each other, an intense spark of heat burst out. The two of them glued their eyes together and kissed each other. At first, it was merely a light touch of the lips. However, Cheng Shuiyao could no longer contain herself. She moans at the sudden warmness that attacked her lips and she craved for more. After one simple kiss, she planted her tongue in his mouth. Her constant moan of pleasure intoxicated Zhang Yang. His hands moved on their own and slithered underneath her blouse and played with her breasts. Lo and behold, she did not resist it. No. In fact, she welcomed Zhang Yang's rough hands. She had even guided his hands to her peaks and cupped her hands on his. Cheng Shuiyao's assets were as good as Han Shui. In fact, hers might be even better. The softness of them was so pleasurable that Zhang Yang could not remove his hands from Cheng Shuiyao's chest. Which one of his hands were busy with her chest, his other hand acted on its own as well. Swiftly, he unlatched her lower skirt and pulled down her thongs. With experience, Zhang Yang knew where to slide his hands in. His did not need to even look as he traced his hands from her hips down to her buttocks and slowly made his way to the frontal forest of pleasure that had been flooded for God knows how long. With a gentle, fluid motion, Zhang Yang slid one of his fingers into her cave. "Ah, I am coming." Cheng Shuiyao moaned like a lioness and hugged Zhang Yang tightly. "Woman. I need your help as well, please, help me solve this," said Zhang Yang as he removed Cheng Shuiyao's fair hands off his shoulders and have them greet with Zhang Yang Jr. "Will it be enough with just my hands?" Cheng Shuiyao asked, yet she acted on her own without even waiting for a response. The two of them stopped talking and started to allow their actions to do the talking. Cheng Shuiyao wrapped her soft hands gently around the stiff rod and stroked it with the right amount of pressure. Once, twice, thrice, and Zhang Yang had unloaded his cream on Cheng Shuiyao's face. Unlike the witchy snow in the ice cube, Cheng Shuiyao did not even react in disgust. In fact, she licked the droplets off her hand with her tongue. The lustful expression on her face only amplified Zhang Yang power. Just as Junior there was about to have his rest, Zhang Yang himself had sent a powerful wave to it and make it stand strong again. As the moon hung high in the night sky, the two of them were entwined together in opposite directions. Zhang Yang's head was buried in between Cheng Shuiyao's thighs, while Cheng Shuiyao was busy with Zhang Yang's groin. After Zhang Yang had lost count the times Cheng Shuiyao swallowed his load, the atmosphere in her house finally calmed down. The two of them took turns to wash themselves and dress up. It was extremely awkwardly for the two of them afterwards. It was, after all, a sudden, mysterious call for lust. Although Zhang Yang had not pounded the panani pumps, what they did was, at an extremely gray area which was almost touching the black part. By the end of Route 69, both of them had concluded that something in the wine had made them that way. However, it would not matter if they find out what was it. What matters most then would be how they are going to solve that awkward tension. I'm guessing that you have something with you. Some sort of evidence that can be used to bring down Lu Wei and his nest of vipers? Zhang Yang decided to drop the act and started to engage with the serious topic. Cheng Shuiyao had understood that Zhang Yang was not Lu Wei's accomplice, hence, there was no reason to continue her act. She nodded. You must have investigated who I am? No? You've guessed right. A few years ago, when both my parents had submitted the evidence, they kept the original copy somewhere safe. When I came back from my overseas studies, I was handed a will. However, the will that the lawyers gave me was strange. Eventually, I found the real will. Before my parents had passed away, they left me a message, revealing what they did. I understand that. However, I need you to listen to me now. Please give me the evidence, so that I can be the one dropping the hammer of justice. I understand. I'm not someone who can simply lift the hammer of justice without any consequences. Very well. I shall hand over the evidence to you. It's currently kept safe in the bank's vault. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. Now that the two of them had confirmed each other's identities and affiliation, they had no need to beat around the bush any longer. However, after they ended their serious conversation, the awkwardness in the air returned. It's getting late now. I better get back home, said Zhang Yang as he grew uneasy. Ah. Yes. There's the door. After taking off, Cheng Shuiyao's calm composure broke down. She sat at the sofa where they had just sucked each other off and hugged herself, crying. What a bastard. He almost had me. How could he just leave me hanging like this? Pervert. Fool. Useless scum. He has 2 women at home and so many secretaries at work. Why would he pick me for? With rage, she stomped on the floor with all her might but ended up hurting herself. Just you wait. After we have dealt with the Lu family, I shall have your head as well. When Zhang Yang came back home, it was already 2 past midnight. Even though he had called them to inform about his lateness, his time of arrival was too late that both Sun Xianyu and Han Shui were both suspicious of him. Furthermore, there was the lingering scent of Cheng Shuiyao's womanly scent latching on his entire body. Hence, without any effort to hide it, Zhang Yang told the truth of what had happened to him. Luckily, the 2 women were rather understanding. He was drugged and had no power to resist the unknown urge. After being scolded by the 2 babes, they punished him in bed and gave him a warning to leave Cheng Shuiyao alone. Never again should he ever get too close to that woman. Naturally, he knew that Cheng Shuiyao had no reason to drug him. That leaves the other 5 secretaries as possible suspects. But then again, when all 5 of them were suspicious, 4 of the senior secretaries were loyal to him, since they were there even when old man Wei was still alive and kicking. That shortens the number down to 1. Lu Xin Min. Even though her background was clean, it could be manufactured easily with the right people. As such, the arrowhead now points to Zhong Xiuhua alone. With his connection and circle of powerful people, that sort of task would be nothing but a walk in the park. He had the objective and the motive to do so. When a man would do something as extreme as to break the law just to get the love of his life, it would be unacceptable. Sun Xin, you would never forgive such a man. Right then, without proof, there was nothing that he could do. But then again, Zhang Yang was not an officer of the law, suspicions alone was more than enough to make a person to act. He shall let someone check his office at work for anything suspicious and have Lu Xianmin be kidnapped somewhere until he finds out the real truth about her. If nothing turns up, he would let her go. If something is found, he would then try to use her against Zhong Xiuhua. Zhang Yang took off his clothes and laid down on his bed. He took the gaming helmet, put it on, and sleep. The sucky session with Cheng Shuiyao had placed a toll on him, that he was sore all over. Most importantly, the massive headache was still assaulting him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Destruction of the Mithril Refinery. Chapter 729, Destruction of the Mithril Refinery. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After logging into the game, Zhang Yang continued to raid the 4 remaining towers. After spending close to 10 hours or so, Zhang Yang cleared all the tower and headed back to White Jade Castle to report to Gulich. Although the quest had taken close to 30 hours, the rewards that he reaped were rather worth their while. Equipment alone was already worth a crap ton of coins. There were 3 complete sets of cloth armor type, 2 complete sets of leather armor type, and 1 complete set of a heavy armor type. There were still 15 random equipment that could make up 3 sets, which will end up leaving 6 pieces of equipment to spare. Even though they were only mythical tier, having a set equipment was still worth a lot of gold coins, even though they were not the strongest equipment around these days. It would be worth a lot more to those set equipment hoarders. If the equipment is the right one, the price of it could reach as high as a few hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yang waltzed his way casually, instead of rushing his way towards the explorer's hall to submit his quest to Gulaj. I see, very interesting indeed, said Gulaj as he examined the reports from Zhang Yang. After he had read all the reports that Zhang Yang had given him, Gulaj crossed his arms and calmly addressed the matter to Zhang Yang. It would seem that the specters have obtained an ancient magic created by the god of darkness himself. It has something to do with producing a secret weapon called the Darkness Falls. Ding! You have completed a quest, the Spectre's Secret. Obtained 5 million experience points, 100 military points. Zhang Yang asked, Gulaj, could you give a little more information about Darkness Fall? The greenish little goblin raised his head and turned around. It is common knowledge that all spectre are afraid of the light. The fire in the sky. Or as they call it, the right eye of the benevolent god. As all spectre are an atrocity to the gods, in daylight, their powers would plummet. In fact, they could only cough out 60% to 80% of their true strength. Gulaj took a chair, sat on it and lit up a smoking pipe before continuing. Understanding their weakness is part of my job. And so are their strengths. When the sun sets and the moon rises, the spectre can fight at their full power. Darkness Fall is their ultimate weapon for a good reason. It is not something that will directly destroy the world. No, it's far worse than that. It's a magic barrier that will encase the all land, preventing the sun from casting its rays onto the earth. The land will lose all its warmth. Darkness Fall is what the name literally meant. Darkness shall befall the earth for all eternity, stripping away all warmth and light. The earth shall decay and the spectre shall prosper with all their might. Gulaj sucked in a puff of smoke and finished the pipe in a single suck. There's something else. Darkness Fall has the ability to turn soulless corpses as their own. Use your bucket head and think carefully about what I just said. If Darkness Fall gets activated, all who have perished in the world will rise. Think of all the past heroes and legendary warrior rising up, only joining the specters. Could you imagine Ares the god of war raising his sword against all of life? Clearly, Darkness Fall was not some menial quest. I understand the depths of the situation. Tell me, has Darkness Fall been successfully built? Sigh, you're the same as those powerful warriors that are all muscle and no brain. If the specters have managed to build the Darkness Fall, would I be here still talking to you, said Gulaj with an annoyed expression. A simple no would suffice, said Zhang Yang with a straight face. So, it is not completed yet. Either that or it is not activated just yet. If I could destroy that thing, I would still save the land. Ha ha ha. Destroy it? Boy, are you far too ambitious for your age? Still, I applaud your bravery and kindness. If you want to destroy it, you best make haste now. I have scouted the specters and they are doing some shady activities lately. I suspect that the construction of Darkness Fall has almost reached its completion stage. That is probably the main reason behind the recent specter attacks. Gulaj hops off the chair and crossed his arms again. Warrior. You have my trust. I hereby bestow on you a crucial mission for the sake of all beings that lives and breathes. Head over to Ryuer Castle and strike them at their source. Hidden behind the stone walls is a large mithril refinery. It takes a large quantity of mithril to construct Darkness Fall. If you could disrupt their resource production, they could never even finish the construction. Imagine having a massive sailing ship without its deck. Ding! Gulaj has a quest for you, destroy the mithril refinery. Will you accept it? Destroy the mithril refinery, difficulty level, S. Description: Gulaj has entrusted the task of destroying the refinery in Ryuer Castle to place a halt to the production of mithril, which was crucial to the construction of Darkness Fall. Warrior, Ryuer Castle is heavily fortified by Spectre. To protect the refinery, the Spectre had increased defense in and out of the castle. You cannot do this alone. Progress: destroy the mithril refinery. Participant limit, 10. Reward: experience points plus 10 million military points, plus 500. Ding! You have received a quest item, Goblin's High Explosive Bomb, 3rd General Prototype X1, at 500 military points? That much? What more, the quest could be shared with 9 more players. However, those who had not yet reached level 160 could not initiate the Spectre Invasion quest. Even if Zhang Yang is to recruit Han Ingshui and Sun Xinu, they could only help out but not receive any quest rewards, even after completion. No. This cannot be allowed. 500 military points was a large number that could not be ignored. 5 military points could hire 1 normal tier soldier. Elite tier soldiers would cost 100 military points. 500 military points could be exchanged for 100 normal tier soldiers or 5 elite tier soldiers. It's so precious that Zhang Yang could not ignore it. Zhang Yang was stunned. He stopped his tracks and went into deep thought. Since the quest does not have a limited time, and the reward is already fixed to begin with, Zhang Yang decided to postpone the quest until his core members had reached level 160. Until then, he will be doing side quests and earning menial amounts of military points. 100 Shots Red Dragon and Fatty Han's Phoenix were godly grinding aids. However, their prowess can only be emphasized when there is a sea of monsters. Although they could still kill individual monsters at a faster rate than normal players, it was not much to be accounted more. After all, multi-target killing is their specialty. The problem then, was most of the hunting grounds were occupied with many players. If Zhang Yang was to forcefully conquer a zone for himself, he would have to sortie his guild to do so. Even the lone desert smoke was capable of such a feat, it would not be worth the time and effort of doing so. What more, it would only be an act of self-sabotage. In the end, it will always come down to the same problem in any MMORPG game. The more the players are, the lesser monsters there will be for everyone. There was another way to gain levels fast. That is, to fight in dungeons, over and over again. However, at their average level then, a level 140 dungeons monsters would have level 155 monsters as the highest. Players who have reached a higher level will only receive reduced monster experience points. However the rate will definitely be higher than chasing after monsters in an open field. If Zhang Yang is to take the first clear achievement of the Death Abyss group dungeon, he would not fight in the War Canyon anymore. However, it was still an undecided choice. War Canyons do have their fun. Players could use their transformation there to fight a large number of strong players. Even though China can never place their footing on the first place, they were always moving up and down at the second and third place. At the very least, they could try the normal mode. As for grinding, there was no need to go for the hardcore mode since the entry limit was once every 7 days. It would be good to farm some strong equipment there. As for experience points, normal mode would suffice, since the monsters were easier than normal and secondly, they could repeat the dungeon as many times as they want. As such, Han Ingshui and everyone else formed a party and raided the normal mode of the Death Swamp dungeon to quickly reach level 160. All the effort invested into grinding was just to reach level 160 to qualify for the Spectre Invasion quest. After sleeping soundly for one night, Zhang Yang came to the office the next day with a heavy heart. Chang Shuiyao was not present. She had only left him a message saying that she will leave to Anjing City to retrieve the evidence. It would take close to a week to travel back and forth. Zhang Yang took the message and placed it aside for now. The bridge is closing in, and it was almost time for him to cross it to meet his foe. As much as Chang Shuiyao's dignity, if something were to turn up wrongly, he will take her in as his women. As much as scoldings from the 2 lionesses at home, he will take it willingly and earnestly. At that moment, he was greatly torn. In one hand, he had a chance to have the exquisite woman, on the other hand, he already had 2 lionesses at home who loved him dearly. The conflict in him only made him guilty. Again, he will cross that bridge when he gets to it. For now, he would need to solve some other stuff. Zhang Yang sent a professional to check the office. Lo and behold, they found a total of 27 hidden cameras. According to the professionals, those were extremely expensive and top-quality cameras that spy agencies would use. When Zhang Yang knew about, an unknown rage boiled up in his stomach. It was extremely fortunate that he had been a good boy in the office and had never even touched them once. What could happen if he is caught during the act? As such, Zhang Yang called Fatty Han to the office and planned an abduction. After working hours, Zhang Yang had Fatty Han sabotage Lu Xianmin's car and abducted her after. They brought her to a hidden, soundproof room. Zhang Yang blindfolded her, muffled her hearings, and even used voice-changing tools to change his own voice to hide his identity. The interrogation starts and ended rather quicker than expected. The fear of the unknown is humanity's greatest threat. Not knowing what that is going to happen will send a person into mental stress. Lu Xianmin was unable to see, hear, nor make any noise as the time slowly passed by. She was not someone trained to overcome the stress. Heck, if she is Charlie's angel, she would have escaped the room in a heartbeat. In fact, Zhang Yang did not need to do anything at all. All he did was left her there for one night and she had caved in immediately. Lu Xianmin had revealed everything that she knew about her employer to Zhang Yang. After confirming about the true enemy, Zhang Yang removed the blindfold and revealed himself to her. Naturally, she was both angry and shocked. However, when Zhang Yang had released her restraints and allowed her to leave, the women refused to leave his side. She spouted something about Zhong Xiuhua being a man that would never allow loose ends to roam free. Especially after being caught. As she is to go back home and act as if nothing has happened, she will be taken care of. Zhang Yang remained unfazed and unmoved. However, Fatty Han always had a soft spot for a woman begging for help. As such, Lu Xianmin's sharp eyes had brought her to Fatty Han's legs and pleaded him instead. Failing to resist her charms, Fatty Han had agreed to lend a hand whilst posing like a hero to save the damsel in distress. Zhang Yang was fine with it. He had no objection to whatever that Fatty Han does. On the other hand, with Sun Xinu on the line, Zhang Yang could never end the hostility towards Zhong Xiuhua. Since the man had taken his first step, Zhang Yang shall do the same. If not, he will only be treated as a fool. It is all a game of chess, then. Like chess, if someone has moved their bishop to a position to kill his king, he must do something to block it. As such, he allowed Fatty Han, his knight, to distract the opponent by taking out the pawn. Although that would not do much damage to Zhong Xiuhua, it does help divert his attention. Fatty Han had arranged a hidden place to live in Jiusu City and had Lu Xianmin to live there for some time. It was a good plan to have her at his side, since there was still valuable information that he could get out of her. The woman had been tangled with Zhong Xianhua for so years, so there would definitely be something that would be useful to him. There was just one thing that bugged Zhang Yang: Zhong Xiuhua was not Lu Wei. If Zhang Yang does manage to collect evidence to use against Zhong Xiuhua, they could only solve this quietly. It was all the same for him as well. If Zhong Xiuhua wants to strike Zhang Yang, he would have to do it covertly to avoid Sun Xinu. If the two great political families clashed, it would be something far worse than an all-out war in God's miracle. As events reached to a certain point where Zhang Yang could not extract any more useful information from Lu Xianmin, Zhang Yang then placed his focus on the game to collect more military points, whilst waiting patiently for Cheng Shuiyao to return from Anjing City. In a few days later, Zhang Yang was doing his work in his office when he received a video call. The man in the screen was slightly older than Zhang Yang had anticipated and was rather handsome. The man had a cold yet mature aura around him. When Zhang Yang picked up the call, the other side did not speak. He merely stared at Zhang Yang and hung up after a quiet scoff. Without a doubt, the man was Zhong Xiuhua. The man knew something was odd when Lu Xianmin had not contacted him for a while and decided to reveal his face to Zhang Yang. It was a message. A message to tell Zhang Yang that he was unfazed and unscathed at what Zhang Yang had managed to do. The man was too self-centered and was ridiculously confident. That was what Zhang Yang saw in the man. With Sun Xinu as his ultimate aegis, if the two of them were to have a war with each other, it would only be limited to the game. Zhang Yang smiled. He may not be a genius in politics and business, but he could at least handle 3 Zhong Xiuhuas at the same time in the game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Skeletal Smith. Chapter 730, Skeletal Smith. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 1 week later, Cheng Shuiyao returned to Jiusu City. However, after delivering the documents to Zhang Yang, she disappeared immediately without giving Zhang Yang a chance to redeem himself. Zhang Yang only managed to catch a glimpse of her back as she left the building in a hurry. If there was something he could do, he would. But then again, he had already obtained the major piece that he required to complete his next task. After that, he only passed the documents to Sun Xinu and let her work her magic on it. Lu family had established themselves for a long time, had amassed more than hundreds of millions of fortune. They had connected themselves to the network of officials in Jing State. It would not be easy to topple over the Lu family, especially since their fate was connected to the Jing State. It was not just the economy, but the magistrate itself, since corrupted politicians like Luo Shiyuan will be brought down to their knees. Hence, even with Sun Xinu's background, there was no way that such a feat could be completed within a few days. It would, in fact, require tremendous planning and execution which would consume more than 2 to 3 months. At most, the entire Lu family would be gone from the map in half a year's time. That, and a proper aftermath cleanup. Sun Xinu had to be prepared for the worst, or Jing State will plummet into a massive state of chaos. Anything related to politics was not Zhang Yang's forte. Hence, he had Sun Xinu handle the mess and waited patiently. When he was thinking about Lu Wei, naturally, the subject of Lin Yu came up as well. Zhang Yang foresaw that right then, she had probably just entered the game. Should he pursue the girl that he loved in his past life? He had two women that he truly loved dearly then. Again, there was a conflict stirring up in his mind. In the end, Zhang Yang had steeled his decision not to interfere with her life. Since Lin Yu would not remember anything, he best leave her alone. Forget the past and forge a new future. Perhaps, it would be for the best for the two of them. It was already the middle of November when Endless Starlight, the last member in the party, reached level 160. Zhang Yang gave everyone a good day off to prep themselves for the Spectre Invasion quest. It has been 3 months since Zhang Yang had reached level 160, and the system had launched the Spectre Invasion event. It was rather slow then, and Zhang Yang wanted to speed things up a notch. Similar to the case of Lu family. He kept on asking Sun Xinu about the progress of it, and she would only reply with one same answer. Patience. Though it was rather annoying, Zhang Yang had no reason to doubt Sun Xinu. Zhang Yang had been waiting for years to burn Lu Wei down to ash, might as well add a few days to that timer. The party then followed Zhang Yang across the Isaac Mountains and came across Ryu Air Castle. The true location was located towards the northwest of the map. After several hours of flying in the sky, they had finally arrived at the refinery. As mentioned by Gulich, there were too many specters of all shapes and sizes coming in and out of the mine. There was a huge refinery station close to the mine with several hot machines working restlessly. The mission was easy and straightforward. Zhang Yang would only need to plant the Goblin's high explosive bomb, third general prototype, and bomb the entire place down to smithereens. The problem was, after circling around the entire refinery, there was no indication as to where he should place it. Looks like the quest would not allow us to slack. I'm guessing that we should clear all the specters to proceed with the quest. Everyone descended down to the ground and split apart. Everyone moved individually and killed their way slowly. No sooner after the weak ones were defeated, a large skeletal monster, wielding a large hammer, rushed towards the party. Skeletal Smith, Elite, Spectre. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,774 to 60,774. Skills. Heat on Heat, deals 100% melee physical attack on a target. Inflicts, Heat on Heat, debuff, dealing additional 100% attack on the next attack. Lasts for 10 seconds. Can be stacked. Note, a master of the art of smithing before they passed on and revived as a spectre. Zhang Yang stopped his tracks immediately when he noticed the monster's skill. As such, Endless Starlight was the first person to charge into the fight and became the punching bag for the smithers. The poor idiot was being led to slaughter by Zhang Yang and he had not even realized it. He smiled proudly and said, "Boss, are you sick today? How am I able to tank all the monsters? 23,739. 69,533. 103,343. 152,909. What?" There were 4 monsters attacking Endless Starlight at the same time. The first attack was normal, but the 3 other attacks were so strong that Endless Starlight was greatly startled by it. Tanking just one monster would not be hard. It would be long before the tank would not be able to handle the stacked damage amplification. However, having 4 attacking at the same time would be suicidal. That was merely the first trigger of Heat on Heat. If the second trigger comes in, the damage will start with 200,000 as the lowest. Not even Zhang Yang could handle such intense barrage, so how could Endless Starlight? As such, Endless Starlight had lost 30% of his HP and finally figured out why would Zhang Yang had allowed him to take the first hit. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Hold up. I having a stomach ache. Hold on first without me." "Wah! Boss! Don't do this to me." "I'll die," cried Endless Starlight as he activated Sacred Protection to gain 10 seconds of invulnerability and dispel the debuffs on him. It was an act of desperation, since he would not know when the monster would use the skill again. Little Young. How could be so cruel to little Starlight? Not even an animal would be that evil. "Nishishishi," said Fatty Han. It was merely a joke. Zhang Yang would never allow anyone in his party to die without reason. He then jumped to the front and attacked one of the monsters with God of War Devastation, to draw the attention of one monster, and used Provoke to pull one more. He had removed 2 threats on Endless Starlight and eased his load. Fight just one smither would not be a problem since the skill cooldown and effects were the same. It would be impossible to stack the effect up. On the other hand, when 2 or more smithers are there, it would be dangerous, since one of them would use the skill before or after the other. 10 seconds later, all 4 smithers raised their hammer and struck Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight with Heat on Heat. Even if the effect was 0.1 second from expiring, a new skill landing on it will ultimately stack the effect, refreshing the debuff back to 10 seconds. Initially, Zhang Yang was not sure of the specifics of the skill. However, when two of the monsters struck Zhang Yang, he had taken one hit after the other and received a total damage of over 60,000. After another 10 seconds, when the monsters were about to strike Zhang Yang again, he threw out Thunderstrike first and delayed their movement speed and the timing of the skill strike. Although it was merely a split second, it was good enough to remove the debuff on him. When the new Heat on Heat landed on Zhang Yang, he had merely taken 200% damage instead. Endless Starlight did not have any active slow skill. However, roughly a month ago, he had managed to obtain the skill book, Superior Devotion, which added a 50% movement speed debuff on top of the Aura effect. His skill was strengthened, allowing him to slow down enemies just by being close to them. Now that both tanks had managed to solve the problem with Heat on Heat, the skeletal smithers were nothing but monsters with HP to hack away. 5 million HP? It's nothing but soft tofu waiting to be crushed by Zhang Yang's party. As they got accustomed to the skills, they started increasing the pace. From 4 monsters at a time, they were able to increase the numbers to 6. It was made possible due to the powerful DPS of the party. Even though they could not kite any more than 6, the progress was still faster than normal. Still, after one whole night, the party had only managed to clear less than 30% of the entire refinery. Everyone else logged out when dawn arrived. 1 hour after breakfast, they continued on with their progress. Zhang Yang, the other hand, was busy with his daily routine. He left the party to Endless Starlight and logged out to have his exercise and work at Silky Soft Holdings. Although he would be missing out on a lot of experience, it was a number which he did not mind losing. He was far higher than any one of them. By the time he logged back into the game, everyone else had already pushed a good distance from where he had stopped. Eventually, Zhang Yang's party had taken 2 real-time days to finish clearing the entire refinery. The party would have never done something like that, however, after they had listened to Zhang Yang's advice about the importance of military points, they had caved in and proceeded to wipe the map of all specters. All their actions were for the later glory. The more military points they collect, the easier it would be to defeat Angus later on. The best of all was the fact that Angus would drop Celestial Tier equipment. With the Celestial Tier equipment hanging out there like a piece of carrot for a donkey, the party had gained the inspiration and vigor to complete the quest. It was merely a grinding session that was extreme boring. That was all. Alas, after fighting for long, the party had reached the center of the refinery. It was an empty tile place with at least 40 meters of clean tiles laid out. As the party was killing their way on, they felt a tremendous shaking wave. A large skeletal monster came crawling out of the land. With a long blade resting on its back, the green emerald flame flickered in its eye sockets as it stared at the party. The massive skeletal monster was 7 meters tall. It had the appearance of a human skeleton, yet it possessed a long bone tail. It seemed like the tail had grown with the man. On the other hand, there was another odd feature about the monster. It had a unicorn-like horn that was growing out of its forehead, glowing with a faint abyssal-like darkness. Longador, the Dragon Race, Holy Spectre. Level, 180. HP, 1,800,000,000. Defense, 18,470. Melee attack, 139,398 to 213,398. Skills. Tail Whip, strikes all targets within 40 meters. Deals 100% melee physical attack. Deals double damage to targets which are moving. Casting, 0.5 seconds. Deathblade, deals 150% melee physical attack to a target. Deals double damage to targets that are moving. Casting, 0.5 seconds. Sloth Aura, sends out a disturbing aura to 40 meters around the caster. Attaches a bomb to any targets every 2 seconds that will explode in 2 seconds, dealing 200,000 fire damage to all targets within 10 meters. The bomb will defuse immediately if the target moves constantly for 1 second. Note, the dragon race was a myth. No one in history had ever laid eye upon a real humanoid dragon race and lived to tell the tale. The problem was that no one in history had ever claimed to impregnate a female dragon. Similarly, no female human has ever claimed to be impregnated by a male dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, The Dragon Race, Longador. Chapter 731, The Dragon Race, Longador. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone including Zhang Yang himself, gasped at the array of skills that the boss had. With the sloth aura, in effect, players will be forced to move around every 4 seconds, or they will deal 200,000 AoE damage. Worse of all, if they are moving, they will receive double damage from both Tail Whip and Deathblade. The situation was so bad that the party was caught between getting killed by sharks in the ocean, or tigers on land. Fortunately, the sloth aura bomb effect will only detonate after 4 seconds. All they had to do to remove the debuff was to move within 1 second after obtaining it. On the other hand, both Tail Whip and Deathblade had casting times, which allowed players to decide whether to take it or to avoid it. Naturally, taking the hit was far better than allowing the bomb to detonate. Anyone would rather take the double damage rather than inflict damage to anyone around them. The match would be a messy one. When a character moves, they cannot attack. Hence, the entire party will be producing crippled DPS. Still, it was extremely fortunate that the boss did not have any HP recovery skills. Since the quest was limited to only 10 participants, Zhang believed that the final boss would not spawn if he had brought more players over the limit. Now that the final boss had appeared, all they had to do was to kill it to complete the mission. Alright. Time to shine, guys, said Zhang as he activated his transformation skill. Everyone else followed immediately after. They had all been reserving their skills for several days. All for the sake of defeating the final boss for the S-Class quest. One by one, everyone shone brightly as their character glowed with a beautiful radiant light. All except Wei Yan and Fatty Han. Wei Yan was engulfed in a dark cloud, turning her entire character into a pitch-black entity. Fatty Han himself had grown fangs and had a black mental cloak that turned him into a vampire. Just like the boss, those two were like monsters. Go, said Zhang as he took the lead and charged towards the boss. Zhang did not bother explaining the strategy since the boss skill was there for everyone to read. Everyone knew what they should and should not do, for they have been fighting for more than 2 years side by side. Repetition is the progress to mastery. Even Fatty Han had gotten used to controls and even the battle flow. Was it you lot that tried to destroy my refinery? Longador pulled out his blade and swung it hard at Zhang. Lord Angus' plan shall never be foiled by the likes of you. Leave. Or suffer a painful death by my blade. Longador's force was so strong that Zhang was sent flying away. Even though he had managed to block the attack with his shield, he was unable to withstand the boss' sheer power. With a quick flap of his wings, Zhang shot himself towards the boss and sliced the boss chest open. Ugh! The boss grunted. Even though the boss was in a fit of rage, he was unable to attack, for his attack intervals was determined by the 2-second attack interval. However, instead of attacking with his sword, Longador hurled his fist to strike Zhang. The oncoming attack was so fast and unpredictable that Zhang was unable to guard it. With a loud thud, Zhang was sent flying again. Ah! Zhang tried to move, but it felt like every rib cage had been broken by the attack. His breathing was ragged. After merely 1 second, Zhang managed to get back to his feet and rushed towards the boss and landed, crippled defense. Wei Yan followed up and smacked out, crippled defense, to stack it up to 5 counts. Only after that, the party started to attack. Whoa! I've never seen a boss could also use supporting attacks, said Endless Starlight. Zhang was not the only person who had taken a fist attack. Everyone else was randomly targeted and will be disrupted for a brief moment. Although it was not considered as a real damaging attack, it would still affect the DPS of the player. What's more, the attack was completely random. If the boss hates your face, then prepare to take a fist to your face. The situation had turned a little worse. Since everyone will be rendered motionless for a second after being struck by the fist, the bomb that sets in might go off. It would be a disaster if that happens. On the other hand, the attack will also directly affect the party's attacking ability. Magic attack classes will be the ones that suffer the most. When a player is casting a spell, be it healing or attacking, the fist attack will ultimately disrupt the spellcasting, forcing the player to recast the skill all over again. It was unfortunate that the boss had long arms. In just a few steps, the boss could punch the range attackers who were standing at the maximum range. Hence, it would be impossible to escape the range of the boss' series punch. Physical attack class player would be luckier if the fist landed on them, for their attacks do not require any casting animation. They could still move around only after 1 second of recovering. The worst would always be the spellcasters, since they had to keep on monitoring the bomb on their character. They could not just ignore them to heal or attack. Ha ha! Little bugs! I'll smash you to bits. Longador stopped moving and a progress bar appeared on his head, that sped up in the blink of an eye. Everyone stopped moving instantly and was ready to take the hit. The boss turned around and unleashed his tail to strike everyone. Everyone took the hit, taking the damage head-on. 140,000 was the lowest value and 220,000 was the highest. Even though they were all in their transformed state, if the healer does not keep up the healing, the entire party will eventually plunge into a dangerous state. The party had not reached the level where they could easily be killed by boss with their HP. Weakling. You are nothing. Longador grunted boldly. Another progress bar appeared and disappeared in a flash. The boss took out his sword and prepared for a swing. It was the Deathblade, and Zhang Yang was not afraid of it. With his legs carrying his character, he held his shield up high, ready to block the attack. Pang! The boss swung his massive blade and struck Zhang Yang's shield. The powerful strike was rendered powerless in the face of a guardian. Stupid boss. Taste my axe. Wei Yan'er hovered over to the boss in her smoke form and cleaved the boss at his neck. Even though both Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu each had the Book of Revelation, the damage aura could not stack on each other. Only the stronger one, Zhang Yang's 10% damage increase was applied to everyone. Hence, even though the little brat had lost its Axe Mastery 5% damage increasing buff, she still gained a boost of power from Zhang Yang's aura. Furthermore, a holy tier weapon was far stronger than an ethereal tier could be. Even though the little girl only a Class A inheritance, she was able to rely on her two-handed weapon to deal the strongest attack. Even Sun Xinu and Zhang Yang could not deal that much damage in a single strike. However, to compare a character as a whole, Zhang Yang had Felice and the Phoenix to add up to with his own devastating attacks. As such, Zhang Yang was still the highest DPS in the party, followed by Wei Yan'er as the second, and Sun Xinu as the third. 100 Shots and Fatty Han were far behind them. The most pitiful one was Lost Dream. Alone, he could take on 2 hunters at the same time. However, now that both Fatty Han and 100 Shots had Legendary Beast as their pets, their damage was too much for Lost Dream to compare. Daffodil Daydream, on one hand, had the A-class inheritance. Before transformation, her damage would be on par with Lost Dream. However, after transforming, the power boost she gains will overwhelm even Lost Dream. Hence, Lost Dream was ranked at the lowest in the damaging ranking board. To be fair, he was still higher than Endless Starlight, Haning Shui, and Fantasy Sweetheart because they were tanks and healers. After some time, the battle had started to heat up. The boss attacks had started to pick up the pace as it used its tail whip attacks rather frequently and dealt a great deal of cumulative damage. Right then, the battle had progressed for some time and everyone's attention was starting to wane. From time to time, they would take a blast from the bomb and even take double damage from the skills. Ha ha ha. Run like the insects you are. The boss laughed after he sent Zhang Yang flying off his feet, showing off his grand stature as a holy tier boss. While Zhang Yang was busy trying to strike with God of War Devastation and Heavy Axe as frequently as he could, the battle was still progressing slowly. As for the newly obtained skill, Tribulation, he wanted to keep it quiet and not use it for the moment. Since the boss did not possess any HP recovery skill, the party's overall DPS was not being suppressed or rather absorbed. However, the biggest problem with the fight was the fact that Longador could use supporting attacks which will give pause to the party's killing speed. That, and the occasional running around to dispel the bomb's effects on them greatly slowed their speed. At that point, their highest DPS rating was only around 1 million. Then again, it was only 30 minutes of fighting before the boss will be killed. 80%, 60%, 40%. When the boss HP had dropped down to 30%, Zhang Yang activated Tribulation. For the next 10 minutes, any damage that Zhang Yang receives from the boss would simply be reflected back at him. The best part of the skill was that the damage value that is reflected was not calculated by the damage that Zhang Yang receives. The skill accounted the boss basic attack or rather, the unsuppressed damage. For example, if the boss attack is meant to deal 200,000 damage, Zhang Yang would naturally take only around 80,000 damage after going through his defense and damage absorption passives. Tribulation will not cause the 80,000 damage, but instead, it will cause the full 200,000 damage. The reflected damage that hits back will go through the defense of the boss and only strike him for 181,530 if the boss defense value is 18,470. Zhang Yang defense was far greater than the boss. Even more so when Zhang Yang is in his transformed state. His defense had reached as high as 80,050. The number was so high that any player with a one-hand weapon would not deal any significant damage to Zhang Yang. Hence, Zhang Yang was not worried about the boss going berserk. In fact, he welcomed it. The more damage the boss could deal, the better the damage that Zhang Yang could reflect back to his face. Tribulation would work best when the boss HP reaches under 20% and 10%, since the boss will go berserk, increasing his attack and skill rate. Technically speaking, if Zhang Yang has a higher HP than the boss, the overall reflected damage would be so great that Zhang Yang would not need to attack to kill the boss. Sadly, to keep the skill secret, Zhang Yang had never once used the skill in PvP battle nor the individual ranking battles. If his secret was known to the world, none will even come to his challenge. That, and players will devise a plan to counter his skill. It was his powerful, deadly secret. The boss raged on as his HP dropped lower and lower. Although the boss still has over 500 million HP, it was not showing signs that it was aware of the damage that was being reflected back at it. How could it be? Wow, newbie tank. I feel bad for calling you a noob tank. Your skill is clearly out of this world, said Wei Yenair with admiration and a little hint of envy. Although having tribulation could reflect damage, the caster would still have to sustain damage as well. Then again, it was like having an extra hand to attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, Two-Handed Weapon. Chapter 732, Two-Handed Weapon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the boss was clearing attacking with all it has, it would never stop the party from attacking him on and on until it reaches 20%. It was time for the killing strike. As mentioned before, like Zhang Yang and Wei Yenair who possess Killing Cleave, other classes have the skill that could increase damage once the target has lower or equal to 20% HP. When the conditions are met, the skill can be activated to increase one's power. As such, the party had activated their killing skills. Wei Yenair took a bottle of Amateur Power Potion Transmuted Grade 10 and unleashed Indiscriminate. She rushed over to the boss and consumed all her rage to cast Killing Cleave on the boss. 3, 226, 163. The damage that she had dealt that instant was so powerful that even Zhang Yang had to stop and praise the girl. Good job. Wahahaha. This but expected of me. Ha ha. Now I don't feel bad for calling you noob tank. I am the Wonder Girl who has learned the sacred arts of the 9 suns. I am invincible. Call me the invincible Wonder Girl. Wei Yenair proudly praised herself. The smug grin on her face was then immediately wiped out by a fist from the raging boss, causing her to spin around in the air. Luckily, she was in her darkness transformation state. Physically, she sustained no damage. However, the fist was so powerful that the cloud of smoke that was surrounding her was blown away. It took only an instant for the smoke to return to her, though. Ha ha. Serves you right for looking down at someone, said Fatty Han. Humph. Stupid boss. You may be strong, but I am stronger. Go ahead and curse the gods for making me your opponent today, said Wei Yenair as she collected her composure and proudly hovered in the air. She then swooped down to the boss and kept her attacking rhythm at the highest. That was why no one in their right mind would call Wei Yenair a woman, even though she was already reaching 20 years old. The girl was practically a little girl on the inside. How could someone like her find a matching partner? Then again, the fact that she was extremely popular in campus begged to differ. In campus, many young men had fallen for her charming young looks and did not care to see what her family background was. She had even managed to be elected at one of the Zhou Su University idols. Based on what Han Shui had said, she was, in history, the flattest girl idol ever worshipped by fans. Sadly, the little girl was like a cow listening to Bach or Beethoven. Zhang Yang was initially afraid, but relaxed that the girl would never fall for the man trying to pick her up. All their efforts will only go in the right ear and exit from the left without being processed. Romance and love would be determined by fate. When the gods have decided a partner for the little girl, she would fall for one who will accept the person she was. Right now, she is still young. There was no reason to worry for her future. Yet. Die. Die. Die, the boss screamed out loud as the killing aura started to grow stronger. The flame in its eye sockets burned brighter than before. The boss was raging since he was being defeated by a bunch of running ants. What sort of shame would a person feel? Be it Tail Whip or Deathblade, all skills were unleashed repeatedly at an alarming rate. Yet, the more damage it dished out, the more it will receive from Zhang Yang. That was the reason why Zhang Yang had retained tribulation until then. It was the best time and place to use it. Hell yeah. Awesome. Good job, little Yang. Everyone praised Zhang Yang for his skill and laughed as the boss was getting angrier. Despite their sudden burst of jolly, their HP bars were still limited. Even though the entire party had unleashed their transformation skills, they could not tank the rapid use of Tail Whip. However, it was not much trouble. If things get too dangerous for them, Han Shui could simply restore everyone HP with Milkmaid Deity's Ripple and let the boss enjoy fighting them again from the start. 15%, 10%. When the boss HP dropped below 10%, its attack rate was increased by one-fold. Naturally, the damage reflected back on it increased as well. Glare of the Death God. Resist. Ah, what a waste. But then again, it was not much trouble. The party's DPS power was so strong. It would not be a problem for them to kill the boss in a matter of minutes. Ants. Pest. I will kill you all. I will bury your bones and crush them all into sand that will build my new towers. Blah blah blah. Enough with your grumbling. Don't you see that death is coming to you soon? I want you to remember the name of your killer, that is Wei Yin Er. When you go down to hell and greet Yin Lu Wang, don't forget to report the manner of your death, said Wei Yin Er while she dusted off her shoulders. It was a gesture of smugness that she had learned from watching Hollywood movies. Daffodil Daydream giggled and said, Yin Er dear, the boss is a Western character. When he dies, he will meet Lucifer. Not Yan Lu Wang. What? Oh. Mei. Curse you, cried the boss as it hurled fist after fist at the little girl. Even though the fists were as annoying as such, it was merely an act of desperation. It was horribly easy for the party to quickly end his life. The massive bony structure crumbled apart and fell to the ground in pieces. Lundador's voice echoed through the land when he died. The god of death shall revive me, you will see me, again, kill, death. A bright light glowed around his body before dimming down and dropping the loot and experience points to the party. Stupid boss. If you do come back, I'll kick your bony butt with my celestial tear axe. Ha ha. Wei Yin Er kicked the now lifeless skull of the boss with her might, to release her pent-up rage. Hey! Enough wasting time. Little girl, go and do what you love most. He as expected of a little girl, when asked to do something she likes, she would do it with a flash. Unexpectedly, the boss had dropped 2 holy tier equipment, for ethereal tier equipment, 1 skill point crystal, 3 high grade, aura stone, and 1 skill book. It was the aura stone that no one had expected to see from the boss drop. The skill point crystal was distributed accordingly and after major discussion, and it was decided that Zhang Yang will take all the aura stones to upgrade Vitality Aura. As such, the entire party could enjoy having an additional 40% vitality boost. It was extremely useful for both boss fight and PvP battles. Although Wei Yin Er's Strength Aura and Hanning Shui's Life Aura were equally important, those will come later. The 2 holy tier equipment were weapons. One of them was a black long blade which was the same as the boss. The other had a one-handed sword which had a half-opaque, blue-colored blade. Wei Yin Er first posted the long blade to the party. Delia, Death Scythe, Holy, two-handed axe. Weapon attack, 23,810 to 33,810. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 7,582. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage by 40%. Equip, increases critical strike rate by 10%. Equip, on a successful attack, grants a chance to direct reap the soul of the target, dealing 30,000 chaos damage. Level requirement, 180. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Wei Yin Er wept as she looked at the weapon in her hand and the axe on the floor. Why must it be this way? Why must you make me choose? I want both. Nah. Only one. Gore. Fine. Newbie Tank can have the new weapon. I am but a kind-hearted girl. Plus, I've developed some feelings for this one right here. Everyone laughed when she said she was kind-hearted, for everyone knew that she was the exact opposite. If you hang out with her long enough, even a monkey could read her face and know what she'll do next. The reason why she would not want the new weapon is because she did not want to spend more money socketing her equipment. It's the characteristically stingy little girl. Since only Zhang Yang and Wei Yin Er were the only players in the party who could use two-handed weapons, Zhang Yang took it after Wei Yin Er gave it up. Sadly, the Sword of Purging Devourer was unable to transfer its powerful effect to another weapon. Zhang Yang had outgrown the almighty weapon. It was really hard to believe that the weapon had been stuck with him for more than 2 years. In all MMORPGs, players swap weapons all the time. To be honest, there would definitely be more than one weapon used for 2 years. Then again, 2 years was really the upper limit. If the game developers had not released any new expansions of the game and increased the level cap, the strongest equipment will remain until the end of time. For example, the forgotten new class called the Shaman. Naturally, the Sword of Purging Devourer was extremely rare, for it had seals that can be broken to allow the weapon to grow stronger. That or the weapon would have been discarded long before the dinner of the same day. D*MN son. New weapon huh? The boss is gonna be OPAF, said Endless Starlight with admiration. Since he did not have special inheritance effect which allowed him to equip two-handed weapons, he could only settle for the designated weapon for his class. Still, even though his equipment was good, his DPS contribution to the party overall DPS was extremely low. Imagine that. OP HP and OP DPS. What makes the guild master then? A god? Ha 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 ha. Contain your excitement there, boy. There's one more sword for you, said Wei Yen Air. Frostbane, Holy, One-Handed Sword. Weapon attack, 12,330 to 20,330. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 5,832. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage dealt by 40%. Equip, increases critical strike rate by 10%. Equip, grants a chance to freeze a target for 3 seconds on every attack. Level requirement, 180. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. The sword was strong and powerful if it is used by a quick sword user like Bandit. Even though the weapon attack of a one-handed weapon and a two-handed weapon differs greatly, the effect the weapon has does not. For example, the additional equipment effect for both Frostbane and the Scythe was the same. Bandits have quick attack interval speed, hence, they could gain an additional effect compared to the other classes. Both Endless Starlight and Sun Xinu could use one-handed swords, but since Sun Xinu had the S-class inheritance, which grants her the bonus 5% critical chance and damage, the priority was then given to her. Endless Starlight's class job only applied to Hammer. As such, clenching his broken soul with pain, Endless Starlight gave up the sword to Sun Xinu. Wei Yen Air walked to Endless Starlight and pats his back to cheer him up. Don't be sad for this. Next time, I'll find one-handed hammer for you. The last item was the skill book, which was given to Daffodil Daydream. It was Superior Inferno, which was her skill. Superior Inferno increases inferno damage by 30% and grants a stunning effect. Lasts for 3 seconds. Inferno is a skill that is only available to pyromancers. With the caster as the center point, a wave of flame is shot out to 15 meters around the caster, dealing 100% magic fire attack. Now that she had obtained the upgrade, she could deal an additional 30% damage and a 3-second stun. After distributing all the items, the boss corpse disappeared as well. Like any other boss, if players do not loot all the item, the dead body of the boss would not disappear. They would not be able to continue with the quest, then. Goblin's High Explosive Bomb, 3rd General Prototype, quest item, usable. Use, place the bomb and skedaddle guys. Technically, the bomb should explode after 10 seconds. But the bomb was contracted by the infamous goblins. Their productions have always been notorious for being overly powerful. Perhaps you should be extra cautious of the bomb. Note, tick-tock tick-tock. Kaboom! Explosion that you can trust. Goblin Tech Incorporation. The explosive that you can trust. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Ancient Spiritual Beast King. Chapter 733, Ancient Spiritual Beast King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang planted the boss and quickly signaled the retreat. However, only after 2 seconds, the bomb exploded prematurely. The explosion was so strong that everyone, including the heavily armored Zhang Yang, was blasted away like paper planes in a storm. Worst of all, the explosion almost took off all their HP. What a useless goblin tech. Everyone stopped their tracks to rest and recover their HP. Fatty Han had panicked at the last second and quickly morphed into his bat form to suck on Endless Starlight's HP. The quest had ended, yet their transformations had over 1 hour of active duration remaining. Since it would be waste to let it expire, the party decided to go their own way to grind. After the transformations ended, they regrouped back at Surin's castle and teleported back to White Jade Castle to submit the quest. Ding! You have completed the quest, destroy the Mithril Refinery. Obtain 10 million experience points, 500 military points. Everyone got their reward successfully and was not impressed by the experience points. It was rather bad since 10 million experience points was only the same as 2 elite tier monsters. Still, they were all satisfied with the 500 military points given. Ha ha. Not bad for some scrawny humans, said Gulaj. He then stood on a chair and said, I have some bad news. Even though the Spectre have lost their main production of mithril, they were still able to buy from *Hemstar. They were still able to obtain their mithril from my brethren. The production of Darkness Fall is still going on. Heroes, do not fret. There is still hope for the land. Right now, you can still put a stop to Darkness Fall by destroying their energy crystal processing base factory. Without enough energy crystals, they will be unable to continue their research for Darkness Falls. Ding! Gulaj has a quest for you: destroy the energy crystal processing base factory. Will you accept it? What treachery! How could the goblins be selling their mithril to the enemy? What a money-minded bastard! Their greed for gold was far worse than the dwarves. Everyone nodded their heads to accept the quest. Destroying the energy crystal processing base factory, difficulty level S. Description: Gulaj wants you to destroy the energy crystal processing base factory of the Spectre. By destroying their base, they were unable to continue their research to finish Darkness Falls. According to Gulaj, the energy crystal processing base factory is located in the Anti-Jar Basin of the volcanic Dragon Mountain. Be warned, the Spectres have reinforced their defenses. You must bring a team of strong adventurers to survive. Participant limit, 10. Progress: destroy the energy crystal processing base factory. Quest reward, plus 20 million experience points, plus 500 military points. Here. Take his. I have made some modifications to it myself. I can assure you that it will not be like the last time, said Gulaj as he dropped a stack of rolled explosive that looks exactly like the one you can see in Looney Tunes. Acme, to be exact. Everyone rolled their eyes. So what if Gulaj has personally modified it? It would just be the same. The only difference it had was the name. Just when the party was about to leave for the quest, a group of women players came to the NPC. They were the elites of Crimson Rage, including Snowseeker. It would seem that she, Mellow Venom, and Thorny Rose were the main attacking force for Crimson Rage. At that moment, they had just reached level 160 and probably was rushing over to start the Spectre Invasion quest line. Hello, Guild Master Zhang. What kind of quest did you receive? Would it coincide with ours, said Snowseeker with such elegance that she was Zhang Yang's elder sister? It was extremely polite and sweet, yet Zhang Yang knew better. She was merely acting that way. If anyone falls for her sweet talks, they would be completely swallowed by her. Wei Yenair was the fastest then and had already shared the quest description to her. After a long, hard look, Snowseeker laughed bitterly and said, "Ah. It seems that there will be a problem. It's the same as ours." Everyone was puzzled. They knew that they had only just killed the boss for the previous quest. It was impossible that the system would refresh the quest when someone else receives the same quest. Hence, Zhang Yang reached a conclusion. The previous quest will only unlock the subsequent quests, which could then be taken by anyone. There will never be a case where one side will be the best. That will eliminate all contenders. It would be fair, since if a party is unable to complete the quest, they could never proceed any further. To be fair, if the party fails to destroy the Mithril refinery, the Spectre would have won, then, wouldn't they? Hence, the last battle with Angus required players to complete all the quests until Angus himself is forced to show up on the battlefield. That, or the minions of Spectre will keep spawning in towns to disrupt peace. Nothing too damaging, but just enough of a bother for players to get off their *Cs and solve. Using the quest unlocking system, every player will have a chance to try out the quest even if they could never succeed in beating it. Hence, they will gain familiarity with either the monsters or the final boss fights until they could actually complete it. That is, if they were strong enough to endure the repetition. Yet, the main story quest for the Spectre Invasion was available for all, but could only be completed by one party, and that party will be the only party receiving the reward. Technically, there was no limit as to how many parties could try to defeat the boss. 2 parties stood still, 20 pairs of eyeballs glared at each other awkwardly. When Wei Yenair made a sudden jerk, the Crimson Rage party responded by quickly taking out their teleportation scrolls to leave the place immediately. Lone Desert Smoke followed later, a split second slower. Only one party could receive the reward. That would only mean that the quest completion will be a race. A race of countless parties around the world that had reached level 160. The competition is hot and running. Zhang Yang was the only one amongst them who chose to stay at White Jade Castle to socket his new equipment. After enhancing them, he would then teleport to Haning Shui using the Lover's Charm. A level 6 strength gemstone could provide 200 strength. Same goes for dexterity. By enhancing the gemstone, Zhang Yang could increase the value by 50%. Since the equipment could socket 2 gemstone at a time, that would be 600 attribute points. Be it strength or dexterity, both were fairly important for Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu. After equipping his new weapon, Zhang Yang's attack power was at 154,194 to 182,194 after calculations. Since Vitality Aura had reached its max level, the bonus it provided was now up to 40% vitality. Even though weapons will not provide vitality points, his HP was already boosted to 1,140,490. And that was only in his normal state. Zhang Yang was quick with his hands during socketing and quickly teleported back to the party and found Crimson Rage's party was slower. They were frantically chasing them. Snowseeker was determined to stick to Zhang Yang's party no matter what. Since the quest had a participant limit of only 10 players, if the quest dies similar to the previous quest, Snowseeker would still have a chance to plant the bomb first after Zhang Yang defeats the boss. Main story quests had a unique attribute to them. Once they have been completed by a party, the quest will automatically be deleted from all players who have accepted the quest. The problem lay with both Zhang Yang and Snowseeker, or rather Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage. During the fierce battle in Surin's castle, Crimson Rage was the one guild that stood by Lone Desert Smoke till the end. They were a great help to Lone Desert Smoke. That goes without saying. Hence, Lone Desert Smoke would never turn their backs to them or play them out. Snowseeker had anticipated that, and pressed on the chance that they could still obtain the quest reward. Even though technically both guilds had a 50% chance to complete the mission, in reality, Crimson Rage only had a small 10% chance to overthrow Lone Desert Smoke. Naturally, Snowseeker was no god. She could not have known the difficulty of the boss and that Zhang Yang's party had already used their transformation skill. Toe-to-toe, Snowseeker's party would have the upper hand since all of their party members had their transformation skill ready for the final boss. However, based on the conditions of the battlefield, they might need a few days to clear all the monsters, just like the refinery. That time alone was enough for Zhang Yang and his party to finish their transformation cooldown. Hence, Snowseeker's plan will still go on. After flying for 10+ hours, the party had finally left Margaya Forest, through the Forest of Clouds and entered the Anti-Jar Basin. The party took 3 to 4 hours more to reach their final destination, the volcanic Dragon Mountain. Put. How does the mountain look like a dragon, said Endless Starlight, unimpressed when he saw the scenery. The mountains were covered with red maple trees that dyed the entire landscape with a deep crimson red. However, only the color matched its name, not the shape or size. There was nothing of the mountains that depicted a dragon. Don't mind that. Find the factory. At that moment, Lone Desert Smoke was still leading, with the girls of Crimson Rage far behind. Zhang Yang reached the peak of the mountain and spotted many elemental beings. There were stone, fire, water, and air elemental beings all busy roaming around on a mushroom-like structure. Zhang Yang selected the structure and was shocked to see that the structure was a living being. Spiritual Beast, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 175. HP, 50 million. Defense, 10,000. Magic Attack, 60,175 to 90,175. Skills. Light Energy Ray, blasts out a destructive ray and deals 200% magic natural damage to a target. Range, 50 meters. Instant. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Exploding Energy Crystal, hurls energy crystals from its body to all targets within 50 meters. Deals 100% magic natural damage. Stuns the targets for 3 seconds. Note, the Spiritual Beast can naturally produce energy crystals via combining the light of the sun and carbon dioxide. Only elemental beings and the Spiritual Beast are close. Any other beings that attempts to get close will lead to his self-induced explosion. Permanently stationary. Oh. So the energy crystal that we have been using to power the teleportation points comes from this big asterisk SS dickhead. Fatty Han exclaimed. The man was never one to sugarcoat his words. Hence, the women around him were greatly offended. Of which, he did not give a single F***. Zhang Yang scouted the area and could not find a boss or a point of indication of where to plant the bomb. Zhang Yang sighed heavily as he realized that this mission will be the same as the previous one. Only by killing monsters will the quest proceed. So, where do we start? Asked 100 Shots. There were 4 large areas, separated by elemental beings. Let's start with the air elementals first, said Zhang Yang. Fire and water elemental being will surely be magic attack type. Earth elementals will have superior defense, hence, the most logical and easiest target to start with would be the air elementals. Now, Crimson Rage was separated from Zhang Yang. The girls chose to attack the water elementals first, but will immediately change their position if the boss does appear. Sadly, unknown to Zhang Yang, Fatty Han had betrayed Lone Desert Smoke by succumbing to the draws of the lustful woman of Crimson Rage. He had offered up the information of the quest of the Mithril refinery to them, allowing the girls to understand everything they needed to know about the mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, a fun situation to all parties indeed. Chapter 734, a fun situation to all parties indeed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After getting down from his pet mount, Zhang went up to the head of his party. He threw his Spear of Obliteration as the signal to charge. Mordzie Lidenla, the aggro of the two spirits were locked to each other. When one of them was lured over, the other one would follow. They were speaking in a strange and unexplainable language while they were charging towards Zhang. These spirit beings were probably as tall as 5 meters. Their entire bodies were formed from a mixture of different gases. Some of the gases were gray, while some of them were white. These spiritual beings had 2 hands but no legs. They were levitating around mid-air. Volcanic Dragon Mountain Air Spirit, Elite, Elemental. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,822 to 60,822. Skills. Jetstream causes 100% melee attack of physical damage on a target and blasts the target 10 meters backward. Self-destruct, detonates upon death. Causes 50,000 nature damage to all targets within the range of 100 meters. Recuperate, if there happens to be a spiritual beast in the vicinity of 50 meters from the monster, it can flee into the spiritual beast to recuperate its own HP. Because the monsters had the capability to blow themselves up, the party could not afford to lure too many of them at the same time. Well, the players could time the intervals between each of the monsters' death. However, the purpose of luring a bunch of monsters over would be to kill them all as quickly as possible. If players want to plan out the interval between the deaths of each monster that they encounter, they would not be able to lure many monsters and kill them all at once. In simpler words, killing monsters all at once with AoE attacks would not let players control which monsters to kill first because AoE attacks would just bombard whichever monsters that were within the effective range of the skills. With every monster detonating themselves after they die, it would make the entire situation to go out of hand if they ever try to kill so many of them at the same time. Hence, it would be better to lure a little lesser of them monsters before letting themselves all out on the monsters. Zhang had to be aware that Wei Yen would lose herself, once her excitement on killing monsters takes over her sanity. She might just go on and kill everything, causing everything to explode at the same time. Her action would surely lead to everyone's death. Elite tier monsters could be extremely dangerous for normal players. However, they could never pose any threat to Zhang and his gang. It did not take long at all for Zhang and his party to take out these monsters. However, their self-destruct were really powerful. Each explosion would cause 50,000 nature damage to each of Zhang party members. There were a total of 22 targets if the battle companions and pets were included. So each explosion managed to deal as much damage as 1,100,000 damage. What the hell? Terrorist. Bombers. Everyone began to laugh. After clearing a few more waves of these monsters, the party arrived before a spiritual beast's giant mushroom cap. They lured 3 volcanic dragon air spirits at the same time. However, right before monsters were about to die, they turned around and hid in the rod of the mushroom cap. Instantly, the spiritual beast that seemed to be dead was suddenly activated. It shot a beam of ray towards the entire gang. Everyone could see the process with their own eyes. The 3 volcanic dragon air spirits were inside the rod of the mushroom cap. They looked like 3 extra moles that suddenly appeared in the rod. Meanwhile, the HP bars of the 3 monsters were recovering at a rapid pace. So this is like a healing rod for them? Well, this rod packed more of just a punch in the art of healing. Not only could it heal many targets at the same time, it also had very strong attacks, However, even though this mushroom cap rod had a very high amount of HP, it had a fatal weakness. It cannot move around like normal monsters do. It was just planted firmly on the ground. If players could not defeat it, they could just retreat by backing off. Players would not need to worry that this powerful spiritual beast would pursue and kill them. Although this spiritual beast was labeled as an elite tier, its HP and attack were much more powerful than a mythical tier boss. It was not easy for the players to take it head-on. However, even though this monster had over 50 million HP, Zhang and his gang could deal over 900,000 DPS even without activating their inheritance transformation. It would only take about a minute to kill this monster. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they thought. The 3 volcanic dragon air spirits came out of the rod with their HP bar full again. Before they could take out the spiritual beast, it would be futile even if they try to take out the 3 monsters first. These monsters could just jump back into the rod to fully recover their HP bars again, every time they are about to die. Therefore, everyone aimed their attacks at the spiritual beast first. The spiritual beast did not just sit on its *SS, waiting to meet its own demise, of course. It began to throw out some crystallized spiritual energy into its surroundings. Those crystallized spiritual energy immediately exploded right after they landed. Instantly, the attacks caused quite a number of damage to the gang. Han Shui and Sweetheart Fantasy began to heal everyone as quickly as they could. Well, the 3 monsters would be detonating themselves when their HP bars are emptied. There would definitely be casualties if their HP bars are not healed back up. After running around in the surroundings like cats and dogs, they finally took care of the giant fellow and the 3 little monsters. Everyone was exhausted after the busy session. Truth to be told, the correct way of taking care of that situation was to lure the 3 little monsters 50 meters away from the spiritual beast. By doing so, the 3 monsters would not have the opportunity to heal themselves at all. As for the spiritual beast, it would depend on whether the players want to take it out or not. Well, the system designed the monsters to stay in one spot. Maybe the players could just plant a bomb on the monster and blow it to Kingdom Come. There was actually no need to engage the monster at all. However, Zhang and his party have been known to be extremely powerful. Even though it was quite troublesome to take on the spiritual beast, they would have to take the long way around if they don't kill it. That would cost them a lot more time than just killing it. As long as they stay cautious while dealing with the spiritual beast, nothing should go wrong. Zhang and his gang wiped out any monsters that got in their way. However, the monsters were too numerous. Zhang and his gang took 1 day to clean up a quarter of the entire air spirit region. On the 2nd day and the 3rd day, the 2 parties of Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage had been camping at the site. The number of monsters in that area was just too abundant. Furthermore, there were no other players interrupting them to take their share. Therefore, the 2 parties managed to enjoy the abundant experience points from killing hordes of monsters. The area had implemented a mirroring technology. Those players who had not reached level 160 and had not received the quest would not be able to see nor enter this battle area. However, on the 4th day, a 3rd party had entered the area Land of Savages from the India region, but they did not try to pick a fight with the other 2 parties. They chose to clear out the monsters in the Fire Spirit region. It did not take long before a 4th party entered the vicinity. It was the Hell family from Europe region. They chose to clear the Rock Spirit region. Right after that, the 5th and the 6th parties had also entered the arena. They were the Justice League from the America region and the Wolf Warrior from the Africa region. As the entire region was too big to begin with, the Air Spirit region itself was enough to have 10 parties killing monsters in the vicinity, without having to compete with each other. Therefore, none of the parties provoked any other party into a fight. Everything was peaceful among the parties so far. They were just minding their own businesses. No one would want to engage in a battle that would not benefit them at all. Well, high-tier players rarely engaged in battle with each other. Meanwhile, normal players would have raised their weapons and charged at the other players from their enemy region without any hesitation. However, when a boss or a location of a countdown bombing is spawned, the peacefulness between these high-tier players would be broken right away. When that happens, everyone would not be able to avoid a fierce battle among themselves. After all, only one party could complete the main story quest. On the 5th day and the 6th day, more and more parties entered the spiritual region. Currently, only the top-tier players managed to reach level 160 and enter this region. If there are any conflicts happening between them, the battle would become as fierce as it would be whenever there is a territory conquest. Meanwhile, the current situation did not have a 3-hour time frame, like territory conquests did. There was no time limit at all in such a battle in this region. Furthermore, it still remained unknown whether there would be a boss in the region or not. Even if the players are a little bit weaker than the others, they could just lay low until a boss is spawned. When the others are busy battling the boss, they could just interrupt the battle and kill those players. With the boss's help, they should be able to take out their opponents without much of a problem. Even though none of them had provoked any battle among themselves, everyone knew that a high-degree storm was about to explode soon. The moment when a boss is spawned, everyone would start killing each other. As expected, more and more parties were entering the region on the 7th and the 8th day. They were all top-tier players from different regions as well. On. In the morning of the 9th day, a long and muffled roar echoed throughout the entire region. It was ear-piercingly loud. Right in the middle on top of the volcanic Dragon Mountain, a gigantic spiritual beast was suddenly spawned. Compared to those spiritual beasts that were only 50 meters tall, this mushroom-capped spiritual beast was approximately thousands of meters tall. It looked like a gigantic mushroom had grown on top of the volcanic Dragon Mountain. The mushroom cap had reached out to a radius of 500 meters wide. The size of that cap had completely covered the entire mountain. Ancient Spiritual Beast King, Holy, Elemental. Level, 180. HP, 18 billion. Defense, 18,470. Magic attack, 85,228 to 125,228. Skills, : Light energy ray shoots out a beam of destructive ray towards the target, causing 200% magic attack of nature damage to the target. Range, 1000 meters. Instant chanting. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Timed energy charge throws out its spiritual energy into its surrounding, causing 200,000 nature damage to all targets in 1000 meters. All targets will be stunned for 3 seconds. Energy mine plants a spiritual energy on the ground. When a player gets too near to the spiritual energy will explode and causes 150,000 nature damage to all targets within the range of 30-meter radius of the blast. Elemental Constitution recovers 1% once in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovery will not be affected by any other effects. Note, as the only remaining ancient spiritual beast, this spiritual beast has a gigantic body mass that would send fear into the hearts of men. Its only weakness is that it could only move in and out from the hole it dug itself out of. The moment when the boss was spawned, all parties immediately stopped what they were doing. However, none of them went up to battle the boss. A holy tier boss was a disastrous threat to any of the parties at the current stage of the game. Meanwhile, the first party that engages themselves in battle with the boss would immediately become the primary target of the other parties as well. The other parties would take advantage to take out their competitors, without a doubt in their minds. So whoever who goes up first would be wiped up in a matter of seconds. From that moment on, none of the parties moved out. All of them were waiting for someone to make their first move. However, the boss would not stay idle either, even though no one was attacking it. After all, this mushroom-capped spiritual beast had over 1,000 meters of attack range. That would also mean that its aggro range would reach out by 1,000 meters. Instead of the players making their first move on the boss launched its first attack out. It shot out a beam of ray towards a priest from a party that hailed from the Europe region. A damage of 220,000 instantly took away half of the priest's HP bar. Shove. Another beam of ray was shot out right after that. Well, because none of the players were attacking the boss, the mushroom head did not have a specific target to focus on. So it was randomly shooting its attacks out at anyone who was on its aggro list. So now, the real question had changed. Should they fight or should they escape? Without a further moment of hesitation, most of the parties had made up their mind. They began to fly away from the boss on their flying mounts. Well, who would be stupid enough to charge in and die? However, everyone who tried to flee had discovered a very awkward situation. The area of 1,000-meter radius around the boss had been cut off by a layer of invisible air wall. In other words, whoever who was within the aggro range of the boss had been trapped. There was no way that they could escape from the boss now. Players who were outside the vicinity could not get in while the players within the vicinity could not get out. Obviously, this was the battle stage. Without taking out the boss or the boss taking out all the players, the air wall would stay. Well, that was awkward as F***ck. It would not even matter whether you hit the boss or not. The boss would just come over and hit you. Furthermore, the boss had its trustworthy, light energy ray that could allow the boss to focus its attack on one target. Then the boss also had its energy mine and timed energy charge to deal AoE attacks to the players in its surroundings. As long as you're engaged in the battle with the boss, you'd be the one suffering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, ACs. Chapter 735, ACs. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The boss did not give everyone within its attack range a moment to hesitate. It began to throw countless of small pinkish crystallized square boxes to its surroundings. It did not take long before the entire space of the area was filled with these small pinkish crystallized square boxes. Suddenly, every single one of those crystals exploded. It was the boss, timed energy charge. Boom! Violent currents of energy whirled across the entire area. Everyone could see that space itself was being torn apart by the whirling force of the energy flow with their own eyes. A crack that looked like a black hole appeared right in the middle of the air. Everyone in the vicinity sustained over 200,000 basic damage. That wave of attack was fatal to most players in the surroundings. Well, a DPS player that is well equipped with a full set of level 150 ethereal tier equipment could only have over 400,000 HP. Meanwhile, spellcasters like priests would have even lower amount of HP, even if they have a full set of level 150 ethereal tier equipment on them. They would most likely have about 340,000 HP, give or take. Although everyone in the vicinity had mounted on their mounts to boost their maximum HP, how many of them would be able to have a full set of ethereal tier equipment? It would have been very fortunate if they even have a mythical tier pet mount. Furthermore, mounting on a mythical tier pet could boost one's maximum HP up by 200,000 HP, at best. A player would only have at most 600,000 HP after that. Even if that is the case, the players would still be suffering a great deal of damage after sustaining a total of 200,000 damage. Everyone was an easy prey to the boss now. If they do not fight back now, they would be as good as dead. Furthermore, they would not be able to rejoin the boss battle if they ever get killed. The main reason being that there was an invisible air wall surrounding the entire area now. If any of the party manages to hold their ground until the very end, they might even get to kill the boss and claim everything for themselves. Therefore, all parties within the vicinity decided to strike back at the boss. They began to bombard the boss with everything they had. The body mass of the boss was just too big for anyone to comprehend. Its mushroom head had already occupied an area over 500-meter radius wide. Therefore, there was no way that anyone would have missed the target. The entire target was even bigger than what everyone could see. "We'll be attacking from the top," Zhang shouted. Then, he led his party and flew towards the top of the mushroom cap. A large number of players began to launch their attacks around the bottom of the mushroom cap as aggressively as they could. Zhang did not intend to fix the aggro of the boss onto him. However, his damage output was just too powerful. Furthermore, his passive skill, Shield Oath, even provided him a 20% additional aggro value. Therefore, it did not take long before he became the primary target of the boss. The boss began to spam its light energy ray on Zhang. Fortunately for Zhang, his defense was high enough for him to hang on. Each light energy ray could only deal approximately 140,000 damage to him. Furthermore, he had Han Yngshui supporting him from his rear. She managed to heal him up good, all by herself. Other than that, Fantasy Sweetheart and a few other healing-type battle companions were also supporting Zhang from the rear as well. None of them had activated their inheritance transformation just yet. That was mainly because no one understood how powerful the other parties are, and how long would the boss battle take. If the boss battle takes longer than 2 hours, then their effort would become pointless if they activate their inheritance transformations a little too early. They would end up doing the heavy work for the other parties instead. Everyone was on the same page, hitting hard. However, everyone understood as well that when the HP bar of the boss is reduced to a certain level, this fragile bond between them would be broken in an instant. Everyone would be competing against each other to be the one slaying the boss. After all, everyone was striving to be the ones who complete the main story quest of the game, but fortunately, even though the ancient spiritual beast king was a holy tier boss, it was not deemed as one of those super powerful world tier bosses. World tier bosses would definitely have the capability of bombarding everyone with countless waves of AoE attacks. They would not have any AoE skill that have a long cooldown of 30 seconds. Long before this, Zhang had encountered a boss named Martyr Unduin. Although Martyr Unduin was just a grey-silver tier boss, it was a world tier boss. With only one of its Shin Fireball, the boss managed to torch the entire ground up without even have to wait for the skill to cool down. If this boss could also spam its timed energy charge, without the need to wait for any cooldown period, everyone in the vicinity would be wiped up in a matter of minutes if they do not activate their inheritance transformations. Upon battling on for 5 to 6 minutes, the boss's HP bar had been reduced by 10%. Judging from that pace, the boss would be taken out in about an hour. Furthermore, no one had activated their inheritance transformations just yet. If everyone activates their inheritance transformation in the first place, they could have taken down the boss twice as fast as they could now. However, everyone knew how to do the math. Therefore, players began to activate their inheritance transformation the moment their HP bars were healed back to their full state. Suddenly, there were at least 20 players hopping off from the back of their flying mounts. They were flying with their own powers. Those players were either holding a Class A inheritance or a Class S inheritance. The HP bar of the boss was reducing at an insanely fast pace. However, instead of calling the boss a beast, the boss looked more like a plant. The boss only struck out its light energy ray and timed energy charge, even though it was whacked up badly by the players. Sometimes, it would also activate its energy mine, trying to get players to step on them. At the beginning of the boss battle, the boss was a threat that everyone could not ignore. However, now that everyone had cast aside their prejudices for the moment to focus their attacks on the boss was now facing a large bunch of top-tier players all around the world. It was a combination of powerful formation that no region could form. Every single high-tier player from all around the world were together in this. After everyone activates their inheritance transformations, they obtained a large amount of boost on their amount of HP. Because of that, the threat that the boss posed in the beginning of the boss battle had been minimized. The higher the HP amount, the higher the margin of error that players would have. They could also give their healers more time to heal if they had more HP. Because of that, it would become harder for the boss to decrease the number of players in the boss battle. In the blink of an eye, the Mushroom Head boss had become so pathetic to look at. Its mushroom head was bombarded with players' attacks so badly that it looked like the surface of the moon. There were countless holes all over it. 80%, 70%, 60%. The HP bar of the boss was decreasing even faster now. The boss could not help it, because most of the high-tier players had activated their inheritance transformations now. Even though the boss had insanely powerful attacks, it had an AoE skill that could not be triggered frequently. Just imagine it. If the boss could activate its light energy ray once every 2 seconds, the situation would have become very different now. The players would still be struggling, even if they activate their inheritance transformations. 40%, 30%, 20%. When the boss's HP had entered its killing cleave stage, finally, there were a small number of parties who could no longer hold their heads low. They broke the fragile bond of alliance among the players and started slicing up their teammates. The first party that went rogue was a party from the Africa region. They launched their ferocious attacks on another party from Australia region that was positioned closest to them. Because of that, the PvP matches began to bloom across the battlefield. Things became messy in no time at all. Well, it was actually an expected outcome. The boss would only drop a few powerful pieces of equipment. Even one party would complain that the loots were far from enough for a single party. Furthermore, there could only be one party that completes the main story quest. The only way to 100% secure that was to eliminate all opponents in the vicinity. Someone had started the war. So, the others followed. More and more parties began to attack the other parties around them. As long as they were not from the same party, just kill them. Meanwhile, Zhang and his party did not make any move on the other players. They were very focused on bringing the boss down, because the boss had elemental constitution that could let the boss recover a certain amount of HP over the time. They could not afford to let the boss stay idle and heal itself back up. However, everyone was reserving their powerful skills that had a longer cooldown period for the moment. They planned to use them only at the last possible moment right before the boss dies. As the battlefield was getting more intense in every passing second, everyone began to get serious. They no longer held back their powerful skills. They began to activate their super skills and spells on their opponents. The visual effects of the skills bombarding out was just stunning. If anyone is just there to enjoy the view of it, that person would be able to enjoy a spectacular view. The party battles had begun. The rate of the boss losing its HP began to slow down. If the AoE skill of the boss could be described as a drizzle before that, then the boss's AoE attacks had suddenly become extremely threatening. Players were slaughtering among themselves while their HP bars were dropping like hell. Even healers could no longer keep their HP bars up anymore. If they are not careful, they could be taken out by the boss's AoE attacks all of a sudden. Zhang. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. 3 parties flew up to Zhang all of a sudden. They were parties from the Justice League, the Dark Palace and the Undying Souls. Every one of them was glaring at Zhang with murderous intent. Obviously, they had come up with a deal that they would be sticking up together until they have taken down Lone Desert Smoke. Zhang, you really have a lot of enemies, huh? Ha ha. Another party had appeared. They came up to the Lone Desert Smoke. It was the party from Paragon that was led by God's left hand. Among these 4 parties, there were 2 players with Class S inheritance and at least 3 players with Class A inheritance. Their combined strength had definitely exceeded the strength of Zhang party. If they really go head-on with the 4 parties, Zhang and his party would definitely lose without a doubt. Guildmaster Zhang. Need a hand? Snowseeker suddenly appeared and smiled. She had led her army of ladies over and stood side by side with the Lone Desert Smoke. Real friends would not only add icing on the cake. They would offer timely help or support. Fatty Han immediately screamed, "Ladies from Crimson Rage. You're the best. I'm willing to shoot for you until I die." Piak. Everyone began to whack him up for good. They were aiming their fists and palms at his face. Instantly, Fatty Han was struck to the point that he spun in the air over and over again. 4 vs 2. Zhang, you still have a small chance of winning, don't you think? God's left hand said coldly. He had been pursued by Zhang Yang before. He even got killed by Zhang Yang and dropped his previous broken chapter of the Book of Revelation. So, of course he had a score to settle with Zhang Yang. Then count us in. Suddenly, Dusk Phoenix waved her hand and all of her members of the Hell family went up and stood side by side with the Lone Desert Smoke as well. Although everyone from Hell family was not willing to do it, who would dare to defy the order of a real-life princess then? Dusk Phoenix. God's left hand was infuriated. Then he roared in rage and said, "Don't forget. You're also one of the parties from Europe region. Cut that crap of yours. So you're saying that you can join forces with the North America region and the Japan-Korea region, but I can't join forces with China region? Oh my pathetic, little God's left hand, do you have a stroke or something?" Dusk Phoenix glared at God's left hand with rage and said. God's left hand was so infuriated that he was trembling in rage. Fatty Han just got up from being whacked. He immediately scratched his head and said, "God's left hand? Hee, from what I can see, you're jerking off so often that you're godly indeed. We should just call you God's masturbating left hand. Because it's very obvious that you've been jerking off too much that your IQ has decreased, no, deceased, sorry." Upon hearing what Fatty Han had to say, everyone laughed out loud. Even the people from Undying Souls, Justice League and Dark Palace were trying to hold back their own laughters. "You bastard." God's left hand was no longer calm. He fluttered his wings and charged straight at Fatty Han with murderous intent. Right after he made the first move, his party members followed him into battle. Meanwhile, Captain America and his goons did not stand idly. They would not allow Zhang Yang and friends to slaughter God's left hand and his party up. So they also charged into battle. "Oi! Yellow hair guy. I'm not going to get gay with you. You've picked the wrong guy. Starlight. He's all yours. You don't have to hold back for me." Wreck his asterisk shoal. Even though the big battle had begun, Fatty Han was still fooling around with his words. He turned and aimed his arrow at a thief while he screamed in a strange voice. "Brother Fatty. I don't do gay as well." Endless Starlight replied in a weak voice. "Starlight. Keep God's left hand busy." Zhang Yang began to assign combat roles to his party members. God's left hand had an extremely tough defense. However, his attack power was not too powerful. Endless Starlight would be able to keep him occupied for a long period of time. If Zhang Yang went straight up to God's left hand, it would be a waste of Zhang Yang's high damage output. He should be focusing on other matters first. Meanwhile, Sun Xianu had locked her attention onto Heart of Destruction. Ever since their encounter back in the Forest Gump's fortress, Sun Xianu was pissed because the battle between the two of them was interrupted before they could finish it off. Well, Heart of Destruction had retreated after he found out that there was no way he and his party could claim victory over the territory conquest. Therefore, this would be the continuation of their previous battle. No one should interfere this time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Wei Yan had turned themselves into killers. They joined hands and charged into the alliance of the four countries and began to slaughter anyone within their cross sites. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Apocalyptic Bondage. Chapter 736, Apocalyptic Bondage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. God's left hand was occupied. Heart of Destruction was engaged in a fierce battle. So who was left to stop the greatest threat of all time, Zhang Yang? No one. Hourglass Figure and the members of the Land of Savages were engaged in a fierce battle with two parties that held quite some grudges against them. So there was no way that they would cut in to stop Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, Wei Yan. Felice and the Phoenix Pet formed together to become a force so powerful that no one could reckon with them anymore. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's destructive smash could cause all his enemies to suffer a 75% reduction in their healing efficiency. Whoever who gets targeted by them would be as good as dead, even if that player activates a Class B inheritance transformation. Unfortunately, no one on the battlefield had a milky light shining down on their heads. Obviously, none of them had come across any broken chapters of the Book of Revelation recently. Zhang Yang could only sigh and rant. Captain America and God's left hand must have slacked off too much because they had yet to locate the other chapters yet, even after they had so much time after their last encounter. So, how would Captain America and God's left hand feel if they ever find out about Zhang Yang's rant concerning them? Even though everyone had basically moved their focus onto the PvP matches, they could still deal quite a remarkable amount of damage to the boss whenever they used their AoE skills. The body mass of the boss was just too large. Everyone was basically battling on top of the mushroom head of the boss. Well, there was no doubt that the splash attacks of their AoE attacks would burn the boss as well. However, the HP bar of the boss was reducing at a much slower pace, because the boss was only suffering damage from players' AoE skills. Everyone had the same mentality this time. Clear out every single enemy in the vicinity before focusing back to the boss. Well, it was true that the players could take their own sweet time to kill the boss when there are no enemies left around them. Upon killing the boss, they could also claim the loot all to themselves. Quite a number of weaker parties began to form alliances among themselves. They intended to work together to take down the parties that were stronger than them. After they could finally take out the stronger parties, they would dissolve their alliance and battle against each other. Well, survival of the fittest. Therefore, there was no guarantee that the strongest party would be able to last till the end, because of that. After all, everyone here should at least have a certain level of skill to make it into this map. Other than players who held a Class S inheritance or a Class A inheritance such as Zhang, Sun Xanu and Hourglass Figure, the other players would almost be at the same standard in terms of their skills and experiences. For instance, Lone Desert Smoke was deemed to have the strongest party of 10 in the entire server. However, even they could not take it all if 4 parties formed an alliance to take them on. If it wasn't for Crimson Rage and Hell Family, the entire party might get wiped out eventually. Or maybe, Zhang, Sun Xanu and Han Shui who had a Class S inheritance might survive the onslaught. Take out Zhang Yu first. Everyone from any of the 4 parties were screaming and shouting the same thing. That godly existence must be eliminated first if they ever want to win the battle. Everyone already knew about Zhang Yang's God of War Devastation and Charge Up Strike. If he ever managed to accumulate 39 EP over a battle, Zhang Yang would pump up his attack by using Charge Up Strike, before giving a full-powered blow on his opponent with his God of War Devastation. That one single strike after the Charge Up Strike could cause devastating damage to 40 players at the same time, but with Zhang Yang's current attack power, that single attack from his God of War Devastation after activating his Charge Up Strike could reach up to 4,500,000 damage. That strike could deal that high damage to every one of them within the effective range of the skill. That was the terrifying part of it. However, even though Zhang Yang's party had formed an alliance with the Hell Family, the system would not recognize that. Zhang Yang's attack would still spread and hit the members of the Hell Family like they were also the enemies, well, who would still have the time to think about all that. Even if Zhang Yang really collaterally hit the members of the Hell Family, only the 10 members of Hell Family would become the collateral damage of the battle. As long as Zhang Yang could accumulate another 10 EP, he would be able to get things done. Accumulating 50 EP would require 500 seconds. If Zhang Yang goes out explosively like that once in every 500 seconds, combined with the attacks from the others around him, God's left hand and his goons would definitely be wiped out eventually. Maybe God's left hand and Heart of Destruction could use their fast movement speed they obtained by having a Class S inheritance, but the other members of their party would definitely be splattered. So what would be the point of only the 2 of them surviving by the end of that? Therefore, their first target must be Zhang Yang, the biggest threat of all time. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. He noticed that everyone was aiming their guns at him. However, he did not show any signs of retreating. Instead, he went all out on them. The Reaper charged up to Zhang Yang and began to whirl his weapon like a hurricane. Are you in a hurry to die? You arrogant F***CK. Just F***CK him up, dot. The players from the alliance of the 4 parties were infuriated by the arrogant attitude on Zhang Yang's face. They began to launch their most powerful attacks on him. They were venting their rage onto Zhang Yang. Tribulation, activated. Shield Wall, activated. God of War Shield, activated. Bring it on. The harder they hit the better. Countless attacks landed on Zhang Yang. However, at the same time, countless attacks were reflected back at those who were attacking Zhang Yang. High values of damage were dealt right back at the attackers. Zhang Yang looked literally like a hedgehog. The attackers could still deal damage to him. Well, at least their attacks were reflected back at them. Meanwhile, with Zhang Yang's current defense, the attackers could only deal about 100,000 damage to him, with each of their attacks. However, Zhang Yang could reflect about 200,000 damage back at the attackers. What's the point of even fighting, dot? Especially after Zhang Yang had activated his shield wall, Zhang Yang would have over 80,000 defense upon activating his inheritance transformation. There would not be any physical attack that could penetrate that amount of defense within these 10 seconds. Even if any spell attacks could land on Zhang Yang, they would not be able to deal much of a damage to him. However, some of the attacks from his enemies were even resisted. So no matter what, every single attack that landed on Zhang Yang would be reflected back to the players who attacked him. No one in the current stage of the game could have such an ability to reflect attacks. Hitting on Zhang Yang was like hitting yourself with all you got. Furthermore, Daffodil Daydream, Snowseeker and the others would not just stay idle. They were also dealing damage from a side. Receiving attacks from both sides, these players who were surrounding Zhang Yang instantly suffered a tremendous reduction in their HP. Dumbfounded. They just stood there dumbfounded. They were really dumbfounded. What the hell? How could there be such an insane skill in the game? How could anyone have survived that? Stop attacking Zhang Yu now. F***ck your mother. I almost got killed because my attacks were reflected back at me. The best way to handle the tribulation would be to let one person kite Zhang Yang around for over 10 minutes. After all, the tribulation can basically reflect everything back at any attackers that attempt to attack Zhang Yang. As long as no one tries to deal any damage or a very low amount of damage on Zhang Yang, tribulation would basically become useless. However, the most important thing was that even if Zhang Yang did not have his tribulation, he would still be as powerful as a Godslayer. They ganged up on him because they were afraid of his terrifying attacks. The situation became awkward for Zhang Yang's enemies because whoever tried to attack him, they would be receiving back a damage value that was higher than the damage they dealt on him. Well, hitting him was like hitting themselves even harder. So they stopped their assaults on Zhang Yang for the moment. There was only one word to describe their situation right now. Pathetic. How about trying to use status restriction skills on Zhang Yang? Well, Zhang Yang could just use his mobility potion, warrior's will, or his other accessories to break free from the status restriction effects. Furthermore, it was not like all 40 of them were battling against one Zhang Yang. Some of them were preoccupied with their own opponents at the moment. They did not get much chance to really focus their firepower on Zhang Yang. If only they could focus all of their attacks on Zhang Yang all the time, they might have a slight chance of taking out Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and whirled his death scythe at his enemies. His God of War EP was slowly accumulating. Charge up strike. God of War devastation. Shove. A shadow of an axe flashed across the battlefield. 36 players received a damage of 4,500,000. Because Zhang Yang had activated an AoE skill that spread out wide into the surrounding, not only God's Left Hand and Alliance members were inflicted with damage, even the boss and a few unfortunate members of the Hell family were caught in the blast. His attack was totally dope. Players who activate their Class B inheritance transformation lost over half of their total HP. Meanwhile, judging from the intensified situation of the battle, healers were not able to do a thing to support them. Most of them lost more than 50% of their total amount of HP. It would already be a fortunate thing if their HP did not go down below 20%. Right after that strike, about 20 players were instantly killed. They turned into streams of white light and reported themselves at the graveyard. Wah! Noontank, that skill is too awesome. Wei Yenair's eyes were widened and glittering. Even though she also had her own powerful AoE skill, that was only 8 times stronger than her strength attribute. She could only deal approximately 140,000 damage to each of her enemies within her attack range. The damage that Zhang Yang's God of War Devastation could deal would be far more than that. However, both God of War Devastation and Charge Up Strike had over 1 minute of cooldown period. Furthermore, Zhang Yang needed to accumulate a certain amount of EP before he could deal that much of a damage to all his foes. It was not like he could just use it anytime and anywhere he wanted. Facing such an insane attack from Zhang Yang, the alliance of the 4 parties began to falter. Having a God Slayer as their opponent, they had no idea how to win the battle. Zhang Yu. I'm your opponent. God's left hand managed to tear himself off endless starlight. He fluttered his wings and flew up to Zhang Yang. Well, he was probably the only one who had enough defense and healing power to make up with the reflective ability of Zhang Yang's tribulation. He is probably the only one who could hold Zhang Yang off from unleashing hell upon his newly formed alliance. I'm not going to waste my time on you. Pooey. Well, there was nothing beneficial getting himself engaged with a player that has a high defense and a high healing ability after all. Zhang Yang did not even look at God's left hand. He continued to whirl about his weapon at the other members of the alliance in an attempt to kill as many of them as possible. Our God's left hand felt so humiliated that he let out a raging roar. He swung his left hand and threw a beam of white light onto Zhang Yang. The white light sank into Zhang Yang's body immediately. Apocalyptic bondage makes the target focus only on you. Lasts for 10 minutes. This was a new skill that God's left hand had learned when he reached level 160. It was a skill on the same level as the tribulation. However, this skill could forcefully acquire aggro from the target. Instantly, Zhang Yang was like entered a state of void. Other than God's left hand, everyone had vanished without a trace. In other words, other than God's left hand, he could not battle anyone else. What an impervious skill. What the F***ck? That had really disabled Zhang Yang from the battlefield for good. Warrior's Will? Ineffective. Invincibility effect from his other accessories? Ineffective as well. The feeling was akin to how Captain America and the others felt with his tribulation. Zhang Yang was annoyed and irritated by this apocalyptic bondage as much as that, but God's masturbating left hand. If you really wanted me to kill you so badly, I'll satisfy you. I'm a simple man. Zhang Yang slid over to God's left hand in lightning speed and swung his death sight straight at his neck. However, Zhang Yang was reserving all of his AoE skills for the moment. Although he could not see the others in his surroundings, that did not necessarily mean that he had vanished from the battlefield and ended up somewhere else. Well, a single unit attack could not land on anyone when the player is unable not lock onto the target. However, an AoE attack did not require the player to lock on their targets in order to hit their foes. As long as their targets are standing within the effective range of the AoE attack, they would surely be hit by the impact of the skill, but as expected, 100 shots and the others immediately reported back to Zhang Yang after Zhang Yang struck out with his God of War crushing strike, effective. Their enemies had been hit by the impact of Zhang Yang's devastating skill. However, Zhang Yang was still better at focusing his attack on one single target. Although the impact of his God of War crushing strike could spread out quite a distance, each strike could only deal an AoE attack of 180,000 damage. Furthermore, Zhang Yang would need 30 seconds just to accumulate 3 EP. Actually, that was quite similar to the boss's timed energy charge. It would not cause much harm to players who had activated their inheritance transformation. Well, at least the threat he posed was not fatal. Zhang Yang's inheritance had really showed the others how a high attack power looked like. The name of the God of War prevails. Meanwhile, God's left hand was more focused on protecting his party members. The apocalyptic bondage that was cast on Zhang Yang had crippled his attack power. Zhang Yang had been restrained so badly that he could only move around like a blind man. If it weren't for the tribulation that he activated on himself, Zhang Yang would have been struck down by the attacks from all of his enemies in his surroundings. Never underestimate a Class S inheritance transformation. Not even a little. Every single one of the inheritance transformation in the game had their own unique traits. After all, Class S inheritances were unique in their own way, in which only one person would have one Class S inheritance. Zhang Yang began to unleash his attacks on God's left hand like a crazy person. Meanwhile, God's left hand was attempting to delay the inevitable. He was defending himself against Zhang Yang's assaults while trying to heal his party members. He did a remarkable job in both defending and healing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, Fall Between Two Stools. Chapter 737, Fall Between Two Stools. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, when it comes down to healing ability, no one in the entire server would match the healing ability of Han Shui. Although God's left hand's healing capability could really pack a punch, he was also half-oriented on his defense as well. Unlike Han Shui, he did not lose himself fully in the art of healing. Under the circumstance of having a Class S inheritance, how could a player who cultivates both defense and healing match the ability of a player who fully cultivates only in healing? Of course, there would be a difference between them. As long as Han Shui does not die on the battlefield, she could basically assure that everyone in her party could stay alive, at least. Of course, she could only do it under the circumstance that she was not affected by any status restriction skill. She had to be able to healing her party members without any restriction. The party was holding up solid. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang could only threaten God's left hand, because he was being whammied by God's left hand's apocalyptic bondage. So he decided to fully focus on taking God's left hand out first. Zhang Yang no longer afforded to hold back on him anymore as he began to bombard God's left hand with everything he had. Back in the day at Surin's castle, Zhang Yang had pressured God's left hand so much that he could only cry in misery while trying to run away from Zhang Yang. Now that he had some holy tier equipment on, his attack power had increased even further. With him attacking at full strength, God's left hand felt a pressure that he had never felt before in his entire life, playing this game. Fortunately for him, God's left hand had also switched a few pieces of holy tier equipment before this. Although his shield was still an ethereal tier equipment, his total amount of HP had been boosted up to over 700,000 HP. Upon activating his inheritance transformation, God's left hand now had over 28 million HP. With a higher amount of HP, it gave more room for God's left hand to maximize the potential of his healing ability. If he has too little amount of HP and he gets killed in an instant, there would be no healing to begin with, would there? If he has an average amount of HP, he might get interrupted while he's chanting his spells. When that happens, he might get killed by Zhang with a series of combination attacks, with a total amount of 28 million HP, even if Zhang charged up with his Charge Up Strike before activating his God of War Devastation or other high damage skills like God of War Battle Axe, Zhang could only deal a basic damage of approximately 4,500,000 to God's left hand. That being said, Zhang could deal that much damage only if God's left hand did not have any damage immunity or damage absorption. Therefore, even if God's left hand is interrupted while he is chanting, he would not be taken out immediately, even if Zhang chains a combination. On the other hand, as long as he survives Zhang attacks, he could just constantly healing himself up so that he could drag the battle on for as long as he desired. His main objective was to distract Zhang long enough for his alliance friends to kill Zhang party and friends. At first, the battle began with 40 players vs 30 players. Obviously, God's left hand and his newly formed alliance had the upper hand in the battle. However, thanks to Zhang God of War Devastation, that was charged up by his Charge Up Strike, half of his people were killed instantly. Truth to be told, he and his newly formed alliance were destined to lose even after he managed to isolate Zhang from the others. Tragically, God's left hand noticed that his newly formed alliance was losing badly. His own party members were barely hanging on because they still had God's left hand to heal them. There was no way that they could annihilate their enemies at this rate. However, the party members of the other parties in the newly formed alliance could not heal each other. As God's left hand could not heal all of them, and they could only wait for their miserable death to come. The effect of the destructive smash was definitely a crippling factor to healing. Zhang destructive smash could reduce up to 75% of the enemy's healing efficiency. Even though God's left hand was holding on for the moment, it seemed that he was just prolonging the inevitable. His HP bar was reducing constantly, even though he was healing himself at his full capacity. God's left hand sighed in his heart. If he had made up his mind to use apocalyptic bondage at the beginning of the battle, the current situation of this battle might be totally the opposite of the current situation. Well, firstly, he had gotten tangled up with endless starlight at the start. Secondly, he did not make his decision quick enough because of Zhang destructive smash. He did not have the confidence to ensure that his alliance would hold up long enough before they annihilate their enemies. Meanwhile, if he dies while doing so, his party would have zero chance of securing the quest to themselves. Well, without a leader with Class S inheritance, the outcome would surely be very different. Although he really wanted to kill Zhang to show his retaliation, deep down in his heart, he knew it was quite common for players to slaughter each other up. People would say just business. They were just following the game's rules after all. Therefore, he decided to focus their priority on completing the quest. That was the moment when he put down the resolution to have a death battle with Zhang. However, he had never thought possible that Zhang would come out so aggressively, beyond everything that he had imagined. Zhang actually took the opportunity of a gap and ended 20 of his men. The battle was basically lost. If he had known that it would come to this, he would have acted differently. So God's left hand immediately made a crucial decision. He began to take a few steps back. With the agile movement speed of his Class S inheritance, he could seize the chance and start retreating immediately. By then, even Zhang would not be able to catch him. However, because the boss was not yet dead, he could not escape from the vicinity of the boss battle. He could only run around in a limited area. Heart of Destruction had also made the same decision that God's left hand did. After all, when a player with a Class S inheritance has activated an inheritance transformation, it would be really hard for anyone to catch up with their speed. With the two top-tier players running away, the entire alliance was wiped out clean in an instant. However, that was not the end of the battle just yet. The three parties immediately turned off to kill the other parties. There were still some cleaning up to do in the area. When Zhang got out from the apocalyptic bondage, the boss battle was about to reach its end. Not only did players have to deal with other players in battle, they also had to face the wrath of the boss and its wide AoE attacks. Anyone would have died in that kind of circumstances. Other than Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage and Hell Family, only the Land of Savages still had their heads intact. Meanwhile, the other parties only had their best players left on their parties. For instance, God's left hand and Heart of Destruction. When the final HP of the boss was struck out, the rod of the spiritual beast king began to break into 7 or 8 pieces. Then everything began to collapse towards the ground. Even though the players were battling against each other, their AoE attacks had been splashing onto the boss. As the battle had gone on for quite a while, those attacks had slowly tortured the boss to its demise. Instantly, every player right on top of the mushroom head began to fall. Fortunately for them, they were securely saddled up on their flying mounts. Players with Class S and Class A inheritance could fly with their own flying abilities. Immediately, everyone levitated in the middle of the air. However, the next moment was the moment of chaos. Everyone began to descend down towards the spot where the boss was spawned. It was the moment where everyone needs to snatch the loots dropped by the boss and dismantle the bomb to complete the quest. Ice Queen, Witchy Snow. You two get really to pick up the loot. I'll throw the bomb. The rest of you, just focus on stopping anyone who tries to get close to us. Zhang Yang immediately said. Haning Shui and Sun Xin Yu were currently in their inheritance transformation forms. So, they could fly at their top speed, making them the most suitable candidates to snatch the loots. Almost at the same time, Crimson Rage, Hell Family and Land of Savages had also made the same decision, assigning the fastest players of their parties to snatch the loots and dismantle the bomb. The rest of their members would be stopping whoever tried to get near. Blast Wave. Zhang Yang turned around in the air and struck out a conical area of impact wave towards his front. He managed to stun a few players right in front of them while he made his way to the ground. The situation had become critical. It was like immortals attempting to cross the sea, each of them showing their special prowess. While some of them were showing off their skills and tactics, the others were blocking each other from getting near to the ground. Some of them even tried to avoid being afflicted by any status restriction skills. The entire battlefield was spectacular. All of the players with Class S inheritance had the advantage of super agile movement speed over the others. So, they were able to fully utilize this advantage of theirs in such a situation. Although the 6 players with Class S inheritance were coming from different directions, the distance between them and their destination was almost the same. The winner of this race remained unclear. Because Sun Xin Yu and Haning Shui had Zhang Yang throwing the bomb, they could fully focus on charging straight at the loot that was dropped by the boss. Meanwhile, Hourglass Figure and the other 3 players with Class S inheritance were taking out their bombs and had thrown them at the spot where the boss died. That was the spot where players could throw the bombs and dismantle the bomb. As they were descending at high speed, Zhang Yang, Hourglass Figure, God's Left Hand and Heart of Destruction were obviously charging towards the direction of the bombs while Sun Xin Yu and Haning Shui were charging towards the loot. The 2 spots were just approximately 50 meters away from each other. Well, they did not seem to be too different spots when everyone was still pretty far away from them. However, they began to see that they were actually at 2 different spots as they were getting nearer to the ground. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Hourglass Figure and the other 2 threw their bombs towards the ground at the same instant. Right after that, they immediately turned towards the direction of the loots to see if they could still snatch something for themselves. Zhang Yang grinned while he was descending. 20 meters was merely a distance that he could pass by in only 0.1 second or 0.2 second. After all, he was at his top speed right now. He suddenly swung his scythe and slashed one of the bombs out of its flying course. Meanwhile, he kicked the other 2 bombs out of their flying courses as well right before they could land. At the same time, Zhang Yang took out the bomb in his inventory. After he activated the bomb, he threw it straight into the spot. The untrustworthy bomb made by the goblins would not explode immediately after you throw it out. You'll need to activate it first before you throw it out. After all, God's Left Hand and the others had started to move for the loot slower than Sun Xin Yu and Haning Shui. So they could only stare at the 2 ladies sweeping the loots clean into their own pockets. However, they did not mind that so much because their real focus was on the final reward of the quest, if they could ever complete it, of course. Equipment would always be eliminated when newer tiers of equipment begin to appear at the later stages of the game. However, when they turned their heads around, they coincidentally saw Zhang Yang cleaning their bombs away from the spot. They were infuriated so much that their nose became crooked. Boom! 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 The 3 bombs exploded one after another. However, the flashing beam underneath the boss's dead body was still there. That being said, the 3 bombs did not hit the right spot, and the quest was not completed by any 3 of them. Although God's Left Hand and the other 2 attempted to salvage the situation by attempting to destroy Zhang Yang's bomb, they were not fast enough. Boom! A large explosive sound echoed across the entire boss battle area. The explosion was far louder than the previous 3 bombs when they first exploded by the hands of Zhang Yang. Everyone could feel the impact of the bomb that they were almost blown away by the air. More importantly, the HP of everyone was reduced to 1 point. Zhang Yang and his gang had experienced the same thing before this. So, they quickly activated their life-saving skills and took down a bottle of healing potion just in case. It would always better to be safe than sorry. Having only 1 HP would make the player extremely vulnerable. One small tap could have killed the player, after all, but after the dust had begun to settle down, the blinking beam underneath the boss had vanished. The phenomenon indicated that the quest had been completed. The others would have to wait for Zhang Yang and his gang to hand in the quest first before they could repeat the quest again. Well, that was not going to happen anyway. Hourglass Figure and the others were crying their faces off. If they had known better, they should have charged for the loots instead. Now, it became a fall between two stools for them. They got nothing at all by the end of it. A tragedy indeed. Well, there was no point for the players to continue killing each other now. Everyone took out their teleportation scrolls and left the area with regret. Guildmaster Zhanyu, we've helped you so much. Are you going to cast us aside and pretend that nothing ever happened? Upon returning to Surin's castle, Snowseeker immediately looked Zhang Yang up and smiled at him. Indeed, without the support of the Crimson Rage, Zhang Yang and his gang would have been wiped out entirely. Even if Dusk Phoenix came to the rescue, the battle would also be 20 vs 40. Zhang Yang and his friends would still stand no chance of winning at all. Zhang Yang winked at Han Shui and Sun Xinu, then he said, "Give me the loot that the boss dropped." All of them. The two ladies cooperated well with Zhang Yang and threw only the ethereal tier equipment over to him. Without saying another word, Zhang Yang shoved them over to Snowseeker and generously said, "Here you go." Snowseeker rolled her eyes incredulously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, Protect the Giant Dragon. Chapter 738, Protect the Giant Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, Zhang Yang would not take advantage of the Crimson Rage to such an extent. Even though Crimson Rage was helping themselves by helping the Lone Desert Smoke, they also had the notion to snatch the equipment and complete the quest. Well, what's done was done. They had extended their help to the Lone Desert Smoke. Without Crimson Rage's support, maybe Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu and Han Shui would not die, but Zhang Yang's other party members would have suffered a great loss. After teasing Snowseeker for a little while, even though Zhang Yang did not pass the holy tier equipment that they got from the boss's loots, he still gave Snowseeker quite a substantial amount of armor-piercing potions, amateur power potions, and temporary invincibility potions, for free, of course. Snowseeker knew that she would never be able to sweep fortune from Zhang Yang anymore, so she was content with what she got from him. Everyone went back to White Jade Castle. Zhang Yang and his gang did not rush back to hand in their quest. Because, once they hand in the quest, it would trigger the next phase of the quest. Everyone would be receiving the next quest as well. Meanwhile, now that Zhang Yang and his gang were holding the trigger of the next quest, they could pick any other time to trigger the next quest in the coming days. Well, as long as the ancient spiritual beast king is not respawned just yet, Zhang Yang and his gang could take their own sweet time for the moment. They gathered by the identifying shop in the main city. Since they had returned back to the castle, there was no need for them to waste Zhang Yang's identifying scrolls. After all, they would not get any discount or benefits if they just used the scrolls to identify their equipment. The boss had dropped a few equipment that were slightly above average. There were 2 holy tier equipment and 4 ethereal tier equipment. Snowseeker went all seductive on Zhang Yang, trying to strike a good deal with him. Well, she did not return the 4 ethereal tier equipment to Zhang Yang. After all, she knew that Zhang Yang must have kept some good stuff to himself. Everyone knew that the holy tier equipment was still considered as the top tier equipment at the current stage of the game. Other than that, there were also 1 skill point crystal, 1 engineering recipe, and 2 top tier aura stones. After some consideration, Zhang Yang passed the 2 top tier aura stones over to Han Shui, allowing her to enhance her life aura up to level 9. Having a 27% increase in her healing ability would definitely be helpful to the entire party. Even though strength aura was also a good choice, limiting a spellcaster's ability to merely strength would do no good to the spellcaster or his or her party members. Meanwhile, hunters and thieves would require a better touch on their agility attribute. The 2 holy tier equipment were a heavy armor helmet and a cloth-made boots. Fatty Han was extremely disappointed this time around. Well, he only got 1 piece of holy tier equipment after so long. Rock Guardian's helmet. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 16,803. Strength, plus 4,120. Intelligence, plus 1,750. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 33,600 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, when being hit, absorbs 1,778 damage. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Because of the additional intelligence attribute, it would be better for Endless Starlight to have it. That fellow was smiling so joyfully that his eyes were almost closed. Well, he did look like a pervert after all. If that god's masturbating left hand could just look at this piece of equipment, he would definitely be drooling, or maybe stare his eyes out. Fatty Han laughed. Of course, that curious brat Wei Yenair kept asking about the meaning behind God's masturbating left hand. Indeed, that helmet could really boost God's left hand up for good. Not only could the equipment provide an increase on vitality, it could also increase quite an amount of defense, attack, and even intelligence attributes. There was nothing missing from this equipment at all. It really maximized its function by increasing the attributes of whoever wearing it. Let him burn. If we show him this one day, let him burn his eyes out. Everyone was laughing out loud. If Zhang Yang did not take the initiative to go all out on them while getting blinded by God's left hand's apocalyptic bondage, just a little sooner, Zhang Yang and his gang could have lost the battle badly. Naturally, they were irked by the presence of God's left hand. The next equipment was the boots. It had quite a decent appearance and was white in color. Lunar's casual boots. Defense, plus 128. Vitality, plus 8,402. Intelligence, plus 2,060. Spirit, plus 875. Level 6 socket. Equip, increases maximum MP by 2,120 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, when being hit, absorb 1,778 damage. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. After a round of rolling their dices, the exquisite boots was claimed by Fantasy Sweetheart. That had really increased her healing capacity by a notch. The Chinese perverts would say, that could really increase her cup size by a notch. It was natural that 100 Shots was the one who took the engineering recipe. However, after he learned it, he smiled bitterly. So it seemed that the recipe taught him how to make elemental bombs. Before he could even start making them, Wei Yenair had booked 10 sets of it. Elemental bomb, consumable. Use, causes 5,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 3 by 3 meters where the bomb detonates. Cooldown, 1 second. Range, 30 meters. Required level, 150. If it wasn't for the required level restriction, those players who were lower in levels could have used these bombs to blow all monsters in the low-level dungeons or low-level regions to Kingdom Come. However, the impact of the bomb had improved. Therefore, the cost of making one would definitely increase a lot. Each elemental bomb would take up a cost of 10 gold pieces to make. So, each set would require 2,000 gold pieces to make. That made 10 sets cost 20,000 gold pieces. No wonder 100 Shots smiled bitterly when the little brat asked him to make them for her. However, everyone was earning quite a tremendous amount of income from the profit coming from Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. 100 Shots would definitely be able to spend that little bit of money to make them for the little brat. After all, everyone was treating the little brat like their own younger sister. That was the weird part of it. Even though she was literally a little b*tch, everyone still loved her. A while ago, they had soaked themselves in the volcanic dragon mountain for over 9 days. Everyone was tired of slaying monsters. So, they decided to give themselves a few days of rest. They wanted to accompany their family for a little bit. It would be wrong to keep soaking oneself in the game. Although God's miracle looked real inside, everything was still virtual. They do not exist in real life, after all. Meanwhile, there was some movement in the Beijing region. The Organization of Sun had launched a full investigation on the Liu family. The inspection team of Sun family had launched a raid and countless inner circle members of Liu Wei had been greeted with disciplinary measure outside the regular legal system under which they were all detained and interrogated. At the same time, the Liu family business executives were also arrested in full swing. This family was once the ruler of the city. But now, the hammer of justice had been dropped right on their faces. Although the official results had not been declared just yet, everyone knew that they were done for, this time around. Well, their reign had finally been put to rest. So that's how karma works. After Qin Shuiyao found out about the news, she began to cry in joy. She even hugged Zhang Yang and kissed him violently. However, when Zhang Yang began to feel a little heated up, she withdrew rapidly, leaving Zhang Yang a great memory, the shadow of her back leaving the office door, so this was her revenge for grabbing her a few rounds, that night, huh? Should she really try to torture him so much? Arresting was easy, however, it would really take a long time to slowly find evidence to back up every crime that these officers and Lu family had done in the past. Meanwhile, they would have to consider the influence on the society before they wanted to do something. Well, from the looks of it, it could take up to half a year or even one full year. When the incident had begun to fade into the memories of the society, the officials could just sentence Lu Wei and his associates in low profile. However, good things never last. The words were true. A few days later, something that Zhang Yang find it hard to accept happened. Lu Wei was released from the prison, but even though the Lu family was destined to be crippled in the end, letting Lu Wei out of the cage was like giving a psycho a knife and let him out into the street full of people. Sun Xian came back with the news shortly after it happened. Apparently, it was Chong Xiuhua who bailed Lu Wei out of the cage. Well, even though Chong Xiuhua had a very influential and powerful background supporting him, he could not have saved all of Lu Wei's family and his associates. However, things would be different if he just attempts to save one unimportant man. Obviously, Chong Xiuhua had found out about the relationship between Zhang Yang and Lu Wei. It seemed like he wanted to use that factor to get rid of Zhang Yang. Well, Chong Xiuhua did not even have to feed Lu Wei any poisonous words in order to get him moving. All he would need to do was to tell Lu Wei that Zhang Yang was the one who was responsible for the downfall of his entire empire and his family. Lu Wei would make his move on Zhang Yang all by himself. Meanwhile, Chong Xiuhua need not have to care if things work out or not. He did not even spend much to set everything up. He just had to sit back and watch a good drama unveil before his eyes. That was really something to worry about. Lu Wei had been an arrogant F***ck who had always used extreme measures on his enemies. When he finds out that Zhang Yang was the one behind the downfall of his family, he would definitely come after Zhang Yang, without a doubt. He would only wish Zhang Yang to be dead. So, only God knows what he would really do to Zhang Yang and his loved ones. Zhang Yang felt that there was a need to intensify the security measures around them. He wanted to make sure the ladies are safe from Lu Wei. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had nothing to worry about Sun Xiu. Firstly, she had all it takes to take care of herself. Secondly, her family background would be a determining factor that ensures Lu Wei would never make a move on her unless he no longer wanted to live. Well, judging from Lu Wei's personality, he would not have put himself in any harm's way even if he wanted to retaliate so badly. Therefore, Zhang Yang only had to worry about Wei Yan, Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream. Of course, he needed to worry about Chen Shuiyao as well. Chen Shuiyao was also one of Lu Wei's most hated person other than Zhang Yang. Other than that, she was living alone out there. Even if something bad happens to her, it would take days to discover if anything bad happens to her. Zhang Yang had thought about it thoroughly. He spent a lot of money hiring bodyguards from the security firm. Well, he was not short on money at all. He could afford it all without a problem now. If anything happens to any of his ladies, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Not only did he hire some extra muscles to guard by his house, he also installed security systems and security cameras all over the place. The ladies would also have bodyguards protecting them from the dark whenever they went out. That included Chen Shuiyao as well. However, Zhang Yang did not inform her about it though. From another perspective, Zhang Yang was hoping that Lu Wei would become reckless and come after him. By then, Zhang Yang could have the rights for justified self-defense and take him out of the picture for good. However, Lu Wei would never be so reckless that he would go on and take risks. Instead, he would just hire people to do his dirty job. Putting everything in his mind aside, Zhang Yang logged into the game again. Upon gathering all members of his party of 10, they went on to hand in the quest. Ding! You've completed a quest, destroying the energy crystal processing base factory. You have received a reward, 20 million experience point, 100 military points. Gurage was looking at everyone with a content face. Then he said, "Warriors, you've once again defeated the fiery spirit of the Spectre. However, a few of my associates have stolen some of the energy crystals and sold them to the goddamn specters. They value money more than the world. Those nincompoops. This ain't over yet." Gurage screamed in a strange voice pitch. Then he continued to say, "The Spectre have not halted their development of the Darkness Falls. You must try harder. Creating the Darkness Falls will require an important kind of crystal, that's the giant dragon's heart. Those undead specters will send an army so huge that the ground will tremble before their marching. They will be launching their assaults on the green dragon Elfin Eyes on the Mata Pack. So fellow warriors, you must cut off the head of the Spectre Methuban and show those undead specters that we're not to be trifled with." Ding! You've automatically accepted a main story quest, Protect the Giant Dragon. Protect the Giant Dragon, difficulty, S rank. Description: the specters are still developing their Darkness Falls. Their next target will be the green dragon Elfin Ice Heart. Warrior, you must put a stop to these specters' plan. You must not let them get what they want. Number of players, 10, maximum. Completion, bring back the sword hilt of the skeleton General Methuvin 0/1. Reward, Sacred Badge, plus 50 million experience points, plus 1000 military points. Sacred Badge, accessory. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Use, immunes you from any damage or status restriction effect. Increases your critical rate by 20%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Bound upon pickup. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, World Boss. Chapter 739, World Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This quest was automatically assigned to the player. As long as players have reached level 160, it would not matter where you are, the system will shove this quest onto your quest list by force. Other than that, the quest assistant had also given a clear description of the boss of that quest. Skeleton Admiral Methuvin, a level 185 holy tier boss, a world tier boss, but as a world tier boss, this Methuvin should be extremely powerful and difficult to take on. Currently, Zhang had only encountered a level 20 plus world tier boss called Martyr Unduin, Queen Serena, and the Good Spectre Princess. Well, she was faithful to her love, at least. Methuvin would lead an army of Spectre to launch a full-scale attack on the Green Dragon Alphonse at 7 p.m., 3 days from now. The location of the battle would be Mount Apak, which was located on the map of Rock Flatland. Well, the holy tier equipment listed in the reward description of the quest was extremely appealing. They were more than enough to send countless players charging into the boss battle. Furthermore, everyone knew how hard it was to even get one piece of accessory in this game. Most of the level 100 players were still wearing their level 50 accessories until now. Therefore, the appearance of one level 180 top tier accessory as one of the rewards for killing this boss could really get the mainstream players crazy. Other than that, the notion of battling a world boss would really get people rolling. The boss would definitely drop a powerful skill book or a forbidden scroll, or any other extremely powerful item. Well, people would not be focusing their attention on the holy tier equipment if they ever knew about this. Not to mention that the boss would be coming in with a large army. When there were a large number of monsters, players could slay the monsters and earn some glory points to be exchanged for some powerful equipment. Even though the top tier players would not be interested in those equipment, normal players would be. Other than clearing a high-level dungeon, this would be an alternative method for the players to get top tier equipment for themselves. Other than that, if the players could slay the boss by the end of the boss battle, every single player who takes part in the boss battle would acquire a level +2 reward. However, if the players ever fail to slay the boss, players from the entire server would receive a penalty of level -3. In other words, no one could afford to lose the boss battle. No one would choose to stay out of this boss battle. Immediately, the guilds mobilized their entire force onto the task. All level 130 players would be summoned to enter the Rock Flatland after 3 days. Telling players who had not reached level 155 to battle a level 185 boss would cause them to suffer the level gap suppression function of the game. However, gathering hundreds of thousands, or millions, or even hundreds of millions of players together to attack a boss would definitely be effective. With everyone combining their power together, the power level of the players would become tremendous. Of course, the body mass of the boss would be large enough for millions of players to lay waste to it. Well, there was also a possibility that the body mass of the boss would be much larger than the ancient spiritual beast king. The first benefit of having a large number of players in a boss battle was that players would be able to contribute an abundant amount of damage to the boss. Secondly, with so many players bombarding their attacks on the boss would not be able to escape or dodge so many attacks at the same time. That would keep the boss in its battle mode. After all, the boss would only use passive skills like Spectre Constitution to recover its HP bar. If the boss could recover 1% HP every 30 seconds, it would take 50 minutes for the boss to fully recover 1 full bar of its HP bar. However, things would work differently if the boss ever gets out of its battle mode. The boss could recover over 10% HP every second. 10 seconds would be all the time the boss needs to fully recover its HP bar. Just imagine this. The players have managed to bring the HP bar of the boss down to 5% after giving their best efforts. However, they get wiped out all of a sudden. When they run all the way back to the boss, they tragically realize that the boss has fully recovered its HP bar. The players would be crying in misery, and some of them might even wish to die after all the trouble they put themselves through. However, if the number of players is high enough, they could arrange players in formations. Waves of players could be assigned to attack the boss at a different time to keep the flow of the battle smooth. Even if the players could only deal a small amount of damage to the boss, at least the boss would not leave from its battle mode. Then, the players would stand a chance to kill the boss, eventually. Lone Desert Smoke had done the same thing as well. They also assembled their players who had reached level 130 or beyond level 130 to participate in the boss battle. The number of members from the main guild had reached more than 80,000 players. Everyone was cracking their knuckles, waiting for the 3 days to pass. Mathuvan would be the first world boss for most of the players. However, when events such as specters invading the main cities happen, the celestial tier boss called Angus would naturally be the super world boss. The leader of the 7 Wraith and the leader of the 9 demons were all super world bosses. It should be extremely hard to battle against them all. In Zhang Yang's previous life, the players had been able to take down Angus because they received powerful support from a bunch of powerful NPCs. However, there were still other 15 celestial tier bosses staying peacefully in the game. Even celestial tier bosses had their own different grades. For instance, Angus was considered one of the lowest among the other celestial tier bosses. Therefore, Angus was only level 230. However, Madrovich was a level 300 celestial tier boss. The difference of levels between each of the celestials was meant to distinguish the difference between the skills and power level of the bosses. Meanwhile, the last on the grade list was the Demon Lord Kenzak, who was also level 230. During that time, the players had already exceeded level 200. Well, they were supposed to be capable of slaying Kenzak, because they would no longer be affected by the level gap suppression function of the game. However, even after players from all 8 regions had put aside their prejudices and enmities to take down Kenzak, they were no match for the boss at all. They had attempted to slay Kenzak twice. The players were wiped out by Kenzak with ease. That should show how powerful a world boss could be. Zhang Yang let his imagination run wild for a bit. He was imagining the blood-boiling moments when he battled the celestial tier boss in his previous life. He could not help but feel pumped and all. He hoped that he could just lure Angus out of hiding and start a war with the boss right away. However, that would not be possible if the main story quests are completed yet. Therefore, everyone would only be stuck with continuous events, where the disturbance of the specter were ever present. However, even though the specters that appeared in front of the players seemed weak, as time passes, these specters that keep causing disturbance to the cities and towns in the game would become much stronger. Furthermore, they would stop dropping equipment and items soon. When the disturbance of the specter reaches a certain critical level, the specters would acquire the ability to launch their attacks on main cities and territories to force players into completing the main story quests. By doing so, the development of the drama in the game would continue on. While Zhang Yang was drifting away into his fantasy world, he suddenly heard loud knocks on his door. Chen Shuiyao came into his room like a snake. She brought a cup of coffee with her as usual. Well, she would come to Zhang Yang trying to understand the development of Lu Wei's cases on a daily basis. Actually, she only needed to ask once a week. After all, the investigations were pretty time-consuming. However, Zhang Yang suspected that this woman was trying to retaliate. She would always sit on his lap while asking the questions. Did she really need to do that? Furthermore, she had also buttoned up her clothes so tightly that her body shape was obviously shown. She even lowered down the front of her collar so low that her 2 boobies were half exposed. That was not all. Why was she wearing suspender straps with fasteners attached to a girdle belt to hold up her sexy stockings? Why would she even wear stockings with laces? It was in the middle of the day now. Sometimes, she would even purposely expose her underwear to Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang could only see it vaguely, Zhang Yang's rich imagination would instantly get his brother rock hard. Mr. Zhang, so how are things going with the investigations on Lu Wei's case? This B*TCH was asking him nonchalantly, like nothing was happening. She placed the coffee on the table right beside them and leaned over towards Zhang Yang's body. Her body scent was tantalizing. Zhang Yang turned his head over and saw that she was still wearing her light brown office lady uniform. She was wearing a white blouse underneath her uniform. However, her collar was purposely left unbuttoned. From Zhang Yang's angle, he could clearly see 2 fair half-rounded boobies. Zhang Yang could also vaguely see the side of the light purplish bra that she was wearing. Which? Fox. Whatever you can call her. Zhang Yang could not get her off his head anymore after the night where both of them were hugging, touching each other for the whole night. They even kissed. Why is she always trying to seduce him then? Was she really trying to retaliate? This woman most probably thought that Zhang Yang had seen enough of her pretty face and her sexy body. She must have thought that Zhang Yang had enough touching her body as well. And now, she was willing to expose more of her wild parts to him. She was trying to get into Zhang Yang's head so that she could toy with his mind. Every time when Zhang Yang was starting to feel heaty, this woman would suddenly withdraw herself from teasing Zhang Yang any further. Everything would just stop there. Zhang Yang would most certainly almost begin to jack himself off, but still, it's still under progress. Just wait. Zhang Yang had no idea how many times has he said that. So slow. What's taking them so long to investigate those scumbags? Just drag them out and shoot them in the head, on the piers. Chen Shuiyao was infuriated. Well, no one could blame her. Her family was killed by these scumbags, after all. She was very eager to see that those scumbags are dragged up to the guillotine and be the ones shouting off with their heads. Well, no one could really blame her for being so vicious. After looking through the evidence that she collected firsthand, even Zhang Yang felt a little disturbed. Making a murder looking like an accident was just child's play. When the Liu family was starting up their business, they even did something like slaughtering the entire family of their business competitors. While their businesses were getting bigger and bigger, those people did even more crimes just to make themselves comfortable. They even built an entire secondary school so that they could recruit virgins to have fun with. After Zhang Yang gave it some thought, he decided not to tell Chen Shuiyao about Lu Wei being released into the wild again. Well, he had thought it through, thoroughly this time. To catch that bastard, Zhang Yang could not really go on killing people. However, it would be possible if Zhang Yang could just disable 5 of his limbs. That would not become any problem at all. When the Lu Wei problem had been resolved, then only Zhang Yang would tell Chen Shuiyao about it. Now that Zhang Yang had hired some bodyguards to protect her from the dark, telling her now would just make her worry even more. You're here to ask me about Lu Wei, right? Why are your hands touching my thighs then? Zhang Yang asked her with a straight face. He. Chen Shuiyao smiled and blushed. Her cheeks turned so red and her charm was mesmerizing. She went closer and gave a gentle nibble on Zhang Yang's ear. Then she said, "Do you want me to help you out with my hands again?" Zhang Yang's heart began to pound instantly. That night, he was handled by her soft and slender hands. Although her hands had not passed through the hall and into the inner chamber, Zhang Yang could already feel a sensation of joy rushing up his head. Instantly, he glared at the beautiful creature's udders. Then he calmly said, "Are you trying to trick me again?" Chen Shuiyao pulled down her collar even lower and let her 2 boobies jiggle a little bit. The ripple on her skins of her boobies was just breathtaking to look at. Zhang Yang's pupils went blank. She giggled and leaned her chest against Zhang Yang's back. Then she reached out to Zhang Yang's ear and let out a gentle breath. "Mr. Zhang, you seem to be quite heaty every single day. Didn't the 2 in your house feed you well? UW*TCH. How do you even dare to say that?" Chen Shuiyao could remember very clearly that she was touched by Zhang Yang for good that day. So there was nothing more shameful than that. "You pervert. I'm going to toy with you so badly that you'll never forget. I'm going to send you into dire suffering. I'm definitely giving that bad breath right back at you." She never said that out loud, of course. She looked down and saw that Zhang Yang's tent had been set up completely. She knew that she was done toying with him for today. So she quickly stood up and giggled at Zhang Yang. Then, she left Zhang Yang's office in haste. Zhang Yang was conflicted on whether to cry or to laugh after what happened. This had become something that must happen every single day. However, deep down his heart, he was furious. Do not mistake me as a paper tiger. If you ever cross a line, I'll not hesitate to devour you and your body entirely, but... Zhang Yang already had Han Shui and Sun Xinu. He had never intended to screw another woman anymore. However, the thing that happened between him and Chen Shuiyao was considered to be a forbidden affair. After all, no one could have changed the fact that the 2 of them had intimately touched each other. Even though it was not their intention. Zhang Yang admitted that he had a strong impulse to possess a woman that he loves. If that night had not happened, then Zhang Yang would not have minded her at all. Even if she marries someone, Zhang Yang would not have felt a thing at all. He would just curse whichever bastard who could have her as his wife. However, these 2 had seen each other in the nude. They even fondled with every part of their bodies. That had really changed the way Zhang Yang felt for her. "You witch! If you dare to do that again tomorrow, I'm going to force myself on you, and you're going to regret that." Zhang Yang hardened his soul and said quietly. 3 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Every top-tier guild had already formed their own parties to enter Mount Apak. Even though Methuvan had not been spawned yet, there were multiple sightings of the green dragon Elfin Eyes. This green dragon would sometimes fly in the sky in its dragon form. Sometimes, it would transform into a cute green elven lady walking around in the woods. This giant dragon lady was also labeled as a holy tier boss. Her power level should not be weak. However, she only had over 1 billion HP, which was clearly not the HP amount that a holy tier boss should have. She deserved to have more HP on her. However, in order for the drama mode to work its course, the developer had designed her to have lesser HP. Players from all 8 regions could heal her with their healing skills. That 1 billion HP would make her quite powerful in a sense. Not only some top-tier guilds, but several smaller guilds did not even have one level 160 player in their guild. Although it was not possible for them to complete the quest, they could still count on their luck to see if they are able to snatch something useful when the boss dies. After all, this is a world boss. Only God knows how many good stuff would pour out from the dead body of the boss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, Skeleton Admiral Mathuvan. Chapter 740, Skeleton Admiral Mathuvan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The top-tier guilds did not make clear of the vicinity even though the normal players had swarmed into the place. They knew it better than anyone that these low-level players were just food powder on the battlefield. They would be wiped out when the boss starts sneezing. Well, no one would ever have enough of food in powder form anyway. So let them come. Countless players were waiting and expecting the Spectre army to arrive. However, when the players finally saw the scale of the Spectre army, they almost wet their pants. So, that was why the quest was listed as one of the main story quest. So that was why only players who managed to attain the required level of the quest managed to receive the new quest. So how large was the scale of the army then? Was it millions? Or was it hundreds of millions then? Countless skeleton soldiers were swarming over the entire mountain. They did not look anything like those skeleton monsters that were roaming around the cemetery areas in the open world at all. These skeleton soldiers were well equipped with a full set of armor on each of them. Their armor was pitch black, which was a complete contrast to their white bones. Skeleton Assaulter, Normal, Spectre. Level, 180. HP, 117,504. Defense, 4,740. Melee attack, 24,147 to 34,147. Skills, Force Strike, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to a target. There is a 10% chance to acquire an additional attack. Note, the skeleton assaulters are the true and official members of the Spectre army. Even though they are just the lowest kind of their army, they can still pose a fatal threat to anyone who underestimate them. More importantly, these soldiers know no fear of death. They know no pain. They can give any commander in a battlefield a chill up their spines. The length of that sword might have reached beyond 200 meters long. This monster should have a very wide attack range, or so it seemed. Skeleton Admiral Mathuvan, Holy, Spectre. Level, 185. HP, 50 billion. Defense, 50,000. Magi Resistance, 50,000. Melee attack, 149,465 to 209,465. Skills. Stormblades, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the effective range of the skill once in each second. Last for 30 seconds. Destructive Smash, causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to a target, afflicting the target with 50% reduction in the target's healing efficiency. Spectre build, recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP healed will not be affected by any other effects. Note, Mathuvan is well known as a general with extraordinary capabilities serving under the ranks of Angus. His loyalty lies in executing every single order given by Angus. A total of 50 billion HP? Players who could see the HP amount of the boss frown intensely. If the boss does not have the HP recovery skill, Spectre build, it would be possible for the players to take the boss down, even if the boss had more HP than that. However, everything changed when the boss has that skill along with him. With a total HP of 50 billion, the boss could recover over 1,670,000 HP in each passing second, so to speak. If the damage dealt by the players could not get up to that amount of damage, the boss would basically lose nothing at all. His HP bar would not even move if that was the case. Well, it was not really that difficult for the players to deal so much damage to the boss. However, players would have to bear in mind that the boss could attack them, as well. The boss could deal AoE attacks to all players within the attack range with its Storm Blades. Putting aside the rate of the boss activating its Stormblades, each activation of the skill could potentially cause over 5 million damage to each player that is standing within its attack range. Even though the skill is deemed to be a melee skill, the strike could spread out for over 200-meter radius wide. Because the boss had a long **SS blade, he could wipe out the players more efficiently, even though the boss was just a melee-type boss. Because of that, the players could deal less effective damage to the boss over a limited time frame. If the rate of the boss activating his Stormblades is a little bit higher, even the players with Inheritance Transformation would not survive long while standing near the boss. Just imagine it. An approximate 200,000 damage per second is really deadly. It would only take approximately 200 seconds to empty out an entire HP bar of 40 million HP. Han Ningxue might be able to hold up against that amount of damage if she is in her Inheritance Transformation form. However, even though she was a healer more focused on her ability to heal multiple targets around her, she should only be capable of making sure 3 other players around her remain alive under that sort of circumstances. It would be out of her league if she is asked to heal more than 3 players around her. That should prove how difficult it was for players to hold out against the firepower of the boss. Of course, the situation was not as f***ed up as things have been forecasted. They would be having an extremely powerful NPC to support them. The Green Dragon Elfenize, Holy Dragon. Level, 180. HP, 1 billion. Defense, 18,470. Melee attack, 149,398 to 209,398, depends on physical attack, however, deals fire damage. Skills. Light of Life, recovers 1% HP in every 5 seconds. Lasts for 30 seconds. Note, the green dragon is a giant dragon species that are close to Mother Nature. They are extremely close to the elves. They even became the protector of the elves. Elfenize is a very powerful tanker to tank against Methuvin. Furthermore, she could also recover her own HP. Her HP recover per second could reach up to 200,000 HP. She could still recover over 100,000 HP even if she gets afflicted by the effect of Destructive Smash. As long as the skeleton soldiers are not in the way interrupting her, Elfenize would still be capable of healing herself without the help of the players. She could really last for quite a long period of time under the bombardment of Methuvin's attacks. Spectre. Why are you invading my territory? Elfenize had transformed into the appearance of a female elf. She was levitating while she asked Methuvin about it. Humph, humph, humph. By the order of my master, Angus, I'm here to claim your heart. Methuvin laughed in a strange voice. How dare you? Elfenize let out an angry roar and transformed into her dragon form immediately. She transformed into a green dragon that was approximately 300 meters long. Her appearance was actually more intimidating than the appearance of that skeletal Methuvin. The moment she opened up her mouth, Elfenize spat out a stream of dragon breath and torched every single skeleton soldier in the area of 200-meter radius around her with green flames. Those skeleton soldiers were burned to crisps within seconds. Even if Phoenix Pet and Red Dragon Pet had activated their transformation skill, they would only be able to spread their AoE attacks as far as 30 meters out. The attack range of the green dragon was definitely on a whole new level. Well, it was actually normal. Just think about it, would a player with a full set of ethereal tier armor be as powerful as an ethereal tier boss? Charge. Kill them all. Methuvin gave his order for his army to charge forward. Countless skeleton soldiers charged towards the green dragon at full speed. They were so closely knit that they looked like a tidal wave gushing towards Elfenize. Even though these monsters were just food for powder, they were just like the players. Even if one monster could only deal 10,000 damage, the total damage that the entire horde of the army monsters could deal would be terrifying as well. From that perspective, the boss's single attack would be very limited when it comes to battling a large number of players. So, the boss would be relying on his underlings to channel their damage output on the players as well. However, the boss could really deal a number to the players with his AoE attacks. With just one simple whirl of his Stormblades, players who were low on HP were instantly wiped out. Of course, the players would not just stand there and let the skeleton soldiers slaughter them up. Firstly, when the green dragon that was acting as their natural shield is gone, the boss battle would become even worse than it is now. Since players would only lose some durability of their equipment, everyone from all 8 regions joined forces to fight against the Spectre army. They did not fight amongst themselves at all. The current situation was on accord with the background themes of this game. It was true that things were not always peaceful and harmonious among these guilds in the newly formed alliance. There would always be battles or wars happening among themselves. However, these guilds had banded together like a family when they battled against the Spectre army. They would never turn against each other at a time like this. These normal-tier skeleton soldiers would crumple with a bang before top-tier players like Zhang himself. However, they were extremely daunting to the average players. Especially for those who had not reached level 150, the players would have to band into parties before they could take out one single skeleton soldier. Zhang sent his phoenix pet forward. Meanwhile, 100 Shots and Fatty Han were leading up front as they charged into the horde of monsters. With 2 phoenixes and a red dragon slaying monsters at the front line, the players had no need to activate their inheritance transformation just yet. It did not matter how many monsters were charging towards them, those monsters had to die the moment they entered the range of the pet's attack range. Remove yourself from my territory, Spectre. Even though Elfeneyes was a female dragon, her temper was not to be trifled with. She took the initiative to launch her attacks towards Mathuvan. He. Are you so eager to die? Mathuvan raised his sword and swung it towards Elfeneyes at full strength. Just right before the shiny blade could cut her neck, Elfeneyes raised her gigantic claws to deflect Mathuvan's attack. The impact between the sharp claws and the blade sparked intensely. Such a pitiful strength you have, Mathuvan said with disdain. He grabbed the giant sword with both of his arms. Then, his body began to spin at high speed. As he accelerated further with his spin, he looked like a silver Eurotop. Storm Blade. Players who were within the attack range of the boss were receiving a high damage value at every passing second. That 200,000 damage could instantly kill any players with armor set that was lower than Ethereal tier. Even players with a full set of Holy tier equipment would not be capable of receiving the full damage from the boss's Stormblade. A few rounds of the attack sent the players to their own demise. 30 seconds later, there were no players within the area of 200-meter radius from the boss that survived the attack of the boss. The only one that was standing beside the boss was Elfeneyes. Zhang and his gang had not activated their inheritance transformations yet. That was because they had no idea how long the boss battle would be. All players from 8 regions seemed to have joined their forces together for the moment. Well, the main reason was because killing monsters and launching attacks on the boss would earn the players some glory points. However, everything would change the moment the boss collapses and dies. Everyone would be pouring onto the loot that the boss would be dropping, because the loot would be on a first-come first-served basis. The players in the vicinity were being extra careful to not get caught up in the attacks of the boss. At the same time, they were trying to slaughter as many monsters around the boss as possible. Even the glory points are actually useless to the top-tier players. If they could just kill the monsters around the boss faster, the green dragon would be in a safer state. After all, the green dragon was the player's super gigantic meat shield. Meanwhile, as long as the green dragon does not die, the boss would not leave his battle mode. Because of that, the players would stand a chance at taking down the boss. Or else, the boss would straight away be swayed from his battle mode and there would not be any players left on his aggro list right after he uses his Stormblades. When that does happen, the boss would be able to recover his HP bar very quickly. By then, how should the players proceed on slaying the boss? Although Zhang did not activate his inheritance transformation yet, his Phoenix pet was a fearsome weapon at causing AoE destruction to the monsters. The 2 phoenixes and a red dragon were unleashing their worst on the monster hordes. These 3 legendary creatures had taken out at least hundreds of monsters alone. Unfortunately, the sea of experience points they earned by killing the monsters were being shared among others like Han Shui and the rest of the gang, even though they were putting in very little effort in supporting them. Wei Yenair was acting like a terrorist. She took out the elemental bombs, made by 100 Shots, and threw them into her surrounding randomly. Not only the monsters in her surroundings were bombarded to hell, players from other 7 regions were also blown to Kingdom Come, even though they were innocent. Unfortunately for them, even after the 8 regions had joined forces to form a temporary alliance, the system would still consider them as enemies in the game. Any AoE attacks would splash on the players from other 7 regions as well. The battle had begun to hit its climax. The flashes of beautiful and colorful skills were astonishing to behold. The monsters were restricted by the aggro system of the game. However, players could move freely according to their own free will. Therefore, they were much more flexible and agile than the monsters on the battlefield. The tankers were lining up on the front while the healers were healing them up from the rear. Meanwhile, DPS players were focusing their attacks on the boss and the monsters. They were very well organized. Only some of the smaller guilds were unable to survive the hordes of monsters that were charging at them. They had no choice but to drown in the monster hordes. However, the number of players was no lesser than the number of the monsters. It was just that, there were not many level 150 players on the battlefield. Therefore, most of them were suffering the effect of the level gap suppression effect of the game. They could not deal as much damage as they should be doing, in the first place. However, after half an hour of intense battle, the army of skeleton soldiers was almost wiped out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741, Siege. Chapter 741, Siege. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Meanwhile, the players had also suffered quite a number of casualties. Those who still had their flying mounts with them were still doing fine. They could just fly into the air whenever they ran low on HP. However, those who did not possess flying mounts had nowhere to run when their HP bars go low. Well, players who had not even reached level 150 suffered the most. Because of the level gap suppression of the game, they had to receive 2 times, 3 times, or even 5 times the damage they usually did. That was outrageous for them. However, there was nothing to do for the players who died. They could only run all the way back to their dead bodies to resurrect themselves. It would only take about half an hour to get back, all the way from the graveyard. In a way of saying in Chinese, one will become a heroic man 18 years later. This was much faster than that. Players could already come back heroically to the battlefield, half an hour later. Because no one had really launched their attacks on the boss yet, the boss had not lost a single drop of his HP. It was not enough to move the HP bar of the boss when only the green dragon is battling the boss. The boss's Spectre build could just fully recover Methuven's HP bar whenever it kicked in. In the meantime, Elphanise had lost over 10% of her HP bar. Theoretically speaking, it would take up to 5 hours for the boss to kill the green dragon, even if there was no interruption at all, from any players, or any sort of monsters in the vicinity. Heal the green dragon, now! Upon clearing out the monsters around them, the players began to shift their attention to the boss. Parties from different regions stood together to protect the green dragon lady. Each of them was sending their best troops of healers over to the green dragon. The healers then lined up by the rear of the green dragon and started healing her. Because the body mass of the green dragon was gigantic, standing 30 meters behind her would also be standing approximately 300 meters away from Methuven. Theoretically speaking, the healers should be in a safe distance from the attack range of the bosses, Stormblades. However, that was just a theoretical assumption. It was not like the boss would just spin like a Eurotop from where he was standing. If the boss decides to take a spin around the green dragon, the healers at the rear would be instantly killed. However, that would not affect the boss battle too much. If one dies, there would be a dozen more to fill in. The players had arranged the second batch, the third batch, or maybe even the 10th batch or the 20th batch of healers standing by. They were all prepared to fill in the places when the first batch of the healers die. Well, the DPS of the boss's single unit attack could deal up to 150,000 damage. So 20 level 130 healers should be able to heal that much amount of HP back. After all, the ability to heal the green dragon would not be affected by the level gap suppression at all. Furthermore, the green dragon had her own way to heal herself. Therefore, the HP bar of Elphanise was beginning to recover bit by bit, even though she was receiving a tremendous amount of damage from Methuven. Currently, the HP bars of the two bosses were at their full state. Both of their HP bars did not sway far from being full, despite raising up hell on earth. So now, it was time for the players to launch their attacks on the boss. That should cover up the shortage of firepower of bringing the boss down to his knees. Well, that would also mean that the death counts of the players are about to start as well. Charge! Countless players were charging towards the boss like a tsunami wave. Although 99.9999999% of the players were destined to get nothing from the boss loot later on, the players could still earn some glory points after the boss dies. Well, as long as they contribute, they would get some glory points, as promised. Furthermore, those who contributed in bringing down the boss would receive +2 levels as part of the reward as well. Therefore, everyone was giving their very best at throwing their attacks onto the boss. Zhang and his core party members did not make any move for the moment. Even though the goal of all 8 regions was the same at the moment, players from different regions were not really allies, all thanks to the system of the game. Their AoE attacks would still spread to players from different regions as well. Meanwhile, the only thing that was waiting for the players without inheritance transformation skills was death. If they are caught in the AoE splash attack of the players from their enemy regions and die, they would not only lose a large amount of experience points, they would also lose their precious equipment and potions. The higher the level, the harder it gets for a player to elevate their level. Therefore, Zhang and his core party decided not to make any move until deemed necessary. However, they were trying to estimate the rate of the boss losing his HP so that they could gauge when to activate their inheritance transformation skills. It was only possible for players to hold their ground against a freaking boss and survive the boss's attacks head-on when they have activated their inheritance transformation skills. Well, they would still need to search for healers to heal them up. Meanwhile, Methuen was extremely good at spraying his AoE skills into the surrounding, of course. He was a world boss, after all. The cooldown for the boss's Stormblades was only 1 minute long. Furthermore, the boss had not increased the rate of activating his Stormblades just yet. Once the boss's HP bar has been reduced to 20%, it would be possible that the boss would not stop once he starts spinning. 20% HP sounded like a small number. However, 20% of 50 billion HP would be a total of 10 billion HP. So, how could the players be able to deplete that amount of HP in a short period of time then? Under the merciless bombardment from the boss, the number of casualties was rising relentlessly. However, at the same time, the players were charging into the boss like madmen. Thanks to them, they managed to contribute little by little before they died one after another. The amount of the accumulated damage dealt on the boss was quite astonishing. The HP bar of Methuen had finally begun to fall. Some players even learned from the mistakes of others. Since they could only forcefully deal 1 damage to the boss, they might as well take off every single equipment off and use their Whitewood tier weapon to hit the boss. It could also forcefully deal 1 damage to the boss, after all. By doing so, the players would not have to suffer losing 10% of their equipment's durability. There was one thing that even Celestial tier equipment could not match with the Whitewood tier equipment. The Whitewood equipment had no durability at all. They could be used for all eternity and they would never be broken. From that perspective, the Whitewood equipment could be the true legendary equipment. Zhang did not dare to approach the boss as well. Well, he had the Resurrection Monolith and the broken chapters of the Book of Revelation with him. If he ever goes into battle and gets killed by other players, he would definitely be resurrected on the spot. If he gets killed again after that, he would definitely drop the Resurrection Monolith. Another death would cause him to drop the broken chapters of the Book of Revelation. That would be a tragedy far worse than dying for all eternity. Furthermore, Sun Xinu and Han Shui were also holding a legendary item each. One was holding another broken chapter of the Book of Revelation, while the other was holding the Resurrection Monolith. Well, having more than one player holding a legendary item in the same party would allow the party to defeat a boss in a dungeon easily. However, the party would have their hands tied in many ways when it comes to a battle royale. Any reckless actions would lead them to their doom. However, even if they did not have the Resurrection Monolith and the broken chapters of the Book of Revelation, any top-tier player would not have charged in recklessly as well. After all, none of the top-tier players could afford to lose a large amount of experience points. Top-tier players would have to basically go through heaven and hell just to collect enough experience points to level up. Furthermore, glory points was not their priority. So there was no reason worthy enough for them to risk getting killed in the boss battle. No player was capable of tanking against the onslaught of the boss for long without activating their inheritance transformation. Because of that, the HP bar of the boss was reducing so slowly that everyone was frowning. The players could not even reduce 0.1% of the boss's HP bar, even after tens of minutes of bombardment. If this goes on, they would not even be able to defeat the boss, even after days. Zhang could not help but recall his past life. While he was doing the King Kong Inheritance quest, the situation was similar. The final boss of the Inheritance quest was as oppressive as this Methuen. Zhang and his guild had spent over 3 days defeating the boss. Zhang took a deep breath. Then he spoke into his own party chat, "Guys, don't come with me." He rode out with his phoenix and arrived at a spot 30 meters from the boss. Glare of the Death God. Resisted. What the F***ck? Zhang cursed quietly deep down his heart. Then, he flew back to his party members in silence. He went in while the boss's Stormblade was cooling down. Therefore, he did not sustain any damage at all. Ha ha. I've told you many times over, little Yang. You must wash your hands after using the toilet. You see. It affects your luck a lot when you're using those hands of yours to throw it. Fatty Han immediately laughed out loud. Endless Starlight went with the flow and started teasing as well. However, Female Raid Covenant, one of the 3 wretched F***ers did not join in. Instead, he was teasing Wei Yan. He had no time nor interest in teasing Zhang at all. The little brat tightened her teeth as she was swinging her fists round and round, trying to fend off Female Raid Covenant. Well, Wei Yan was not a patient person to begin with. It did not take long before she lost it and started throwing her attacks at the boss. She patted her crimson red crow and commanded it to attack the boss. She had no concern at all if she dies and loses experience points. She just wanted to have fun. Zhang Yang gave it some thought, and he did not stop her from going all out. First of all, she had just leveled up yesterday. She would not lose much of her experience points even if she really dies. The only thing that she needed to worry about was that she might drop her equipment upon her death. After all, her hammer was a holy tier weapon. It was a fortunate thing that Zhang Yang and his gang did not join into the boss battle for the moment. However, the 80,000 Lone Desert Smoke Army had been divided into 100 platoons in order to take on the boss. Of course, they were taking turns at engaging the boss. As long as the little brat is attacking the boss within their own turf, she would not be caught up in the attack of other players from other regions. So even if she really dies, all she needs to do is to run all the way back to her dead body from the graveyard. At a time like this, no players or no guild would have the time or the effort to spare, killing players who were running all the way back to their dead bodies. If anyone does that, that player would become public enemy number 1 in an instant. That player would have to bear the consequence of being hunted and killed over and over again by all players from all 8 regions. Meanwhile, the little brat was smart as well. After she attacked the boss for 15 seconds, she would retreat a little so that her mythical tier pet Crimson Red Crow would have enough time to get her out of the area of 200 meters. That would keep her in a safe distance from the attacks of the boss. As time passes, 100 Shots, Fatty Han and the others joined the boss battle, one after another. As more and more players were joining the boss battle, the HP bar of the boss was beginning to reduce at a faster pace. However, the players had to relentlessly dodge the storm blades of the boss. Because of that, the players could only reduce approximately 3% HP of the boss in an hour. Judging from that, they would need at least 30 hours to empty out the boss's HP. Zhang Yang had also joined the boss battle, like everybody else. They were using the hit and run tactic. Zhang Yang had not yet activated his inheritance transformation, though. Since he could only deal damage to the boss for a quarter of the entire time, he could only deal a very limited amount of damage to the boss. 1 hour later, Zhang Yang made his second attempt at throwing his Glare of the Death God on the boss, resisted once again. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, the time was passing without much of a notice. The HP bar of the boss was still reducing at a very slow pace. Some players had died 10 times over. These food for powder were spending most of their time running back to their own dead bodies. After they resurrect themselves, they would just charge in like martyrs. There was no regret in life anymore. So, let's just run back to the dead bodies and do it all over again. Glare of the Death God. Ha! It was not resisted this time. Finally, on the 11th hour, Zhang Yang got lucky and he succeeded in casting the Glare of the Death God onto the boss. At that instant, countless players were hitting the boss at the same time. In less than 0.1 second, the boss began to receive a large value of damage. 50,000,000. What the F***CK? My arrow caused 50 million damage to the boss. Holy sh**T. I'm awesome. Roll on your eggs and dream on. If you can really cause 50 million damage with only one single hit, why are you still here then? If that's true, you could have instantly killed Zhan Yu. You should have become number 1 by now. F***CKU, man. I didn't lie. I really did cause 50 million damage to the boss just now. The special effect of the Glare of the Death God had been triggered 10 times over. A large number of players were astounded by the might of the special effect. A few of them actually rose up arrogantly and claimed that they might have discovered their hidden skills. They even claimed that they were capable of becoming number 1 on the entire server. Well, one single hit that could cause 50 million damage really sounded bad *SS, though. If a player could do such a thing, they would not need any equipment or weapon anymore. They could have conquered the entire server just by attacking their enemies with normal attacks. Those few players immediately turned around and started attacking other players who had a beef with them. Of course, they were instantly whacked to death by everyone around them. F***CK these be *cheese. It was definitely not the time for players to battle against each other, now. Finish them off and let them cool their heads at the graveyard, then. Well, those were just insignificant events happening around the battlefield. Zhang Yang did not think much about it at all. Instead of standing idly, he continued to hit and run. Even though he could only deal a little amount of damage to the boss, at least he was contributing. 24 hours of the in-game time had passed. In real life, a night had passed. Many players had to go to work or go to school. Some of them applied for leave to stay in the game, though. However, because of the time zone, a number of players were logging off the game. As quickly as they went, others were logging in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, The Fall of Methuvin. Chapter 742, The Fall of Methuvin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The HP bar of the boss had been reduced to 36%. In between that, 10% of the boss's HP bar was reduced by the special effect of the Glare of the Death God, but judging by that alone, the total firepower of the players was looking weak. Meanwhile, the players could only survive for so long because they had the green dragon to keep the boss occupied. If the boss could run around as he liked, this battle could have ended far earlier, with all the players being wiped out. Zhang Yang's luck was not really that great that day. Or should we say, that the boss had a high resistance against the Glare of the Death God? Look at Zhang Yang. After so many attempts, only one was not resisted. However, because of that one trigger, the boss battle had been shortened by 3 hours. That was quite a marvelous outcome. If each of the tens of thousands of players' 3 hours are added up together, how many hours would that be? It was obvious that the boss could not be taken out in a short amount of time. Although Player God's miracle was equal to sleep and rest, it would be extremely exhausting for the brain cells and neurons to get the game working. As night fell, the players began to feel hungry and tired. Therefore, Zhang Yang told everyone to take an hour rest and get their empty stomachs filled. It would definitely take more than just 3 hours of in-game time to empty out the remaining 36% HP bar of the boss. There was no need to worry about the other players taking out the boss all of a sudden. However, they were not able to take their break in peace. They were still worried that the impossible might suddenly become possible. So those who took their meal had logged back into the game after 7 or 8 minutes. On the other hand, Hanning Shui and Daffodil Daydream were putting on their makeup. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes to the back of his skull at the two ladies after he saw them putting on makeup. Well, they're not going out to meet any guests. So, why the hell are they grooming themselves up nicely? It's not like anyone other than Zhang Yang would see their faces, but... However, after Hanning Shui threw a smile at him as she glanced out of the corner of her mirror, he could not help but to feel swayed a little. Instantly, he was thinking of how to let Hanning Shui welcome him as a big guest. Today was Saturday. Zhang Yang did not have to go to the office. Meanwhile, Sun Xinu had taken a shift to rest. The little brat had moved back to Zhang Yang's house for quite a while now. So she did what the other ladies were doing and put the blusher on her face. Well, of course, she turned her own pretty little face into a monkey *SS by the end of it. After toying with the cosmetics for some time, she felt bored. So, she went to the side to toy with the little doggy. The doggy was initially hers. However, she left the doggy to starve when it was still a little puppy. It had learned a hard lesson and knew better than to trust the brat. The doggy would not let the little brat hug it at all. It just ran and hid on the lap of Sun Xinu. As expected, that little B*TCH felt offended without even knowing that she had tortured that poor little soul before. She kept yelling at the doggy with anger. She even pointed fingers at the doggy, saying that the doggy was devoid of gratitude after all the time she spent taking care of it. Well, everyone knew that this little B*TCH was a real B*TCH after all. After fooling around for a bit, everyone began to log back into the game. No one could really take it easy just yet. After all, the world boss was not yet being taken care of. When they logged back into the game, the HP bar of the boss had dropped to 29%. Well, it seemed that the players would be taking a lot more time in order to kill the boss. When the HP bar of the boss drops to 20%, the boss is going to spam his Stormblades without stopping at all. By that time, everything will have to depend on players who have inheritance transformations, us. Zhang Yang assembled the guildmasters of the top-tier guilds. Then he tried to propose a deal with them. Indeed, normal players could still be the food for powder at this moment. They could still take advantage of the cooldown period of the boss's Stormblades and contribute a little on dealing damage to the boss. However, when the boss began to activate his Stormblades more frequently than before, normal players would not even be able to get near the boss. Well, even Zhang Yang would fall if he got too close to the boss when the boss was using his Stormblades at a more frequent rate. Logically speaking, anyone would take some time to charge over 200 meters just to get to the boss. Even the Phoenix pet needed approximately 4 seconds to fly across that distance. If anyone charges into the effective range of the boss's Stormblades, that person would have to sustain approximately 700,000 basic damage. Even if Zhang Yang activates his Vitality Aura, he would only have over 1,140,000 HP on him. So how many hits could he take with that amount of HP, then? Anyone could do the math. Only the players who had activated their inheritance transformation were worthy of staying around the boss when the boss enters his killing cleave stage. Meanwhile, they would have to apply the hit and run tactic as well in order to stay alive long enough to kill the boss. Inheritances like Class C inheritance could boost the player's HP by 10 times higher. A non-tanker player with an entire set of level 150 ethereal tier armor set would only have a basic 400,000 HP. The amount of HP the player has could be boosted up to 4 million HP upon activating the inheritance transformation. Therefore, the players would have to retreat back to a safe distance in order to replenish their HP bar after hitting the boss for a while. If they do not do that, they would die very quickly. However, the players also had the advantage in number. There were a lot of healers parking themselves just right outside the area of a 200-meter radius around the boss. As long as a friendly unit comes up to them, they would just throw their healing skills on the player regardless of which guild the player was from. By doing so, the players would be able to re-engage into battle a little quicker. Up until this point, all regions had formed an unspoken rule. For example, the China region had taken over the direction of 8 and 9 o'clock around the boss. The Europe region had taken over the direction of 4 and 5 o'clock around the boss. The regions had split the boss's surrounding area into different territories. Players would not run into the territories of their enemy region at the least. 24%, 23%, 22%, 21%, 20%. When the HP bar of the boss dropped to 20%, Methuvin began to go insane. He could chain his Stormblades with a destructive smash. After that, he would immediately use his Stormblades again. The flashing of Methuvin's blade was so frequent that normal players no longer had the chance to get near to the boss. They were no longer capable of contributing in bringing down the boss. The sole firepower of the Green Dragon Lady was not enough to even make up with the boss's Spectre build SHP recovery. 30 seconds later, the HP of the boss was recovered back to 21%. The pace of the boss battle was restored to the initial pace. Once again, the boss would only use his Stormblades once every 60 seconds. If there were no players with inheritance transformation in the vicinity, the HP bar of the boss would be forever stuck at 20%. Then the boss would become immortal in a way. Let's go! Zhang Yang took the initiative to activate his inheritance transformation. There was no reason for him to be selfish anymore. If he acts selfishly and reserved his inheritance transformation at this point, they will not be able to take down the boss. When that happens, everyone in the server will receive a penalty of -3 levels. No one could afford to receive such penalty. Meanwhile, players from all other regions were beginning to activate their inheritance transformations as well. Every top-tier player in every region no longer held themselves back. Obviously, they were thinking of a bigger picture. There was no reason for anyone to hold back now. Zhang Yang was the first one to charge at the boss. Upon activating his inheritance transformation, he had over a maximum of 45 million HP on him. With his super thick defense, Zhang Yang should be able to last quite a long time under the bombardment of the boss. Hanning Shui and Sun Xianyu immediately followed Zhang Yang closely behind. As discussed earlier on, Hanning Shui would only heal the three of them. By doing so, Zhang Yang and Sun Xianyu would be able to stay within the attack range of the boss's Stormblades without retreating at all. At the same time, they could unleash their attacks on the boss without worrying that they might die. The three of them were unleashing the full potential of a player with a Class S inheritance. On the other side, God's Left Hand, Heart of Destruction, Hourglass Figure and the others were beginning to charge at the boss as well. God's Left Hand and Heart of Destruction glared at Zhang Yang with rage for a moment. However, they did not stir up any unnecessary battles. Instead, they vented their anger towards the boss. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely after realized that the two did not come for him. Well, these two were still considerate enough to look at the bigger picture. They had really proved to be very reliable because they were acting maturely. That's most probably why they could become top-tier players. A few seconds later, players with Class A inheritances had arrived. Well, they had a slightly slower flying speed compared to the players with Class S inheritances. The next batch that arrived were the players with Class B and Class C inheritances. They arrived on their flying pets. At that moment, the players did not use any other ground pets that were high tier than their flying pets, even though they had more powerful ground pets. Why? Because ground pets were moving very slow compared to the flying pets. Players would need to retreat when their HP bars are halfway down. They would need to move fast in order to move away from the effective range of the boss's Stormblades in one piece. Without the support of the flying pet's fast movement speed, the players would only be able to hit the boss for 5 seconds before retreating. With a flying mount, the players would be able to hit the boss for 10 seconds before having the need to retreat. Although the difference was only 5 seconds, the efficiency of the player's damage output would be improved twofold. After all, these players were all transformed. First of all, their attack power had been increased multiple times over. Furthermore, those who had inheritances of Class C above were basically level 150 by now. So only a few of them were affected by the level gap suppression function of the game. They could all deal full damage to the boss. Under those circumstances, although the number of players with inheritance transformation was smaller, however, they were able to deal much more efficient damage to the boss than the players without inheritance transformations did. Ideally speaking, if they do not need to retreat after hitting the boss for a while, they could deal even more damage to the boss within the same time frame. After all, the normal players were able to deal only 1 damage to the boss with a single hit. On the other hand, these players could deal tens of thousands of damage to the boss with a single hit. In other words, one player with inheritance transformation could replace tens of thousands of normal players in the boss battle. Glare of the Death God. Resisted. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. However, he should be satisfied with the current situation as it was now. The Glare of the Death God was successfully casted on the boss once throughout the entire boss battle. However, it could be said that he had single-handedly reduced over 10% of the boss's HP bar. So what else would he want, then? Pest. Insolence, countless pest. Mathuvan was infuriated by the attacks. He began to roar in anger, "I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all." The boss roared in rage. However, he could not change the fact that his HP bar was reducing slowly. 19%, 18%, 17%. If the pace of the battle could just continue on, the players would be able to empty out the boss's HP by within 1.5 hours. Without even a single doubt, the next, Glare of the Death God, was stubbornly resisted by the boss as well. However, the HP bar of the boss had dropped to 11%. Victory was just within everyone's grasp. However, the players were also quite exhausted and suffered quite a number of casualties as well. A small number of them attempted to stay and hit a few more times before retreating. Because of their greed, they were forced to activate their life-saving skills to survive the boss's Stormblades. Still, some of them did not make it and they were slaughtered for good. Meanwhile, once the players were killed, they would not be able to rejoin the battle anymore. The reason was not because they could not resurrect themselves to join back into the battle. It was because their inheritance transformations would no longer be available after they die. There was no way that those players would be able to get close to the boss without the support of their inheritance transformation, which boosted their maximum HP several times higher. They would only be sending themselves to their own demises once again if they even try to get near to the boss. 9%. 7%. 4%. 2%. As the HP bar of the boss was reducing, the players that were dealing damage to the boss began to have devious thoughts. Well, this was a world boss after all. So the loots that the boss would drop upon his death must be extremely valuable. Before that, the boss still had quite a substantial amount of HP left. So no one had thoughts about snatching the loots. However, now the boss was about to die, the initially formed alliance was beginning to crumble. Everyone was thinking for themselves now. The moment when the boss dies, how should they proceed on snatching the loots? That was everything on the minds of every single player who was around the boss. Well, who wouldn't want to get more good stuff for themselves? Without any discussion, everyone descended to the ground from the sky. They wanted to get in range when the snatching starts. Meanwhile, those who were low on HP were not willing to retreat at a crucial moment like this. They could not risk that one moment when the boss dies, they might be far away from the boss. So they stayed to lower down the risk of the other players snatching the loots first. However, that 1% or 2% HP of the boss would require the players to hit on for another tens of minutes. So it would take a while more before the boss would finally die. Well, of course, those greedy bastards were naturally slain by the powerful impact of the boss's Stormblades. Without their inheritance transformation, they had lost their capability to snatch the loots. 1%. 30 million. 20 million. 10 million. Everyone began to raise their spirit because the boss was about to die. 5 million. 2 million. 1 million. And Mathuvan let out a miserable scream and collapsed heavily onto the ground. His gigantic sword was shattered into pieces. Among the shattered pieces of the sword, the hilt of the sword was flashing frequently. So that must be the quest item. Almost everyone was charging towards that flashing hilt at the same instant. What an imbecile. Can't even get the thing done. I'll do it myself. Suddenly, a cold and deep voice echoed through the entire area. Every single player in the vicinity was suddenly imprisoned somehow. a dark shadow sudden broke out of a void space in the middle of the air. The entire area was overwhelmed with the terrifying aura in an instant. Dark clouds began to cloud the entire sky. The atmosphere was astoundingly terrifying. The moment the dark shadow appeared, the dark shadow lashed out at the green dragon. The jab was so unexpected and fast that no one could react until it happened. ORGH Elfinice cried miserably after the prodding. This powerful holy tier boss was being killed instantly by one single jab? That was insane. Upon her death, her gigantic heart glowing in green radiance was grabbed by the hand of the dark shadow. Enjoy your remaining lives while you still can. Not long after, the entire land will be devoured by darkness. Everyone on this land will become one of my slaves. The dark shadow tore the void space open and went away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, A Sight to Behold, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King. Chapter 743, A Sight to Behold, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the dark shadow appeared incredibly sudden, it also left the vicinity incredibly fast as well. However, everyone was able to have a good look at the information of the dark shadow, but Angus, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King, Celestial, Spectre. Level? HP? Defense? Melee attack? Skills? Note, Angus was once a human warrior who was kind and brave. However, because his great merits made the king uneasy. So, the king framed him and exiled him to the land of the orcs. He succumbed after cutting through hordes of orcs. His undying vengeance had resurrected him from his death. From that day on, he became a spectre. His strength is undoubtedly powerful. It did not take long for him to become the Lord of the Seven Spectre King, the highest of the higher in the realm of Spectre. He is the one spectre that will send tremors across the entire land. Although there were a lot of question marks, everyone was taking in cold breaths by just looking at the NPC's name and his tier. A Celestial Tier Boss. The power of a Celestial Tier Boss would surely be unique and powerful. This Angus took out the holy tier green dragon lady with one punch. Of course, that was definitely a part of the drama of this game. Even a Celestial Tier Boss would not have dealt 1 billion damage in a single hit. If that is possible, the players would never stand a chance at defeating that boss. The moment Angus left, the terrifying aura instantly disappeared. Everyone regained control of their own movements again. Snatch. The once imprisoned players continued to fly towards the loot. They instantly activated their invincibility effect if they had any on them at the moment. It would not be ideal to attempt killing the other players at that instant. It would be more important if the players throw their status restriction skills on their opponents while making themselves invulnerable to all status restriction skills. By doing so, they would still stand a chance to snatch the loots from the ground. The bunch of players landed on the ground. They looked like a swarm of grasshoppers stomping into the yard. The boss had initially dropped at least 20 pieces of equipment and items. However, they were all swept clean from the ground in one short instance. The players were mercilessly ferocious when it came down to snatching loots. Everyone was looking at each other after that. They were judging the others for being so mindless. However, they had not thought that they had actually acted the same way. At that time, it did not matter if they managed to snatch any loots or not, everyone was frowning. They were expressing that they did not manage to get anything good up from the ground. Well, it made perfect sense why everyone was acting in such a way. First of all, there were countless players in the vicinity. Whoever tried to show off what good stuff he or she gets would definitely become the primary target of everyone who had not acquired anything out of the snatching session. Even though Mathuvan was a world boss and he did drop quite a number of loots, but those 20 plus pieces of equipment and items would be far from enough to be distributed among so many players. Even if they equally divide the loots among the guilds, only 20 plus guilds would be satisfied with the outcome of it. After all, the entire China region had more than just 20 guilds. Surely not every top-tier guild would be able to get any benefits from the snatching. If the guilds were to battle against each other to spark a wave of new guild wars, even Lone Desert Smoke would be overwhelmed. Zhang swept through the crowd with his eyes. His main purpose was to spot if anyone had a holy light shining down on their heads. The player with the light shining down on them would be the person who was holding a broken chapter of the Book of Revelation. However, other than Sun Xinu, everyone seemed clean. Therefore, he had no intention to provoke anyone this time around. Truth to be told, he really wanted to kill as many players as he wanted so that the players would drop the items and equipment they picked up from among the loots. However, Zhang had no idea who picked up the loots. Attacking players without any clue might spark a guild war between his guild and the other guilds. So, it would be wise to stand down this time. Therefore, Zhang Yang decided to retreat a little and have a look at Sun Xinu, Han Shui, and the others. He wanted to check on them to see if any of them had managed to pick up anything good. Well, the quest time had been obtained by him. After killing the boss and looting the loot on the ground, there was no reason for any one of them to stay. Everyone began to tear their teleportation scrolls and left the area. They were teleported back to their own territories. Even though most of the players did not get anything from the loots, they were not disappointed at all. After all, as long as someone manages to pick up the hilt of Methuvin and hand it in, everyone who takes part in the boss battle would be rewarded with +2 levels. Other than that, everyone managed to earn quite a number of glory points. Those lower level players were already on their way to see the officer NPCs that were located at every main city. Well, the glory points could be used to exchange for some good equipment after all. Although the military equipment that they could exchange from the officers were a little bit weaker than the dungeon equipment of the same level, these military equipment were still the best choice for players that were not capable of clearing hardcore mode of a dungeon by themselves. Zhang Yang and his party members gathered by Suren's castle. Then, they began to look at the fruits that they harvested from the boss battle. Zhang Yang did not even aim to get any of the equipment for himself. Even though a holy tier equipment was extremely valuable and rare, he would only be able to use the equipment for another half a year even if he could get a level 160, 180 ascended tier equipment for himself. However, if he could get some unique items such as a skill book, he could use the skill or other useful items efficiently until he reaches level 300. For instance, look at Zhang Yang's Charge Up Strike. For another instance, look at Zhang Yang's Glare of the Death God. These skills are something that cannot be compared to any equipment available out there. These skills could be described as one of those legendary equipment. Therefore, Zhang Yang only aimed to acquire the quest item Methuvin's Hilt. Furthermore, he could complete the quest by handling the quest item to the NPC. Not only could he earn experience points and military points, he could also acquire a piece of holy tier accessory for every member in his party, but one small quest item in exchange for 10 pieces of holy tier accessories sounded to be too good a deal, right? When Zhang Yang showed his party members the Methuvin's Hilt, everyone began to put a smile on their faces. Then everyone laughed. Even though not all of them managed to secure anything from the loots when the boss died, they could still get one precious piece of holy tier accessory just because had Zhang Yang acquired the Methuvin's Hilt. That really made every single one of them the final winner of the entire boss battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang did not just snatch one item. He also managed to secure 2 pieces of top-tier aura stones. The moment he revealed the 2 pieces of top-tier aura stones, Han Shui immediately snatched one of them and put it to use. She finally enhanced her life aura to its max level. The other, top-tier aura stone, was given to Sun Xinu. Zhang Yang's main intention was to let her enhance her critical aura as much as possible. Because Fatty Han and 100 Shots had companion aura that would only work on pets. Meanwhile, Wei Yan'er's strength aura could only boost the party's strength. It would definitely be more efficient if they enhance a skill that could boost the critical rate of the entire party. After that, Wei Yan'er also revealed one piece of loot that she managed to snatch. It was a heavy armor that radiated in a dark silver light. Skeleton King's chestplate, holy, heavy armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 16,803. Strength, plus 4,120. Agility, 1,750. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 33,600 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 1,778 damage when being hit. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level 20. The moment the attributes of the armor were revealed, the 3 party members that needed heavy armor became really interested in getting it. After rolling for it, Zhang Yang managed to triumph over that little brat in Endless Starlight with 76 points. He secured that armor and put it on immediately. God damn it! I'm the one who snatched it in the first place. How did it end up in the hands of Noob Tank? Wei Yan'er pouted as she complained with absolute prejudice. Han Shui threw a sexy smile at Zhang Yang. Well, she did not acquire any good equipment. Instead, she got a precious, forbidden scroll. Forbidden Scroll, Eclipse, consumable. Use, activates an eclipse. Causes tremendous amount of damage to all enemy targets within the range of 10-kilometer radius. All targets lose 10% of their HP. If the target has less than 50,000 HP, that player will suffer a minimum deduction of 50,000 HP. If the target has more than 200,000 HP, then the target will suffer a deduction of 200,000 HP maximum. Lasts for 30 seconds. Required level, 150. This is an enhanced version of a forbidden scroll. Everyone took a cold deep breath. It works just like the apocalyptic special. This scroll would reduce 10% of all targets' HP in each passing second. However, this scroll did not have the limitation of a minimum deduction of 50,000 HP and a maximum deduction of 100,000 HP. Furthermore, the effective range of this scroll could reach out to 10 kilometers. In other words, this forbidden scroll, Eclipse, could deduct a maximum of 6 million HP of a target within its effective range. Well, it would still be fair because players' equipment would be getting better and better as the game advances. The limitation on a forbidden scroll and deducting a maximum of 100,000 HP no longer threatened players with Class C inheritance transformations. Meanwhile, if that deduction is increased up to a maximum of 200,000 HP, that could even pose quite a threat to players with Class B inheritance transformations. Other than that, the limitation on the minimum HP deduction of the forbidden scroll had created the tactic of talking off equipment to minimize the damage received. However, the effect had been largely nerfed. After all, players who were losing 50,000 HP in every second would require a very powerful healer in order to stay alive. This is good stuff. Zhang quickly put the forbidden scroll into his inventory. Because the destructive little brat's eyes were glittering with grave danger, Zhang had to act fast and keep the forbidden scroll away from her to prevent her from snatching the scroll. Well, if she ever gets the scroll, she would definitely test it out for fun and waste it away. Having this toy in our possession is like having another nuke at disposal. Zhang laughed. Then he decided to put the forbidden scroll on sale after he went back to the main city. However, he would put the minimal bidding for the scroll as 99,999,999,999,999 gold pieces. That was one amount that even if someone manages to sell the entire Earth, would still have not enough gold pieces to buy that scroll. Well, his initial intention was not to sell that scroll. Zhang just wanted the news to spread out. He just wanted to send a message to all his enemies to F***ck off, or else he would slam them to death with the scroll. There were only 4 high-tier territories in the entire server. So it was natural that the other 4 regions who did not possess any of the 4 high-tier territories would launch a territory conquest on the territories. Now that Zhang had the words running through everyone's ears that he had a new forbidden scroll, at least, Surin's castle would receive lesser challenges from the other regions. Other members of the gang had nothing to offer as they couldn't move as fast as others. Meanwhile, even though Daffodil Daydream had activated her Class A inheritance transformation, she had run out of status removal skills when they began to snatch the loots. As she was flying in the sky, she was stunned for a few seconds. Therefore, she could not get anything out of the loots. And now, everyone turned their eyes over at Sun Xinu. Sun Xinu's face was covered with a black cloth as usual, making it impossible to read her expression. She took out a book from her inventory and threw it over to Zhang. Book of Revelation, Chapter 1, Legendary, Unique. Description, Use, combine this item with, Book of Revelation, Chapter 2. Ha. Another broken chapter of the Book of Revelation has shown itself. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Sun Xinu looked at Han Shui with her very mysterious, provocative eyes. Her intention was clear. She wanted to indicate that she found something much more useful than Han Shui. Although the effect of the Forbidden Scroll was extremely powerful, it was a one-time item, after all. Meanwhile, the broken chapter of the Book of Revelation could be combined with the other broken chapters to become a legendary item. The benevolent see benevolence and the wise see wisdom. Whichever works better depends on the person and how the person defines them. Well, even though the Forbidden Scroll could only be used once, it was so powerful that it could be used to threaten other players or even guilds in the game. So, if Zhang decides not to use it, he could just store it nicely to use it as a nuke. Han Shui was not willing to give in to that Ice Queen, as usual. She gave a vague hump back at Sun Xinu. After that, the two ladies turned and looked at Zhang at the same instant. It seemed that they wanted the man to decide who did better, this time around. This is like telling a man to step either on a Lego block or a coral. Picking either side would not end well at all. Therefore, Zhang acted like he did not notice it at all and said, "Let's go back to hand in the quest." Well, the reward of this quest was a piece of holy tier accessory, after all. Everyone was filled with joy and excitement. Even Zhang only had 2 pieces of mythical tier accessories. Now might be his best chance to switch one of his lousy accessory for a better one. Zhang and his gang went back to the main city through the teleportation circle, one after another. They went back to look for the green little goblin Gurage so that they could hand over the quest for the rewards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, Dark Source Stone. Chapter 744, Dark Source Stone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! You have completed a quest, Protect the Giant Dragon. You have received the rewards, 50 million experience points, 1000 military points. Ding! You have acquired an item, Sacred Badge. Ding! You have acquired the additional reward, plus 2 levels. Well, it was unfortunate that the appearance of Angus had led to the demise of the great green dragon lady. She got killed by a single blow from Angus. However, the entire event was just an accidental event. As a quest, the players did their best at making sure that Methuvin does not kill the green dragon. Angus appearing out of nowhere was just part of the necessary drama. It was a predetermined event. The script had already been set down that the Spectre would succeed on acquiring the heart of the green dragon, creating darkness falls to terrorize the world. Therefore, it would not matter even if the players fail to protect the green dragon in the quest. The outcome of the quest would remain the same. The reward of increasing by 2 levels was certainly a good consolation for every player in the game. Zhang had shot up to level 167 instantly. Comparing to his previous life, he would be half a year ahead of his own progress in his past life now. In his previous life, Zhang had the advantage of having high-tier players babysitting him through the dungeons. Well, part of it was because he was quite a lucky bastard to be able to meet high-tier players whenever he waited the entrance of dungeons. Meanwhile, there were no players snatching or competing against him in the low-level regions of the maps. So, Zhang managed to level up very quickly before he reached level 100. Heroes and heroines, even though the heart of the giant dragon has been acquired by the Spectre, but you have slain that asterisk shoal Methuvin. That should give quite a blow to the morale of the Spectres. Gurage praised Zhang and his gang. Then he said, however, the fact that the Spectre have acquired the heart of the dragon cannot be undone anymore. They can now finish developing their darkness falls. Therefore, you must work harder at stopping them. Go! Blow up their warehouse. They are storing a large number of Dark Source Stones in their warehouse. Those stones are the last items they need to complete building their weapon of mass destruction. Blow them up to Kingdom Come. Ding! Gurage has given you a quest, Dark Source Stone. Will you accept it? Everyone selected accept, of course. There was no reason for them to decline at all. Ding! You have acquired an item, Goblin's High Explosive Bomb, Enhanced Destroyer 4. Hey! What are you guys staring at? Go now! Did you really think I was going to treat you to a dinner? Gurage immediately hustled Zhang and the gang out from the Adventurers Society. The location of the Dark Source Stone quest was located back at the lair of the Spectre, the Plagued Land. However, it was not the malevolent tower where Wraith King of Death, Madrovich, lay. After all, who would be foolish enough to provoke the Celestial Tier boss, the leader of the 7 Wraith? According to the official information of the game, Angus is just a level 230 boss while Madrovich is a level 300 boss. The difference between the strengths of the two boss is huge. The moment Zhang and his gang received the quest, every other player who was level 160 and beyond received the quest as well. Furthermore, because players who participated in the boss battle to slay Methuvin had acquired the reward of plus 2 levels, many players who were stuck at level 158 suddenly shot up to level 160. Because of that, the number of level 160 players had increased drastically. For instance, female Raid Covent, that asterisk SS face, was also one of them. Well, he and his best pal Ten Dusk had formed a new party with Galileo and the other powerful players in Lone Desert Smoke subguild. They ventured over to the location of the quest with great spirits. They even claimed that they would overtake Zhang progress and complete the quest before Zhang and his gang even gets close. Well, an utter asterisk SS would remain an asterisk SS for all eternity. After a few similar quests, they knew that they needed to slay many monsters for many days in order to let the system spawn out the location where they could throw the bomb. Well, when the number of monsters slain reaches a certain number, only would the boss for the quest be spawned. Furthermore, the boss must be taken care of before the players can throw the bomb and complete the quest. Therefore, Zhang party of 10 did not rush at all. They were going around doing random stuffs while getting themselves prepared for the quest. After all, they had been battling Methuvin for over 30 hours. The last thing they needed now was more fighting. Lying on the bed with Sun Xanyu and Haning Shui, Zhang and the two ladies were having the fun of their lives, like a dragon dominating two phoenixes. Zhang Yang did a splendid job of pleasing the two ladies, to the point that they were totally dominated by him. After they were done, they got close together and whispered into each other's ears. After feeding each other some sweet words only meant for husbands and wives, the three of them logged back into the game. When they arrived, they realized that they were the only ones who had not arrived at the gathering. Everyone was guessing what took them so long. Daffodil Daydream could still keep the secret to herself. However, Wei Yenair could not resist the temptation at all. Without much of an effort, the other gang managed to tease the little brat into telling the truth, saying that Zhang Yang and the two ladies were in the same room all the while. Everyone let out a surprised "oh!" and fixed their eyes on the three of them. That little brat! Zhang Yang quickly picked up Wei Yenair like picking up a cat and threw her over to Han Shui. Well, he intended to prevent that little brat from exposing more and more private saucy tales of his and the two ladies. Well, if that does happen, Zhang Yang's prestige as a leader would drop like hell. Zhang Yang and the gang made their way to the plagued land. The moment they crossed the border, they saw that the entire motherland of the Spectre was grey. The entire land was basically a wasteland. There were countless of skeletal corpses roaming around the mountains and the wilderness of the entire land. However, they also noticed that many guilds had already entered the plagued land. There was quite a number of parties in the area at the moment. Some were flying in the sky, while the others were on foot, slaying monsters. Further away, there were also other parties arriving from all directions at the same time. They were all going to the same place, after all. This main story quest was open to all. As long as the players reached the required level of the quest, they would be able to take part. Therefore, no one could keep the boss all to themselves. They would have to compete against each other in order to kill the boss and claim the loot to themselves. Well, that was most probably the main reason why the competition among the parties was getting more intense at every passing second. Zhang Yang and the gang were extremely annoyed. They had been busting their *Cs to snatch the quests to themselves. However, they would have to repeatedly charge back into the crowd when the next quest is issued. It was really tiring. Well, if the system did not set the quest to be open to all, taking down Mathuvan would be almost impossible. Lone Desert Smoke would not be capable of taking down Mathuvan all by themselves, after all. Mathuvan was labeled as a world boss for a reason. Players from all around the world should join forces in order to take down World Boss. Other than that, they would have to trigger the drama mode to see if they get a powerful NPC to support them in battle. The warehouse where the Spectre stored their Dark Source Stones was located in the Rokuta Castle. That place was a fully fortified fortress. The fortress was built on a cliff. The only way in and out was the front of the fortress. There were countless magic cannons around the castle walls as the defensive placements of the castle. If the players really want to march into the castle through the front, they would only do so at a heavy cost. However, players with flying mounts would not be facing that much of a problem getting into the castle. They could just fly straight towards the entrance at full speed. Well, they would only have to suffer 1 or 2 blasts from the magic cannons. At the current stage of the game, the HP amount that the players had would be sufficient enough to survive 1 or 2 blasts from the magic cannons. Well, each blast of the magic cannons could cause only 150,000 damage. That amount of damage was far from enough to instantly kill a player with better tier equipment. Without wasting any breath, Zhang Yang and the gang split out and entered the castle through the front entrance. Although they were greeted with a few blasts from the magic cannons, they were able to withstand the amount of damage that the magic cannons could cause on them without the help of Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart. Upon landing into the castle, Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart quickly healed everyone back up. When everyone was back at their full health states, the party began to slaughter any monsters in the vicinity. Suddenly, a gigantic, white-boned, corroded beast appeared before the gang. It was about 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. This creature looked like it had been patched up with some glue and some broken bones. Its rotten meat had some bone spikes growing out of it. There was also greenish and grayish liquid flowing out from the beast's body. The beast was gross and hideous to look at. Concentrated acidic corrosive beast, elite, Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 5,250,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,822 to 60,822. Skills. Strong hydrochloric acid causes 3,000 nature damage to all targets within the range of 20 meters radius once every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 3 layers maximum. Strong nitric acid causes 10,000 nature damage to all targets within the range of 20 meters once every 3 seconds. Lasts for 15 seconds. Cannot be stacked. Nitric acid hydrochloric reaction. If the target is afflicted with 3 layers of strong hydrochloric acid and strong nitric acid effects, the target will receive additional 100% damage. What the F***ck? This monster is a little bit more powerful than I thought. Everyone was surprised to see the description of the monster. Hee. Nitric acid hydrochloric. Fatty Han suddenly began to imagine some F***ket thing in his mind. Well, everyone knew better that it had to mean more than that. The nitric acid hydrochloric in his mind must be something crooked. Come on, Fatty. Nitric acid hydrochloric is science. So stop thinking weird things in that dirty head of yours. Boo, you burst my steam. Well, since that the monster had presented itself nicely in front of them, they just charged in and slaughtered the monster. Zhang Yang was the vanguard, as always. He began by throwing a spear of obliteration at the monster. 193, 892. A high damage value popped out on top of the monster. Zhang Yang's current attack power had increased so much that it was about to be as much as his attack power when he activates his God of War transformation. Oh! The corroded beast groaned in pain. It let out a raging roar and quivered. Suddenly, countless grayish-green liquid spewed out from its body into the surroundings. However, there was no one standing within the range of 20 meters from the beast. The liquid was spraying onto the ground without touching anyone or anything. However, when Zhang Yang and his gang went up to the beast and started their attacks on the beast began to quiver again and sprayed the gooish liquid from its body. This time, everyone had no way of dodging the liquid because they were very close up to the beast. They were afflicted by the corrosive effect of the acidic liquid. Those liquid were so gross that the ladies were screaming like little cheese. However, the firepower of the party was extremely powerful. They took less than 10 seconds to slay the beast. The beast did not even get its chance to spray the gooish liquid for the 3rd time. The gang proceeded forwards after that. The entire castle was flooded with these corroded beasts. Because of the nitric acid hydrochloric reaction, Zhang Yang and the gang did not dare lure too many monsters at once. Or else the DOT that 3 layers of strong hydrochloric acid and strong nitric acid effects could cause on them would be disastrous. Well, they would be receiving an additional 100% damage from the monster's attack when that happens. Hey, little lolly. Where are you guys now? Female Raid Coven barged into Zhang Yang and his gang's party chat all of a sudden. He was not willing to give up on trying to tackle the little brat, after all. After Zhang Yang and his gang revealed their location, the 2 parties gathered quickly in the castle. The 20 of them joined forces to clear out the monsters. Of course, they were able to clear out the monsters in the area more efficiently by doing so. Well, comparisons are odious. Even though Tendusk and his party also had handsome, skilled players like Galileo, they were no match at all to Zhang Yang and his gang when it comes to comparing. When Zhang Yang and his gang killed 2 to 3 corroded beasts, Galileo and his other party members had only managed to kill 1 corroded beast. The difference between the capabilities of the 2 parties was striking, but unfortunately for them, the core party of the Lone Desert Smoke had 3 players with Class S inheritance, 2 players with Class A inheritance, and 5 players with Class B inheritance. Furthermore, the players also had 3 legendary tier pets and 1 battle companion capable of activating a transformation skill to support them in battle. There was no other party in the entire server that would have such a powerful lineup. The interior of the castle was open on all sides. Everyone could see different parties battling corroded beasts at every passage in the castle. However, the players deduced that they would need to kill the monsters for days before the boss shows its face. The number of monsters in the castle was abundant. Although the number of players in the vicinity was high, they had no need to worry that they might run out of monsters to kill. They had no need to snatch other players' monsters as well. This area was a rare area for the players to grind for experience points, but well, the players were not really riled up yet at the moment. It was most probably because they had been through a long boss battle not long ago. They were certainly bored out of their brains by now. Well, a repetitive thing would definitely get the players bored, just like having them go to the office and work every day. Because of that, Zhang Yang disbanded the party and commanded them to take a day off. He wanted everyone to breathe some fresh air out in the real world for a bit. However, they should keep their phones switched on. If the boss suddenly spawns, Zhang Yang could still reach them, and they could still log into the game in time. Since they logged out of the game in the castle, it should be much easier for them to gather again when they log back into the game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, Newly Researched and Developed Corrosive Beast. Chapter 745, Newly Researched and Developed Corrosive Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Coincidentally, there was a Christmas party at the Zhou University at night. Zhang Yang brought the ladies over to the university to visit Wei Yan. The more the merrier, right? With Zhang Yang's current achievement, he could be considered as an honored alumni of the university. Whenever there was a 10th anniversary or a 5th anniversary celebration going on in the university, Zhang Yang would definitely be invited over to attend. It has been more than 2 years since he graduated. Zhang Yang walked down memory lane. He remembered that he was all alone when he was walking on the roads in the university. Now, he had so many ladies around him. Furthermore, these ladies were just beautiful. His life had changed so much ever since he left the university. He could not even believe the contrast between his past and his current situation. The difference was like heaven and earth. Since Zhang Yang had arrived, he decided to take a short moment to reconnect with Yu Li. Well, because of that, he disappeared from the sights of Sun Xinu and Han Shui for more than an hour. The two ladies kept trying to interrogate him about his whereabouts for the past hour. Does he need an hour to go to the washroom? At night, it was natural that there were quite a number of pretty ladies around the vicinity of the vent. Each age bring forth new beauties on this noble land. Even though he had not yet seen someone as beautiful as Han Shui and Sun Xinu, the ladies that he saw could still score a 7, or even 8 out of 10. Well, Zhang Yang did get a good wash of his eyes that night. Han Shui pouted gracefully and gave a nice pinch on Zhang Yang's waist. The pain spread out throughout his entire body as he cried in misery. Well, that witch did not really know that Zhang Yang had no bad thoughts on his mind at all. He was purely admiring the beautiful sights that lay before his eyes. If he really wanted to be a playboy, there were tons of pretty ladies in his office, waiting to welcome him with their 2 legs wide open. That night, none of them logged into the game. They had a good rest throughout the entire night. On the second day, everyone logged into the game after they woke up. Then they continued to venture deeper into Rokuta Castle. After a good rest, everyone seemed to be more energetic and refreshed. Unlike yesterday where they were moving like zombies, they were more fired up as they slew the monsters in the surroundings today. Well, thanks to the +2 levels reward, more players have managed to enter the Rokuta Castle. Well, quite a number of them had almost reached level 160. The reward had brought them up to level 160 and beyond. Some players knew that it would be extremely hard to snatch the boss for their own benefits or to complete the quest. However, they still came along because they wanted to see if they would be lucky enough to take advantage of others and get some holy tier equipment. Well, holy tier equipment was still rare among the players. Even Lone Desert Smoke had less than 40 pieces of holy tier equipment in their possession. Normal players would have no other chance of acquiring one at the moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time lapsed slowly. Most of the monsters in the castle had been slaughtered. Well, this region had been temporarily added to fulfill the conditions of the quest. So, the monsters in this region would not respawn once every 5 hours, like the other elite tier monsters out in the other areas. Well, as long as players could clear out the monsters in this vicinity, the boss would be spawned. When a party manages to complete the quest in hand in the quest, this region would automatically vanish. As described in the quest description, this area would be leveled down to the ground by a bomb. However, if no one could complete the quest in hand in the quest in 1 month, the monsters in this region would respawn. That would give the other parties a second chance to complete the quest. Because the number of parties that entered the region was more than enough, there was basically no monsters left in the vicinity on the 5th day. The moment the last monster was slain, everyone in the region heard a thunderous roar echoing through the entire region. Right in the middle of the square of the castle, a gigantic corroded beast spawned. This beast was about hundreds of meters tall. It was about hundreds of meters long as well. Its body mass was about the size of a small mountain. The body mass of the monster was far larger than any other building in the vicinity of the entire castle. Newly researched and developed corrosive beast. Level, 180. HP, 18 billion. Defense, 18,470. Melee attack, 149,398 to 209,398. Skills. Strong hydrochloric acid shoots concentrated corrosive hydrochloric acid to all targets within the range of 50-meter radius. Targets will be afflicted with 3 layers of strong hydrochloric acid effects. Each layer of strong hydrochloric acid effect will cause 20,000 nature damage to each target once in every 3 seconds. 1 layer will be removed once in every 15 seconds. Strong nitric acid causes 10,000 nature damage to all targets within the range of 50 meters once in every 3 seconds. Last for 15 seconds. If the target has 3 layers of strong hydrochloric acid effects, the effects will turn into the effect of nitric acid hydrochloric reaction and cause 300,000 damage to the target. Bone Spikes causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Spectre Build recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovery will not be affected by any other effects. Note, this is a weapon of war that has been newly developed by the Spectres. Because the number of this monster is extremely rare, this weapon cannot be duplicated to form a massive army. The moment when the boss was spawned, the entire castle was immediately sealed by an air wall. The players who were outside the vicinity could no longer go in. That was actually a safety measure made by the developers of the game. They wanted to prevent any players from taking advantage of the other players who had worked hard to bring down the boss. Some players would take advantage of other players by waiting for other players to bring down the HP bar of the boss. When the boss is about to die, these players would rush in to snatch the outcome of the battle for themselves. However, the intelligence of the players was not to be underestimated. In the previous boss battle, when players were battling against the spiritual beast king, some players attempted to use player planting tactic, and they worked. The so-called player planting tactic was to let most of the party's players go offline first. Only a few of them stayed to observe the battle. When the battle reaches its crucial moment, those players would inform their party members to come back online. By doing so, they could reserve their strength until they were required to engage in battle. However, it seemed that they had also underestimated the intelligence of the game designers. Those who attempted to use the player planting tactic had soon found out that they would appear by the teleportation circle that they tied their teleportation scroll on. What a tragic situation. Well, they only can blame themselves for that. If player planting could be used anywhere players wanted, too many players would abuse the tactic. If player planting could be used anywhere and any time, then players would be able to form a 1,000 player party to enter a 50-player scale dungeon. They could just allow 950 players to go offline first. When one player in the dungeon dies, they could just ask a new substitute to log back into the game and continue in the dead player's place. It would become outrageous, because players would be able to challenge dungeon boss with numbers. This corroded beast boss was not that hard to kill for a top-tier party. Unlike Methuvan, who was a world boss which required players to swarm up in order to kill him, this corroded beast boss could be taken down by 10 powerful players who have activated their inheritance transformation. Therefore, killing the boss was not the top priority for the top-tier parties. Their top priority was to clear out their opponents while the air wall is still around. Instantly, a chaotic battle royale began. In just an instant, hundreds of players were mercilessly terminated. They were forcefully turned into streams of white light before they were forcefully sent back to the graveyard. Furthermore, because of the air wall, the players who got killed could only choose to resurrect themselves in their weakened forms. Or else, they would have to wait until the boss battle is over before they could run back to their dead bodies in the castle. Zhang combined two of his parties into one. So, he and his newly merged party of 20 began to take out their opponents as well. Well, whoever had come for the boss should realize that they would have to go through a lot of players before they could get to the boss. No one on the battlefield would go easy on anyone. Only idiots would roll dice to see who gets to the boss first. Furthermore, those who could not afford to play could just leave with their teleportation scrolls. Some parties tried and died. Some parties were acting carefully. So they gathered back to the main cities. Meanwhile, there were also some parties hiding into buildings around the castle. They were hoping that they could charge out and take advantage of the others who were battling out there at the crucial moment of the boss battle. Of course, the boss was not weak at all. Because no one had the boss's aggro fixed on anyone, the boss began to unleash its deadly attacks at the players in its surrounding randomly. The boss would activate its strong hydrochloric acid once almost every minute. Meanwhile, it would also activate its strong nitric acid once every 15 seconds. Theoretically speaking, players would have to suffer the boss's nitric acid hydrochloric reaction effect once in every passing minute. Not everyone could sustain 300,000 damage and still stand still like nothing has happened. The players on the battlefield had to handle the PvP matches that came straight up at them while sustaining damage from the boss's attacks head-on. The stress level was enormous. The players were activating their inheritance transformation one after another as the battles went on. It would be a stupid attempt to try reserving their best skills at a time like this. If they did, they would definitely be wiped out by other players. Under the bombardment from two sides, the number of casualties was rising tremendously. Players were getting killed at every passing moment, every passing second. They were turned into white lights and went back to the graveyard. It did not take long before the top-tier players were the only ones who remained on the battlefield. For instance, Lone Desert Smoke, Hell Family and Land of Savages were still battling fiercely on the battlefield, but most of the parties had merged their forces together to form an alliance with the intention to take out the parties that were much more powerful than them. When their worst enemies were all dead, the alliances would dissolve and they would turn against each other to see who would last till the end. Fierce battles were happening on every corner of the battlefield. The weaker parties were being eliminated one after another. Well, among the strong there is always a stronger. Even top-tier parties from top-tier guilds like Dark Palace and Paragon had been eliminated, one after another as well. Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage managed to hold until the very last by the end of the battle royale. For that, Zhang had paid a heavy price as well. He even gave up the chance of completing the quest over to the Crimson Rage. However, the Lone Desert Smoke would still get to keep the loot other than the equipment. Truth be told, this quest would only reward each player with 500 military points. Although Zhang felt a heartache while giving away the ticket to completing this quest, he would be able to earn even more if the boss would just drop a forbidden scroll or a powerful skill book. Actually, Crimson Rage could have taken out the boss all by themselves with ease. As two extremely powerful parties joined their forces together on this, they took less than an hour to slay the boss. However, this boss was not as generous as Methuvin. It only dropped 2 pieces of holy tier equipment and 5 pieces of ethereal tier equipment. However, no one would really care about those equipment if they knew how the game worked. Each party took 1 piece of the holy tier equipment. Other than that, a skill book and piece of skill point crystal were dropped as well. So Zhang picked them up, as he was promised that he could. Meanwhile, the bomb was thrown by Snowseeker, because Zhang had agreed to let them have the quest. Upon completing the quest, everyone went back to their respective main cities. Along the way back, they distributed the equipment among themselves. The only holy tier equipment was a pair of leather boots. 100 Shots got lucky that day. He won the equipment over by rolling out the highest score. Meanwhile, the skill book was obtained by 10 Dusk. Radiance of the Brave. When hit, there is a 1% rate that you can recover your HP by 3 times of the damage value you receive. The skill seemed to promise a very efficient effect. However, the rate of triggering it was too damn low. It would be like recovering your HP by 3% the amount of all damage taken. In other words, the players would have a 3% damage immunity to himself or herself. Meanwhile, the player would still be vulnerable to the effect of Destructive Smash. The moment the main quest was handed in by the Crimson Rage, Durage no longer had any main story quests left to offer. However, naturally, some greedy goblin had sold some more Dark Source Stones to the Spectre again. Because of that, the Spectre were able to continue on with the development of their Darkness Falls. Judging from a certain perspective, the Spectre invasion should be called Goblin Invasion. Why? Because the completion of Darkness Falls was basically made possible, all thanks to the goblins. The remaining quests just had players running errands. Players were required to pass messages around from this spot to another spot, quite apart from each other. Everything seems so simple. Well, it seemed that the story has progressed, nevertheless. There was no way to prevent the Darkness Falls from being built. Therefore, all races in the entire region would be required to band together in order to fight against the Spectre, or else, the entire land would be devoured by darkness itself. According to the official's message, after 1 month of the in-game time, Darkness Falls would be completed. Meanwhile, Angus will sooner or later be leading the Spectre army to invade the 4 high-tier territories. Once they have conquered all 4 of the high-tier territories, the Spectres would be using the 4 territories as their bases of operation to invade the 8 territory gateways. After they managed to conquer the territory gateways, they would pass through the teleportation door at the 10 barren seas to enter the main cities. From there onwards, the Spectres would start slaughtering all players from all regions on their own soils. When the 4 high-tier territories are under siege, there would be no telling which territory will Angus go for first. Whichever territory he goes to will be the one territory that will suffer the worst fate among all 4 territories. Well, the Spectre army would only have the advantage in numbers without Angus's presence. Players would still be able to fend off the Spectre army with ease, by relying on the graveyard of their territories. However, if a Celestial tier boss joins into the battle, the boss could easily wipe out the players by just raising his fingers around. There will be no chance at all for the players to fight back. Meanwhile, the massive NPC army would only gather at the territory gateways. Therefore, the 4 high-tier territories were destined to fall momentarily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Darkness Falls. Chapter 746, Darkness Falls. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 30 days time was not long enough, especially when it was the altered in-game time. Everyone took the chance to raid bosses to raise their levels and strength. However, little did they know that it would be a complete waste of time. Their opponent was a celestial tier boss where 99% of all players around can only deal a pathetic 1 damage. They could only make a difference if they could reach level 200 by the end of the given time. Zhang had managed to reach level 169 by the end and was incredibly saddened that he was unable to reach level 170 before the Great War. Then again, even if he is able to reach level 170, it would not allow Zhang to equip the ascended tier weapon in his storage, since that equipment required Zhang to be level 180. Besides the players, the NPC army was making preparations themselves. All soldiers were gathered together at the front lines to form a strong and solid formation. Such an army would help against the monsters. Sadly, they would not be of much use when Angus himself comes forth to the front lines. Zhang pestered his party to keep on completing quests that could earn them military points. Even though it would be a waste of time, Zhang still pushed them to do it. In his previous life, Zhang's level was too low to even participate in the Great War. All he could do was to clean up random, low-level monsters. During then, he had heard of the importance of military points, and it was not just to hire soldiers. Details about the importance of it was unclear to Zhang. He could only guess that it was somewhat important to the boss. As time went on by, the decisive battle arrived. Zhang was so happy that Queen Serene herself had stepped out to his aid and defended Surin's castle. None of the other territories had such privilege to be paid such a visit from an empire's queen. It was most probably due to the fact that Zhang had a good relationship with Queen Serena. At that moment, with the powerful ascended tier boss at their side, everyone but Zhang had the utmost confidence to defeat the boss. They had placed their hopes in Serena to fight the boss while the players swarmed the boss and lay down any damage they could dish out. All but Zhang was happy about it. In his previous life, Zhang had witnessed the downfall of all the players 7 times before they were able to defeat Angus in the 8th attempt. By then, all 8 major regions, all 64 ascended bosses were sortied to fight the boss but were unable to defeat the boss until then. That was how powerful Angus, a celestial boss, could be. Even though Serena had the meteor sword, making her stronger than the average ascended tier boss, she alone was not as strong as the combined number of 64 ascended tier bosses. Furthermore, they had received a total of 7 buffs while Angus was weakened by 7 times before they could win. Despite the hardship, players could still fight in the war, not against Angus, but to farm experience points from the monsters in the war itself. Although Angus was practically invincible, the monsters were spawning endlessly. As long as Angus remains alive, so would the monster's spawn rate. It was a chance that cannot be ignored. For once it slips away, there is no chasing it. There is no doubt that the first attack attempt will result in an inevitable failure. It would be nice if they could defeat Angus on their first try and obtain all 13 celestial tier set equipment. It was nice to hope, but it would be an impossible task to accomplish. Zhang had estimated that they would only win the war on either the 3rd or 4th attempt. It would still be nice for the equipment drop to be set equipment. On the first day of New Year, the war started. The war that everyone had anticipated and prepared for has arrived. The system had automatically sent out quests to all players above level 160. Parties that were able to defeat Angus will receive 2 skill points as a reward, limited to only 10 players. Furthermore, if Angus was killed then, all players that had participated in the war will receive a level +2 reward. Similar to Skeleton Admiral Methuvin. The calm before a storm was the similar sensation Zhang felt in the silence of the battlefield. As his suspicion rose, the bright daylight was eclipsed by a sudden intrusion of dark clouds. Within an instant, the sun, the blue skies, was covered over with darkness, as if the night had fallen. Cold winds blew by, along with the cries of sorrow and dismay across the horizon. Darkness Falls has been activated. The echoes of soldiers marching could be heard right after the sun was blotted out. Enemy sighted, Commander, cried the Elven scouts, who had superior vision. Zhang did not need superior Elven eyes to know that. With his normal vision, he could already spot the oncoming enemies from the horizon. They were like a pitch-black wave that came swarming in like black tar. Over the hills, mountain, and field, the number of incoming specter monsters were uncountable. It was going to be a tough fight, since there was more than one type of monster. Skeletal soldiers were the easiest to deal with, while the others were zombies, abomination, necromancer, death knight, and even a siege tank. The siege tank was unlike any Zhang had ever seen. The tank was made from the combination of the bones of their enemies merged together with eerie, disgusting, exposed muscle and tendons. The problem with the tank was that the corpses that were used to build the tank was enchanted with some sort of powerful spell. When an attack lands, the eerie structure will burst, emitting out poison gas that will temporarily convert NPC soldiers into specters. What an ingenious method to start a war. Normally, siege tanks would be used to break down thick castle walls, yet the specters have used them to change the tide of war by converting the enemies to their allies. Ready the troops! Among the army of the Empire came a loud bellow from a man fully clad in shiny golden armor. He raised his sword high and with his horse standing on its rear legs. With the horse stomping down, he cried, "Attack!" Pew pew pew. The army that Serena had brought to the base fired countless of lit oil barrels towards the enemy. The barrels exploded on the ground and caused high AoE damage. The Spectre retaliated by bringing out their catapults that were armed with rotting corpses. The corpses landed behind the castle walls and spread green, toxic gas that immediately converted all soldiers into zombies. As such, the enemy had managed to attack both in and out of the castle. The exchange of catapults lasted for several tens of minutes before both sides ran out of munitions. Shortly after, the Spectres were the first to blow their horn to signal the attack. The entire swarm of Spectres came swarming towards the castle, like rodents. "Knights! Press on," cried the same general. Before he could complete his order, Queen Serena stood tall at the edge of the watchtower at the top of the castle and cried out, "Attack! For the glory of mankind!" Her soldiers roared with vigor and fervor as they charged out of the castle walls and attacked the Spectre. Sadly, the number of human soldiers were only by the tens of thousands. Compared to the Spectre, they were only a small island, versus the entire ocean. Queen Serena took charge of the command and cried, "Sentries march on! Archers attack the rear! Spellcasters! Prepare your arcane blasts!" More and more commands were shouted out and the NPC army obeyed her commands. As such, even though the NPC army were greatly overwhelmed, they held their ground well. In fact, through Serena's strategical command, the NPC army had not suffered any losses. For the moment. Then, players from China started to pour out from behind the NPC army and flanked the Spectres from the left and right. Zhang was standing next to Serena at that moment, and he wanted to go down to the battlefield to gain some experience points. However, Serena had mistaken his actions for battlelust and stopped him. "Hold on for now. Let the troops handle the weak ones first. The strong like you will only be needed in the battlefield when more powerful enemies appear. It will be a boost of morale if you appear later in the battle." "Yes. I hear and obey, Your Highness." Although Zhang had knelt down and expressed his desire to acknowledge the Queen's order, he was greatly disgruntled. He had wanted to go down to reap some precious experience points. However, Queen Serena had only come to his aid due to the relationship. No other territory had such service from their own castle baron. Even though Zhang was eager to go down to lay down some kills, he had pushed his desire away and listened to the Queen. It would be for the wiser, since the Queen might be angered. Who knows what she might do to him? As such, Zhang remained on the watchtower. Even though the Spectre forces were swarming in like locusts, under the command of Queen Serena, the NPC army, paired with players, were able to strike down the incoming Spectres like the locusts that they were. Right then, the number of level 100 players in China had reached over 100 million. Most of them had decided to camp at Seren's castle. Even though most of them were unable to get inside the castle, as more and more players had exited the castle to enter the battlefield, most players were able to teleport in and join the fight. The exchange of attacks continued on and many players fell in the fight. However, the flow of the battle remained unshaken as the graveyard was near. The time taken to revive again was extremely quick and easy. As such, players were able to rejoin the fight while the Spectre soldiers were suffering great losses until their reinforcements arrives. It was estimated there were around 1 to 2 billion Spectres, then. Since players were able to keep on reviving, Seren's castle will not fall since players were able to keep on reviving, as if they had endless reinforcements. Right then, it was only matter of time for the Spectre soldiers to be wiped out. The only thing to worry about then, was when the final boss appears. When Angus arrives, that will be the final decisive battle since the winner will be decided in merely a short time. Eventually, 3 hours had passed and the Spectre soldiers suffered the most losses. Initially, they came in like a tsunami, but players were able to stop that rushing wave by hacking away at the front ones first and slowly chasing after the soldiers behind. Useless scum. A cold, deep voice was heard and amidst the gory battlefield, a black portal appeared. Out came a large character that floated midair. Abyssal darkness seeped out from his entire character and formed an absolute void around him. The darkness around him was so dark that everything around him was rendered 2D. Even though darkness falls had merely turned day to night, light could still exist somewhere in the field. Angus was different. He seemed to be carrying a black hole around him. An existence that could swallow light, even. Angus, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King, Celestial, Spectre. Level, 230. HP, 23 billion. Defense, 100,000. Magic defense, 100,000. Melee attack, 633,914 to 833,914. Skills. Blade of Obliteration deals 100% melee chaos damage to all targets within 500 meters. Deathcleave deals 150% melee chaos damage to a target. Cannot evade. Cannot block. Despair Aura creates a cage of despair around a target every 3 seconds. Targets will be immobilized. Aura range, 200 meters. Death feeds, each target that Angus kills will restore 1% HP. Recovery rate cannot be affected by any skills. Since the battle was part of the story plot, even though Angus' level had exceeded the player's ability to check his stats, players were still able to observe and examine him. It was then, when everyone gasped in unison. 23 billion HP is not a number to joke about. Truthfully speaking, the boss HP was not an exaggeration. Even though players could only deal 1 damage at a time, there were 100 million players then, and if everyone hits the boss 230 times, they could kill the boss with ease. The problem lay with the boss HP recovery skill. 1 death will restore 1% HP? That's just OP beyond reason. The boss attack was more than 100,000. At that point, no one could heal that much in an instance. It would be useless to rely on numbers alone to defeat the boss. Strategy? What is that? The players were also grossly under-equipped. Defeating the boss will only be a pipe dream. From this day forth, the world shall be mine. Let darkness engulf the land and the spectre shall take it all. Death shall come to those who live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, A Losing War. Chapter 747, A Losing War. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The key to defeating Angus is to not die by his hands. A single death will only restore 1% of his health. That number would be as high as 230 million. No wonder none had managed to kill Angus at the first try. Using massive numbers to defeat the boss was not only inefficient, but would also give free health to the boss. However, the current players' levels were so low, no one would be on par with the boss. The only way of surviving the war and defeating the boss was to rely on the NPC. The problem was that the system had not made things that simple. In his previous life, the NPCs had gone through 7 attempts and was only able to defeat the boss on the 8th attempt, only when the NPCs had been greatly strengthened. Sadly, due to their failure, Angus' death had only dropped 4 random celestial non-set equipment. As the battle started, some lazy players skipped over the examining the boss skills and charged into the front line and died blindly. Hence, if no one takes the helm and leading the mass players, the boss will be completely immortal. No one can defeat the boss, even if players have celestial bosses at their aid. Impudent specters. You dare invade the White Jade Empire? I shall have your head on a stake. Let that be a lesson to all specters. No. Perhaps I shall wipe all specters off the face of the world. Serena leapt off the watchtower and flew, without wings, towards the center of the battlefield. With quick reflex, her royal gown was immediately transformed into a grand combat gear. She pulled out her sword and was ready to charge. Such a bold human female, now your place. It is I who shall wipe all humans. Heed my words and surrender to darkness. Angus laughed and threw out a long, thin blade out of the air and used it to charge towards Serena. Sword of life and death. Serena cried out and unleashed her ultimate skill to face the strong Angus. Sadly, even though she could inflict as much as 600,000 damage, it was merely a tiny itch for the celestial tier boss. Humph. With a quick swing of his sword, Angus struck Serena. Although Serena had managed to parry the sword swing, she was blown away as if she was weightless. Weak. The queen emerged out of the crater that she was blasted into and forcefully tore off her right shoulder plating. Curse you specters. She concentrated her powers into the meteor sword. The blade glowed with an intense white radiance. Holy light, cross soul slash. OOFH. Angus grunted with pain. Serena's attack was of holy attribute, which was extremely powerful against the specters. With the godly power of the meteor sword, she was able to deal more than millions of damage. Seems like you're all but talk. Come at me, evil being. I shall purify you. Watch your words, little girl. I am the Lord of the 7 Kings. Lord or not. You're nothing but a monster that I will destroy. Serena stomped her feet into the ground and kicked herself off at supersonic speed to clash against Angus. As such, the two bosses started exchanging blows. Even though Serena had the advantage of her holy attribute and was using it to overwhelm the boss, Zhang Yang had no confidence in her. The boss had that OP healing ability. A single use of Blade of Obliteration could kill many players around 500 meters from where he stood. At the rate of things, Angus will never have his HP lowered. Ever since the start of the battle, Angus had been an indestructible boss. However, Serena was no ordinary Ascended tier boss. She wields the Meteor Sword, hence, even though she will have trouble killing Angus, she, herself had proved to be extremely tough to kill as well. Feel despair. Angus bellowed and swung his sword hard, downwards to cleave Serena. With great power, she held her stance even as her feet slid back and blocked the downward slash with all her might. The resulting impact was so powerful that the impact had blasted off a wave that sent the earth around her cracking and scattering into sand. Serena borrowed the momentum of the boss swing and spun around the air to slice at the boss from the sky. The sword landed cleanly on the boss and had ever more destructive power that a power-compressed air blasted the sky, sending the dark clouds to scatter away. For a glimpse, the sun's rays were able to shine upon the land of darkness. Players had not surrounded Angus for they realized their own strength was lacking. The only choice they had was to fight the smaller ones to earn a few experience points. Now that Queen Serena was in the battle herself, Zhang Yang had no reason not to attack. He called forth his phoenix and rode the bright burning bird downward. Unfortunately for Zhang Yang, when Angus had made his appearance, the Spectre forces were already on the verge of being wiped out. Hence, after only 30 minutes or so, Zhang Yang had cleaned the entire battlefield up. Angus was the only Spectre left standing. Without players coming forth to attack him, Angus had long since cut down a player. Hence, uninterrupted, Queen Serena had hacked his HP down to the last bit. As expected of the Queen of the White Jade Empire, a character who never even came to being in his previous life and joined the Battle of Angus. In fact, she might even be stronger than Angus himself. If only there were more strong NPCs like Serena aiding the fight, the boss fight would probably have ended long ago. That is, if stupid players would stop rushing in to die for Angus. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment. There was one question that was circulating in his mind for some time. Should he use his transformation skill then? Besides Zhang Yang, no one else could fight toe-to-toe with the boss even if they have used their transformation skill. Angus was a world boss, and his skill, Blade of Obliteration, Rage and Cooldown were not something to be taken lightly. He could wipe out many players by simply swinging his sword and the occasional use of Deathcleave. On the other hand, the boss had an average basic attack of 730,000. Under the power of the level suppression system, the boss will deal close to double the damage. That means, the destructive power of Blade of Obliteration could reach as high as 1,460,000. By average, the boss will use his Blade of Obliteration once every 2 seconds. Hence, his DPS would be as high as 730,000. It would take only 14 seconds for the boss to kill someone with 10 million HP. Zhang Yang defenses and HP were not strong enough to withstand that amount of damage and survive. Plus, the boss attack attribute was Chaos type, they would never be affected or reduced by defense or magic resistances. Even if Zhang Yang was to transform, he would not last longer than 100 seconds with his 52 million HP. That would only mean that S-class players like Sun Xinu, Han Shui, and himself could only survive damaging the boss for a hit or two before running to safety and to restore their HP. The situation could never be so dire. Just when the boss was over-leveled, now, the players would be forced to run out of the attacking range of 500 meters. What sort of battle is that? It could not be helped then. The current players then, could not even defeat a regular Ascended tier boss, what more a Celestial tier? Right then, a group of players, riding on their flying mounts were flying through the sky to attack the boss. There were not many of them, but merely in groups of 1,000 or more. Zhang Yang did not even need to squint his eyes, for their speed was extremely fast. They were all players from the European server. Take the boss. Get the loot. Someone from the group had yelled out and the entire group roared with fervor. They charged into the boss range as if the boss was about to be taken away by someone else. Stupid fools. Players who were standing on top of the watchtower behind the castle wall cursed. A tragic event was about to unfold. Blade of Obliteration. Angus grunted and unleashed his sword swing. Almost half of the players that charged towards the boss died. The other half that survived the swing managed to survive, only because they had already activated their transformation skill. On the other hand, due to the death of many players, the boss had restored his HP back to 100%. Ignorant fools, cried Serena, and she pointed her sword up high. Again, she concentrated her powers into the sword and cried, Sword of Life and Death. Shush shush shush. Not only was Serena attacking the boss, her targets included the players from other regions, other than China. Since they were not of the same allegiance, the players from Europe were all Serena's enemies, and her attacks had landed on them as well. With two bosses attacking together, players were still being killed, even though they had used their transformation skills. In less than a few swings, all the C-class inheritance players fell, followed closely by the B-class players and A-class players. Fortunately, the only S-class inheritance holder, God's left hand, was not so stupid to charge at the boss like idiots. Or else, he would be the first S-class inheritance player that would be killed by the boss. Ha 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 ha. All who live shall be food for my soul. Come to me and die by my blade. I shall reap your life force, said Angus as he restored his HP back to 100% and smiled with such satisfaction. Insolent fool. Life is not something that belongs to you. Heed my words, O evil lord, I shall cut you down. Queen Serena stood strong, even though the situation was extremely dire. It was that stoic stance of a queen, the utmost confidence in her own power. Know your place. Fool. Angus grunted with anger. The two bosses then continued their swordplay. When there's one idiot, there will be the next, and the next as well. The next group of greedy players that soared towards the boss were the players of India. When they saw how the boss had cut down the players from Europe, they decided to take note of the boss' skill and carefully examined his attack pattern. As such, there were no second group of idiots that charged into the boss to die. No sooner after, players from North America, Australia, and South America had gathered. Obviously, they had obtained the news about Angus and had come over to get the loots. However, the boss was so strong that none of them was able to formulate a battle plan to fight the boss. Still, they were players with die-hard stubbornness, trying to fight and only managed to deal that one pathetic damage. It was a bet, to see if they could deal enough damage to be able to grab the loot later when the boss is defeated. The main problem was that their greed was Angus's nourishment. Every player that was stupid enough to get close to the boss was killed and was converted to be his HP. As such, Angus' HP had never dropped below 95%. Even though Serena had devastating powers, her DPS was not as strong as Angus's HP restoration. As the battle dragged on longer, Serena started to grow weary. The winner of the fight was most definitely getting obvious. Protect the queen. Defend her highness. Soldiers of the Empire rushed over to surround Serena and group peeled off to attack Angus. Sadly, like players, they were not able to even deal any significant damage. Like players, they were only nourishment for the boss. As time goes, the boss had only become stronger while Serena had only become weaker. At one point, Serena's HP had dropped so low that all the army had rushed into the battle to fight. 5%, 3%, 1%. When Angus was about to strike the killing blow, Serena's meteor sword glowed with an intense radiance and engulfed Serena, rendering her invulnerable. With a saddened voice, Serena cried, "Withdraw. All troops, withdraw. Don't think you can escape the Reaper's grasp." Angus moved forward closer to Serena. With a quick roar, Serena cleaved the space in front of her and created a break in the spatial dimension. The crack opened wider and became a portal for her to escape. In an instant, the portal closes, leaving the anguished and enraged Angus roaring to the sky. As per shown by Queen Serena, all 64 bosses from all regions of the world cannot die. They can only be defeated. How else could they become stronger, then? If they die, they would only become specters that would be added to the enemy's forces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, The Search for Reinforcement. Chapter 748, The Search for Reinforcement. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the main pillar of hope was broken, players had no other place to rely on and was turned into mincemeat by the boss. Right then, no player was capable of standing toe-to-toe with the celestial tier boss. Hence, the only sensible route left for them was to run away. The boss did not allow anyone on the battlefield to escape. He truly intended to kill every single player there were then. He then pulled out his sword and sliced a dimensional doorway. At then, the dimensional doorway expanded fully and out came a swarm of monsters. With Angus leading the command, the swarm of newly spawned monsters attacked the players like locust swarms. Now that Angus was the only superpower left on the battlefield, players were completely outmatched and overwhelmed. A single swing of his Blade of Obliteration was able to wipe out the weak players within 500 meters. With such powerful killing skill, Suren's castle was overrun easily. Fortunately, before Suren's castle was overrun, Zhang and his party were able to charge towards the teleportation circle and left to Morningtown. There, he stood by and commanded what's left of the players around to make their defensive stance. Serena had temporarily returned to White Jade Castle to recuperate from the battle. Hence, half of the Empire's soldiers were sent back to protect the defenseless queen. As such, the chance of Morningtown being overrun by specters was 99.99%. It was what the plot had laid out for players to realize the truth of specter invasion. If they could not even invade past the borders of Chaos Realms, what would specter invasion really mean, then? After Surin's castle was overrun, the next territory to be conquered by the specters were Forest Gump's fortress, Cynthia's town, and White Horse Bay. They were all turned from players' resting spots to specter base camps. As such, after all territories deep in the Chaos Realm were taken over, they had proceeded to march forth to enter the 8 major regions. There was no one who could put stop to their march. Angus was too powerful, then. His army had easily trampled over towns like they were weeds in the field. With the players falling back to their own major cities, Angus' forces continued to press their attack and infiltrated the pre-Chaos Realm regions. As such, the invasion continued on further. Without anyone able to put a stop to the Spectre invasion, Angus' forces had managed to take control 56 out of the 64 major cities of the entire world. He had only allowed one major city to survive for every region. As such, the Spectre invasion event had reached its climatic point. It was up to players to decide on how to fight the boss. By then, Angus himself had not settled down anywhere permanently. He kept on switching in between the 4 territories in Chaos Realms. Unless players kill their way back, Chaos Realm will be done for. When all territories and access to the Chaos Realm are taken away, the entire game seemed to have fallen back to the beginner's stage. It was still possible for players to make their way to the Chaos Realm. They would need to be strong enough to attack their way through the 10 barren seas and through the portal to Chaos Realm. It would be easier for level 100 players since they would not have to travel far beyond the gates of Chaos Realm to reach their respective training grounds. Level 150 players were faced with a tough scenario. They needed to travel extremely far into the Chaos Realm to reach their respective training grounds. Naturally, the system would not make something like grinding levels an impossible task. They had allocated monsters to spawn between level 100 to level 180 around each city and territory to allow higher level players to gain some levels. Imagine all players from 8 major cities gathered in one major city. The monsters spawning in the area alone was not enough to satisfy all players at once. Hence, chaotic battles erupted between guilds just to occupy the training grounds for their own use. As such, the game had plunged into the Dark Ages. Players all around the world wanted to open up the path to Chaos Realm and to reclaim their land back from Angus. With both lands and the celestial equipment hanging right there for them to take, the only method for them to grab the prize was to grind their way up higher and higher. The system had given players 1 month's time of preparation whereby the NPC of major cities will respawn and assume their counterattack. The timing for all regions to start their own counterattack was not the same date. It was designed based on which region is the first to get attacked. Each region will have 3 days to attack and defeat Angus. If Angus is not defeated within the given period of time, all players will be removed from the battlefield, and so is Angus. The battle will then be declared as a loss for the players. By the looks of it, the first region to start their counterattack was South America. Australia will be the next in line, followed by Europe, North America, Africa, Japan, Korea, India, and finally China. Based on the recent battle of the other region, they would not be able to defeat Angus even when their NPC boss receives a 10% strength buff. Amongst all, Queen Serena will have the highest chance to defeat Angus, for she was far stronger than any other ascended tier boss. She was the only one capable of defeating Angus. That was the reason Angus was only defeated after 7th attempts. That is how strong was a celestial tier boss. There was no way the system would allow players to get their hands on the celestial tier equipment. Furthermore, after defeating the boss, players who have had participated in the war shall receive level +2 reward and obtain the title, Savior of the Land. All of the given rewards are only limited to only players of a single region that had defeated Angus. Since Zhang was sure that the first attempt will end with a failure, he had not wasted a single military point. As such, within the 1-month preparation of time given, Zhang had continued to amass more military points by completing quests offered by the NPC. After the first war attempt, everyone had then realized the importance of military points. NPCs that were hired through spending military points were not just to put up more fight with Angus. If that is the case, military points would be worthless, since Angus's sword strike would kill them all and heal himself. Those soldiers that were hired could be used as a means to share the damage received. It was by a percentage, and 1% at most. However, players can use that to their advantage. When NPC soldier hired by a player exceed 99, the player himself would only receive 1% of the incoming damage. The rest of the 99% damage will be distributed evenly to the rest of the 99 soldiers. The problem was that normal soldiers will not have such skill. Only elite soldiers could be so useful in battle. Elite tier soldiers will cost 100 military points each. Technically, to have the maximum damage distribution, one must have 9,900 military points. Zhang Yang had only amassed 3,890 military points then, and could only hire 38 elite tier NPC soldiers. At most, the soldiers will be able to tank the 38% of damage received, whereas the remaining 62% will kill Zhang Yang in no time at all. The elite NPC soldier were like mobile HP potions. When fighting Angus himself, the NPC soldiers can be placed far behind the front lines, since the shared life skill works within a 1 kilometer distance. The soldier could be placed far behind the attack range of the boss and remain alive. If one could find 99 level 100 healers, they could help to heal the NPC soldiers behind, while the attacker, the player, can tank Angus and continue the fight longer than usual. The qualification of looting the boss drop does not work the same way as it would be when fighting normal boss. In summary, players must be able to deal more damage than the NPC to be able to gain the authority to loot the drops. Hence, to make things easy, players would have to make sure they could survive long enough in the battle to deal enough damage. Not to mention, they would have to remain alive till the end to prevent their effort from being wasted. That was the importance of the military points. Zhang Yang had advised all his party members to not waste any of their military points earlier on. Hence, together with Zhang Yang, they too had run around the castle, completing missions given by the NPC in town for military points. Even though most of the quest were only worth 1 or 2 military points, they had to be satisfied with it. Ding! You have completed a quest, Search and Sanction. Obtained 1 million experience points, 5 military points, ... Zhang Yang sighed heavily as he acquired the quest reward. He then hunkered down and raised his voice to Gulich. Goblin, do you have any harder quests for me? All the quests that I have done so far were so easy. Are you taking me for some spineless bastard? Humph. Don't get too cocky, human. The goblin crossed his arms. Fine. If you want something challenging, I have an urgent mission that might be difficult, even for you. It's not about strength this time. Finish it, and I'll give you a handsome reward. Ding! Gulich has a hidden quest for you, search for reinforcements. Will you accept it? Ha ha. You could trigger a hidden quest that way too. Zhang Yang accepted the quest immediately and checked its description. Search for reinforcement, difficulty level, unspecified. Description, listen close, the wind blows. Can't you hear the sorrows and despair in the air? The specters have proven themselves to be a formidable foe. All those that live and breathe in the Union will face an unstoppable, destructive force. At times like this, we must combine our forces to combat the evil. Go out to the wild and search for helping hands. Progress, undesignated. Participant limit, 1. Reward, military points based on the number of reinforcements recruited. The reason why the quest difficulty was not set was due to the freedom of the player. They could simply find random NPCs, or recruit a holy tier boss. It all depends on the level of the NPC and the reward will correspond to that. To search for a helping hand, Zhang Yang immediately thought of thousands of names. One of which stood out better than the other. Merlinda, Song of the Forest. The kidnapped princess, the new priestess of the moon for the elven race. She had reached the highest position amongst the elven race, she should be far stronger than before. She was at the very least leader of elves, being an ascended tier was the very least tier that she should be. She has the skill, higher regeneration, which could restore 5% HP every second. Logically, Zhang Yang could heal himself back to 100% HP in only 20 seconds. With Merlinda helping Zhang Yang, he could activate his transformation skill and survive the boss fight without even relying on the NPC soldiers. It may sound nice, but it was not realistic. A transformation state will only last for 2 hours. Defeating the Angus within 2 hours was not logical nor sensible. Hence, military points would still come in handy. Zhang Yang had rescued Merlinda 3 times. Hence, there will be higher chance that he could recruit her to join the fight against the Spectre. Some might even wonder why could Zhang Yang need to personally recruit the elves when they were part of the 4 major races in the Union aside from humans, orcs, and dwarves. The reason was simple, like humans in the Chaos Realm, the elves were not an ally to the Union. They were part of the races that lived in the Union but had not pledged their allegiance to the Union. Only some of the elves were part of the Union and not all. On the other hand, there was one more name that could be of help. Smaug, the King of the Forgotten One. He belonged to a separate spectre group that had alienated themselves from the rest of the world. The best part was, he was a celestial tier boss. In the past, Zhang and Smog had gone on an adventure together to save his wife. As a sign of friendship, Smog had given him the friendship jade. He could try his luck to recruit the Forgotten King. If he manages to, he could perhaps defeat Angus at the first counterattack. If all goes well, Angus will be the only Spectre boss to be feared of. On the other hand, the human side would have 8 holy tier boss and 1 celestial boss to fight. The chances of victory was extremely high. Perhaps, there would be a chance for him to get all 10 celestial tier set equipment. How exciting! Zhang stopped for a moment and thought it through. Smog could be harder to recruit, since he was a Spectre as well. Even though he bears the name Forgotten King and alienated himself from the other hostile Spectres, they were still Spectres to begin with. In fact, there was no reason for him to fight for the humans either. TCH. Zhang clicked his tongue. It will be hard, but even so, Zhang will try his best. Zhang planned his route and soared to the sky with the Phoenix. He had no choice but to fly, since Tukula Fortress had been overrun by the Spectres as well. In fact, only White Jade Castle stood strong from the invasion, as well as the other major cities around the world. Perhaps, it was because Queen Serena was resting there. Zhang flew quickly and swiftly through the land and entered the Chaos Realm through the portal in the Ten Barren Sea. His first stop was the Elf's Sacred Ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Unauthorized Entry. Chapter 749, Unauthorized Entry. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Holy Land of the Elves Athurin was a level 180, level 210 map. The map had probably not been visited yet since the creation of the game, and Zhang could be the first player to set foot into the map. Trees were growing ever so tall, that were several hundreds of meters tall. The entire map was practically filled with the skyscraping trees. As far as the trees grew, there was a bigger one that had planted itself in the center of the map. The tree was far older, taller, and bigger than the rest of the trees. The crown of trees was growing so vast and wide that it spanned nearly over several tens of kilometers. That was as wide as the entire map itself. That was the sacred tree of the elven race, known as the Gustria tree, also known as the Tree of Life, and the Source of Life. Legend has it that the elven race was birthed from the tree itself. It was said that the moon god had chosen this particular tree and found it capable of producing life itself. That was the description given from the official guide. What the moon god did to the tree remained completely unknown. Probably someone as perverted as Fatty Han could find an answer to that mystery. The map was too strong for Zhang. At then, he was only level 169 and could not afford to even fight the monsters. He could, but it would not be his norm. Anyone in their right mind would not just simply waltz into a dangerous area and fight the monsters there, which were clearly far stronger than them. Zhang then made his way carefully through the thick forest, careful as he flitted through the trees, so that he would not accidentally lure in monsters of which he knows that he could never defeat via normal means. He did not have that much time to spare. Out of the blue, Zhang heard a loud cry of a hawk. He turned his head back and saw a large shadow zooming towards him at great speed. The incoming beast was huge and clawed at Zhang, leaving a long gash on his metal armor. 67-720. Zhang sustained a strong attack and saw clearly of his attacker. It was a huge, horned hawk. Its wings were as long as 7 meters wide when spread open and had an iron-like claw that was strong enough to leave a scraping line on his armor. Wild Horned Hawk, Normal, Beast. Level, 205. HP, 263,850. Defense, 8,080. Melee attack, 49,447 to 69,447. Skills? Zhang was unable to view the beast's skill, since the level gap between him and the hawk was 36 levels. Still, it was not something that he would worry about, since normal tier monsters would not have many strong skills. If the monster is several more levels higher than Zhang, he would not even be able to view its attack, HP, and even defense. The damage that Zhang had just received was a rather unlucky shot, since it was doubled due to the level suppression system. Zhang pulled out the Reaper's scythe from his back and attacked. 87-333. Oof. Not too bad. At the very least, Zhang could deal higher damage than what the beast could do to him. At that moment, Zhang was rather lucky enough to have his damage reduced down by 50%. Sadly, the damage was not enough for Zhang to generate many rage points. The damage and attack he dealt was enough to generate only 62 rage points, which only allowed Zhang to cast one skill. Charge Up Strike. God of War Devastation. 456.205. Although the strike was able to kill the beast instantly, it was already being reduced by 30%. If he had not been suppressed by the system, he could have dealt even higher damage. What a useful skill, Charge Up Strike, was paired together with God of War Devastation, or God of War Heavy Axe. Zhang Yang could deal 9 times the value of his normal attack. Even though there was the level suppression reducing his damage, it was still an OP attack. Still, it was just a normal tier monster. If the monster that had attacked Zhang Yang was an elite tier, he would have turned tail and run away. Due to the level of the map, the normal monsters there would have the attack power of a mythical tier boss. Paired with the level suppression system, monsters there would have been a higher threat than an ethereal tier boss is to Zhang Yang. That was just a normal tier monster. If Zhang Yang is unlucky enough to stumble upon an elite tier monster, its threat level would be as high as an ethereal tier boss. With the level suppression system working on him, it would be his loss if Zhang Yang tries to fight. Zhang Yang concluded that he would have to spend some time there, hence, he had decided that he would fight normal tier monsters and escape if he stumbles upon an elite tier monster. Big brother, cried Felice as she appeared from her battle companion Yudai after Zhang Yang had defeated the hawk and flew for some time. She stood on the back of the phoenix and stared at the distance with a nostalgic expression hanging on her face. Even though players and the battle companion had the contract that binds them together, battle companions could still choose to break the contract and discard their owner anytime they want to. However, that would be extremely rare. Commonly, even high-tiered battle companions were just strong servants who would not put up a fight with their owner. The act of Felice coming out of her battle companion Yudai by herself was extremely rare. Zhang Yang was shocked and instantly replied, "What's wrong?" There Felice raised her slender hands and pointed at the direction of the Tree of Life. "I sense something there. It's calling for me." Gradually, Felice's eyes lost their focus, as if she was being possessed by something. Humph. Could it be that Felice had found another spot to gain yet another tier? Zhang Yang smiled and complied. "Let's go there then." Felice quickly shook her head and regained her composure. She nodded. "All right." She morphed into her dragonhawk form and flew towards the Tree of Life. Zhang Yang followed closely from behind. "Halt!" cried 2 female elven archers who were riding horned hawks, and stopped Zhang Yang and Felice. They were only dressed in tight leather armor which only emphasized their slender bodies. It was inevitable that all female character designed in the game would be beautiful. In fact, 99% of all female NPC characters in the game had voluptuous boobies and slender waist. Zhang Yang and Felice descended and landed on the ground. The female elves followed and got down from their mounts. As they did, their jiggly jugs were jiggling around as they jumped down from their mounts. What a sight to behold! Zhang Yang could not resist and had to stare at them for a good second before responding to them. "My name is Zhan Yu and I am an adventurer from White Jade Castle. I am here with an urgent request for Merlinda, Song of the Forest. The Great Priestess of the Moon is not someone whom you could visit anytime you want," said the female bowman. "Please leave this sacred ground of the elves. No good shall befall you if you try to linger." "Big brother." Felice muffled her voice with her hands as she turned to Zhang Yang with her big, unblinking eyes. They craved for love and attention. Sigh. Zhang Yang could not resist. And then, be it asking Merlinda to fight by his side, Zhang Yang had a better reason to go into the land of the elf for Felice's sake. Zhang Yang smiled innocently and said, "Please talk to Merlinda and let her know that it is Zhan Yu who wishes to speak with her. I'm sure that the Great Priestess of the Moon will know how to decide my fate." "Insolent fool! Did you not heed my words?" "I shall have you heed my arrows, then," cried the elven archer as she and her comrade drew their bows, prepared to fight. Zhang Yang laughed at their speedy reactions and quickly stunned them with, "Blast Wave, Let's go! Felice!" Zhang Yang and Felice quickly deserted the 2 archers and rushed towards the Tree of Life. After being stunned for 4 seconds, the 2 female elves leaped on their horned hawks and chased after Zhang Yang with haste. Sadly, they were no match for the phoenix's flying speed and was left behind further. Before Zhang Yang had realized it, the closer he got to the Tree of Life, more elven warriors had chased after Zhang Yang on their mounts. The problem was that the warriors were elite tier. It would be extremely difficult for him to lose them. Zhang Yang grunted disgruntledly and activated the phoenix's transformation skill. The phoenix grew, in size as well as in flying speed. With the boost of HP, Zhang Yang tanked all the damage and flew past the defender's barrage. Arrows landed more and more and dealt a considerable amount of damage to Zhang Yang. Even though the phoenix had a long HP bar, Zhang Yang feared that he might not able to last too long. Fortunately, the phoenix's amazing flying speed was fast enough to dodge some of the incoming arrows. If he had not used the Phoenix's transformation skill, he might have sustained more damage and had his HP reduced down to below 50%. It was not the time to fight. He had to get to the Tree of Life. He had a hunch that Merlinda would be somewhere close to the Tree of Life, since it was an entity that was extremely precious to the elven race. Perhaps if he could meet her, she could stop the incoming forces from attacking him. If he does not stir up a chaotic storm, Merlinda would not even know that Zhang Yang was there to visit her. Those selfish female elves would not have delivered his message to her in the first place. He would have to do it himself. Untransformed, Felice's moving speed will not be as fast as the Phoenix, hence, Zhang Yang had called for her to sit behind him as they sped towards the tree. As they zoomed forward, the tree did not even seem to get any closer to them. Just how big was the tree? From where they were, the truck itself was so large that they could fit a city inside. From where he was, Zhang Yang could finally catch a glimpse of the entrance where several juvenile elves were playing on one of the branches of the tree barefooted. From where he was, the branch looked like a regular tree branch and the children were only the size of ants. Its branches, however, were actually tens of meters wide. There was no reason to be afraid of falling over either, since there was great number of leaves the size of football's field. Falling down on them would greatly reduce the fall damage. Perhaps, it would be fun, even. Eventually, Zhang Yang was free from harm as the elven core were far away from them. Zhang Yang then made his way towards the treetop and found a pool. It looked like someone had chopped off the top of the tree and hollowed it out like a canoe, and filled water in it. Felice shouted with passion, "There!" Zhang Yang nodded his head and flew closer to the pool, all the way listening to the angry cries of the elven corp behind them. Although he could not hear what they were saying, he could have guessed that they were warning them to stay away from the treetop. Zhang Yang ignored their calls and hovered above the pool of greenish water. Felice jumped off the Phoenix and morphed into her dragonhawk form. With a loud splash, Felice dove into the water and instantly vanished from his sight. It was not clear to how deep the water was, since it was quite clear. "Intruder! You had sullied the spring of life. Only death may wash away your grave sins," cried the elven warriors as they surrounded Zhang Yang from all directions. Zhang Yang had single-handedly angered the entire elven race. They had not immediately attacked. In fact, they were holding back their rage to attack. It was probably because they were extremely close to the so-called spring of life. If a battle is to erupt on top of the water surface, his blood would spill into the pool. Perhaps, that would be a greater offense. "Catch him," cried the elves. It was a problem, and while they were hesitating, more elven warriors coming from behind them. If there were to fight, Zhang Yang would surely be the first to go down. Zhang Yang started to feel fear creeping up his spine. Was Merlinda even present here? Out of the noisy crowd, two large beasts burst out. Riding on top of the magnificent beast was a female priestess dressed in a white priestess uniform. The other one was wearing the same uniform, except she was much taller in the other. Her mount was exceptionally grand, as it was pure white. It was rather familiar, to be fair. It was a unicorn. She looked like a goddess of the moon, was how one would surmise her appearance, even without knowing what a goddess of the moon should actually look like. Hold on, that's Merlinda. The priestess of the moon. As Zhang Yang had expected, she had gained another tier. Priestess of the moon, Merlinda, the moon whisperer, ascended, humanoid. Level, 200. HP, 2 billion. Defense, 32,470. Magic attack, 162,165 to 242,165. Skills? Note, the prophet of the moon god. The leader of the elven race. What? When did the professional prisoner change her name? The moon whisperer was the title only a priestess of the moon could inherit. Zhang Yang could not remember what the previous priestess of the moon was called, but if Merlinda could inherit the name, she must be the real deal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, A Stronger Felice. Chapter 750, A Stronger Felice. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Hello there," said Zhang Yang as he casually waved his hand to Merlinda. That disrespectful act had only triggered the elven warriors around him to curse him even more. The man had not only defiled the sacred waters, and had shown his disrespects to the one above all of them. When Merlinda removed her hood, her expression was stoic and furious. However, when she saw Zhang Yang was waving at her, she smiled jubilantly and waved back at him happily. "It's been a while," said Merlinda. The unicorn that she was riding noticed Zhang Yang and puffed angrily while stomping his hooves in midair. When everyone saw the reaction of their priestess of the moon waving nonchalantly back at Zhang Yang, they dropped their weapons and stared at her as if Merlinda was not the same person that they've been worshipping all this time. Explain the ruckus, said Thea, Moon Glory. She was also a priestess of the moon, but was not at the same rank as Merlinda. In the past, Zhang Yang had meddled with her before. This human male breached our defenses and sullied the spring of life. His companion is still within the waters. One of the female warrior came up to Thea and reported the situation. Thea sighed heavily and turned to Zhang Yang with regret in her eyes. Zhang Yu. You have come from afar away and had been a savior for all us elves. You should have been treated as an honored guest. Now that you have trespassed our holy ground and sullied our spring of life, I, for one, cannot allow this to slip by. Please leave this place. We owe you our lives for saving the priestess of the moon in the past, hence, we shall do the same for you. You shall leave this place unscathed. The man has sullied our holy grounds. He must be executed. Priestess. You cannot be serious. The other female elves were greatly unsatisfied with the final verdict and had tried to refute Thea. Silence, my sisters. This man, Merlinda, tried to calm everyone. But, priestess. Silence. Merlinda roared with such fury that her powers seeped out of her character. There was a sudden burst of energy that made the surface of the water tremble with resonance of her powers. Everyone was completely silent and lowered their heads to show their obedience. She then rode the unicorn towards Zhang Yang and held his hands. With a gentle smile on her face, she said, Zhang Yu. Please make yourself at home. The other female elves raised their head with shock at her response when she had invited him into their holy ground, when he was supposed to be executed. Thea turned to Merlinda and gave her a look which practically said, Are you sure? And Merlinda gave her a soothing glare that said, It's going to be fine. Zhang Yang had basically committed the gravest of crimes amongst the elven culture. The spring of life was said to be the bathing place of the moon god himself. Only newly born elven babies were allowed to wash themselves in the waters, once in their lifetime. However, Merlinda was the priestess of the moon, the prophet of the moon god. With her holding the position, her words was the law. To defy her commands was to defy the moon god. Although the rest of the elves were pressingly objecting Merlinda's action, they could do nothing but to obey Merlinda. Before Zhang Yang was about to follow Merlinda back to her chambers, the spring of life glowed brightly. An orb floated upwards and out of the water like the sun that was rising up from the ocean. It was so bright that everyone had to shut their eyes for a moment. Zhang Yang squinted his eyes and he tried to keep his eyes open while trying to identify what the object was. The light dimmed down but was still glowing, but too shining, but softly and easy to look at, just like the glow of the moon in the night sky. It's the moon god. The moon god descends. Praise the moon god. The mounted elves descended to the nearest 3 branches and kneel at the light. Their mouths moved continuously as they prayed hard in the direction of the glowing orb. Felice could really make a scene. Now that it has come to this, perhaps the elves would not blame the little girl for sullying the spring of life, they would even have her worship the moon goddess, or something as grand as that. Zhang Yang snickered at the thought of it. All he cared was not how the elves treated her, but Felice breaks the second seal. Slowly, the light coming from the orb dimmed down darker until one point it looked like an embryo. The outer shell of the orb glowed and everyone could see the insides of the shell. There was a humanoid shape that was curled up in a fetal position. The light glowed brighter all of a sudden. The tree briefly trembled as the light grew stronger by seconds. The chants of the elven warriors around grew stronger and faster. Crack! The orb made a loud, cracking sound, followed closely by a loud explosion that broke the shell apart. Felice burst out of the orb of light, like an angel descending down to earth, and landed in front of Zhang Yang. Her armor and appearance was somewhat similar, yet different. Her hair was longer, her armor was grander and heavier, not to mention, she grew too. Those mature features. Felice, humanoid. Level, 169. HP, 2,021,040, with Vitality Aura. Defense, 16,850. Melee attack, 153,077 to 233.077. Skills. Blazing Dragon Spear Barrage, Absolute Defense, Dragonhawk Form, Spectral Tiger Form, Tree of Life Form. Tree of Life Form, morphs into the Tree of Life. Able to use all skills available during the Tree of Life form. Unable to use skills during human form. Special, 3rd seal, 4th seal. Note, player Zhang Yu's battle companion. Zhang Yang smiled and greeted Felice. He was actually holding back from screaming with joy when he saw Felice's new stats. It was already at the level of a holy tier boss. From then on, Felice was stronger than the Phoenix pet. The Phoenix could only reach the level of holy tier after reaching level 170, as for Felice, she was already at that level at level 169. Furthermore, Felice's growth rate has reached 12 stars for all attribute growth after breaking the second seal. That means one equipment that could add 100 strength points would grant Felice the ability to gain 120 strength instead. That includes vitality, intelligence, spirit, and dexterity. It was the same as carrying a vitality aura, strength aura, dexterity aura, spirit aura, intelligence aura, all stacking with each other with the player's own aura as well. Just how powerful could the little girl get? When Felice's new appearance was showed to the elves, they had forgotten the sins that Zhang Yang had committed and proceeded to bow down to Felice. Zhang Yang scoffed at their reaction. The little girl has merely taken a simple bath and she was able to shock the entire elven race. Perhaps Felice had some connections to the moon god and was able to receive his blessing. Which elf in the world could trigger such a reaction just by dipping their head in the water? Hence, the noisy, hostile commotion ended peacefully and Zhang Yang followed Merlinda to her moon shrine. Without further ado, Zhang Yang quickly reported the events that had occurred in the land and had asked for Merlinda for her aid to tackle the problem of the specter invasion. With a worried expression, Zhang Yang started his speech. I'm sure that the brutality of the specter is known to all. Their goal is to eradicate all life on the surface of the earth. The elves may have the protection of the Tree of Life. Know this, after all humans, orcs, dwarves are removed, they would turn to the elves next. I understand well that the elven warriors are fearless and strong. If all humans, orcs, and dwarves could not stop them, how could you? How could you stop someone as strong as the Lord of the Seven Spectre Kings? Zhang Yang continued to report on his encounter with Angus and had successfully instilled fear into the hearts of those who were listening. Even though there were the elders of the elves who clearly preferred to stay clear of the war, Merlinda chose to follow Zhang Yang into battle. With a decisive handshake, Merlinda agreed to set foot into the battlefield. There were those that opposed her decision, but Merlinda used her position as the priestess of the moon to reject the teachings of their religion. However, the Battle of Angus would not matter even if Merlinda dispatches 1,000,000 elves. Besides Merlinda herself, the strongest ones, there were only holy tier entities. Their presence in the battlefield will be short and brief. Hence, with Zhang Yang's arrangement and Merlinda's agreement, Merlinda only brought along 2 other priestesses along with her. Zhang Yang lingered for a while in the land of the elves and went off to Kanjar fields to look for Smog. Sadly, he had never set foot into the map before, not even in his past life. Furthermore, the map was not the same as Athuran that had the large, overly obvious Tree of Life. Secondly, the map that Smog was situated in was much higher level than the elves. When Zhang Yang entered the map, monsters from 1,000 meters away started to chase after him. He could not even see them coming. Hence, after trying several times but failing to sneak around, Zhang Yang had dropped the idea to search for Smog and ask for his help. There were too many monsters and Zhang Yang could not even tank the normal tier monster. He was killed twice for lingering too long in the map. After dropping the idea, Zhang Yang turned tail and returned to White Jade Castle. Merlinda was still in her land and will only come to Zhang Yang aid 3 days before the day of the counterattack. Hence, Zhang Yang will only able to submit the quest when she arrives. By the looks of it, Merlinda was an ascended tier boss. The military points given as the reward should be plenty. Even though Zhang Yang was unable to search for Smog, he was rather satisfied with his current force. Merlinda has agreed to lend a hand and Felice had even managed to break the second seal to gain a tier, skills, and a new form. Felice, Tree of Life form. Level, 169. HP, 1,265,980, with Vitality Aura. Defense, 3,890. Magic Resistance, 16,850. Magic Attack, 82,941 to 142,941. Skills. Bloom of Life, heals an ally and 9 more targets closest to the ally. Heals 100% magic attack worth of HP for 15 seconds. Instant cast. Praise of Life, powerfully heals a target for 300% magic attack for HP and continuous to heal the target in the next 10 seconds for 100% magic attack for HP instant. Cooldown, 1 minute. Song of Life, heals a target for 150% magic attack for HP channeling, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Ancient Tree of Life, morphs into the Ancient Tree of Life. Increases HP by 2000% and healing rate by 300%. Magic resistance and defense increased by 300%. Last for 2 hours. Cooldown, 3 days. Entering either transformation skill will set all transformation skill, Dragonhawk Berserk, Spectre Tiger Berserk, into the same cooldown time. Redemption, instantly heals to full health. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Required, Ancient Tree of Life transformation. Note, player Zhang use Battle Companion. Zhang Yang was given what he asked for. Felice's third transformation skill was a healer type. Now, Zhang Yang could continue fighting endlessly. Felice could heal Zhang Yang whenever he needs her to, but the time was not yet ripe for the counterattack to start, and Zhang Yang wanted to take the opportunity to reach level 170. He could gain a skill point, which was not all that useful to him. Most importantly, both Felice and the Phoenix could gain an upgrade. As mentioned before, mounts and battle companions will only receive an upgrade at every 10 level threshold. By reaching level 170, the Phoenix could reach Holy Tier, and Felice would still receive a boost in strength, even though she had already broken her second seal. Racing against time, Zhang Yang had pumped all his attention into grinding alone and had neglected even having some shakalaka boom boom session with Han Shui and Sun Xianu. In one day and one night whole, real world, Zhang Yang did not pause for one moment and successfully reached level 170 before the day of the counterattack. As a repercussion of his actions, Han Shui and Sun Xianu had rolled their eyes at Zhang Yang numerous times when they poked Zhang Yang Jr. but was chased away by Zhang Yang. Sun Xianu understood his feelings and was merely teasing him. Han Shui, however, was being *tch she had even whispered into his ears saying something like having other men to scratch the itch in her hoa. As a response, Zhang Yang got up from his bed, removed his gaming helmet and gave Han Shui a good spanking session for teasing him so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, The First Attempt to Counterattack. Chapter 751, The First Attempt to Counterattack. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlinda had arrived 2 days ago, when Zhang Yang had just reached level 170. He returned to the city and rendezvous with Merlinda to meet Gulich together. Oh, my heavens! Her chakra level is over 10,000, cried Gulich with both fear and anxiety as he examined Merlinda through a weird, giant monocle. Zhang Yang had no idea why he would mention something like chakra when none of them were even using that system. Still, 10,000 seems to be a high enough number to shock the greedy little goblin. Goblin, how does it look like? Is my ally strong enough for you? Warrior. Do yourself a favor and sit back and relax. You have done a good job, said Gulich as he nodded. Ding. You have completed a quest, search for reinforcement. Obtained 5,000 military points. Holy F***CK. No wonder the goblin would jumped up to his feet. Zhang Yang would do the same when he saw the reward given to him. It was 5,000 military points. Just so you know, Zhang Yang had been working from day to night and had only managed to earn up to 4,256 military points. And that was by repeating most of the same missions countless of times. Clearly, the mission reward of 5,000 military points was much. Even though he was just so close to 9,900 military points, Zhang Yang did not necessarily require a 99% damage reduction. In truth, 90% was more than enough for someone as tanky as Zhang Yang to survive. The two accompanied elven warriors were Thea herself and Owena. Neither of them were happily following Zhang Yang voluntarily. They were there only because they had an obligation to protect Merlinda. As a result, their slight hatred for him was mainly because of his actions of bringing the secretive elven leader, the Prophet of the Moon God, out in the open, completely exposed. Merlinda was a little unsatisfied as well. Not because of Zhang Yang taking her out to the open world, but was Gulich offering Zhang Yang only 5,000 something. To her, 5,000 was a number that did not suit her. She was someone that was worth at least 100,000. Since Merlinda and her two escorts were not officially introduced to the outside world yet, they were registered into the battle as normal adventurers, not as part of the Empire army, but as adventurers' reinforcements. The 7 other regions' war against Angus had ended and none of them had any chance to defeat Angus. The previous wars had all been witnessed by the other region players. They could only see, but not participate in the war. The game system had locked down the region that was having the war, preventing players from other regions from coming in to disrupt the fair fight. Everyone who fought in the first attack now knew Angus's special skill, that is to restore his HP endlessly as he kills. Hence, the war could be easily sabotaged by a small rat. Even though players had the rule-breaking skill to revive after death to rejoin the fight again and again, the boss was still unapproachable. The more players who die under his hands, the stronger he gets. Technically, all the boss would have to do is to spam his skill, and he would get an indestructible body. If players had not stopped being an idiot to rush and attack the boss, Angus will remain as the only entity that could not be killed even though all the celestial boss and the entire server gathered together to fight him. With the war coming closer, everyone gathered to discuss about the battle plans with Zhang Yang. Little Young. How are we gonna do this? Should we put all our force into the fight tomorrow, or gather more military points and let the NPCs gain strength the next round? Fatty Han was the first one to voice out his question. Zhang Yang could not give an immediate answer then, as he was not sure if Melinda still had the godly healing skill, higher regeneration, but if she does, then Zhang Yang would assume a fighting stance against Angus to fight till the end. It was hard to land a final decision since Melinda's level was too high for Zhang Yang to examine her skills. There will always be a limit cap for something as powerful as Melinda's, higher regeneration. For example, the Forbidden Scroll. When something that takes HP percent into account has a limit as to how much could one lose or gain through a skill or item. If Melinda's, higher regeneration, does not have any limits to her healing and 5% remains true to the number, Zhang Yang would be seriously unkillable. Again if Melinda were to cast the skill on Queen Serena. Zhang Yang scratched his chin and finally answered, full throttle. We go all out with this. Do not hold back. The biggest difference of the war between this lifetime and Zhang Yang's previous lifetime was that in this lifetime, there is Queen Serena. With her ruling over all 8 major cities in the continent, and the meteor sword in her hands, she was much stronger than any of the bosses in his previous life. Just by observing Queen Serena herself during the recent war with Angus, she was able to inflict 10% HP as damage, all by herself. Secondly, Zhang Yang had Melinda participating in the war. The Ascended Tier healer was the leader of an entire race. She would also be stronger than an average Ascended Tier boss. Perhaps, there could be some positive reaction when the two powerful women worked together on the battlefield. There was also the 7 other barons that ruled the 7 other castles in the continent, all serving Queen Serena. They were also of Ascended Tier. Combining all their strength and a few good players in battle, the chances to defeat Angus in this first attempt was rather high. Zhang Yang laid down his decree firmly and everyone listened and obeyed. Everyone left the meeting and went on to make their preparation. Sun Xianyu had her weapons and armor repaired. Wei Yenair finally caved in and socketed gemstones into some of her equipment's empty sockets. Fatty Han and the rest of the party went off to prepare themselves as well. All preparation such as restocking potions, equipment fixing, and etc. was done before the day ended. All other region that had their attempt at Angus ended the battle in just 5 to 6 hours. The battle was completely sided towards Angus with him killing everyone relentlessly. It was a complete waste of the 3 days given. That alone had everyone who had participated in the fight to widen their eyes and see how strong Angus was. They now know that it was important to gather more military points and required the NPC bosses to gain several more defeat in order to be stronger to fight Angus. By the time it was China's turn to have their attempt at fighting Angus, no other players from other region even cared to even watch. Since they were not allowed to participate, why not save that time to grind their levels, and do quests to earn more military points instead? Truthfully speaking, almost all of China players had zero confidence in defeating Angus then. All but players from Lone Desert Smoke had the confidence to end the event at the next war. While Lone Desert Smoke made preparations to fight, the rest of the guilds on China, including the top guilds like Crimson Rage, had placed their bets on the second or third attempt instead of going all out with Zhang Yang. Even though it was made clear that the drops from Angus will decrease after several attempts, they had no choice but to place their faith there, since it was, in their opinion, impossible to defeat Angus in the first attempt. Zhang Yang and his party members had spent all their military points to hire elite-tier NPC soldiers to be sortied in battle. Amongst them, it was obvious that Zhang Yang had the most NPC soldiers. He had a total of 92 elite-tier soldiers ready to put their lives on the front line for him. Han Ningxue and the others had at most 50, which allowed them to reduce 50% of the incoming damage. Even so, Angus attacks that could reach as high as 1,000,000 damage made it rather dangerous for them to actually stand with Zhang Yang. It was unfortunate that military points could not be transferred to another player. If they could do that, everyone would invest all their military points in just one player and have that player stand and fight Angus, in a one-man solo style. From that point of view, it was reasonable as to why the other guild had not even tried to fight in the next war, since none of them have enough military points to hire enough elite-tier soldiers. With only 8 Ascended Tier bosses, it was not enough to bring a smile on the goddess of victory. To have 9,000 military points or more, one must continuously accept and complete various quests. By the time they had amassed 9,000 military points, the battle would have already ended on the 4th or 5th attempt. The NPC spellcasters of White Jade Castle gathered together at the entrance of the castle and worked together to conjure a large portal. It was to save both players and NPC soldiers time from traveling too far. In truth, that was the only way to participate in the war against Angus, since he would be randomly placed in a different territory. When Zhang Yang and his party got through the portal, he was surprised to see that the chosen battleground was the outskirts of Surin's castle. Could it be coincidence that the system had allowed players to enact revenge for trampling over their territory? Behind Zhang Yang was 92 elite soldiers clad in strong and heavy armor. All of them were lined up neatly, with 2 soldiers standing out of line at the end of the formation. All the NPCs had 5 million HP. Although they may have strong attacking power, Zhang Yang did not plan to have them to fight. Instead, he was only going to use them as remote neat shields, far behind the front lines. Even though the odds were against them, basically all players who had reached level 100 were present on the field then. The reason was actually pretty straightforward. Even though they were practically food for the boss, they were there only for one sole reason. That is to kill the monsters before the boss appears. The number of monsters and the rate of their spawn was just too good to be left out. The war in China was different compared to the other regions. Unlike the other region which had different rulers for each of their major cities, China was unified under the rule of Queen Serena and her 7 barons. It was an empire with its own Queen Serena to decide on everything, from attacking, defending, or to withdraw. As such, standing stoically in the front lines, Queen Serena pulled out her sword and pointed to the sky as she roared grandly. Attack! Oh you. The sound of war horn was blown from the end of the soldiers and countless Empire soldiers rushed forward, leaving a trail of dust behind. Adding both the number of players and the NPC soldiers, over 100 million pairs of feet had sent the earth to tremble in a massive quake. Thud! Roar! The castle doors of Surin's castle fell down, and out came the specter monsters, pouring out from the castle, like ants. The battle started swiftly and players had rushed into the front lines to have their first kill. It was a good chance to farm experience points instead of letting the NPC soldiers killing them. Everyone had turned on their attack mode to monster only and had not need to fear their skills landing and damaging nearby players. It was common courtesy. In fact, whoever stupid enough to land a hit on player will surely be killed almost instantly. Still, everything could be settled by talking like a gentleman. There was no need for a civil war in the middle of King War. Fortunately, no one was that stupid enough to incite a war then. Everyone was only paying attention to kill as many monsters as they can. Players with flying mounts had the advantage of flying over the crowd of players and could attack from the air instead of squeezing themselves like sardines. Zhang Yang had placed the elite NPC soldier far behind the front lines. He left them there to stand as he and his party rode their mounts to the front to start killing. Even though they were only 10 players amongst the sea of hundreds of millions of players, their killing speed was unrivaled. They were so powerful that their movement speed was only halt for a brief second to allow Han Shui to heal, leaving a huge empty plot of land at their wake. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As the battle reached the 5 hours time, the specter monsters stopped spawning from the castle. Even though there were still more than 1 million of monster remaining in the battlefield, it was a number that could be cleared within a few minutes. Though players themselves had suffered major damage, they could easily revive back to rejoin the battle. As the last monster was killed, the clouds in the dark sky started to roll in and form thunderclouds. A bright lightning struck the earth as a humanoid shadow figure emerged from the castle and stood where the lightning has struck. The humanoid figure then floated in midair, releasing a powerful aura as he floats. There was a huge black hole that was emitting darkness that was so black that it could practically suck in all light that even shone on it. It was none other than Angus. "All hands, retreat," cried Queen Serena. Even though she could not observe Angus properly, she knew that Angus was an adversary that only she could fight toe-to-toe with. It was time for the queen to fight the king, alone. "Retreat? Not so fast, ants." Angus scoffed and pulled out a thin dark blade. He then swung his sword so fast that it sent out a shockwave that immediately disintegrated a large number of the Empire soldiers, leaving the patch of ground of which the soldier was standing on empty at the next second. "Insolent fools! Know your places and die." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.